Blue Star, the third year of the global catastrophe. The era of colossal beasts had descended. Over 100 nations had completed their bindings with their respective guardian beasts, and an invisible war of national power, waged through the strength of these beasts, erupted across the global livestream. Upon the colossal screen, the 100-meter eagle wings of liberty, representing the beacon nation, soared through the clouds, each beat of its wings summoning storms, its razor-sharp beak glinting with metallic cold light. The frostfang bear of the Ursus nation rose on its hind legs and shattered a kilometer of glacial ice with a single paw, its roar shaking the heavens. The 8-headed Yamata no Orochi of the Sakura nation coiled atop Mount Fuji, its 8 heads horrifying and grotesque, driving its citizens into a zealous frenzy of worship. One after another, these majestic colossal beasts displayed the profound foundations of their respective nations. When the gaze of the global audience converged upon the final screen, the light barrier representing the Dragon Nation, the imagery within rendered all into 3 seconds of dead silence. It was a creature, pitch black all over, less than 2 meters in length, resembling a small gecko in form. It lay upon a bare rock, extending its tongue utterly focused as it gnawed at the stone, one lick, one bite at a time. Puffed. No one knew who laughed first, and in an instant the barrage of the global livestream exploded. Ha! What is that? A gecko that became a spirit. Does the Dragon Nation have no people or no money? I'm dying of laughter. Other nations' beasts destroy heaven and earth, while the Dragon Nation's national beast gnaws stones for calcium. It's over, it's over. The Dragon Nation is about to become a global laughingstock. The national fortune war hasn't even started, and it's already over. The Dragon Nation is done for. The domestic livestream was equally filled with cries of despair. Why is it this one? Oh my god, I feel like my toes have already dug out a 3-bedroom apartment out of embarrassment. I'm in despair, let's disperse. Is this our national fortune? Within the crowded colossal beast caretaker selection hall, Su Bai stared fixedly at the creature named Xiao Mo. On the giant screen, his fingernails digging so deeply into his palms that blood seeped out, yet he felt nothing at all. The mockery and despair of those around him transformed into a buzzing drone in his ears. In his eyes there was only that lonely, fragile silhouette. Others did not know, but he knew it with a clarity etched into his very bones. In his past life he had been but an ordinary citizen, watching helplessly as Xiao Mo, amid endless mockery and the loneliness of being misunderstood, exhausted its last breath to protect the Dragon Nation, falling in tragic sacrifice beneath the first wave of the beast tide. Its dying wail had become the nightmare that tore through Su Bai's heart every night since his rebirth. Xiao Mo. Su Bai's eyes were blood red, his voice hoarse and nearly inaudible. In this life I will never let you die before them again. Reborn into this life, he could no longer be a helpless bystander. He had to become Xiao Mo's caretaker. Is there anyone else? Is there no one who can decipher this beast's behavioral patterns? On the rostrum, the white-haired academician responsible for the selection wore an iron-blue expression, his voice thick with exhaustion and disappointment. Within the hall, 100,000 experts and enthusiasts in biology, paleontology, and the arcane, gathered from across the nation, sat in complete silence. They had spent 3 days and nights analyzing the data of Xiao Mo gnawing rocks on the light barrier. The conclusion they reached was singular: this was a worthless, underdeveloped reptilian creature of unknown species. Just as everyone was about to give up, Su Bai suddenly shoved through the crowd and charged toward the rostrum. I know. His sudden shout drew the gaze of the entire hall. The white-haired academician pushed up his glasses, scrutinizing the young man, who had suddenly rushed out, and frowned. Young man, this is no place for jokes. We have already ruled out all possibilities of known biological classifications. It is not a traditional carbon-based life form. Su Bai had not yet caught his breath, but his gaze was extraordinarily firm. Drawing upon the scattered memories of his past life, an analysis report published by a foreign expert after Xiao Mo's death, he spoke word by word. Its energy source is neither flesh nor plants, but radiation. It gnaws on rocks merely to absorb the trace radioactive elements within to sustain life. This is precisely the manifestation of its extreme hunger. It is not weak, it is starving to death. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire assembly was shocked. An expert immediately retorted, nonsense. A creature that feeds on radiation. Then what is its weakness? Gamma rays. It has no weakness. Su Bai cut him off with absolute certainty. The fragmented memories of his past life assembled rapidly in his mind. Or rather, its sole weakness is energy deprivation. So long as it is given sufficient high-energy matter, it can evolve infinitely. This world-shaking declaration plunged the entire assembly into an eerie silence. The white-haired academician stared fixedly at Su Bai, and within those murky eyes burst forth an unprecedented gleam of brilliance. This theory was far too bold, far too insane, but it perfectly explained all of Xiao Mo's irrational behaviors. What is your name? Su Bai. Good. The white-haired academician slammed the table, and before 100,000 people pointed at Su Bai and announced in an irrefutable tone, from this moment forth you are the sole designated caretaker of the Dragon Nation's guardian beast, Xiao Mo. The nation shall grant you the highest authority. Amid countless gazes filled with shock, envy, or doubt, Su Bai's hand pressed down upon the authentication device, symbolizing the caretaker's identity. The instant the fingerprint authentication passed, a blood-red panel visible only to him exploded like fireworks across his entire field of vision. Detecting host binding with guardian beast, Xiao Mo. Nationwide feeding system activated. Host identity junior caretaker, Su Bai bound beast juvenile chaos ancient dragon. Xiao Mo newbie quest issued within 24 hours guide, at least 1,000 viewers, to feed Xiao Mo. Complete quest to receive newbie gift pack. Current feeding points 0 chaos ancient dragon. Su Bai's heart trembled with tremendous shock. So Xiao Mo's true identity was this legendary being. Before he could think further, staff members escorted him at top speed into the exclusive livestream control room. At this moment within the Dragon Nation's official livestream channel, the barrage of malice had reached its peak. Stop gnawing. Your teeth will be ground flat. Trash. I suggest the Dragon Nation surrender directly. Bringing something like this along is pure dead weight. I've already switched to the Beacon Nation stream. That's a real colossal beast. This gecko brings bad luck. Watching these piercing words, the fury Su Bai had suppressed across 2 lifetimes instantly ignited. He slammed his palm onto the control desk with tremendous force, and the enormous sound transmitted through the microphone echoed throughout the entire livestream. Insulting my child. Fine. Su Bai's voice was icy and furious, causing the chaotic barrage to falter for a moment. Your mouths are certainly sharp. He took a deep breath and adjusted the camera so that he appeared in the corner of the frame, his gaze sharp as a blade. Calling my child trash. Saying it only deserves to gnaw rocks. Su Bai's lips curled into a wild and arrogant cold smile. Then open your dog eyes wide and watch closely. Brothers, got any unwanted instant noodles, leftover meals, rusty screws at home? Don't waste them. Just hit the feed button below the screen and throw them over. Who says monsters don't eat instant noodles? Today I'll show you all that my child can make even instant noodles spectacular. This reckless declaration instantly set the live stream on fire. Holy crap. Is this caretaker insane? He actually has the nerve to come out. And he's asking us to feed it. Feed my foot. Now this is interesting. I want to see what he's planning. Brothers, I'll go first. 1 pack of expired instant noodles for little gecko as a last meal. As the first person took the lead, a flood of virtual food icons began pouring into the live stream like trash. Instant noodles, cola hamburgers, even wrenches and bricks. Various cheap feeding gifts piled up across the screen, their mocking intent plain for all to see. However, Su Bai paid no attention to this. He stared fixedly at the system panel in his field of vision. That feeding point counter, which had been at 0, began to slowly rise. 1, 2. Just then rows of barrage messages written in Sakura Nation language in unified formatting began madly flooding the screen. This is the Dragon Nation's jinx. Its existence will only drain the Dragon Nation's national fortune. Such a feeble creature does not deserve to be called a colossal beast. It is the disgrace of all beasts. Boycott the jinx. Drive it out of the beast sequence. The mastermind behind the curtain, Sakura Ichiro. Su Bai recognized at a glance this Sakura Nation tycoon who had repeatedly incited public opinion in his past life, attempting to make the Dragon Nation abandon Xiao Mo. The collective abuse from foreign netizens made the already depressed atmosphere of the domestic livestream even more oppressive. Yet Su Bai laughed, and his laugh was ice cold. Far from closing the barrage, his fingers flew across the control desk in a rapid series of operations, screenshotting the most vicious comments, enlarging them, and projecting them directly onto the background wall of the livestream, forming a shocking wall of shame. Fellow citizens of the Dragon Nation, do you see it? Su Bai's voice transmitted through the microphone with a strange infectious power echoing throughout the entire livestream. Look at how these friendly foreign friends care so deeply for our Xiao Mo. They insult us because they fear us. They mock us because they are jealous of the infinite possibilities we possess. He pointed sharply at the center of the screen, at Xiao Mo still gnawing on a rock, oblivious to the outside world. Now let us use their love to feed our hope. Before his words had faded, a golden, exceptionally eye-catching barrage drifted across the screen. Sakura Ichiro fed Nuclear Waste X1. This was an extremely high-value virtual gift, its icon a barrel of nuclear waste flickering with dangerous light. Sakura Ichiro clearly intended to use this method to utterly humiliate the Dragon Nation and this radiation-eating monster. However, the instant he saw this gift, Su Bai's pupils contracted sharply. Now, Xiao Mo, time to eat. As if hearing his call, Xiao Mo, who had been burying its head gnawing stones, raised its head for the first time. It cast a bewildered glance at the screen, then was drawn by the enticing aura of the nuclear waste icon. Under the gaze of billions of viewers, Xiao Mo opened its mouth and swallowed the virtual icon whole. The next second, a sudden and violent transformation. Streams of brilliant blue energy like living veins burst forth from within its body. Along its spine, they surged madly into the unremarkable row of dorsal fins upon its back. The once dim dorsal fins were illuminated by the blue light, one after another pulsing with a rhythm like heartbeats. The entire livestream's imagery was bathed in this mysterious and powerful blue radiance. Xiao Mo let out a satisfied yet juvenile roar, and its entire body seemed to swell a size larger. In Su Bai's field of vision system, notifications rang out madly. Ding. High purity energy feeding detected. Feeding points 876. Current total feeding points 998. Only 2 points away from the next evolution threshold. The blue light slowly faded. Xiao Mo burped contentedly and lazily lay back down, seemingly falling into slumber. The entire world fell into dead silence. Whether domestic or foreign, all barrage comments vanished. Every single person was left speechless by the ritualistic, visually stunning moment that had just unfolded. After a long while, scattered, trembling comments finally drifted out. What was that just now? Was it special effects? A script arranged by the officials? Su Bai looked at the slumbering Xiao Mo, then at the evolution bar only 2 points away, his heart ablaze with fire. He turned back toward the camera, all anger gone from his face, replaced by a composed smile. Did you see that? Xiao Mo eats everything. He paused, his gaze sweeping across every still stunned viewer in the live stream, and slowly began to speak. The evolution is just a little bit short. Everyone keep feeding. Instant noodles will do. Su Bai stared at the rapidly scrolling feeding data on his live stream backend, the throbbing connection with his beast growing ever more intense within his heart. He could feel Little Mo's craving, a hunger born from the most primal instinct of life itself. Without a moment's hesitation, he spoke firmly to the camera. Brothers, don't send those flashy things. Little Mo is hungry. Feed it first. Instant noodles will do. The moment those words left his mouth, the live stream chat, where a fragile trust had just begun to form, erupted instantly. Comments flooded in. Did I hear that right? Instant noodles. Is the streamer crazy? This is a national fate beast. Feeding it instant noodles is blasphemy against our national fortune. More comments scrolled. I seriously suspect the streamer is slacking off, wasting our precious feeding resources. Exactly. Next door, the Lighthouse Nation's holy angel beast gets fed holy light crystals. The Sakura Nation's 8-branch juvenile eats deep-sea fish kings. And we're feeding it instant noodles. How embarrassing. The torrent of doubt was overwhelming, yet Su Bai remained unusually calm. He could clearly perceive that Little Mo held no interest in those so-called premium ingredients. Instead, longing radiated toward the pack of sour vegetable instant noodles he had prepared for his own dinner. Trust me this once. Su Bai's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable firmness. It wants to eat this. A few viewers, still skeptical, began tentatively offering their first feeds. On screen, a virtual bottle of mineral water and a bowl of braised beef noodle icons drifted gracefully toward Little Mo. Under everyone's gaze, the dog-like beast extended its tongue, gave a gentle swipe, and the 2 icons dissolved into streams of light that vanished into its mouth. The next second, a miracle occurred. Little Mo's previously languid gaze suddenly blazed to life, as if 2 stars had been lit in the darkness of night. It let out a satisfied burp, and behind it, that stubby little tail began swaying left and right like an eager puppy. Comments exploded. Damn. It actually ate it. And it's wagging its tail. It seems to really like it. Does this national fate beast's taste run a bit too? Down to earth. Down to earth. So what? Easy to raise is the way to go. Brothers, don't just stand there. Bring out my cannon. No, wait, bring out my instant noodle factory. The top-ranked patron struck first, and the screen was instantly flooded with instant noodle gift pack X99. Immediately after, tens of thousands of instant noodles, mineral water sausages, and braised egg icons rained down like a storm, forming a magnificent fast food waterfall. Little Mo excitedly darted through the waterfall, devouring the surging energy in huge gulps. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice chimed in Su Bai's mind. Ding. Feeding points exceeded 1,000. Novice mission first feeding complete. Reward feeding points 500 bond value with National Fate Beast MO10. The instant the system notification faded, Su Bai felt a warm current rise from his lower abdomen and instantaneously spread throughout his entire body. His muscles felt injected with newfound vitality, and power surged through him inexplicably. He instinctively looked toward a nearby abandoned cement block weighing over 100 pounds. Taking a deep breath, he wrapped both arms around it, and with seemingly no effort at all lifted it clean over his head. Comments erupted. Did the streamer take stimulants? Wait, no. Look at that little monster. Following the comments' direction, viewers saw that the massively fed Little Mo was undergoing an astonishing transformation. Its body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, bones cracking and popping, growing from the size of an ordinary puppy to that of a sturdy young ox in mere seconds. Pitch black scales covered its entire body, the claws on its limbs became thicker and sharper, gleaming with metallic cold light, and its fangs grew longer and more pointed, crackling faintly with arcs of electricity. This sudden evolution not only sent the Long Nation livestream into a frenzy, but immediately drew the close attention of other nations. Inside the Sakura Nation livestream, host Sakura Ichiro's face instantly turned livid with rage. The Fusang expert beside him could no longer sit still, directly provoking through the international public channel. It's just been fed junk food and grown bigger. Big body still means nothing but trash. A true beast dares to absorb higher tier energy. Got the guts to let it eat some nuclear waste. This malicious provocation landed like a bomb in the Long Nation livestream. Comments erupted. What are those little sun people barking about? Nuclear waste. Can they actually say that out loud? Damn. Do these guys forget how much filth they dumped into the sea back then? Su Bai's gaze instantly turned cold. He stared at the red highlighted comment, the corner of his mouth curving into an icy arc. He did not rage or roar. He simply raised his hand toward the camera, his voice calm, yet carrying the weight of thunder. Brothers, remember Fukushima? A single sentence ignited the fury that had long burned in the hearts of every Long Nation viewer. They want to see us eat nuclear waste. Su Bai's voice rose sharply like a war drum. Then let's satisfy them. Bring out all your pent-up fury and smash it all out. Bring out my instant noodle factory. No wait, bring out all my virtual gifts. In an instant the screen was completely drowned. Streaking across were rocket models of Dongfeng Express with long trailing flames. Massive nuclear mushroom cloud icons exploded at the center of the screen. Some viewers even gifted absurd models like abandoned steel factory, nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, secondhand reactor. These virtual gifts, usually just programmer jokes, now transformed into a tidal wave of national while surging toward Little Mo with raging fury. Facing this terrifying energy flood, Little Mo showed no fear. Instead, it excitedly raised its head and howled at the heavens. It opened its maw wide like a bottomless black hole, devouring every flying icon hole. Scrap metal, steel, tides, nuclear light, and shadow. Every tangible and intangible substance was broken down into the purest form of energy the moment it entered the beast's mouth. Wisps of blue smoke began rising from Little Mo's body, and the row of newly sprouted dorsal fins along its spine blazed with a blinding blue-white radiance. Its body expanded once more, growing from the size of a young ox all the way to rivaling a heavy-duty truck. A ferocious head, muscular limbs, dark scales covering its entire body, and a massive tail, studded with bone spikes like a steel whip, all proclaiming destructive power beyond measure. Ding. High concentration radioactive special energy detected. National Fate Beast, Mo, is undergoing deep evolution. Congratulations, host. Mo has unlocked a new skill, elementary radiation beam. Another system notification rang in Su Bai's mind. Skill activation prompt: the radiation beam possesses tremendous power and requires the host to establish a consciousness link using spiritual power to guide and calibrate. Su Bai's intuition flared. He could feel an indescribable scorching energy furiously gathering within Little Mo's body like a volcano on the verge of eruption. His consciousness merged with Little Mo's as never before. He could see the world through Little Mo's eyes, feel the devastating energies surging in its throat. Now, a simple brutal command flashed through Su Bai's consciousness. Little one, fire it. Little Mo, as if receiving the highest orders, suddenly threw back its head and let out a roar that shook the very heavens. It opened its massive jaws, and a condensed blue-white pillar of light, sharp as a god's spear cleaving the sky, fired forth without hesitation. The beam's target, an abandoned signal tower by the distant sea. No earth-shattering explosion, only a moment of absolute silence. That blue-white beam precisely pierced the 100-meter steel tower. Every bit of steel in its path was instantly vaporized. Immediately after, a mushroom cloud laced with blue-white lightning slowly rose from the tower's original site. Strangely, within the churning smoke and fire, a vivid lifelike dragon-shaped flame scar remained lingering long, without fading. Almost simultaneously, thousands of miles away in the Fusang Sea region, within a tightly monitored deep-sea forbidden zone, a slumbering serpentine juvenile with 8 heads suddenly awoke and let out a terrified wailing cry. It thrashed desperately to escape. Its massive body churned up 10,000 waves, triggering a tsunami of considerable scale that rebounded against the Fusang Nation's coastline. Back in the Long Nation livestream, all comments vanished. Silence. Dead silence lasting a full dozen seconds. Then, an eruption like a volcano. Comments. What? What did I just see? A dragon. I'm kneeling. I'm literally kneeling in front of my screen. These special effects. No, these aren't special effects. This is a miracle. Spear of God. Dragon-shaped nuclear blast. This is our Long Nation's national fate beast. This is what real presence looks like. Ha ha ha. So satisfying. So satisfying. I wonder if the Little Sun people saw this comment. You wanted us to eat nuclear waste. We ate it, tasted just fine, and even set off a big firework for you. Comment from upstairs. Not just fireworks, I just switched over to the news. The Fusang coast seems to have a tsunami out of nowhere. Su Bai gazed at that magnificent dragon-shaped mushroom cloud, feeling the power continuously flowing within and the unbreakable bond with Little Mo, his chest swelling with heroic spirit. He turned and gently patted Little Mo's now enormously grown head. Little Mo affectionately nuzzled its cheek against his palm. He faced the camera again, a confident smile on his face unlike any before. Little one, what you just did was only the appetizer. Su Bai paused, his gaze sweeping across the screens filled with comments that had gone completely mad with excitement, viewers barely able to string sentences together. Sakura, Ichiro's provocation, the Fusang expert's ugly face, the 8-branched juvenile's terror. Scenes flashed through Su Bai's mind. He saw in the torrent of comments countless messages, all pointing toward one direction. Comment streamer, don't stay home. Go out for a stroll. Yeah, the world is so big, I want to see it. For the first stop, how about visiting the neighbors? I heard their seafood is fresh. Let our little one go check on the water quality. Perfectly reasonable. Agree. Let's give Sakura a little surprise. Where the people's hearts point, that is where his will shall follow. Su Bai slowly revealed a meaningful smile, one that carried a hint of icy coldness and undisguised killing intent. He looked at little Mo and asked word by word, his voice soft yet reaching every viewer's ear with perfect clarity. Little one, where shall we go next? Comments tell me. Su Bai's voice transmitted through the live streaming equipment clearly reached every corner of the globe. Little one, go. Let's give those little Japs a bath. Before his words faded, Xiao Mo's massive body like a black torpedo plunged into the azure deep sea with a thunderous roar kicking up monstrous waves. The underwater thrusters on its sides erupted with a deep blue glow propelling it eastward at an unimaginable speed. The drone camera in the live stream followed closely, faithfully presenting this shocking scene to hundreds of millions of viewers. Holy crap, the target is Fusang. Are you for real, streamer? A bath. I like that term. Give it a nuclear radiation sauna. Everyone stand up. Witnessing history. I've never seen such an arrogant streamer. Screenshot taken. This line, give those little Japs a bath, will go down in history. In Fusang, the Prime Minister's official residence, the shrill sound of alarms tore through the silence. Report. The target is confirmed to be the giant beast Mo approaching our territorial waters at a speed of 70 knots. Estimated to enter our air defense identification zone in 30 minutes. Baka, a senior general, slammed the table, veins bulging on his forehead. What does it want to do? Does it want to challenge an entire nation single-handedly? Sakura Ichiro's face was dark enough to drip water. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Activate the highest level emergency plan immediately. Order all vessels from the Sasebo and Yokosuka bases to depart and intercept. The Air Self-Defense Force to full combat readiness. Air defense missile units lock onto it. He paused, a flicker of malice in his eyes, and turned to the cabinet intelligence officer beside him. Start the propaganda war simultaneously. Issue an emergency notice to the world saying that the Dragon Kingdom is allowing a terrorist creature to attack our country, creating a humanitarian crisis. We must make them lose face internationally. At the same time, the live stream's bullet comments had become a sea of joy. The viewers watched helplessly as lines of fire rose along Fusang's coastline. The Self-Defense Force's warships hastily leaving port in chaotic disarray. Ha, look at their pathetic state. Their ships are almost crashing into each other. Emergency mobilization. Too late. By the time they get into formation, the little one will be ashore having tea. Streamer, hurry up. I can't wait to see Godzilla vs. Ultraman. Su Bai was deeply linked with Xiao Mo's consciousness. He could clearly feel Xiao Mo's exhilaration as it swam through the water and that instinctual primal yearning for the land ahead. A cold smirk curled on his lips. Fusang's reaction was entirely within his expectations. Want to intercept? Just then a piercing alarm blared in Su Bai's mind. A notification from the system. System warning. High energy reaction detected. Enemy attack trajectory locked. Almost at the same time in the live stream footage, dozens of light trails with long exhaust flames appeared at the horizon, where sea and sky met, howling in at supersonic speed. Fusang's shore-based anti-ship missiles had been launched. Holy shit. Missiles. So many. Little one. Dodge. Streamer, tell it to dive. The viewers' hearts instantly leaped into their throats, yet Su Bai was exceptionally calm. Because a more detailed analysis was refreshing on the system interface, like a waterfall. Analysis complete. Type 12 shore-to-ship missile warhead with 150 kilograms of high explosive. Threat level medium. Evolution suggestion: the target's shell uses special alloy rich in metallic elements. Suggestion: abandon evasion, engage head-on, and attempt to devour the metal shell to rapidly enhance scale armor defense. Xiao Mo, don't dodge. Su Bai gave the command through the mental link. Open your mouth, dinner is served. Xiao Mo let out a low, excited roar. Instead of diving, it burst half its body out of the sea facing the deadly barrage and opened its abyssal maw. Roar. This sight drove the world's viewers crazy. Crazy. The streamer and his little one are both crazy. Going head-on against missiles. What kind of move is this? I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. Sakura Ichiro, watching this in the command center, couldn't help but show a sinister grin. Stupid beast. Blow it to pieces. However, the next second, everyone's smile froze on their faces. A deep blue light glowed deep in Xiao Mo's throat. A scorching ray swept out, precisely hitting the foremost missile. With a thunderous roar, the missile exploded into a brilliant fireball in midair. Then Xiao Mo, like the most agile dancer, weaved through the rain of missiles, its massive tail lashing out to precisely swat away a missile with each swing. For those it couldn't avoid, it simply bit down, crunching and swallowing the missile along with its warhead in a crisp snap. A few stray missiles slammed into its body, but the explosion's flames didn't even leave a scorch mark on its scales, merely splashing a series of feeble sparks. System notification: devouring missile fragments, absorbing metal essence. Scale armor strength 5. Alloy properties emerging. A layer of cold hard alloy sheen began to appear on Xiao Mo's originally pitch black scales, making it look even more indestructible. Impossible. Sakura Ichiro cried out in shock, the baton in his hand dropping to the floor with a slap. Its defense. How can it be so strong? Before he could recover from his shock, Xiao Mo had already completed its counterattack. Another thick hot beam spewed from its mouth like God's whip of punishment, slicing through the sky and landing precisely on the distant coastline. Boom, boom, boom. Fusang's painstakingly built radar station turned into scrap metal and flames in a series of violent explosions, paralyzing the entire air defense network in an instant. On the screen, green dots representing friendly radar signals disappeared in patches, turning into glaring red warnings. Inside the command center, there was dead silence. In Su Bai's mind, the system's pleasant notification sounded again. Ding. Gained a large amount of experience points in battle. Feedback to host Spirit 1, reaction speed increased by 0.5. A stream of cool energy surged into his mind. Su Bai felt that the mental link between him and Xiao Mo had become unprecedentedly clear and stable, as if he were Xiao Mo and Xiao Mo were him. Every thought could be perfectly executed, making control smoother and more effortless. In the live stream, after a brief silence, there was a volcanic eruption of fervor. Fuck it up. Oh my god. Swallowing missiles. What a godly move. The little one is awesome. Donations. Don't stop donating. Feed the little one. Launch rockets. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling while watching the live stream. This is no longer a monster, this is a god. On the screen, countless expensive virtual gifts like rockets and super battleships flooded the screen as if they were free, converging into visible golden data streams pouring into the live stream. System notification received a large amount of special donations, triggering emotional resonance buff. Global viewers' positive emotions are high. Xiao Mo gains a temporary boost, hot beam power increased by 15. The azure glow on Xiao Mo's raised dorsal fin suddenly intensified like flowing lava, emitting a terrifying energy that made hearts tremble. Under the gaze of millions, Xiao Mo set foot on Fusang's land. Each step of its mountain-like body made the earth tremble. Its target was chillingly clear: Fusang's sacred mountain, Fushur Mountain. Stop it. Stop it at all costs. Sakura Ichiro roared like a madman. Activate the Amaterasu plan. Quick. Activate the underground electromagnetic barrier. But sir, that will consume 30 of our strategic energy reserves. I don't care. Mount Fushur is our symbol, it must not be defiled. Activate. With his command, countless powerful electromagnetic generators deep underground around Mount Fushur were activated. An invisible massive barrier instantly enveloped the entire mountain range. The air was filled with the sizzling sound of electricity, and even the live stream signal was slightly disturbed with mild static on the screen. What's happening? There's interference. The Fusang guys still have a trump card. Seems like some kind of energy shield. Xiao Mo apparently sensed the obstruction ahead. It stopped, tilted its massive head, seeming somewhat puzzled. Then it raised its right front paw. That giant paw, capable of crushing a building, was now covered in a flowing blue flame thanks to the emotional resonance buff. Without a moment's hesitation, it stomped down heavily. Boom! It was as if the entire world had come to a standstill. The so-called electromagnetic barrier before that giant paw, imbued with terrifying power, was as fragile as a window paper, instantly torn apart and shattered. The paw, with its momentum undiminished, slammed heavily onto the summit of Mount Fushur. The hard volcanic rock fractured like biscuits, and the immense impact penetrated the entire mountain. The volcano that had been dormant for over 300 years was forcibly awakened by this stomp. The summit was crushed into a huge gaping hole. Thick volcanic ash mixed with the smell of sulfur shot into the sky, blotting out the sun like the apocalypse. All of Fusang fell into desperate wailing at this moment. They watched helplessly as their sacred mountain was stomped to pieces by a giant beast from a foreign land. The camera pulled back, freezing this eternal moment under the vast sky. The black giant beast stood atop the collapsed volcano, surrounded by spewing ash and lightning, the blue light on its dorsal fin like the breath of a deity. It looked down upon the trembling land like an ancient demon god delivering divine punishment. In the live stream, there was not a single bullet comment. Everyone was utterly stunned by this surreal mythical scene, forgetting to breathe, forgetting to think. After a long time, Su Bai's calm voice broke the silence. Done, wrap it up. Just then the system notification sounded again with an unprecedented solemnity. Ding. Bond value between host and giant beast Mo has exceeded 100 points. Achieved special achievement, 1 heart 1 body. Unlock new permission, can add 1 apprentice keeper. Apprentice keeper can share part of the host's vision and receive a faint mental feedback, assisting the host in daily feeding and observation tasks. Su Bai paused for a moment, then glanced at the sky-high donation amount in the livestream backend. A brilliant idea came to his mind. He cleared his throat, turned to the camera, and flashed a charming smile. Everyone's satisfied with the performance, just now. Now I have good news to announce. I now need to recruit an apprentice keeper to assist with feeding. Upon hearing this, the silent live stream instantly exploded. Holy shit. Apprentice keeper. Me. Pick me. I can do it. I can do anything. I can warm the bed, shout 666. What's the use of an apprentice keeper? Can I touch the little one? If I can touch it, I'll go broke to get in. Su Bai explained with a smile. An apprentice keeper means you can observe Xiao Mo from a special perspective up close, and even share a bit of the joy of its growth. As for the selection, He deliberately dragged out his words, keeping everyone in suspense. Simple before the stream ends, the top of tonight's donation leaderboard comes to sign this contract. As soon as he finished speaking, the numbers on the donation leaderboard began to skyrocket at a terrifying speed. The top name kept changing each ID behind a lavish gamble. However, in the last minute before the livestream ended, an ID like a golden divine sword cut through all the competition, locking the top spot with a gaping advantage. ID Li Wei. This name, surrounded by a torrent of golden and red bullet comments, was pushed onto the supreme throne. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom, a heavily guarded underground military base. On a giant screen, Su Bai's livestream was playing simultaneously. A young woman in a white research suit with a straight posture stood quietly. She was Li Wei. She did not get excited or cheer like the others, but silently watched the man standing on the volcano peak on the screen. In her cool eyes flickered a strange light, unnoticed by others. Behind her, several elderly men with stars on their shoulders exchanged glances, seeing excitement and determination in each other's eyes. Now, Su Bai announced loudly. With his confirmation, a virtual contract composed of countless golden light dots materialized in midair within the livestream. The ancient scroll slowly unrolled, revealing only one blank space for a signature. Top donor Li Wei, please confirm the contract. Inside the base on the console in front of Li Wei, a glowing confirm button lit up. Without a moment's hesitation, she extended her fair, slender finger and gently pressed it. The moment she pressed her finger, a stunning scene occurred in the livestream. Xiao Mo, standing atop Mount Fushi, seemed to sense something. From the flowing lava blue light on its dorsal fin, a thread thinner than a hair separated. This thread ignored space and distance, instantly piercing through the screen and precisely entering Li Wei's brow. Li Wei's body trembled slightly, and she closed her eyes. An unprecedented, grand, and majestic consciousness instantly formed a faint link with her spirit. That was the sensation from the giant beast. The contract was established, and the livestream drew to a close. Su Bai let out a long breath, feeling a wave of mental fatigue. He glanced at the devastated land beneath his feet, then at the distant city, plunged into chaos and panic by the volcanic eruption. Yet there was no pity in his eyes, but instead a cold chill flashed through them. He took out an encrypted tactical tablet from his pocket and unlocked the screen. On the screen, a top-secret video copied from some deep-sea probe was playing in a loop. Watching the content on the screen, Su Bai curled the corner of his mouth into a dangerous arc and murmured softly, "The warm-up is over. Now it's time to let the whole world see what you've done." Su Bai's fingertip lightly tapped the screen, syncing the edited video to all major social media platforms, both domestically and internationally. Having stayed up all night, his eyes were bloodshot, but his spirit was exceptionally exhilarated. The video's title was straightforward and brutal. The Cubs' humiliation record, "What you dump is feeding a divine being." The first half of the video was the Fusan government's polished propaganda clip about the ocean discharge, showing blue seas and clear skies with officials bowing earnestly and speaking with heartfelt sincerity. However, Su Bai used technical means to overlay the real-time surveillance footage hidden at the discharge outlet. Streams of murky, strangely greasy liquid winding like venomous snakes into the azure Pacific Ocean. Then the scene shifted to yesterday's live stream, where Xiao Mo, provoked by Sakura Ichiro's remarks, huddled pitifully in a corner, staring blankly at a screen full of mocking comments. The most devastating blow was a line of bold text Su Bai added at the end of the video, accompanied by a close-up of Xiao Mo's innocent big eyes. "Even the dehydrated vegetables in instant noodles can be revived. Guess what kind of creature will be born from the Pacific Ocean after absorbing these nutrients?" This precise combination punch instantly ignited global public opinion. At dawn, as the first ray of sunlight shone into Su Bai's room, his live stream had already gone completely wild. The popularity value broke the platform's record at an unprecedented rate, with hundreds of millions of viewers flooding in. Holy crap. Those who missed the live stream last night missed out big time. I'm just here to watch this video. I'm just here to watch this video. Damn it, the Fusang people have done all the evil. I used to just feel disgusted, but now seeing Xiao Mo being bullied, my fists are clenched. That line, "instant noodles can evolve," is a stroke of genius. The more you think about it, the more terrifying it is. They're creating a biological disaster. Fight them. We must fight them. Su Bai starts streaming. We want to see the cub. Yes, we want to see the cub eat nuclear bomb candy. Scare the Fusang people out of their wits. Meanwhile, in Fusang, inside Sakura Ichiro's office, the atmosphere was as heavy as ice. Overnight, he had received hundreds of emails of accountability from higher-ups, and the online condemnation was overwhelming him. Baka, he slammed his fist on the desk. Immediately organize a paid online army to fight back. Say that the Longwood giant beast is the real source of pollution. Forge a report claiming its radiation levels severely exceed the standard and about to contaminate the entire Pacific Ocean. Soon a new storm of public opinion erupted on overseas platforms. Countless accounts verified as marine biologists and nuclear physicists uniformly released detailed illustrated research reports. Some international media that had always been hostile to Longwa immediately followed suit like sharks smelling blood, with headlines more sensational than the last: Eastern giant beast a mobile Chernobyl. Longwa monster radiation leak, Pacific ecology faces catastrophic blow. In the live stream, the direction of the comments began to get complicated. What's going on? The foreign networks are all saying Xiao Mo is the source of nuclear radiation. Those reports look so professional, couldn't they be true? The person above is an idiot. You believe the Fusang people's blame shifting. But what if? After all, Xiao Mo's origin is indeed mysterious. Watching these comments, a cold arc curled at the corner of Su Bai's mouth. He had been waiting for this moment. Hey, has your IQ been soaked in nuclear wastewater? Su Bai's voice clearly transmitted through the microphone across the entire live stream. Rumors are useful. Fine, today I'll give you a live demonstration to show what level of radiation resistance my cub has. As his voice faded, he began operating on the system interface. In the live stream, a huge virtual radiation icon emitting a faint green light appeared out of nowhere, slowly drifting towards Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo tilted its head curiously, seeming to treat the icon as a new toy. It opened its mouth, curled its tongue, and with a slurp sound swallowed the radiation icon, which was larger than its own head, like eating candy. The live stream fell silent for a second, everyone holding their breath. The next moment, an incredible sight occurred. Xiao Mo, having swallowed the radiation icon, not only showed no discomfort, but even let out a contented burp. Beneath its pitch-black scales, a faint soft fluorescence gradually emanated, as if a lantern had been lit inside its body, filled with mysterious and powerful vitality. Holy crap, he just ate it. Ate it like a meal. Is this a radiation resistance test? This is clearly a buffet. Sakura Ichiro's face must be green. They directly flaunt radiation as energy bars. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Feed the cub extra. Let him see what true nuclear peaceful rise means. Boom. It was as if a real nuclear bomb had been dropped into the live stream. A highest value nuclear bomb reward icon exploded in the center of the screen, its golden light almost covering the entire scene. This seemed to be a signal. User Dragon Soul Immortal rewards nuclear bomb icon 1. User Specialist for Unconvinced rewards nuclear bomb icon 1. User A Souvenir for Mount Fuji rewards nuclear bomb icon 10. Crazy. Everyone was going crazy. Thousands of nuclear bomb icons, rockets, and spaceships, as if free, turned into a dazzling meteor shower, crashing frantically into the live stream. The reward amount scroll bar had become a blur, the numbers impossible to see. In Su Bai's mind, the system's prompt sounded like a tsunami warning. Detected intense emotional resonance. Emotional resonance has reached peak. Reward settlement in progress. Feeding point acquisition efficiency temporarily increased by 200. Bond value 50. Warning. Absorbing massive virtual concept energy, host Xiao Mo is about to evolve. Just as the system prompt faded, Xiao Mo in front of the camera let out a roar mixed with pain and excitement. A crisp crack sounded like bone breaking or crystal growing. Under the gaze of billions of viewers, the central piece of the originally smooth dorsal fin on Xiao Mo's back suddenly bulged upward, then split open in the middle. Within the gap, a brilliant blue light surged, dazzling. Objects like blue crystal prisms slowly grew and squeezed out from the crack. They were not flesh, but condensed bodies of pure energy, radiation plasma tubes. The blue energy flow could be clearly seen surging within the tubes, as if containing earth-shattering power. Evolved. Holy crap. Xiao Mo evolved. What is this growing on its back? It feels terrifying. Yet cool. This is what a god should look like. Those fools in Fusang, they awakened an existence beyond their imagination. A sharp glint flashed in Su Bai's eyes. He knew the moment to test the results had arrived. He quickly contacted the military high command through the system, and after obtaining permission, he took Xiao Mo to an abandoned military island deep in the East Sea. The live stream camera following a drone overlooked the isolated island from high altitude. Cub, Su Bai's voice carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement. See that abandoned radar tower. Give the global audience a demonstration. Xiao Mo seemed to sense its master's will. It raised its head, and the new radiation plasma tubes glowed fiercely. It opened its huge mouth, and a condensed, scorching blue beam shot out without any warning. That beam of light would later be called the divine breath. It made no earth-shattering sound, only utter destruction. The intense blue light instantly struck the radar tower several kilometers away, yet there was no explosion. It directly pierced through then the mountain behind the radar tower, and then the entire island. In the live stream, a smooth tunnel more than 10 meters in diameter appeared, piercing from one end of the island to the other. After a second of silence, destruction truly descended. Centered on the pierced tunnel, the entire island's crust let out a groan of unbearable strain. The next moment, the magma deep within the earth was triggered by this divine force, surging up along the tunnel and eventually erupting violently from the center of the island. A dark red pillar of fire thousands of meters high shot into the sky, dyeing the heavens a blazing red. The boiling seawater around the island fiercely evaporated, rising into a sky-obscuring white steam. Strangely, under the influence of high-altitude air currents, this vast steam cloud slowly formed a huge and clear outline of a Chinese character, kill. Then the delayed explosion sound finally arrived. Amidst the deafening roar, a huge fireball swallowed everything, and the intense electromagnetic pulse instantly made the live stream lose focus, plunging into static. After a brief loss of signal, when the picture returned, the original island had vanished, leaving only a huge chasm still churning with magma and seawater. Globally, a deathly silence fell. In Su Bai's mind, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, host. Xiao Mo has successfully released atomic heat ray for the first time, achieving a milestone. Unlocked special privilege radiation vein generation. The host can designate an area, consume feeding points, and convert useless substances into high-value radiation veins. A few minutes later, Longwa National Television urgently inserted a breaking news. This station has just learned our East Sea Exploration Department has detected an abnormally strong energy fluctuation in the sea area numbered XXX. Preliminary surveys have discovered a super large-scale composite rare metal vein, among which the estimated reserves of high-purity uranium may exceed 50 of the world's known total reserves. In the news footage, the anchor's voice was trembling with excitement. The livestream camera cut back to Su Bai's face. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and said to the camera and to the pale-faced Sakura Ichiro behind the screen word by word, "See that? This is the pollution source you talk about. Sorry, but my cubs, even its poop is gold." In distant Fusang, Sakura Ichiro stared fixedly at Su Bai's mocking face on the screen and the steam-formed kill character in the background, which seemed like a death sentence for him. The teacup in his hand shattered with a smack, but he felt nothing even as the scalding tea splashed on his hand. His body trembled uncontrollably, not from anger, but from a fear deep in his soul. That was not a monster. That was not a giant beast. That was a walking strategic nuclear weapon, a god that could create a nation's lifeline out of thin air. Conventional warfare of public opinion and economic sanctions became laughable child's play in the face of such absolute power. Sakurai Ichiro abruptly grabbed the red encrypted phone on the table, his fingers trembling as he dialed a number he had never thought he would reach out to for help. The moment the call connected, he spoke in a hoarse voice, almost pleadingly, to the liaison officer from the United States on the other end. It must be contained. At all costs. This is no longer just a problem for Longwa, it's a subversion of the existing world order. We must. At all costs. This is no longer just a problem for Longwa, it's a subversion of the existing world order. We must. Beneath the deep blue surface of the Donghai Sea, an invisible undercurrent was surging. Almost at the same moment when the Longwa research vessel, Explorer 1, arrived at the predetermined waters of the new mineral vein, an urgent news bulletin was delivered to Su Bai's phone via an encrypted channel. The headline was glaring and cold. Yingjing Yilong, in collaboration with the Beacon Nation, has established a temporary military security zone in the Donghai Sea. The Joint Fleet has already stationed warning that any unauthorized vessels are prohibited from approaching. The so-called security zone was like a giant iron lock precisely wedged between Explorer 1 and the new mineral vein. In the photo, destroyers and frigates flying the Sakura flag and the Stars and Stripes flag were like a pack of steel sharks forming an impenetrable blockade. They are blatantly robbing us. In the combat command room, a young researcher's face flushed with anger. Su Bai did not speak. He slowly raised his head, his eyes devoid of anger, only a profound, bottomless chill. He ignored the anxious crowd around him, walked straight to the live-streaming equipment, took a deep breath, and pressed the start button. The live-stream screen lit up. There was no warm-up, no pleasantries. Only Su Bai's stern face and the massive electronic sea chart behind him. On the chart, the red, temporary military security zone, was like an ugly scar. Urgent live broadcast. Everyone make it short. Su Bai's voice spread across the entire network through the microphone. Someone wants to steal our baby's meal. The barrage of comments paused for a second, then erupted like a geyser. Did I see that right? The Joint Fleet is blocking the door. Holy crap. They're scared. They're scared of our baby. This is too much. This is a blatant provocation. Are they calling this a safety zone? They're holding a gun to our heads. Go baby. Fight them. Su Bai watched the scrolling comments, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. You're right, they're scared. They know that conventional means can no longer stop us. So they've torn off their last disguise. He paused, his voice suddenly rising with a stirring force that ignited hearts. But they seem to have gotten one thing wrong. Is our baby's meal so easy to steal? Brothers, sisters. Su Bai slammed his hand heavily on the table. Behind our research vessel is our entire nation. Behind our baby are 1.4 billion family members eager to protect it. Now someone has reached into our family's pot. What should we do? Donate. Give our baby a feast. Su Bai almost roared. Let them see what the will of the entire nation means. I don't care if you send rockets or spaceships. Today, all the donations will be transformed into our baby's power. Who still has useless scrap metal at home? Who still has outdated old ship models? Throw them over with your thoughts. Let our baby feel our steel torrent. Before his words ended, the entire livestream screen was instantly covered in a dazzling golden glow. Long Tongue Sea High sent Star Fortress X-100. Huzai Shun Jiao de Zhang Lao sent Deep Sea Monster X-100. A Common Patriot sent Aircraft Carrier X-100. Countless donation icons stacked, compressed, and exploded, forming an unprecedented storm of gifts. The sheer volume of data flow even forced the livestream platform to urgently deploy 10 times the server capacity. Su Bai's face was no longer visible on the screen, only a glittering mountain formed by virtual gifts. At the same time, deep beneath the sea, Xiao Mo, who was swimming quietly, suddenly shuddered. An unprecedented surge of immense energy, like a flood bursting through a dam, poured madly through the spiritual link between it and Su Bai. This energy was no longer a trickling stream. It was a mountain-shaking, sea-roaring force carrying the anger, hope, and protective will of billions. The fin-like appendage on Xiao Mo's back, which had originally only glowed with a faint blue outline, now suddenly blazed up. The light shifted from a dim blue to a deep, vivid azure, with energy surging within it, almost becoming tangible, as if it might burst out at any moment. Its body seemed unchanged, but beneath every inch of its scales lurked a terrifying power that made hearts tremble. In Su Bai's mind, the cold system prompt sound rang clearly. Warning detected: massive emotional resonance, intensity exceeding threshold. Emotional resonance rampage triggered. Pet beast Xiao Mo heat ray skill is being strengthened. Strengthening complete. Heat ray level upgraded to LV. 2. Energy trajectory, solidity 50, penetration 30. Effective range increased. The chill in Su Bai's eyes turned into blazing battle intent. He looked at the 3 Sakura Nation frigates patrolling in a triangular formation at the outermost edge of the blockade on the sea chart, then pressed the communicator. Xiao Mo, time for dinner. 3 appetizers first. The moment the command was given, the blue phantom in the deep sea moved. It made no sound, like a drop of ink merging into the ocean, and stealthily swam to the underside of the 3 frigates at an astonishing speed. The cold seawater slid over its body without stirring even a ripple. Target lock. Su Bai's voice was as calm as a machine. Fire. The next second, a blue beam of light purer than the deep sea itself shot out from Xiao Mo's mouth. This could no longer be called a beam of light. It was more like a condensed blue light whip, carving a visible, perfectly straight trajectory in the water without any ripples. The light whip swept past without any earth-shattering explosion, nor did it stir up much splashing. On the sea surface, the crew of the 3 frigates were still listlessly watching the calm waters. A lookout even yawned, just about to complain about the boring task. Suddenly he felt a strange, slight tremor from the deck beneath his feet. He looked down and saw a faint red glowing blue line that had somehow appeared in the center of the hull, stretching from the bow to the stern. What is that?" he murmured. Before his words faded, the entire lower half of the frigate seemed to be pressed down by an invisible giant hand, while the upper half, carried by massive inertia, slid smoothly and silently to one side. Skirkery. The grating sound of metal tearing belatedly rang out. The frigate, cut in half at the waist, was like a sliced cake, exposing its internal pipes, steel plates, and cabin structures. The other 2 frigates met the exact same fate. The upper halves of the 3 warships fell into the sea, almost simultaneously, causing huge waves. Immediately afterward, the severed fuel tanks and ammunition compartments, coming into contact with seawater and short-circuiting sparks, triggered a violent chain of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. 3 giant fireballs soared into the sky, flames roiling, black smoke billowing. Fuel leaked onto the sea surface, ignited by the explosions. Flames spread and intertwined among the waves. Under the livestream's God's eye view rendered with special angles, the blazing fire eerily outlined 2 wild Chinese characters. Function. The livestream went completely wild. Holy crap. Holy crap. What is that blue light? 1 strike. 3 ships. Directly cut in half. What did I see? Is it an illusion? The flames formed the words function. This is not an illusion. The baby has become a god in one battle today. This is the true overlord of the sea. What joint fleet? In front of our baby, they're just a dish of food. Inside the bridge of the joint fleet's flagship, Freedom Pioneer, the atmosphere froze to a freezing point. The radar screens were a mess, and the communication channels were filled with terrified, distorted screams from the Sakura Nation ship personnel. The Beacon Nation Fleet Commander General Hank stared intently at the 3 glaring fireballs on the screen, his face livid. What did this? Torpedoes. Or a submarine. Report, General. It's not torpedoes. Our sonar didn't capture any target, nor did it detect any torpedo launch noise. The radar officer's voice trembled. It's like it was cut by a ghost. Ghost? General Hank roared. Damn the ghost. Turn that sea area upside down. All anti-submarine missiles, indiscriminate saturation fire. The order was given. The launch silo covers of several destroyers quickly opened, and one after another anti-submarine missiles with white tails roared toward the burning sea area like a rain of steel, trying to force Xiao Mo out. Su Bai sneered, issuing a new command through the spiritual link. Since they're so enthusiastic, let's go up and say hello. Let them see clearly who is above their heads. Just as the missiles were about to hit the water, a loud splash erupted from the center of the burning sea, and a colossal creature burst out of the water. Its massive black body leaped into the air with the crushing weight of tens of thousands of tons of seawater. Under the sunlight, the scales on its body reflected a cold metallic gleam. Seawater cascaded down its enormous body, forming a spectacular waterfall. It was Xiao Mo. Everyone who witnessed this scene, whether General Hank on the flagship or the billions of viewers in the live stream, felt their hearts gripped by an invisible giant hand, almost stopping. Heavens! Heavens! A young officer on the bridge of the Freedom Pioneer cried out involuntarily. Xiao Mo stretched its body in midair, locking onto the 3 destroyers that had just fired their missiles and were now in a firepower vacuum. It opened its massive mouth and the condensed solid-like blue light whip appeared again, but this time it was not a thrust, but a sweep. A blue light curtain connecting heaven and sea with an invincible posture swept from left to right in a perfect fan shape. Where the light curtain passed, the bridge's radars, weapons systems, and all exposed structures above the decks of the 3 destroyers were instantly vaporized and melted through, with molten iron splattering everywhere. Their hulls were not severed, but all the superstructures were neatly shaved flat, turning into burning steel coffins completely paralyzed on the sea. Having done all this, Xiao Mo gracefully fell back into the water, leaving only a massive whirlpool and 3 burning wrecks. On the sea, the firelight reddened half the sky. The entire joint fleet fell into a deathly silence. The livestream comments after a brief moment of stupefaction flooded the screen again with 10-fold, 100-fold frenzy. I apologize for my ignorance. This is not our baby. This is our guardian god. This is our confidence. Who dares to provoke again? Do you see Yingjing along? Do you see Beacon Nation? This is our answer. The baby has become a god. Today is the day of deification. Far away in a highly secret underground command center in the Sakura Nation homeland, Yingjing Ilong calmly watched the burning sea of fire on the screen. There was not a trace of anger or panic on his face, not even a ripple. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, as if he were enjoying a play whose script had long been written. A subordinate in a suit walked quickly over, his voice trembling with fear. Prime Minister, the fleet has suffered heavy losses. The enemy's monster exceeds all our estimates. Yingjing Ilong slowly turned his head, and a cold, eerie smile, incomprehensible to anyone, curled at the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand to interrupt the subordinate, then turned his gaze back to the huge silhouette flickering in the firelight on the screen, whispering in a voice only he could hear. Finally, lured it to the predetermined stage. He looked up at a pitch-black screen before him that showed nothing and issued a command. Initiate the final phase of the Godslayer plan. Over the east sea, the wind and clouds changed color. Sakura Ichiro's sinister laughter seemed still to echo in the clouds, while beneath the surface a colossal creature stirred the deep blue terror and burst forth from the water. It was a massive pitch-black serpent, not with 1 head, but 8, each one hideous and terrifying. As its tongues flickered, thick purple poisonous mist spread like a sea of clouds, and wherever it passed the seawater hissed and corroded, instantly turning into a zone of death. The Baki Juvenile. In the live broadcast room, the hearts of hundreds of millions of viewers around the world instantly leaped into their throats. Holy shit. It's the Yamada no Orochi from Fusang mythology. These bastards actually managed to create this thing. This poisonous mist is terrifying. Xiao Mo dodge. Sakurai Ichiro is insane. Is he trying to pollute the entire East Sea? Under the lens, Xiao Mo showed no sign of retreat. Its mountain-like body faced the poisonous mist, and a blazing blue light gathered in its throat. A scorching atomic heat ray, like a divine blade of judgment, shot forth fiercely. The heat ray collided head-on with the poisonous mist, but instead of the expected penetration, it triggered a violent chemical reaction upon contact. The sea surface seemed to have been injected with hundreds of millions of tons of sodium, instantly boiling. Rolling steam mixed with purple toxic substances soared into the sky, forming an apocalyptic spectacle connecting the heavens and the sea. Xiao Mo let out a low, deep roar, carrying a hint of barely perceptible weariness. The head-on energy clash had taken a huge toll on it as well. In a secret base deep within the Dragon Kingdom, Su Bai frowned. On the virtual screen before him, Xiao Mo's vital physiological data was declining at a visible rate. Energy output overload at 15%, slight corrosion of the biological armor. The cub is struggling. Su Bai muttered to himself, his eyes sharp as a blade. He knew very well that the Baki Juvenile's poisonous mist was not just a physical attack, but also a persistent energy-weakening domain. If this dragged on, Xiao Mo would surely lose. The tactic had to change. New strength had to be brought in. His fingers swept across the control panel, and a contract panel glowing with a faint golden light popped up. Ladies and gentlemen, Su Bai's tone was steady as it transmitted to the world through the live broadcast. Xiao Mo needs support. Right now I will activate a new authority, the Probationary Keeper program. We will select one viewer to form a temporary mental link, with Xiao Mo assisting me in combat. As soon as the words left his mouth, the barrage in the live room froze for half a second, then erupted like a geyser. What? We can join the fight. Probationary Keeper. What kind of godly position is that? Pick me. How is the selection done? Donation. I'm selling my house right now. Warning. Mental linking with a giant beast is extremely dangerous. If your mental strength is too weak, you'll be mentally crippled. Streamer, think twice. Su Bai ignored the barrage's frenzy and concern. His gaze locked onto a line of small text on the system panel. The system will automatically filter the optimal candidate based on mental compatibility, bond depth, and energy contribution value. The system has begun screening, Su Bai said solemnly. Whoever can most stably connect to the cub's consciousness will become Xiao Mo's first comrade in arms. Barrage, are you ready? Almost the moment he finished speaking in a top-floor apartment in Shanghai, Li Wei, who was staring intently at the screen, saw a system prompt box appear before her that was completely different from the others. Respected top donor Vivi is not Wei Wei. The system has detected that your mental strength has an extremely high compatibility with juvenile Godzilla Xiaomo. Are you willing to accept the temporary contract, become the first probationary keeper, and fight alongside the keeper Su Bai? Yes, no. Li Wei, one of the Dragon Kingdom's youngest military strategic analysts, did not hesitate for a moment. In her beautiful eyes, which were always calmly analyzing the battlefield, a resolute gleam flashed. Her slender finger pressed heavily on the yes option. In an instant, an indescribable torrent surged into her mind. The world spun, inverted, and reorganized. The scene of the living room shattered like glass, replaced by a boiling purple ocean and 8 ferocious roaring snake heads facing her. Her ears no longer heard the gentle breeze from the air conditioner, but the deafening roars of giant beasts and the raging waves of the sea. Her heartbeat instantly synchronized with a heavy, powerful pulse like an ancient war drum. Boom, boom, boom. This was Xiaomo's heartbeat. She could feel every muscle tightening in Xiaomo's body, the scorching heat gathering in its throat for the atomic ray, and even the subtle sting as the poisonous mist corroded its armor. She could even see the trajectory of energy flowing through Xiaomo's body and the fatal flaw hidden beneath the enemy's seemingly impenetrable defense. Su Bai. Li Wei's voice echoed directly in Su Bai's mind through the mental link. The voice was cold, crisp, and carried an undeniable precision. Listen to my command. Its defense core is not in the head, but 3 inches left of the 7-inch mark on its belly. There is a reverse scale, the weakest node of energy flow. Su Bai's heart tightened. Although he was the keeper, his control over Xiaomo was more about macro-level commands and energy supply. Li Wei, however, was like the most precise tactical sight, instantly seeing through the key to the battle. Roger that. Without hesitation, he immediately conveyed the combat intent to Xiaomo through his master authority. On the battlefield, Xiaomo's movements suddenly changed. It no longer engaged in energy exchanges with the Baki juvenile, but let out a roar full of tactical meaning, and its massive body suddenly charged sideways. The Baki juvenile clearly did not expect its opponent to abandon its position. All 8 heads spat venom simultaneously, trying to block Xiaomo's path. However, Xiaomo now seemed to have been infused with a new soul. Every step it took landed in the trough of the waves, and every dodge was exquisitely timed, perfectly avoiding most of the venom barrage. Now, Li Wei's command rang out again. Xiaomo's enormous claws blazed with terrifying blue light, and as it brushed past the Baki juvenile, they tore like 2 sky-splitting axes into that inconspicuous spot on its belly. Rip! The tough snakeskin split apart. That seemingly ordinary reverse scale was precisely peeled back, revealing a shocking sight beneath. A human head-sized pulsating purple core. Countless energy patterns radiated from the core throughout the body. This was the energy center of the giant beast. Heat ray. The commands of Su Bai and Li Wei merged perfectly at this moment. Xiaomo twisted its head violently, and the atomic heat ray which had been brewing was no longer a crude beam of energy, but compressed to an extreme point, like a scalpel precisely injected into the exposed purple core. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Then a chain of explosions began. The purple core first emitted a blinding light, then the energy reversed, traveling along the patterns throughout the Baki juvenile's entire body. On its 7 inches, its neck, and even inside each of its heads, bursts of purple blood mist erupted one after another. The Baki juvenile let out a piercing, agonized shriek, and its 8 heads writhed in agony, unable to maintain balance. Finish it. Li Wei's voice carried a cold, murderous intent. Su Bai gave a more direct command. Under their shared will, Xiaomo suddenly leaped up, its enormous body blotting out the sky, and crashed down like a moving mountain toward one of the Baki juvenile's main heads. Thud. At that moment, the live broadcast captured an unforgettable scene. The snake's head beneath Xiaomo's giant foot burst like a ripe watermelon. Grayish-white brain matter and purple-black blood mixed together, splattering through the air in slow motion from the high-speed camera, creating a bizarre, yet poignant visual effect, like countless falling cherry blossoms. Aya! The remaining 7 heads let out deathly wails, its broken body twisting wildly, no longer caring about the mineral veins. Dragging its severely wounded form, it fled in terror toward the deep sea, its massive movements even triggering a small tsunami on the surface. The battle was over. In the global live broadcast room, viewers who had gone from despair to ecstasy expressed their excitement with a torrent of barges. We won. We won. Xiaomo is awesome. What was that coordination? It was sheer genius. Who was that person? Was that the probationary keeper? So cool. Stomping the head and exploding brains. This special effect gets a 10 out of 10. Cherry blossoms falling, so fitting. In the base, Su Bai let out a long sigh, and a smile spread across his face. He looked at the screen and reopened the public voice channel. Ladies and gentlemen, let me proudly introduce our hero, the Dragon Kingdom's first probationary keeper, Li Wei. With his introduction, the system automatically switched a subscreen to Li Wei's apartment. In the shot, she had just emerged from the mental link, her face slightly pale, but her eyes blazing with an astonishing intensity. The barrage exploded again. Congratulations to Sister Li Wei on her new job. Big shot. Please take good care of the cub from now on. So does Xiao Mo now have a daddy and a little mommy? Don't talk nonsense up there. Call her tactical advisor. Li Wei watched her own figure on the screen, and the scrolling barges and the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. It was a confident smile of someone who had grasped great power and was showing her edge. In her eyes it seemed as if flames were burning. Meanwhile on Su Bai's system panel a new prompt appeared. Temporary contract converted to a formal contract. Keeper Su Bai and probationary keeper Li Wei have been successfully bonded. Bond sharing system activated, current sharing progress 10. Everything seemed to have settled and was heading toward a perfect conclusion. However, just as Su Bai was about to close the live broadcast and study the bond sharing system, a red warning icon in the corner of the console flickered silently. It was not an enemy attack alert, but an urgent report from the Resource Exploration Department. He casually opened it. Report number 734, subject emergency data, anomaly notification regarding the new vein at East Sea Gungnir 3. Content: the Baki juvenile has been repelled, but the energy detection readings of the vein show an inexplicable continuous decline. The decay model does not match any known physical phenomenon. Preliminary scans indicate that the vein's interior seems to be being silently digested from the core by something. The smile on Su Bai's face slowly froze. The 3 seconds of snowflake flickering felt like an eternity to the bridge of the deep-sea titan. It was an absolute silence, not an auditory silence, but a complete severance at the information level. Vision, hearing, data streams. Everything was forcibly severed by the will from the peak of the deep-sea volcano. In the live stream room, the screens of tens of millions of viewers simultaneously plunged into a mix of darkness and snowflakes, and the barrage comments instantly froze, as if time had been solidified. 3 seconds later the display returned. The emergency red lights in the bridge slowly dimmed, and the data stream on the main control screen began to refresh like a waterfall again. Li Wei's fingers flew across the virtual keyboard so fast that after images appeared, her face unprecedentedly solemn. Interference source confirmed from the sonar lock target, Serpent King. This is not electromagnetic interference, but rather a mental shock, or rather some kind of high-dimensional information suppression. Our main server has suffered 0.3 permanent data damage. Li Wei's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. The damage rate seemed negligible, but the servers of the Deep-Sea Titan were the pinnacle of the Federation's technology. To cause permanent damage to them, the terror of that Serpent King exceeded all contingency plans. The barrage in the live stream room burst out like a flood the moment the picture restored. Holy shit, what just happened? I thought my internet was down. All platforms blacked out for 3 seconds. What level of power is this? The monster opens its eyes, and the internet goes down. Scared me to death, thought Su Shun had failed cardiac arrest. It's not a failure, it's a provocation. A blatant provocation. That big snake is showing off to all of us. The above is correct. It knows we're watching it. Meanwhile, on the system interface in front of Su Bai, large blood-red characters burned into his pupils. Warning. Detected superspec life form. Forcibly generating deep-sea limited instance. Instance name Lava Serpent Nest. Instance type Team Hunt. Target Serpent King S-Class. Variant mission brief. The king that dwells in the deep-sea volcano has awakened, and its very existence is a pollution to this sea area. Eliminate it, or be devoured by it. Su Bai's grim smile appeared especially eerie under the dim light of the bridge. Far from being intimidated by the 3-second threat, his eyes instead blazed with the excitement of a predator discovering top-tier prey. Serpent King, a meal for the kid. His voice was not loud, but it clearly spread throughout the bridge and through the microphone to every viewer's ears. Kid. What's the kid Su Shin mentioned? I think it was mentioned before. It's Su Shin's pet. Can it eat an S-Class variant as a snack? After following Su Shun for so long, finally going to see the legendary kid. Stop joking, this is obviously a tough talk to boost morale. What do you know? Su Shin never talks nonsense. Su Bai ignored the barrage's guesses, turned around, and looked at a life support pod at the rear of the bridge protected by layers of thick alloy and energy shields. Inside the pod, in a pale blue nutrient solution, a fist-sized object resembling an obsidian egg was floating quietly. When Su Bai said the words "a meal," several dark gold veins on the surface of the black egg flickered like breathing. Li Wei. Su Bai's voice returned to his usual calm and decisive tone. Transmit all the data from the sonar matrix scan, including the precise coordinate, size, and energy reaction of that white spot under the jaw, to Xiao Mo. I want a 3-dimensional dynamic model with an error rate not exceeding 0.1. Understood. Li Wei immediately executed the order, her hands dancing before the console. On the giant main screen, the contour of the Serpent King, detected by sonar, was rapidly constructed into a detailed 3-dimensional model. Its massive body coiled like a mountain range on the seabed volcano, with a crimson energy core faintly visible in its chest. On the lower jaw of its huge head, a white area incongruous with the surrounding dark scales was highlighted with data streams constantly refreshing beside it. Scan rate 71. Data sent to the Heavenly Fire weapon system. Xiao Mo. Su Bai turned to the weapon control seat on the other side. Preheat the Heavenly Fire system lock onto the white spot energy reserve at 100. Give me one chance for a penetrating strike. The silent Xiao Mo, who had been staring at the weapon targeting interface, now curled her lips into a bloodthirsty smile. She pushed the control lever in front of her, and a slight hum came from the entire hull of the deep-sea Titan as a vast amount of energy began to converge at the bow. Heavenly Fire System preheated, ready to fire at any time. Xiao Mo's voice was cool and confident. As long as it enters range, I guarantee a one-shot kill. Good. Su Bai nodded, his gaze returning to the main screen. All hands turn target lava serpent nest advance at maximum silent speed. The deep-sea Titan, like an awakened steel beast, silently adjusted its posture in the deep sea, its bow aimed at the volcano shrouded in the shadow of death. The atmosphere in the live stream room was tense to the extreme. It's going to fight. It's going to fight. Going head-on against an S-class boss. Silent cruising. They're going to sneak attack. Sneak attack. My ass had already opened its eyes and looked at you. This is a king-to-king direct declaration of war. I'm a bit panicked. That Serpent King is bigger than the Titan, right? How can we fight this? What's there to fear? We have Su Shun and Sister Xiao Mo's Heavenly Fire. I'll donate 10 rockets to gild Xiao Mo's cannon barrel. Wait for me, rich guy ahead. 20 rockets. Light up the Serpent King's weak spot. Give Su Shun the way. As rocket gifts rose on the screen one by one, the brightness of the white spot under the jaw area, representing the Serpent King's weak spot on the main screen, increased again, and the surrounding terrain and energy flow dynamics were analyzed more clearly. The system prompt sounded at the right moment. Thank you for the donation from viewer. I'm a monk named Chaos. The scanning precision of the weak spot area has been increased to 92. The deep-sea Titan crept through the dim seawater. Outside the portholes, no ordinary marine life could be seen, only some strange fungal mats twisted by geothermal heat and occasionally drifting giant bones. The closer they got to the volcano, the higher the water temperature became. The detectors showed that the surrounding seawater temperature had already soared from a freezing single digit to 70 degrees Celsius, enough to crush and boil an ordinary submarine. Warning: high-intensity biological force field detected ahead. Li Wei's voice sounded again. Number: over 500. It's the mechanical shark swarm that attacked the mineral vein before, but different models, stronger energy reactions. They are patrolling. On the main screen, dense red dots formed a defense line around the volcano, like a group of loyal guards protecting their king. So there's an ambush. The Serpent King has minions. Over 500 elite monsters. It would take half a day just to clear the mobs in this instance. What will Su Shun do? Barge through or go around? Su Bai looked at the red dots on the screen, his eyes without any fluctuation. Xiao Mo switched to hive mode. Clear them out. Don't get bogged down. Must open a gap within 3 minutes. Hive? What new weapon is that? The barrage was filled with curiosity. Xiao Mo let out a cold laugh, her hands operating on the auxiliary console. With a hum, the armor plates on both sides of the deep-sea Titan's hull slid open, revealing dozens of dark launch ports. Hive missile launch system loaded with Shark Hunter micro-homing torpedoes ready. Fire. Su Bai's words were concise. The next second, hundreds of micro-torpedoes trailing blue flames shot out like a swarm of bees, leaving the nest, carving hundreds of interlaced deadly trajectories in the seawater, precisely rushing toward the distant mechanical shark swarm. The mechanical shark swarm obviously also detected the intruders. They immediately turned around, opened their heads, and fired beams of crimson energy. However, the Shark Hunter torpedoes were extremely small, fast, and their trajectories were completely irregular. They nimbly weaved through the interwoven energy beams like a swarm of the deadliest piranhas. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions lit up the distant deep sea like a grand underwater fireworks show. Each torpedo accurately hit its target, the violent explosions tearing those sturdy mechanical sharks into pieces. In less than 3 minutes, the originally impenetrable defense line was violently torn open, creating a huge gap. Well done. Holy crap. This fire coverage. So fierce. Sister Xiao Mo is awesome. A tough person with few words, just a wave of the hand, and a sea of fire. Is this the strength of Su Shun's team? Love it, love it. Passing through the death channel composed of mechanical shark wreckage, the sleeping deep-sea volcano finally fully presented itself before everyone's eyes. It was more majestic and more eerie than imagined. The mountain was not ordinary rock, but a substance with a metallic luster in the black, with countless glowing lava veins flowing on the mountain like the blood vessels of a giant beast. And at the top of the volcano, in a huge crater, the magma did not erupt, but pulsed rhythmically like a heart. That massive creature known as the Serpent King coiled on top of this heart. Its body was simply too huge, just its coiled volume was comparable to a small mountain. Covering its body was not flesh and scales, but a carapace seemingly forged from obsidian and alloy, with gaps emitting a dark red glow akin to the volcanoes. It had no eyes. Instead, there were two deep whirlpools burning with eerie blue flames. At this moment, it was slowly raising its ferocious and majestic head, the two eerie blue flames precisely staring at the approaching deep-sea Titan. Target energy reaction skyrocketing. It's about to attack. Li Wei warned sharply. Before the words faded, the Serpent King opened its huge mouth, emitting no sound, but an invisible, yet visible transparent shock wave spread in a fan shape, instantly crossing the distance between them. It's a mental shock. Everyone be careful. Su Bai growled, simultaneously pressing a red button on the command seat. A layer of pale golden hexagonal shield instantly expanded on the surface of a deep-sea titan's hull. The invisible shock wave struck the shield, causing violent ripples. The entire bridge shook violently, and piercing alarms blared throughout. Shield energy dropped by 30. One attack consumed nearly a third. Li Wei reported the data, her voice filled with horror. Such powerful force. We held. Su Shin is awesome. If we didn't have the shield, would we have been shaken into idiots? Is this the S-class boss's greeting? Too damn warm. Chance. Amid the violent shaking, Su Bai's voice was as steady as a rock. At the moment the Serpent King launched its attack to release energy, the white spot on its lower jaw was fully exposed due to muscle stretching, and its energy fluctuations became abnormally active like a giant target. Xiaomo. Locked. Xiaomo's eyes were fixed on the infinitely magnified white spot on the screen, and her finger decisively pressed the bright red launch button. Heavenly fire. From the bow of the deep-sea titan, a blazing white beam of light brighter than a star tore through the dark seawater, ignoring all resistance with the determination and destruction to purify everything, shooting straight toward the deep sea. King the Nightmare coiled on the lava heart. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. In the live stream room, all the barrage disappeared, and tens of millions of viewers held their breath, staring at the beam of light that pierced the deep sea on the screen. Ahead of the light beam was the Serpent King's huge mouth, which had just finished its attack and had not yet closed, and that fully exposed, deadly white weak spot. Victory or defeat seemed to hang in this instant. Shinla Qiandai's cold smile froze on her beautiful face. Through the high magnification observation scope, she clearly saw that the monster called Xiao-Mo by the Dragon Kingdom people did not flee in panic under the lock of biological toxin missile, but instead raised its head as if expecting. Absurd. She shook off this unrealistic thought. This was the pinnacle of the Fusang Empire's genetic weapons, a dissolving toxin specifically designed for the gene chain of Godzilla-like giant beasts. Once struck, the genetic structure would collapse from within, reducing the target to a pool of worthless protein soup. Fire. Shinla Qiandai's crimson lips parted slightly as she issued the kill order. In an instant, dozens of missiles trailing sickly green exhaust like a swarm of bloodthirsty wasps let out sharp shrieks as they burst from the clouds, diving straight toward the tiny figure atop Mount Fuji. In Su Bai's livestream room, the bullet comments were instantly flooded with fear and despair. FCK. It's Fusang's gene weapon. Once touched, you're dead. It's over. Xiao-Mo is done for. Streamer, make it run. The poison fog range is too big. Can't escape. That woman is too ruthless. Damn, Shinla Qiandai. If you have guts, fight one-on-one. Using poison, what kind of hero is that? Why isn't Su Bai saying anything? Is he scared too? In front of the screen, Su Bai's lips curled into a cold smirk. Scared? No, he was excited. The deadly poison in others' eyes was nothing but a luxurious meal delivered to his doorstep. Kid, don't be polite, he said softly to the empty space before him, but the voice clearly transmitted through the mental link into Xiaomo's mind. Open your mouth, time to eat. The moment the command was given, facing the overwhelming rain of deadly missiles, Xiao-Mo did not retreat a single step. Instead, it suddenly opened its huge maw wide. Deep in its throat, a miniature black hole seemed to appear, generating an invisible suction force. Shinla Qiandai watched the unbelievable scene with her own eyes. Her prideful missile swarm, still 100 meters from the target, changed trajectory uncontrollably, like iron filings drawn by a magnet, and swarmed into that huge mouth. Boom, boom, boom. The missiles detonated one after another inside Xiao-Mo's mouth, and thick, nauseating green poison fog burst out, instantly engulfing its entire head. Direct hit. Cheers erupted inside the Fusang command ship. A victorious smile finally reappeared on Shinla Qiandai's face. Stupid beast trying to swallow death. Game over. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream room, lamentations filled the air. Xiao-Mo. It took all the damage head on. This is really the end. Streamer, why did you give that order? You killed it. Unfollowing. I'm done. However, Su Bai just coldly stared at the screen and calmly uttered 2 words: watch. The next second, a miracle occurred. That thick poison fog, capable of corroding steel and dissolving everything, did not spread. Instead, it was grasped by an invisible hand, violently contracted inward, and was entirely sucked back into Xiao-Mo's mouth, not a trace escaping. Then a series of crisp system notification sounds rang simultaneously in Su Bai's and Xiao-Mo's consciousness. Ding. Detected high concentration biological gene toxin. Starting forced absorption. Ding. Toxin resistance rapidly increasing. 10, 50, 100. Ding. Congratulations. Host pet Xiao-Mo has broken through the toxin resistance cap. Successfully unlocked new organ toxin metabolism system. All toxin damage to you will be reduced by 90, and absorbed toxins can be converted into your own energy. Under the horrified gazes of countless viewers and Shinla Qiandai, Xiao-Mo slowly raised its head. Not only was it unharmed, but the dark carapace covering its back now shimmered with a deep, cold metallic luster, as if upgraded from carbon fiber to titanium alloy. It chewed, producing a teeth-grinding crunch sound. The remains of the swallowed missiles. Ding. Successfully digested high-strength alloy fragments. Unlocked mutation ability alloy claw. As soon as the words faded, Xiao Mo's two front claws suddenly swelled and half-meter-long blades shot out from its fingertips, gleaming with a cold light sharper than a scalpel, shining brilliantly under the sun. The bullet comments in the livestream room froze for a full 3 seconds, then erupted in a frenzy. What did I see? It ate the missiles and evolved it. Reverse feeding. This is the ultimate reverse feeding. I declare Miss Shinla is this year's best feeder. This wave is sending your head from 1,000 miles away, a gift of great weight and sentiment. 666. Bai Shin is awesome. Xiao Mo is awesome. I knew it wasn't that simple. Shinla Qiandai's smile completely froze, then was replaced by boundless fear. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. My gene-dissolving toxin. How could it become its nourishment? Now it's our turn. Su Bai's voice cold as frost rang through the entire livestream. Brothers, the Fusang people have sent us an appetizer. Now it's time for us to add some anger seasoning to our kid. I want Shinla Qiandai to regret being born into this world. His words were like an exploding nuclear bomb, instantly igniting the nationalistic sentiments and raging fury of all Dragon Kingdom viewers. Fight her. We must fight her. Brothers, start gifting. Let those little Japs see what Dragon Kingdom's anger means. Shinla Qiandai, you wait for me. Today either you die or you perish. Descendant of the Dragon sent Super Rocket X-100. Message by Shun Buff, Xiao Mo to the max. Tear apart her turtle ship. Guard my mountains and rivers, sent aircraft carrier X-10. Message not enough. I'll add more. Even if I have to spend everything, we'll plant our flag on Mount Fuji today. An ocean of gifts swept across the screen like a golden waterfall, transforming into streams of visible golden energy that traversed the void and poured continuously into Xiao Mo's body. Its eyes instantly turned blood red, its muscles bulged, its body seemed to swell another size, and a deafening roar erupted from its mouth. Roar. The roar was filled with endless fury and power, as if it condensed the will of billions of Dragon Kingdom people. Not good. Shinla Qiandai's heart rang with alarm. Order the fleet to retreat. Quick. Activate maximum power energy shield. But it was too late. The moment she gave the order, Xiao Mo moved. Its massive body displayed agility, completely at odds with its size, leaping fiercely and landing directly on the edge of Mount Fuji's crater. What is it going to do? The question arose in everyone's mind. The next moment, Xiao Mo gave the answer. It raised its newly evolved alloy claw high and viciously tore at the hard volcanic rock beneath its feet. Ryup. Like a hot knife through butter, the indestructible rock layer was instantly torn open into a huge, bottomless rift. Beneath the rift, instead of the imagined rock, was a rolling, boiling crimson. That was the magma of the Earth's core, suppressed for hundreds of years. The most primal and violent energy of Mount Fuji. It tore open the Earth's vein. Shinla Qiandai's fleet technician let out a despairing scream. Xiao Mo opened its huge mouth, aimed at the rift, and the fins on its back turned from blue to red. The toxin metabolism system ran wildly, compressing and converting the just absorbed toxin energy with the geothermal energy surging from the Earth's core. A destructive aura began to gather. Attack quickly. Stop it. Shinla Qiandai roared hoarsely. However, Xiao Mo's action was faster than her command. A crimson heat ray, more dazzling than the sun and carrying earth-shattering power, blasted from its mouth. The target was not Shinla Qiandai's command ship, but the mothership at the rear of the fleet responsible for launching missiles. The heat ray pierced through the void and struck the missile mothership's ammunition depot with pinpoint accuracy. There was no violent explosion, only a moment of silence. Then a miniature sun rose over the sea, and a terrifying shockwave spread outward in concentric circles. A chain reaction occurred. This violent explosion, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, completely triggered Mount Fuji, which had already had its earth vein torn open by Xiao Mo and was on the verge of eruption. Rumble. The earth trembled violently, and the entire Mount Fuji massif groaned in agony. The next second, the volcano, which had accumulated power for hundreds of years, erupted violently in an unprecedented manner. Hundreds of millions of tons of volcanic ash shot into the sky, blotting out the entire sky. And the crimson magma, hot enough to melt everything like a breached flood, surged from the rift torn by Xiao Mo, rushing toward the fleet below at the speed of 1,000 stampeding horses. No! Shinla Qiandai only had time to let out a piercing scream. Her flagship, along with several escort ships nearby, was instantly swallowed by the boiling magma flood, not even a piece of wreckage remaining, completely erased from the world. At that moment, a cold system announcement rang in the ears of all global participants. Global announcement: Dragon Kingdom participant Su Bai has successfully occupied the special area Mount Fuji. Mount Fuji area occupation points achieved. Dragon Kingdom will receive an additional 100 national points per day. Warning. Mount Fuji area has suffered catastrophic damage to its geological structure, permanently reducing its altitude by 100 meters. The moment the announcement ended, the global map in all live streams refreshed simultaneously. On the map representing Fusang, the location of Mount Fuji was covered by a bright Dragon Kingdom flag, and the blue territory of Dragon Kingdom extended outward a small piece, firmly wrapping this area inside. The Dragon Kingdom livestream room erupted. FCK, we have overseas territory. Damn, I'm witnessing history. We have a piece of land in Fusang. 100 points per day? This is better than killing 10 mini-bosses. Ha ha ha. Mount Fuji was also lowered by 100 meters, literally breaking your backbone. Su Bai, the eternal god. The aftermath of the volcanic eruption gradually subsided. Amid the dust, Su Bai's figure slowly appeared at the edge of the crater. He did not look at the mess behind him, nor did he pay attention to the carnival in the livestream room. He just quietly gazed at the distant sea surface dyed red by the magma with deep eyes and a cold smirk on his lips. Next stop the Serpent King's lair, he murmured to himself, as if talking to someone. Kid, are you full? Beside him, Xiao Mo, who had just accomplished the shocking strike, was leisurely licking its own alloy claw that gleamed with metallic cold light. Hearing Su Bai's question, it nodded contentedly, turned around, and the row of dorsal fins on its back, which had just been used to channel geothermal energy, had blue light, slowly flowing and gathering. The central fin had already lit up with a noticeable halo. In Su Bai's field of vision, a data panel that only he could see clearly appeared. Heat ray charge progress, 67, the sea breeze blew, carrying the smell of sulfur and destruction. Su Bai stared into the bottomless distant sea, as if he could penetrate the waves and see the terrifying shadow lurking 10,000 meters below. The environment there was far more complex and dangerous than on land, and the range of the mental link would be greatly restricted. He slowly raised his hand. On his wrist, a silver metal device never before shown resembling a wristwatch was flickering with a faint glow. It was time to use this trump card prepared for the deep sea. In the deep sea, a realm of deathly stillness where even sunlight cannot reach, Su Bai's consciousness felt as if plunged into a frigid high-pressure vessel. Through the aquatic subconscious link device, his senses were fully synchronized with Xiao Mo, who was stealthily advancing. The piercing cold and intangible crushing pressure came from all directions. Every subtle shift in the current was like an icy hand stroking his nerve endings, allowing him to vividly perceive how Xiao Mo's agile body was contending against the terrifying deep-sea pressure. In the livestream room, viewers could only see the first-person perspective of Xiao Mo on the main screen. A profound, suffocating cerulean darkness broken only by a few searchlight-like beams cutting through the blackness to illuminate the drifting marine snow ahead. Oh my god, at this depth will the cub be crushed? I feel like I'm suffocating just watching. Don't worry, didn't you see? Su Bai, the big shot, is as calm as can be. Must have some black tech protection. This feels more thrilling than a roller coaster. Will the cub get seasick? Oh no, seasick. Is the oxygen really enough? How long has it been diving? Earlier commenters. The cub doesn't seem to need oxygen. Su Bai paid no heed to the barrage of comments. His entire focus was on the three-dimensional topographic map fed back by the sonar system. On that pitch-black screen, countless sonar reflection data were rapidly constructing the shape of a massive submarine canyon. And at the deepest part of the canyon, a huge, irregular biological layer silhouette was locked by a bright red marker. Found it. Su Bai's voice, steady and calm, clearly transmitted through the encrypted channel to the Coastal Joint Command Center. Xiao Mo seemed to sense its master's determination. Its stealth speed suddenly increased, like a black deep-sea torpedo, silently sprinting toward the target area. Its streamlined body traced an almost imperceptible trajectory through the water, blending perfectly into the darkness. Just as Xiao Mo reached the entrance of the lair, the red marker on the sonar map began to pulse violently. A majestic and ancient aura, as if spanning millennia, awakened from the depths of the lair. In Xiao Mo's first-person view, a faint amber glow slowly kindled in the darkness ahead. The glow grew larger and clearer until everyone saw it. An eye, a colossal vertical solitary, eye like a searchlight. The moment the giant beast awakened, a powerful electromagnetic pulse erupted from the lair. Crackle. The livestream screen before hundreds of millions of viewers was instantly flooded with glaring snowflakes, and the sound vanished, plunging the world into 3 seconds of dead silence. What's happening? Signal lost. Holy crap. Black screen at the critical moment. Did that monster do it? Can it jam signals? 2 seconds later, the image returned amidst violent shaking, but the clarity was much worse, covered with chaotic interference lines. In the center of the frame, the mountain-sized serpent had thrust its massive head out of the lair, its amber solitary eye coldly locking onto Xiao Mo, who hovered nearby. A golden barrage arrogantly streaked across the screen. Jing along. Ha can't even maintain basic signal stability. Is this the confidence of your Xia kingdom? It seems we don't need to intervene. Your pet is about to become fish food. This barrage instantly ignited the viewer's fury, but no one had time to retort. For everyone's hearts were in their throats. The oppressive presence of the giant Serpent King, even through the screen, was almost suffocating. Cub, don't panic. Su Bai's voice, like a stabilizing anchor, soothed Xiao Mo's slightly agitated emotions through the conscious link. Its energy core is right behind the solitary eye, but the skull is too thick. See that inconspicuous crevice between its eyes? That's its oldest scar and its only weakness. Under Su Bai's guidance, Xiao Mo's first-person view tilted slightly upward, locking onto a dark fissure on the Serpent King's forehead, almost blending with the skin folds. It was so tiny, utterly unremarkable on its massive body. That's the spot. Su Bai's voice was devoid of any tremor. The sonar wave has already marked the trajectory for you. Listen to my command. The Serpent King clearly wasn't about to give its prey more time. It opened its enormous maw and a high-pressure water jet, like a cannonball shot, toward Xiao Mo. Shift left, 3 meters charge. Su Bai issued the command calmly. Xiao Mo's form flickered left like a specter, narrowly evading the lethal water cannon. At the same time, the core part of its chest suddenly flared, a blazing red glow seeping through the shell, tinging the surrounding seawater a bloody crimson. Energy was gathering at an astonishing speed. Charge 40. 60. The Serpent King, having missed its strike, churned the ocean currents with its massive body and lunged again. Now, fire! At Su Bai's command, in an instant, an intensely condensed red-hot beam, ignoring the immense resistance of the seawater, pierced the deep cerulean darkness like a spear of light piercing through time and space. It showed no deviation, guided by the invisible sonar wave, striking precisely into the tiny crevice on the Serpent King's forehead. Thwack! The beam pierced through the fissure without resistance, exiting from the back of the serpent's head, dragging a trail of charred smoke. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Then the energy core within the Serpent King's massive head, pierced by the beam, detonated with a tremendous blast. Boom! A deep, muffled explosion resounded in the deep sea. A huge fireball erupted abruptly on the seabed, the orange-red flames madly tearing and evaporating the surrounding seawater, creating a brief vacuum zone. The raging flames and violent seawater collided, raising colossal underwater currents and waves. In the livestream room, after a moment of silence, the barrage completely erupted. What did I just see? A seabed nuclear explosion. One shot, one kill. Is this the art of command from White God? Freaking awesome. Cub is incredible. Ingjing Ilong, come out and take your beating. Does your face hurt? However, the battle was not entirely over. At the last moment, when the Serpent King's life was extinguished, its massive body shuddered violently, and a visible, strange, ink-green mist sprayed from within, instantly dyeing the surrounding sea area into a murky, toxic swamp. These mists seemed to possess life, surging madly toward Xiao Mo, who was nearby. It's the abnormal pollution factor. Xiao Mo, retreat quickly. Han Shui's tense warning came from the command center. But it was too late. Xiao Mo was flung by the blast wave and landed right in the center of the pollution factor. Su Bai's brow furrowed deeply. A burning, stabbing pain came through the conscious link. However, the anticipated severe damage did not occur. Instead, the ink-green pollution factors, upon contact with Xiao Mo's body, did not cause corrosion, rather, as if finding a home, they rushed to burrow into its body. A cold system prompt text quietly appeared in Su Bai's field of vision. System notification: absorbed unknown high concentration abyssal toxin, initiating gene optimization. System notification optimization complete. Successfully unlocked special organ Abyss Eye. Abyss Eye, your basic vision can ignore deep sea darkness and water pressure effects. Effective visual range increased to the equivalent of 500 meters water depth environment. Su Bai was taken aback, then realized this lethal pollution was actually a great tonic for Xiao Mo. Before he could digest this surprise, new system prompts followed. System notification detected that the Lord-level creature Deep Sea Serpent King has been eliminated. The special area Serpent King's lair is now ownerless. System notification: you have successfully occupied the B-grade resource point Serpent King's lair, which will automatically produce 80-point credits for you daily. As the prompt tone faded in Xiao Mo's now clear vision, the ground in front of the devastated Serpent King's lair ruins began to tremble violently. A cluster of stone structures glowing with ethereal blue light, exuding an ancient aura, slowly rose from the seabed, like a mirage replacing the original lair. At the same time, around the newborn seabed ruins, brilliant starry vein patterns of, or began to materialize, spreading along the seabed into the distance, radiating astonishing energy fluctuations. This scene through the livestream was clearly displayed to the world. What the heck? What is this? Kill a monster and get a base? This cub can occupy the seabed. I'm losing my mind. Daily 80-point credits. Oh my god, that's faster than robbing a bank. Look at the official news. The Coastal Joint Exploration Bureau has urgently dispatched the 1st and 3rd survey teams to the target sea area. They're going to develop the ocean big time. The livestream room turned into a sea of joy and shock. The joy of killing the Serpent King, the awe of unlocking a new ability, and the sudden appearance of the seabed ruins and/or veins. Wave after wave of impact battered everyone's perception. However, Su Bai, deep in the conscious link, did not relax in the slightest. Instead, his brow furrowed deeper. Using Xiao Mo's newly unlocked Abyss Eye, his vision pierced through hundreds of meters of darkness and murk, gazing into the deeper reaches beyond the seabed ruins. The dark end that even sonar could not fully probe. There he saw it. A silhouette, even larger and more twisted than the Serpent King's lair, lying silently in the darkness. It was not rock nor a canyon, but an indescribable life-filled colossal shadow. It's not over yet. Su Bai murmured, his voice carrying unprecedented gravity. There's still movement. As if responding to his thoughts, Xiao Mo, having just absorbed vast amounts of energy, let out a low roar. The light in its chest core did not dim from the all-out attack. Instead, it blazed anew. The energy fill rate bar in Su Bai's vision suddenly jumped, breaking through 80. A new threat had already awakened. A dazzling purple light pierced through the murky depths of the ocean, casting an eerie glow upon Xiao Mo's lava-like scales. It was not light, but pure spatial rupture. As if a flawless piece of obsidian had been struck, with a few cracks behind which lay an indescribable heart-stopping profundity. Lin Howren and the Special Forces soldiers behind him stared intently at the ominous purple fissures through the reinforced glass of the submersible. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The nuclear missile trigger he had just gripped tightly now felt utterly ironic. A nuclear strike. He had no doubt that launching a nuclear bomb would not seal this abyssal rift, but would shatter the space like a hammer hitting glass, directly inviting that unknown non-solar system horror world into their home. Isotopes. Non-solar system matter. Han Shue's voice trembled uncontrollably over the communication channel. Not fear, but the awe and horror of a scientist confronting the truth of an unknown universe. Su Bai, this is no longer a geological disaster. This is an invasion. A literal invasion. Su Bai did not reply. His entire mind was focused on the system panel flickering before him. Ding. Detection host utilized heat ray to trigger a high-intensity geological chain reaction, successfully destroying a spatial weak point. Special achievement, Chain Strike, activated. New ability unlocked, Heat Ray Overload, channel all core energy to unleash a sustained destructive ray strike whose power escalates over time. Warning, this ability will impose immense physical strain and energy backlash. Use with caution. After several seconds of deathly silence, the livestream chat exploded. Holy crap, what was that? A space rift? For real? Bro Dr. Han Shui said it's non-solar system matter. How could it be fake? We might be witnessing history. History, my ass. This is a disaster. What's behind that purple crack? Aliens or interstellar bugs? Streamer, don't freeze. Think of something. That thing looks way more terrifying than the black smoke tentacles. Did the streamer tell Xiao Mo to blast the rift only to release the real monster inside? Good intentions gone wrong. You don't get it. If not for the streamer, Captain Lin would have dropped a nuke, and we'd be saying hello to our alien overlords. The streamer just cleared the mine. Su Bai took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as a blade. He glanced at Lin Howren, whose face was pale in the adjacent submersible, and spoke calmly on the public channel. Captain Lin, conventional weapons are now meaningless. I have a bold plan that requires your cooperation. Lin Howren, grasping at a lifeline, immediately replied, Tell me. You're in charge now. He had been utterly awed by the scene beyond his comprehension. I'm going to seal it completely. Su Bai's voice was calm, but resolute. Not by plugging the hole, but by triggering a massive undersea avalanche, burying this unstable space alive under kilometers of crust and magma. Xiao Mo's new ability, Heat Ray Overload, should be able to do it. Han Shui immediately warned, Su Bai, you're insane. The system warns of immense strain. Xiao Mo has just evolved, its body can't withstand it. And triggering such violent geological activity at this depth will create pressure waves that could crush Xiao Mo into powder. That's why I need your cooperation, Su Bai said, looking at Han Shui on the screen. Use all your sonar and geological survey equipment to calculate the most vulnerable structural point, so Xiao Mo's attack can be twice as effective. At the same time, activate your submersible's energy shields at maximum power. Not to protect yourselves, but to be ready at the critical moment to shield Xiao Mo, even if only for a split second of the shockwave. Without hesitation, Lin Howren responded, Understood. All units, engineering team assist Dr. Han Shui with geological structure modeling. Combat team adjust all submersible formations to prepare for shockwave mitigation. Orders were swiftly executed, and an unprecedented solemn atmosphere enveloped the deep sea. The livestream viewers also felt this resolve. Damn, the streamer is going all out. This is a real man. Going head-on against an alien rift. Brother, stop watching. The streamer said, Xiao Mo needs energy. Send gifts. Lend our energy to Xiao Mo. Coming right up. Deep sea torpedo sent. Go little one, crush them. Energy crystal X100. Streamer, we don't understand science, but we know that little one is Earth's last hope. A torrent of virtual gifts swept across the live stream, converting into pure energy that surged into Su Bai's system backend. Watching the rapidly rising energy reserves, Su Bai felt a little reassured. He gently commanded Xiao Mo, Little one, are you ready? It might hurt a bit, but we have to do this. Xiao Mo let out a low roar, as if sensing Su Bai's determination. Its golden vertical pupils locked onto the purple light flickering in the abyssal rift, and its entire body of lava-like scales blazed with crimson light, the heat causing the surrounding seawater to boil. Su Bai, found it. Han Shui's voice came through. 700 meters below the rift, there's a massive magma chamber. If we breach the rock layer there, it will trigger the most violent eruption and crustal collapse. It's the most effective and also the most dangerous point. Good. Su Bai's eyes flashed. Little one now. Target 700 meters straight down. Heat Ray Overload activate. Roar. Xiao Mo let out a roar that shook the entire deep sea. It suddenly opened its massive jaws, but this time what erupted was not a fleeting crimson beam, but a torrent of energy compressed to the extreme, a dazzling golden-white flood. This beam was several times thicker than before, like a divine spear forged from a star's core, driving, with unstoppable fury, deep into the rock layer Han Shui had indicated. The seawater around the beam instantly vaporized, forming a massive vacuum tunnel. The indomitable seabed rock layer before this beam was as fragile as tofu, easily pierced, melted, and evaporated. The entire seabed trembled violently, as if an ancient sleeping giant was being awakened. Warning: core energy output exceeds 150. User's body structure shows signs of instability. Warning: minor cracks appear on scales. High temperature resistance barrier overloaded. Su Bai stared at the warnings on the system panel, his heart pounding in his throat. Through Xiao Mo's perspective, he could feel the excruciating pain. The frantic output of energy felt like it was igniting every cell, burning it from within. Little one, hold on. Just a little longer. The livestream chat had ceased its jokes and exclamations, replaced by a torrent of "stay strong. Xiao Mo, hang in there. Come on. You have to succeed. Oh my god, I can feel Xiao Mo trembling. How much pain is it enduring? The golden-white beam persisted. The purple spatial fissures in the abyssal rift began to destabilize amid the violent tremors, now expanding, now contracting, as if sensing a fatal threat. We did it. The magma chamber is breached. Han Shui's shout carried a hint of wild joy. The undersea volcano is being forcibly awakened. The crust is collapsing. As she spoke, an indescribably terrifying force surged from the depths of the earth. Centered on Xiao Mo, the seabed crust for several kilometers around began to collapse and sink on a massive scale, like a cookie crushed by an invisible giant hand. Torrents of magma, supercompressed for eons, burst forth like dragons freed from their cages, roaring as they met the frigid seawater, creating billions of tons of steam and forming a blinding, turbid shockwave. Now, all units maximize energy shields and move forward. Lin Howard roared. Several submersibles representing the pinnacle of human technology charged fearlessly into the devastating shockwave, trying to carve out a small, brief safe zone for Xiao Mo at the storm's center. Xiao Mo ceased its ray, but its body had reached its limit. Its scales were covered in spiderweb-like cracks, with dark red light seeping through the fissures like a porcelain vase about to shatter. Its massive form tumbled uncontrollably under the violent impact and water pressure. The abyssal rift, along with the purple spatial gaps, was completely swallowed and buried by the surging magma and collapsing rock layers in the cataclysmic crustal movement. That eerie purple from beyond the stars finally vanished into endless darkness and searing heat. The crisis seemed to have been resolved. Yet Su Bai's face was more grim than ever, because on the system panel a blood-red warning filled the entire screen. Warning. Warning. External environmental pressure has risen sharply due to crustal upheaval exceeding the critical threshold. User's body structure is being forcibly compressed by ultra-high pressure. Internal core energy, due to the aftermath of heat ray overload, is extremely abundant and cannot be effectively released. Internal and external pressure difference has reached the limit. Structural collapse imminent. The piercing alarm tore through the silence of the command room aboard the deep-sea Titan. Scarlet warning lights cast frantic flashes across Lin Howard's pale face. On the massive screen before him, the curve representing Xiao Mo's vital signs was rapidly approaching the red threshold. Warning. The target organism, Xiao Mo, has reached 98.7 external pressure tolerance. Structural integrity is about to collapse. The cold mechanical voice carried no emotion. This stupid whale. I told it to slow down its descent. Su Bai's slightly anxious, yet clear voice came through the communication channel, mixed more with frustration than anger. At a depth of 9,000 meters, the boundless darkness and terrifying pressure enough to crush steel squeezed Xiao Mo's massive body from all directions. The thermal energy core inside its body was like a star about to explode, with scorching energy surging endlessly, yet it was tightly constrained by the cold, dead pressure from outside, unable to release itself. This agony from both inside and out made every breath it took a trembling death rattle. In the live broadcast room, millions of viewers felt their hearts tighten. Holy crap. Red alert. Xiao Mo is going to be crushed. It's over, it's over. It overreached. This depth is impossible to challenge at this stage. Brother Howard. Sister Bai. Think of something fast. Lin Howard stared fixedly at the sonar feedback screen, where an area beneath Xiao Mo shimmered with a metallic luster. Their target, a deep-sea manganese nodule field rich in rare metals. There was only one chance. His hands flew across the console, typing a series of commands with a resolute and clear voice that reached Xiao Mo's mind through quantum communication. Xiao Mo. Stop resisting the pressure. Follow my orders. Directly below, target the manganese nodule field. You have 120 seconds to devour them and use their metal atoms to reconstruct your scales. Now, this order was nothing short of a high-stakes gamble. Abandoning resistance meant Xiao Mo would be completely exposed to the extreme pressure. Even a second's delay could crush it into a pulp. He's crazy. Lin Shun is crazy. He's making Xiao Mo commit suicide. No, this is about finding life and death. Trust Brother Howard's judgment. 120 seconds. That's more thrilling than a Formula One pit stop. Hang in there, Xiao Mo. In the deep sea, Xiao Mo let out a painful wail upon receiving the command. It abandoned its futile struggle against the immense pressure, its massive body suddenly sinking like a meteorite crashing into the pitch-black seabed. At that moment, the biological tissue on its surface groaned under the unbearable load. Fine threads of blood oozing from the gaps between its scales instantly scattered by the seawater. But just as it hit the seabed, it opened its enormous mouth like a bulldozer, frantically gulping down fist-sized black manganese nodules scattered across the ocean floor. These cold, hard ores, once inside Xiao Mo's body, were immediately enveloped by the scorching pent-up thermal energy core. Under the extreme heat and pressure, metals like manganese, iron, nickel, and cobalt were forcibly stripped from the ores, melted, and turned into torrents of molten metal that surged along Xiao Mo's energy pathways to its entire body. Whoosh! A strange hum originating from the cellular level sounded. On Xiao Mo's surface, the once dull scales began to emit an eerie glow. Scale by scale, they seemed to be infused with life, melting and flowing into a layer of silvery black liquid metal that rapidly covered its entire body. Then the liquid metal quickly solidified and shaped itself, growing sharp spikes and angular armor on its back, head, and sides, all shimmering with a cold blue light. The entire process was smooth and fluid, filled with a violent yet primal industrial aesthetic. In the command room, the system boomed out the uplifting news: gene reconstruction complete. Manganese nodule armor formed on the surface. Pressure resistance coefficient calibrating. Calibration complete. Current pressure limit has exceeded the 10,000-meter level. Beautiful. Su Bai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The worry in her voice swept away, replaced by extreme confidence. The live broadcast room instantly erupted into a frenzy. Holy crap! What did I just see? Liquid metal Terminator. This thing just swallowed ore and forged a sacred armor on the spot. So damn cool. Exceeding the 10,000-meter level. Now it can strut around the Mariana Trench. Brother Howren's brain, Sister Bai's guts, Xiao Mo's body. Perfect match. However, the crisis was not over. Lin Howren's expression grew even more solemn as he pointed to the sonar detection network screen, where a dozen tiny red dots were silently encircling from different directions. "Lei Sa's people, they followed us after all," Lin Howren said in a deep voice. "These signal signatures are from deep-sea scalpel suicide boats loaded with high-energy polymer explosives specifically designed to target large marine organisms." On the other end of the screen, inside a submarine lurking in the shadows of the trench, a blonde, scarred man, Lei Sa, was sneering at his own handiwork. "The target has completed a secondary evolution. Perfect. Let's see if your new turtle shell is harder than my explosives." Su Bai, seeing the sneaky red dots on the command room screen, curled her lips into a cold smile. "Kid, don't just show off your new clothes. We have guests. Give them an appetizer first." At the command, Xiao Mo's newly formed armor gleamed with dangerous light. It suddenly raised its head, and instead of charging, let out a roar that shook the entire deep sea. Roar. This roar was no longer a mere sound wave. It was a tangible shockwave laden with the immense thermal energy inside its body. The invisible energy ripples centered on Xiao Mo spread outward in a ring at tremendous speed. The first 3 suicide boats caught in the blast hit an invisible wall. Their hulls twisted and deformed instantly, and the delicate instruments inside malfunctioned and short-circuited under the energy impact. The next second, boom, boom, boom. 3 enormous fireballs erupted in the dark seabed, the violent explosions churning the surrounding waters into chaos. "What just happened?" It roared, and 3 boats exploded. Conqueror's Haki. Definitely Conqueror's Haki. This is no longer a biological weapon, it's a mythical creature. Sister Bai's appetizer line was epic. Lei Sa's smile froze on his face, then twisted into something more vicious. "Interesting. All units attack. I don't believe it can defend from every direction." The remaining suicide boats went full throttle, turning into deadly torpedoes that slammed into Xiao Mo from all tricky angles. Their target was not the sturdy back armor, but the relatively vulnerable belly. Bang, bang, bang. The series of impacts sounded like muffled thunder, and the explosions nearly engulfed Xiao Mo entirely. In the command room, everyone held their breath. As the smoke cleared, Xiao Mo's silhouette reappeared on the screen. Its massive body merely swayed. The spots where the suicide boats hit hardest on the back armor joints only showed a few insignificant white scratches, not even penetrating the scales themselves. "That's it." Su Bai let out a contemptuous snort at the results on the screen. "Is that supposed to tickle my Xiao Mo?" This scene shattered the last vestiges of worry in the live broadcast room, turning it into a carnival. Well, even a scrape wouldn't be so gentle. This is the deep-sea scalpel. More like a pedicure knife. Defense stats maxed out. Lei Sa's face is green. "Xiao Mo, anyone else?" Just then, Lin Howren's urgent voice rang out again, pulling everyone's attention back to the main task. "Su Bai. The manifestation process of the singularity vein has only 30 seconds left. The energy fluctuation has reached its peak, and we must start harvesting immediately." This was their true purpose. The manganese nodules were just an appetizer. The singularity vein, which only appeared briefly under specific conditions, was the priceless treasure. Su Bai's eyes sharpened, exuding murderous intent. "Got it. Xiao Mo, stop playing with these flies. Prepare the thermal ray and erase them along with that damned mothership from this world. Command issued. Xiao Mo seemed to sense its master's soaring battle spirit. The sharpest, longest spines on its dorsal fin suddenly lit up with blinding blue electric light. The massive thermal energy was no longer restrained, but furiously converged toward the dorsal fin. The air, the surrounding seawater, began to warp and boil from this terrifying energy. A beam of destruction capable of piercing the Earth's crust was about to bloom in the deep sea. Everyone in the live broadcast room was eagerly anticipating this fatal strike. Here it comes. The ultimate kill move is coming. The thermal ray. Xiao Mo's thermal ray. Last time it blew through an entire underwater mountain range. Lei Sa is done. He and his ship will be vaporized. Inside Lei Sa's submarine, alarms were blaring everywhere. He stared at the alarming energy readings from Xiao Mo's back on the screen, cold sweat beating on his forehead. But instead of fear, a mad determination flashed in his eyes. He lunged at the console, shoved aside the nearby crew member, and slammed his hand onto a blood-red circular button protected by a glass cover. You want to kill me? Then let's go to hell together. Lei Sa roared, his face twisted with a suicidal frenzy. Almost the instant the button was pressed, the suicide boats still circling Xiao Mo, yet to detonate, suddenly stopped all movement. Then instead of their engines shutting down, they began to emit a strange, increasingly high-pitched hum. Red energy lines glowed on their hulls like red-hot irons. A far more unstable and violent energy than the previous explosions was building up inside them, seeming ready to trigger a chain reaction explosion of far greater range and power. In the command room, Lin Howren's face changed drastically. Not good. It's not a self-destruct. It's a cascade overload. They're turning themselves into dirty bombs. The power is 10 times greater than a conventional explosion. Xiao Mo's thermal ray charging was at a critical moment. Interrupting the discharge would cause energy backlash. But if it didn't interrupt the nearby chain explosion, even with the manganese nodule armor, would severely wound it. In that split second, facing the suicide boats that radiated destruction like impending supernovae, Xiao Mo's charging action abruptly halted. In its enormous eyes, a spark of something more ancient and primal than combat instinct flickered. It slowly opened its colossal mouth, capable of swallowing mountains. Deep in its throat, instead of the scorching light of accumulating energy, there was a deep, swirling vortex, as if it would suck in this entire deep sea along with all light and matter into its depths. The crushing pressure of the deep sea seemed to freeze time, yet within the command center of the Dragon Kingdom's eastern theater, every second felt like a drawn-out torture. The colossal titan Thor's hammer boasted an impenetrable psionic shield. The saturation attacks of suicide boats were like moths hurling into a furnace, barely raising a ripple of energy. Chief Zhou, it's no use. Conventional attacks can't break the shield. Our fleet is on the verge of collapse. A combat staff officer's voice was hoarse with despair. On the central screen, the steel giant raised its menacing cannon, aiming at the Dragon Kingdom's last carrier battle group. Zhou Huijin's eyes were bloodshot, fixedly staring at the data stream. Beside him, Zhao Linger, the young commander hailed as the National Spirit Maiden, was pale-faced, yet her gaze was unwaveringly resolute. She closed her eyes, and her consciousness instantly plunged into the vast network known as the National Command Matrix. At that moment, a startling anomaly erupted on the live broadcast. The guardian beast, affectionately called Xiao Mo by the people, which had been locked in combat with the Titan, faced another incoming suicide boat. It neither dodged nor blocked. Its massive head tilted slightly, its mouth gaping open. Deep within its throat, a tiny vortex began to spin, generating an unimaginable pull. Seawater, air, and the suicide boat, trailing a long exhaust flame, all were dragged into the vortex. Holy crap. Swallowed. Just swallowed it. That's a suicide boat. High explosive charges and a psionic core. It'll detonate inside its belly. Has Xiao Mo gone mad? No. It's over, our last hope. The barrage was instantly flooded with panic. Yet an even more jaw-dropping sight unfolded. The vortex did not cease after devouring. Instead, it expanded rapidly. Light was twisted and torn at its edges, eventually coalescing into an absolute, all-consuming pitch-black sphere, a miniature black hole. A cold mechanical voice echoed simultaneously in the minds of Zhou Huijin and Zhao Linger. Warning. High-risk energy source detected. Activating talent sequence. Talent black hole, stomach pouch activated. Black hole. Stomach pouch. Zhou Huijin murmured, his pupils contracting sharply behind his glasses. Boundless shock rendered him nearly speechless. So Xiao Mo was not reckless, it was defending in a way beyond human comprehension. Zhao Linger snapped, her eyes open, galaxies swirling in her gaze. Chief Zhou, now. The Titan diverted 3% of its energy to maintain main cannon charging, leaving a resonance gap in the shield for a fraction of a millisecond. I need coordinates. Her voice, transmitted through the matrix, reached every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom connected to the livestream. National Command coordinate targeting initiated. All citizens, focus your minds and channel your intent into the livestream on your screen. Every gaze of yours helps locate the beast. Roger. Zhou Huijin roared, his hands blurring across the holographic keyboard. National Command matrix engage. Data stream. Connected. Barrage coordinate synthesis. Commencing. In an instant on the global livestream, over 100 million barrage comments were no longer chaotic text. They transformed into shimmering dots like a billion fireflies surging toward the 3D projection of Titan Thor's hammer. These dots, integrated by the Matrix, rapidly constructed an extremely complex energy model. Coordinates 733-418-201, sent successfully. My intent was captured. I felt it. Brothers, focus. For the Dragon Kingdom. For Xiao Mo. Lock on. Lock on. That spot. I see it. Its right shoulder joint. Countless data streams converged into a torrent. On the screen before Zhou Huijin on the hologram of the Titan's shield, a pinpoint red that was instantly marked. Shield gap location map generated. Linger. Coordinates sent to Xiao Mo's soul link. Almost before Zhou Huijin's words faded, Xiao Mo on the sea moved. As if it had long seen through everything, its eyes brighter than searchlights ignored the Titan's secondary cannons firing at it. A highly condensed crimson beam erupted from its maw. Dragon's breath scorching ray. This ray, as fine as a silk thread, contained terrifying energy capable of vaporizing mountains. It did not strike the shield. Instead, at a tricky, bizarre angle, it pierced precisely through the fleeting gap pinpointed by a billion wills. The ray directly penetrated the cockpit of Thor's hammer. The pilot, Ressa, the ace pilot hailed as Empire's spear, had not yet seen his sneer fade before his body was pierced by the ray. The nuclear-level biological core inside him was triggered instantly. No loud sound. Only a dead silence of blue light. Cherenkov radiation's ghostly blue light burst violently from within the Titan, illuminating the surrounding sea area for miles like a ghostly realm. A small mushroom cloud struggled to rise from the Titan's wreckage. Did it succeed? But a nuclear explosion. Xiao Mo is too close. Dodge. No. This energy is too terrifying. Xiao Mo will be torn apart. The hearts of global viewers tightened again. However, Xiao Mo remained suspended in place, facing the nuclear fireball about to consume it. The fin-like structures on its back suddenly began to spin in reverse at an astonishing speed. A pull more domineering than a black hole emanated from its dorsal fin. The just-released nuclear energy, those violent light and heat as if seized by an invisible giant hand, were forcibly pulled from their expanding state into countless energy ribbons surging madly toward Xiao Mo's dorsal fin. Energy siphon. Under the dual effects of nuclear explosion and siphon, Ressa's body did not leave a single intact cell. It disintegrated into fundamental particles in an instant, along with his ambition and arrogance reduced to ashes scattered across the heavens and earth. The nuclear explosion's energy was drained dry by Xiao Mo. Its massive body's energy patterns flickered as if it had just feasted. 1,000 miles away on the command ship of the Free Federation, Commander Khan stared at the screen, showing Thor's hammer reduced to scrap metal and the monstrous beast like a god or demon. His eyes were blood red as if possessed. Monster. It's a monster. He let out an unwilling roar, slamming the red button on the command console. If I can't have it, neither shall the Dragon Kingdom. Initiate the Titanfall program. Let it be buried with Ressa. In the deep sea, the remaining wreckage of Thor's hammer entered irreversible self-destruct countdown. The energy fluctuation was 10 times more terrifying than the nuclear explosion. Yet Xiao Mo seemed to have anticipated all of this. It opened its mouth again, spitting out another dragon's breath scorching ray. But this time the target was not any entity. It was a patch of empty space in front of the Titan wreckage. The extreme energy erupted at one point, causing severe spatial distortion. The newly activated black hole's stomach pouch, stimulated by external energy, projected a real singularity that devoured everything. A true point of no return. Black hole collapse. The billion-ton explosion of the Titan's self-destruct had just emitted its first light when it was swallowed whole by the black hole that materialized from nothing. No sound, no shockwave, not even a ripple. The explosion that could have wiped out an entire carrier battle group vanished silently, as if it had never happened. The world fell into dead silence. In the command center, Zhou Huijin collapsed into his chair, drenched in cold sweat. Zhao Linger disconnected from the matrix, a wave of immense fatigue washing over her. She steadied herself against the console, barely standing, but the corners of her mouth curled upward uncontrollably. In the live stream, after a dozen seconds of stillness, the barrage erupted in a geyser. God, we won. We really won. Those who offend the Dragon Kingdom, though far, shall be punished. The ancients did not deceive us. Mom asked why I'm watching the live stream on my knees. No regrets being born in the Dragon Kingdom. In the next life, I'll still be a Dragon Kingdom citizen. Xiao Mo, our guardian deity. The battle was over. On the sea, Xiao Mo let out a long, lingering roar. Not one of aggression, but filled with supreme majesty. Then, before billions of eyes worldwide, a colossal projection of a dragon flag woven from light rose up from Xiao Mo, instantly covering every screen, showing the live stream across the globe. Whether it was the giant billboard in Times Square or a shabby phone in a remote mountain village, all were now occupied by that crimson dragon flag. This was a declaration of victory, the Dragon Kingdom's most powerful proclamation to the world. Waves of celebration swept through every corner of the Dragon Kingdom. People flooded the streets, cheering and rejoicing. The command center also became an ocean of joy, everyone hugging, shouting, celebrating the hard-won victory. Amid the revelry, only Zhou Huijin, after a brief excitement, habitually began reviewing all the data. He noticed that at the height of the battle, all seismic stations worldwide had recorded a faint but highly unusual energy reading. He frowned, isolating this energy reading for analysis. It was a low-frequency resonant pulse nearly masked by the massive energy fluctuations of the battlefield, and thus classified as harmless background noise by the system. He globally located the source of the pulse, and finally a red dot blinked at the edge of the world map. Antarctica. Antarctica. Zhou Huijin was puzzled. There was nothing there except research stations. He compared the energy spectrum of this pulse with the one from Xiao Mo's activation of black hole stomach pouch. The next second the color drained from Zhou Huijin's face, a chill shot from his soles to the crown of his head. The spectral similarity was as high as 99.9%. The only difference was that Xiao Mo's energy pulse was instantaneous, while the pulse from Antarctica was faint but continuous-like. The heartbeat of a slowly awakening giant beast. He quickly pulled up data on that area. The name of a Dragon Kingdom research station, marked as lost contact, Kunlun Station, jumped out. The official record stated that equipment failure caused by severe weather had led to a communication blackout weeks ago. Zhou Huijin's fingers trembled on the screen. The cheers of victory still echoed in his ears, but he seemed to hear from the other end of the world the sound of ancient ice cracking beneath the glaciers. The shrill alarm tore through the deathly silence inside the transport vessel, Jiguanghao. Harsh red light replaced the gentle illumination, lashing like countless bloody whips against the taut nerves of every crew member. The hull was plunging at a despairing angle toward the boundless ice field below, the metal structure groaning under the overwhelming pressure, whimpering as if unable to bear the load. Warning! Warning! Main engines and backup engines are all lost. Anti-gravity stabilizers are down. We're falling. The pilot's voice cracked with terror as he gripped the control stick with all his might, but it was futile. The entire transport ship had become a steel coffin hurtling toward the Antarctic continent. Meanwhile, the global livestream signal did not cut out. Instead, due to this sudden catastrophe, it instantly drew in hundreds of millions of viewers. The dark livestream room lit up again, revealing a hellish scene of violent shaking and flashing red light. What the heck? What's going on? Wasn't it fine just a moment ago? Signal restored. But this is a crash. It's an electromagnetic pulse. Definitely that red-eyed thing did it. It's not just a physical entity, it can also perform beyond visual range electromagnetic attacks. Streamer. Professor Zhou. Are you guys okay? It's over. At this height, even if it's snow below, will be smashed into pulp. That bastard Jing's bounty just came out, and now this accident. It can't be a coincidence, right? I don't believe it. Zhou Huijin's body was strapped tightly into the seat by the safety belt. The immense G-force made it nearly impossible for him to breathe, yet in his deep eyes there was not a trace of panic, only an icy calmness. He did not look out the window at the white land rushing past foretelling death. Instead, he fixed his gaze on an independent tactical screen before him. On the screen, a small black creature curled up into a ball was trembling slightly. This was Xiao Mo, the core biological weapon, whose temperature had plummeted after just devouring liquid nitrogen. At this moment it looked weak and helpless, like a frozen kitten. The strange black substance covering its body no longer shimmered with luster, it appeared somewhat dim. A crimson system warning flashed beside it. Warning: target MO body temperature below critical threshold by 30, biological activity, significantly reduced our risk of hibernation. Professor, we have at most 90 seconds of reaction time. We'll hit the ice in 90 seconds. The deputy's roar echoed through the communication channel. Zhou Huijin ignored the countdown. His fingers flew across the tactical screen, calling up a red file marked as top secret, Red Lotus Plan. All personnel listen up. Zhou Huijin's voice sounded through the ship's intercom, not loud, but carrying an undeniable penetrating force. Abandon all unnecessary equipment. Initiate the Honglian protocol. Objective: ensure the absolute safety of MO. His command instantly silenced the chaotic bridge for a moment, then erupted into even greater turmoil. Honglian protocol. Professor, that's a one-time escape unit that can only hold one person and one item. And it has no propulsion, it'll crash down like a lump of iron. Survival rate less than 10%. What about the rest of us? The livestream's bullet comments exploded. Honglian protocol. What is this thing? Sounds serious. Only protecting Xiao Mo and one person. Is Professor Zhou giving up on the others? This doesn't match his character. What do you people upstairs know? The situation now is the difference between everyone dying and possibly one surviving. Xiao Mo is the only hope to resolve that A-level threat in Antarctica. Protecting it means protecting humanity's future. Too cruel. I can't bear to watch. Just then, outside the porthole, that heart-stopping scene flashed by again. It was not a complete giant pupil, but a vast, immeasurable scarlet stream of light, as if the mountain-like colossal beast was falling, with them beneath the ice sheet, or rather tracking their soon-to-be-falling meteor. That silent gaze was filled with mockery and greed, as if savoring the final struggle of its prey. Zhou Huijin's eyes swept over that fleeting red light, and his pupils sharply contracted. He finally understood that this electromagnetic pulse attack was not a coincidence, but a precise hunt. The opponent's target from the very beginning was not the transport ship, but Xiao Mo on board. Execute orders. Zhou Huijin's voice suddenly rose, carrying a mountain-crushing momentum. This is not a request, it's an order. Li Hang, you are responsible for the ejection. Lock the coordinates to the GD core area indicated by the system. We must go there. At the bottom right corner of the screen, the system prompt that almost everyone ignored stubbornly glowed. Need to activate Honglian at the GD core. GD core? What is that? Li Hang roared back as he frantically operated the control panel, bringing up an independent ejection system. A silver-white metal capsule shaped like a lotus bud detached from the belly of the ship, moving precisely via a robotic arm to the underside of the main laboratory. I don't know. Zhou Huijin quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, steadied himself amid the violent turbulence, and walked toward the low-temperature cryochamber, holding Xiao Mo. But the system wouldn't act without reason. Honglian is not just an escape unit. It needs an external energy source to activate its true form. That energy is at the GD core. He arrived at the cryochamber and looked at Xiao Mo shivering inside through the thick blast-proof glass. The little creature seemed to sense the drastic changes outside and the imminent danger. For the first time, its pure black eyes revealed an emotion akin to fear. Professor Zhou is going to take Xiao Mo himself. I knew it. So cool. This is a real leader, leading by example. But what exactly is that Honglian protocol? What will happen if it's activated? Stop asking, just watch and find out. Go God Zhou. The billion-dollar bounty target is right in that little capsule, if Jing's people find it. Zhou Huijin opened the cryochamber, and a wave of cold air rushed toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached in and lifted the weak Xiao Mo out. Xiao Mo's body was bone-chillingly cold. The moment he touched it, a layer of frost formed on Zhou Huijin's gloves. He could clearly feel the life activity of the little creature draining away. Don't be afraid. Zhou Huijin's voice was low and gentle as he held Xiao Mo tightly in his arms and quickly walked toward the ready Honglian escape pod. It will be over soon. He stepped into the cramped pod and placed Xiao Mo into a soft restraint in the center. Then he sat down himself, and the hatch quickly sealed shut. Li Hang, after I'm gone, initiate the ship's self-destruct program. Don't leave any spoils for the thing under the ice. See you at the rendezvous point. Understood. Take care, Professor. Li Hang's voice choked with tears as he slammed the ejection button. Boom. With a deafening roar, the Honglian escape pod, like a cannonball fired from a gun, completely separated from the disintegrating transport ship, hurtling with a piercing screech toward the vast white ice field below. The livestream's perspective switched to the first-person view of the escape pod. Viewers could only see the flashing indicator lights inside the pod, Zhou Huijin's resolute profile, and Xiao Mo curled up even tighter in the center. Outside sounds were completely shut out, leaving only the hum of equipment and Zhou Huijin's heavy breathing. Less than 10 seconds after they separated, the transport ship erupted into a massive fireball in the sky. The fragments of the secondary explosion scattered like blossoms, but were quickly extinguished by the Antarctic's biting cold, falling silently. It worked. They ejected. Woo the other crew. They sacrificed for humanity. Don't forget Jing. And that monster under the ice. The crisis has only just begun. The signal is weakening. Altitude too low. Look at Xiao Mo. It seems to be reacting. The livestream image began to show severe snow noise, the signal on the verge of cutting out. In the last few clear frames, all viewers saw the Honglian escape pod spinning and falling at high speed, less than 100 meters from the ice surface. Inside the pod, Zhou Huijin tightly shielded, Xiao Mo ready to face the world-shattering impact. And Xiao Mo sheltered in the center, its dim black eyes at that moment seemed to pierce through the pod's walls, seeing the icy world of absolute zero outside. Its body stopped trembling, and its curled posture relaxed slightly. A primal craving for energy originating from the deepest part of its being was awakening from its weakened body. Zhou Huijin keenly sensed the change in the creature in his arms. The already thin air inside the pod seemed to be gathering and compressing toward Xiao Mo at an extremely slow yet undeniable pace. His pupils contracted and his heart leaped into his throat. He didn't know whether what awaited them was a shattering impact with the ground or another, even more unpredictable unknown. The livestream signal in the second before the Honglian pod touched the ground completely cut out, plunging into darkness. On the screens of hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide, only a single cold line of text remained: signal lost. The livestream signal in the second before the Honglian pod touched the ground completely cut out, plunging into darkness. On the screens of hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide, only a single cold line of text remained: signal lost. The biting wind mixed with shards of ice scraped across the crimson armor of the Red Lotus like 10,000 razors. In Lin Howren's pupils, the colossal serpent of ice crystal, its body contorted by the destruction of the ice core in its tail, was reflected. Its roar was no longer a bellow but a piercing shriek that could tear eardrums, a shriek that resonated with the entire ice plane. Holy shit. Hit. Precision strike. So this is the power of the Dragon Kingdom's ace. Beautiful. Better to break one finger than to destroy an arm, directly crippled its foundation. Don't celebrate too early. Look at the air around the Serpent King. That's not air, it's energy. It's absorbing. It's frantically absorbing the blizzard Xiao Mo just created. Wait, isn't it absorbing energy to regenerate? Why hasn't the tail grown back? The question in the barrage was precisely the warning in Lin Haoran's heart. He stared at the sharply rising energy readings on the tactical screen. The readings no longer concentrated at a single point on the serpent's body, but spread evenly like a virus across every scale. The destruction of the ice core, instead of weakening it, seemed to have broken a limiter, transforming it from a self-repairing creature into a pure, indiscriminate energy calamity. Warning detected: high-intensity, space-freezing reaction. The target is abandoning its life form and transforming into a field of absolute zero. The cold, feminine system voice echoed in the cockpit, each word like a heavy hammer. The serpent's body no longer writhed, replaced by a strange swelling. Its head, larger than a mountain, slowly lowered. Its ice-blue eyes lost all luster, becoming like two dead stars. From its shattered tail, a visible deep blue wave rapidly spread across its body. Where it passed, even light froze, leaving solidified afterimages in the air. Is it going to self-destruct? Li Hang, in the co-pilot seat, said with a dry voice. No, Lin Haoran denied the guess. His gaze passed over the fierce serpent, locking onto the newly exposed crystal vein behind it, and the blue light core beating like a heart in the center of the vein. It's performing a sacrifice. It's pouring all its energy and the energy of the entire ice plane back into that core. Or rather, the core is reclaiming it. Before the words faded, an absolute zero storm beyond natural power erupted from the Serpent King. This was not wind nor snow, but a conceptual freezing. The magma river flowing beneath the Red Lotus armor instantly solidified, turning from boiling dark red into dead black, covered with a strange blue frost. The 1,000-meter-tall Red Lotus phantom flickered violently against this cold current, the edges of its flame petals shattering inch by inch, turning into countless red light particles that were swallowed by the cold and vanished. Fuck. Why is the screen glitching? My heater suddenly stopped working. This isn't special effects. Look at the edges of the live broadcast. The camera drones are freezing. The signal is about to cut. The phantom of the Red Lotus can't hold on much longer. That's a temperature that can melt glaciers. What the hell is this snake? It's not a snake anymore. It's the will of this ice plane itself. It's purifying all heat sources. Brother Haoran, run. This is not a fight on the same dimension. Hiss. High-pressure steam spurted from the joints of the Red Lotus armor, resisting the chill eroding from all directions. Even with the system's newly unlocked low-temperature resistance, the surface temperature of the mech was dropping at an alarming rate. Alarms blared one after another, forming a deadly symphony. Xiaomo, Lin Haoran shouted over the communication channel. In the center of the blizzard, the small figure stumbled. The inhale into snowstorm vortex just now had nearly drained her strength. She was now half kneeling on the ground, supporting herself with her small hands on the ice, gasping heavily. Hearing Lin Haoran's call, she looked up. Her pure eyes were filled with exhaustion, but even more so an innate stubbornness. She looked at the beating blue heart, then at the Red Lotus being pressed by absolute zero, and a hint of determination appeared on her young face. She slowly stood up straight, spread her arms, and closed her eyes. She did not create more wind and snow, but instead began to calm the raging polar energy caused by the serpent's sacrifice. A soft, almost transparent ripple spread outward from Xiaomo, colliding with the destructive deep blue wave. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a strange dissolution. The violent polar energy seemed to have found a mother's embrace, becoming gentle and calm. Xiaomo. It's Xiaomo making a move. Oh my god, what? What is she doing? She's channeling this energy storm. How is this possible? She's not fighting it as she's assimilating it. She and that power are of the same origin. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. If the Serpent King represented the violence and destruction of extreme cold, then Xiaomo displayed the tranquility and order of extreme cold. Lin Haoran keenly seized this fleeting opportunity. The serpent's sacrifice was briefly held back by Xiaomo. Li Hang, maximum power output target, not the Serpent King, but beneath our feet. Lin Haoran's voice was steady and decisive. Since it wants to freeze, everything will create a domain it can never freeze. Understood. The Red Lotus armor abandoned all defensive postures, its arms plunging into the just solidified rock shell beneath. The roar of the reactor reached an unprecedented peak. The 1,000-meter-tall Red Lotus phantom, though battered, reignited at this moment. All the flame energy no longer expanded outward, but was frantically compressed, channeled through the mech's arms, and injected deep into the earth. Boom! The earth trembled violently. With the Red Lotus at the center, the ground for several kilometers around was instantly scorched red. Then massive pillars of magma erupted, forming a cage of molten rock that trapped the Serpent King Xiaomo and the crystal vein within. The heat of the magma and the outer absolute zero clashed wildly, generating billions of tons of steam, turning the entire battlefield into a blinding white mist. The Serpent King's already unconscious body began to rapidly dissolve under this terrifying heat, but its energy still flowed toward the blue heart. However, the magma barrier greatly hindered the influx of external polar energy, interrupting its sacrificial ritual. Roar! A faint, unwilling dragon roar came from the blue heart, as if angry that its weapon was destroyed. Then the Serpent King's massive body, under the extreme tension of high and low temperatures, reached a critical point. Bang! No fire, no shockwave. The mountain-like serpent of ice crystals silently shattered into the purest ice dust, then completely evaporated in the steam, as if it had never existed. The battlefield fell silent instantly. Only the magma ring remained, and within it the crystal vein protected by Xiao Mo's gentle power still pulsed with a blue light. Xiao Mo collapsed softly. At the moment she fell, a figure rushed out from the red lotus and caught her. It was Lin Howren. He had partially disengaged the armor, holding the weak Xiao Mo in his arms. Is it over? Did we win? Oh my god, for a moment I thought it was over. From absolute zero to magma hell, is this a fight? This is a clash of gods. Brother Howren is a beast. Xiao Mo is a beast too. The Dragon Kingdom military is a beast. Look at that countdown. It's still going. All eyes focused again on the tactical helmet perspective of Lin Howren, where the bright red countdown continued to tick mercilessly. Red Lotus Phase 2 activation 715213. Report to Command Center. Ice Serpent. Eliminated. Blue Heart. Target secured. Lin Howren's voice carried a hint of fatigue, but was still clear. I request preliminary analysis of the Blue Heart. Permission granted. The Command Center's reply was concise. The Red Lotus extended a mechanical finger, carefully probing toward the beating heart. A detection beam shot out, and the system screen immediately began to refresh with a torrent of data. A few seconds later the system's female voice sounded again, but this time with an unprecedented warning tone. Analysis complete. Target is a high-density, singularity, energy aggregate attribute absolute zero. Continuously radiating low-temperature entropy, outward causing annihilation-level conflict with the Red Lotus reactor. Warning: this mech's energy reserves due to overload output have dropped to 5. Red Lotus furnace core, temperature unstable. Warning: environmental steam layer is absorbing massive thermal energy. Atmospheric temperature is expected to plummet to -200 degrees Celsius within 3 hours. At that point this mech will be unable to maintain basic operation. The series of warnings made the just-relieved hearts tighten again. Energy, only 5. You're kidding. This is bad between a rock and a hard place. Outside is extreme cold. The mech is almost out of energy. What is Red Lotus Phase 2? Why does it take so long? Can't we activate it now? Idiot, just look at the countdown to know it's a big move. How can you unleash a big move without energy? Lin Howren's brows furrowed deeply. He knew the severity of the problem. They had won the battle, but now they might be trapped and die in this dead end. Without energy the Red Lotus was nothing but an expensive steel coffin. At that moment the system's final verdict plunged him into the abyss. Comprehensive judgment conditions for Red Lotus Phase 2 activation not met. Forced activation will cause reactor core collapse. Required prerequisite: inject peak power exceeding 30 million kilowatts of high-density geothermal energy. Lin Howren raised his head and looked around. As far as the eye could see there was endless glacier, rapidly cooling magma, and white steam about to become a dead world. Beneath his feet ice layers thousands of meters thick. On this planet's pole, on this land frozen for millions of years, where could they find a volcano capable of providing such immense energy? Scorching steam swept across the entire Antarctic ice sheet, as if determined to utterly overturn this eternal white world. Xiao Mo, having just stepped out of the dormant volcanic crater, had already swollen to nearly 100 meters in height. Its entire body was covered in dark red carapace, as if solidified from lava, with golden magma veins flowing through the gaps resembling the boiling bloodlines of the earth. The bone fins on its back were no longer simple spikes. They had unfolded into a massive fan-shaped structure with flames burning along its edges. Each slight sway stirred a scorching gale, melting the 1,000-year-old ice beneath its feet into sizzling boiling water. Inside the global live stream the barrage comments had gone completely insane. Holy shit. Is this Xiao Mo? This is clearly a moving volcano. Even Godzilla would have to call him Big Brother. Those who just sent the flame emoji, you call this a volcanic bath? This is clearly wearing a volcano on your body. Red Lotus Form Phase 2. Magma Infusion. This name is so domineering. I feel like my screen is heating up. Oh no, our Cub's appearance has reached a new level. This wild sense of power, I love it. At the Dragon Kingdom's Antarctic Temporary Command Center, Zhao Linger was flushed with excitement. She clenched her fists tightly, her voice trembling slightly with overexuberance. We succeeded. Su Bai, we succeeded. Xiao Mo has completed its evolution. Su Bai stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, his expression calm as he gazed at the distant towering lava behemoth. His eyes were deep as the ocean with no trace of ecstasy, as if everything was under control. He nodded faintly. This is only the beginning. Just then a piercing alarm echoed throughout the command center. On the radar screen, a massive energy signature was approaching at an astonishing speed from the other end of the ice sheet. Report. Detected an unknown giant unit, extremely high energy level, classified as hostile target. On the screen the outline of a mechanical beast, also over 80 meters tall, appeared. Its entire body was forged from a strange ice blue metal with rigid and cold lines. On its shoulders were mounted 2 massive frost cannons, their muzzles gathering visible blue cold air. Wherever it passed, even the air was frozen, leaving a gleaming frost trail on the ground. Inside the cockpit of that mechanical beast, a young man with a sinister expression was staring coldly through the screen at Xiao Mo, who radiated boundless heat in the distance. He was none other than Kamaya Chiyo's younger brother, the top Titan pilot of the Sakura nation, Shinla. My sister's failure was due to her stupidity. She thought she could win with brute force of a living creature. A contemptuous sneer curled at the corner of Shinla mouth. But the power of technology is absolute. The Polar Titan is the ultimate weapon specially designed to counter this kind of flesh and blood behemoth. Through the global public channel, he issued an arrogant declaration. People of Dragon Kingdom, do you think you can rule Antarctica with a single monster? What a huge joke. Today I'll show you the despair of absolute zero. The barrage in the live stream instantly shifted from revelry to tension. Holy crap. People from Sakura Nation. Why are they here too? That robot looks really fierce. What's it called? Polar Titan. It feels like a hard counter to Xiao Mo. Shinla Qiandai's brother. This guy is here for revenge. Cub, be careful. They came prepared. Without the slightest hesitation, Shinla immediately issued an attack command. Polar heavy cannon fire. Whoom. Two thick beams of deep blue light tore through the sky, carrying a terrifying coldness sufficient to freeze everything, and struck precisely at Xiao Mo. Where the beams passed, even the falling snowflakes solidified into crystalline ice dust in midair. Facing this earth-shattering strike, Xiao Mo made a move that baffled everyone, including Shinla. It neither dodged nor even assumed a defensive stance. It simply stood there quietly, allowing the two frigid beams to slam solidly into its chest covered with lava patterns. Boom. The deafening roar did not come. Instead, there was a teeth-grinding hiss-hiss sound. The two freezing beams, capable of instantly freezing an entire mountain range upon contacting Xiao Mo's body, were like two water snakes striking a red-hot branding iron. The collision of extreme cold and extreme heat erupted into a sky full of white, thick mist, instantly enveloping an area of several square kilometers. Shinla smile froze on his face. His radar showed that the target's surface temperature, far from dropping, had climbed to an even more terrifying value due to the energy impact of the attack. This is impossible. In the thick mist, a pair of huge eyes glowing with crimson light lit up like the eyes of a demon god staring from the abyss of hell. The next second, Xiao Mo moved. It raised its massive foot and stomped heavily on the ice. Where the foot landed, the 100-meter-thick ice sheet instantly melted and boiled, forming a huge circular lava lake. Ignoring the lingering cold air around it, it opened its giant mouth. Deep in its throat, golden red light converged wildly, its brightness even outshining the pale sun on the horizon. Warning. Detected extreme thermal energy reaction. Evade. Evade immediately. The Polar Titan's AI sounded a sharp alarm. But it was too late. Roar. Accompanied by a roar that shook heaven and earth, a torrent of magma over 10 meters in diameter was ejected from Xiao Mo at light speed. Lava heat ray. This was not a simple beam, but true pure liquid magma ejected after being compressed to the limit. Shinla pupils constricted. He frantically manipulated the Titan to raise its arms, trying to block with the most solid ice crystal armor. However, before the magma that could melt everything, the so-called polar armor was as fragile as paper. The ray instantly pierced through the Polar Titan's arms, and with undiminished force struck its chest. There was no explosion, only melting. The ice-blue metal armor, along with the complex internal mechanical structures upon contact with the lava ray, quickly turned red, softened, and ultimately vaporized completely, like scrap iron thrown into a blast furnace. In just 1 second, a huge hole was blasted through the Polar Titan's chest, front and back, with molten iron flowing at the edges. Through that hole, people could even see Shinla face filled with shock and despair. Impossible. How could you withstand such temperature? These were his last words in this world. The next moment, the energy core inside the Polar Titan went out of control due to the high temperature, triggering a violent secondary explosion. A small mushroom cloud rose over the Antarctic ice field, proclaiming the complete bankruptcy of the Sakura nation's ambitions. The live stream fell into a deadly silence for several seconds, then was completely flooded by a tsunami of barrage comments. Did I just see things? One move. One shot. Tank the damage, then one shot back. Cub, you are my god now. Lava heat ray. This damage is just too insane. The Polar Titan was directly melted through. Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Voice cracking. Shinla, don't come over here, ah. Inside the command center, cheers erupted like thunder. Just then, an icy system announcement sounded simultaneously in Su Bai's mind and the live stream. Ding. Detected that hostile forces have been eliminated. Antarctic mineral vein occupation points reached 100. Congratulations to the host for successfully occupying the B-level resource point Antarctic mineral vein. It will provide you with 150 points daily. Dragon Kingdom Antarctic Scientific Research and Resource Development Base construction begins. With the system prompt on the distant ice field, building modules made of special alloys began to materialize from the void and quickly assembled into a massive base full of futuristic technology. The barrage exploded again. Holy shit. A base has arrived. This is our Dragon Kingdom's first permanent outpost in Antarctica. 150 points daily. We're rich, we're rich. From today on, if anyone says Antarctica doesn't belong to us, ask Xiao Mo if he agrees. Su Bai looked at the magnificent base rising from the ground in the distance, then at Xiao Mo bathed in lava and steam like a demon god descending, and finally a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He said to Zhao Linger beside him, and also as if to the whole world, "Cub, this is only the beginning. In the annual battlefield we will make the whole world kneel." His words were filled with undeniable dominance. However, just as his heroic spirit soared, Xiao Mo's body suddenly trembled violently, and the surging lava energy inside seemed to show signs of instability. Su Bai frowned and immediately immersed his mind into the system. A new line of prompt appeared clearly before his eyes. Warning: the energy of Red Lotus form is too violent. The magma infusion phase has reached its limit. Core stability is beginning to decrease. Detected perfect synchronization rate between host and pet. Hidden evolution conditions met. Red Lotus final stage world-destroying form activation mission has been triggered. Mission objective: please collect 5 extreme elements for your pet across the globe to complete the ultimate evolution and permanently stabilize the Red Lotus form. Su Bai's heart leaped. World-destroying form. 5 extreme elements. This was not only a warning, but also a great opportunity. He raised his head, his gaze passing over the cheering crowd looking out the window at the Antarctic sky. He suddenly noticed that the pale sun on the horizon was slowly and resolutely sinking toward the horizon at a visible speed. The light became dim and faint, dyeing the entire ice field with an eerie twilight. The lights that had just turned on in the base stood out strikingly in the deepening darkness, yet also seemed especially lonely. Su Bai glanced at the time display in the command center. The date and time made his pupils contract slightly. He knew what this meant. Antarctica's grand daylight, lasting months, was about to end. What followed would be endless, all-encompassing darkness. A season where even radar and satellites would be severely disrupted, leaving only the most primitive perception and the coldest slaughter. Su Bai's gaze turned extremely grave. The new enemies might not only be those covetous nations. This continent itself was about to reveal its most ferocious and primal side. Nightfall in Antarctica is not a transition, but a verdict. The 3-month-long polar night has descended, and this white wilderness is utterly engulfed by endless darkness. The faint starlight is obscured by thick clouds, leaving only the few floodlights around the research station turned to maximum power as the sole source of illumination. Their beams appear so feeble in the dense darkness as if they could be extinguished at any moment by this dead silence. Inside the control center, the atmosphere is as oppressive as solidified air. All conventional radar screens display nothing but chaotic snowflakes, the piercing hiss like a mockery from the abyss. Damn it, strong electromagnetic interference has made our radar completely blind. Lin Howard slammed his fist onto the console, the metal surface letting out a dull thud. Su Bai's gaze, however, remained fixed on the main screen, which was broadcasting Xiao Mo's field of view in real time from a first-person perspective. In the image, the once clear outlines of the glaciers had become blurred as if seen through a layer of frosted glass. A line of cold system prompt text appeared at the top left of the screen. System prompt detected strong optical interference from an unknown source. Conventional visual system efficiency decreased by 90. It is recommended to activate the backup plan thermal imaging mode. In the live stream room, the sudden turn of events had already caused an uproar. Holy shit. Can't see a hand in front of face. This environment is too hopeless. The little one's camera is also blurred. Can it still see the road at night? Don't step into a crevasse. Don't jinx it. But seriously, this darkness makes me uneasy. Feels like something is about to emerge from the dark. The system prompt says thermal imaging, switch quickly. Let me see what Antarctica looks like in thermal imaging. Su Bai ignored the commotion of the barrage, his brows furrowed. Years of battlefield intuition made him sense a hint of unusual danger. This was definitely not a simple natural phenomenon. He calmly issued an order. Xiao Mo switched to thermal imaging mode. The command was given, and the blurred world in Xiao Mo's vision was instantly reconstructed. Everything became patches of color composed of different color temperatures. The snow on the ground nearby was a deep, eerie blue, while the distant icebergs appeared in a deeper indigo. In such a world, any object with temperature would stand out like a torch in the night. Yet within the field of view, aside from the warm, orange-yellow light emanating from inside the base, it was still a dead silent blue. Wow, this world is so cool. Full cyberpunk vibe. Blue snow feels so cold. Wait, why can't we see anything outside? Not even a single penguin. That's the scariest part, brothers. No matter how cold Antarctica is, it can't be absolutely cold and silent. There should be something right. This clean thermal image itself is off. As the barrage said, Su Bai's heart also sank. Too calm like a stagnant pool of lifeless water. Danger often lurks beneath the most unnatural calm. Meanwhile, under the shadow of an ice mound less than 500 meters from the base, over a dozen dark figures, nearly blending with the ambient color temperature, were silently crawling forward. They were the Shadow Hunters, a special forces unit dedicated to hunting high-value targets. Each of them wore the most advanced thermal shielding combat suits, which could absorb and neutralize the heat emitted by the human body to the maximum extent, making them appear like ghosts in thermal imaging. The leader observed the distant base with its faint lights through tactical goggles, a cruel smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Beside him, a team member was adjusting a handheld electromagnetic pulse emitter. He lowered his voice and whispered in the encrypted channel, "Signal jamming is complete. The enemy's radar and communication systems are paralyzed. Remember, our target is the control center and that mineral vein. Tonight is their doom." Inside the control center, Su Bai's feeling of unease grew stronger. He could not wait any longer. Xiao Mo, his voice broke the silence with unquestionable decisiveness. Release a low-power heat ray centered on the base, conducting a 360-degree terrain scan with no blind spots. Scan. Using a heat ray to scan. What kind of move is that, white god? I get it. Although thermal imaging can't see them, if we use the heat ray to roast them, no matter how good their shielding suits are after being heated, their temperature will differ from the environment. That's a brilliant move. This is no longer physics. This is white godology. Xiao Mo received the command and let out a low growl. Its massive body sank slightly, and a fiery red glow emanated from the gaps in its surface armor. The next second, a thin red beam, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, shot out from its head, sweeping across every inch of the surrounding land at an astonishing speed, like a compass drawing a circle. The heat ray carried extremely high energy. Wherever it passed the surface, snow instantly evaporated, emitting a series of faint, hissing sounds. Just as the heat ray swept over the seemingly empty ice mound, in Xiao Mo's thermal imaging vision, over a dozen unnatural blurry humanoid outlines with temperatures slightly higher than the environment suddenly appeared against the originally uniform blue background. The thermal shielding suit can neutralize its own heat, but it cannot instantly cancel out the high-energy heat ray coming from outside. "There!" Lin Howard exclaimed in surprise. "Little one, burn them out one by one." Su Bai's voice was as cold as a blade, revealing his killing intent. Receiving the most direct order from its master, Xiao Mo no longer suppressed its power. It let out a deafening roar to the sky, and the thin heat ray instantly thickened into a pillar of fire, sweeping toward the newly exposed enemies with an aura of destruction. Boom! Wherever the high-energy heat ray struck, the snow instantly boiled and vaporized, forming vast rolling white steam, as if a row of bombs had been detonated on the snowfield. The shadow hunters could no longer maintain their stealth, stumbling out of their hiding places in disarray. Their thermal shielding suits emitted a burnt smell under the high-temperature scorching, with surface coatings peeling off rapidly, completely losing their camouflage effect. "It's on fire. It's on fire. This is what we wanted to see." Who said the little one was blind just now? Step forward. This is called, "You can't see me, but that doesn't mean I can't burn you." This is no longer a war, it's a one-sided massacre. However, the shadow hunters were elites after all. After the initial panic, they immediately displayed astonishing combat proficiency. Some team members found cover on the spot and used their electromagnetic pulse weapons to suppress Xiao Mo and the base, while others at astonishing speed braved the heat ray's sweep and broke through the defense line from the flank, heading straight for the control center. "They're coming. Sectors A and C are lost." Lin Howard shouted, looking at the flashing red dots on the tactical map, grabbing the electromagnetic pulse gun he had prepared. "Everyone follow me. Hold the control center." A brutal close-quarters battle erupted instantly. In the corridor, gunfire intertwined with the unique hum of energy weapons. The security team, led by Lin Howard, put up a stubborn resistance using the terrain. Their electromagnetic pulse guns effectively interfered with the hunters' advanced equipment, buying precious time for counterattacks. Xiao Mo became the most terrifying mobile artillery platform on the battlefield. Its heat ray sometimes precisely targeted like a sword, turning exposed enemies into charcoal, sometimes swept like a whip, blocking the enemy's attack routes and providing fire cover for Lin Howard and his team. Su Bai sat upright in front of the console, his eyes frighteningly calm. Like the most skilled chess player, he observed the overall situation through Xiao Mo's perspective and continuously issued precise commands. "Lin Howard, 2 o'clock on your left, 2 enemies use flashbang." Xiao Mo suppressed the C-sector passage, "Don't let them break out. Watch out, one of them has circled to the ventilation duct." Under Su Bai's command, Lin Howard's bravery, and Xiao Mo's absolute power, this elite shadow hunter unit began to be eliminated one by one, suffering heavy casualties. Su Bai watched the last enemy being pierced by the heat ray on the screen and coldly uttered a sentence. "I told you long ago, this is not war, this is a hunt. White God is on a killing spree. I can brag about this line for a year. This coordination is absolutely flawless. White God's brain, brother Howard's bravery, and the little one's violent aesthetics." However, just as everyone thought the battle was over, the hunter leader, who had been kicked to the ground by Lin Howard, showed a ferocious and mad smile on his face. He glanced at the mineral vein not far away, which was emitting a faint glow in the darkness, and roared, "Even if I die, I will destroy it." He suddenly pressed the self-destruct device on his chest. A series of urgent alarm sounds rang out, and a miniature high-explosive energy core began to overload at an alarming speed. "No, he's going to blow up the mineral vein." Lin Howard's face changed drastically. The bomb's power was enough to blow the entire base and the vein below sky high. At the critical moment, Su Bai's roar echoed throughout the control center, and also in Xiao Mo's consciousness. "Little one, swallow it quickly." This was an almost insane command, but Xiao Mo's trust in Su Bai had transcended instinct. Its massive body turned into a black lightning bolt, and at the moment the bomb was about to reach its critical point, it opened its seemingly all-devouring jaws, bit down on the red flashing self-destruct device, and swallowed it into its belly. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. All viewers in the live stream held their breath. Swallowed. Swallowed. Don't do it, little one. You'll die. The earth-shattering explosion that was expected did not happen. Instead, an extremely muffled sound like a heartbeat underwater came from within Xiaomo's body. A visible shockwave spread outward from it, but was forcibly pulled back by an invisible force less than half a meter from its body, ultimately dissipating into nothing. Xiaomo's body only trembled violently once, then returned to calm. Immediately after, a new system prompt bearing the glory of victory appeared on the screen. System prompt successfully absorbed high explosive energy source miniature. Detected high concentration compressed energy. Unlocked new ability shockwave reflection. The crisis was resolved. The mineral vein was safe and sound, and after absorbing the stray energy from before, its manifestation speed even increased, emitting an even more brilliant light. Cheers of victory erupted simultaneously in the control center and the live stream. However, Su Bai did not relax at all. He stared intently at Xiao Mo because he saw something different. After the battle, in Xiao Mo's electronic eyes, which had originally appeared as a blazing orange-red in thermal imaging mode, there flashed, without any warning, an extremely discordant, deep, abyss-like icy blue light. This blue light flashed and vanished so fast that one might think it was an illusion. But the system prompt that followed confirmed Su Bai's observation. System prompt detected special energy resonance. Abyss eye and thermal vision modules beginning fusion. Fusion complete. New mode activated. Full spectrum perception mode. Full spectrum perception. Su Bai murmured to himself, an unprecedented premonition rising in his heart. This had already exceeded his understanding of known technology. Just then, Xiao Mo, which had just undergone a series of drastic changes, swallowing a bomb, unlocking a new ability, and fusing vision modules, suddenly made a strange movement. It slowly raised its head, its massive skull overlooking the devastated battlefield, and the base buildings directly staring at the eternal pitch-black Antarctic night sky above. Its eyes no longer held the previous violence and excitement. Instead, there was a confusion. As if in its new full-spectrum perception, vision, something incomprehensible and indescribable had appeared in that empty, dark canopy. Su Bai followed its gaze, but the sky was still dark, not even a single star. Xiao Mo, he asked tentatively, what do you see? Xiao Mo did not respond as usual with a roar or movement. It just quietly looked up, letting out a low, confused, and wary growl from its throat. The system, too, remained unusually silent. The joyous atmosphere of surviving the ordeal in the control center was diluted by this sudden, eerie scene, and an indescribable chill quietly crept up everyone's spine. What is the little one looking at? Is there something in the sky? Why do I feel? It's scarier than when the shadow hunters sneaked up. Full spectrum perception. What exactly did it see that even the system cannot parse? No sooner had the alarm in the control center fallen silent than Zhou Huijin's teacup still hung, suspended in midair. The air retained the acrid smell of burnt metal along with an indescribable ionization. Su Bai's palms were drenched in cold sweat. Xiao Mo's scales pressed against the back of his hand, 3 degrees hotter than usual, a sign of its emotional agitation. That scalding sensation felt like a piece of iron melting, pressing heavily on his heart. Mr. Su, technical soldier Xiao Wu suddenly tugged at his sleeve, his voice trembling. Look at the surveillance screen. In the holographic projection, the pitch-black Antarctic night sky was now stirring with an eerie purple-black, like rice paper soaked through with ink. The aurora was no longer a gentle silk ribbon, but a torn canopy of the sky, clawed by giant talons. Countless twisted light trails crawled from the horizon to the zenith, weaving into grotesque claw marks in the ionosphere, as if the sky were being ripped open by some nameless existence. Xiao Mo's tail suddenly stiffened. The barb at its tip scraped against the ground, carving a half-meter-deep trench in the ice. The grating sound was piercing and low, like the clash of metal and rock. This is even more sinister than the Yuying hunter. Zhou Huijin slammed down his teacup. The porcelain shattered into stars on the carpet, the crisp crack echoing sharply in the confined space. Satellite images showed the aurora's coverage expanding, blanketing the entire East Antarctic region. He grabbed the communicator. Headquarters. Repeat. Anomalous ionization over the South Pole. Energy index exceeding the warning threshold. A burst of static screech from the communicator mingled with what sounded like the roar of some creature, sending chills down the spine. Su Bai's temples throbbed violently. The system panel flickered madly on his retina. The feeding point's value skyrocketed from 100,000 to 200,000, then plummeted back to 50,000 like a crazed digital clock. That was the manifestation of the entire nation's emotional turmoil. The livestream comments were scrolling at a rate of millions per second. Clawmark Aurora. Isn't this a Cthulhu vibe? Did Xiao Mo just shiver? Baby, don't be scared. Mommy will send you rockets. Commander Zhou's teacup shattered. Ooh, I dropped my phone in fright. All country streams are switching to this scene. The last comment made Su Bai's pupils contract sharply. He snatched the joystick from Xiao Wu and pulled up global satellite surveillance. His fingertips trembled slightly, the cold metal texture of the console bit into his skin. Sure enough, America's mechanical Tyrannosaurus was approaching from the Ross Sea, its metal joints glinting coldly under the aurora. India's Ganesha giant elephant trampled the ice field, its trunk curling around a half-melted glacier. Russia's steel giant bear was even more direct. It blasted a plasma cannon from its paw, demolishing the temporary defensive fortifications of the Dragon Kingdom. The polar allied forces. Zhou Huijin's knuckles turned white. They've been assembling on the periphery all along. They were waiting for the moment when Xiao Mo's energy fluctuation peaked. Su Bai said, his voice like ice. Memories of his past life suddenly surged. In the previous life, the Dragon Kingdom lost the Antarctic mineral vein war because of a keeper's miscalculation, leading to Xiao Mo being besieged and killed by the allied forces, and the veins were carved up. This life must not repeat. He looked down at Xiao Mo. The cub's electronic eyes now swirled with a blend of deep blue and orange-red light. Under the full-band perception mode, it must have already locked onto all the intruders. Those eyes concealed a calm, killing intent along with a hint of unease. Xiao Mo. Su Bai cupped its lower jaw, his warm breath misting against the scales on its neck. Remember the red lotus heat ray we practiced 20 times? Xiao Mo let out a low growl from its throat. That was its confirmation of the command. Su Bai could feel the nuclear reactor in its chest accelerating. Dark red magma seeped through the gaps between its scales, vaporizing the ice into white steam. The air filled with the smell of sulfur and high-temperature combustion. The temperature in the control center soared. The air conditioning system emitted an ear-splitting overload whine, and the walls gave off a faint metallic expansion sound. Incoming. The radar operator's scream mixed with the brittle shatter of glass. The first missile fired from the mechanical Tyrannosaurus's oral cannon. Its exhaust trail dragged a scarlet streak under the aurora, cutting through the darkness, hurtling toward Xiao Mo with destructive energy. But Su Bai smiled. He pulled open his collar in front of the camera, sweat trickling down his neck, the chill biting cold. 4 billion brothers. Now I need your rage. Send rockets. Send incinerate. Pile up the emotion points. The live stream was instantly flooded with red comments. Visually, it was like a tide of blood washing over the screen. Audibly, it felt like millions of voices shouting in unison. Incinerate. Baby go. The Dragon Kingdom's mineral veins are inviolable. Words like these surged like a wave across every screen. System prompts rattled like machine guns, feeding points 1000. Bonding value 5. National emotional resonance detected. Red lotus heat ray charging accelerated. Xiao Mo's electronic eyes suddenly blazed with piercing red light. It arched its back. Magma churning in its throat dripped from the corners of its mouth, burning a 3-meter-wide hole in the ice. As steam rose, the ice layer beneath its feet began to melt. When the mechanical Tyrannosaurus's missile was only 500 meters away, it abruptly opened its mouth. A golden red heat ray burst forth like a volcanic eruption. Wherever it passed, the ice field melted into a boiling lake. The missile couldn't even last 0.1 seconds in the heat ray. It was directly vaporized. The heat ray's momentum didn't diminish. It pierced precisely through the mechanical heart of the Tyrannosaurus. The metal giant let out a screech of electric current, then crashed onto the ice field, crushing half of a temporary base. Metal fragments flew everywhere, hitting the defense shield with thunderous booms. Excellent. Zhou Huijin slammed his fist on the console, sending papers flying. Again, the Ganesha giant elephant's weakness is the gem on its forehead. Xiao Mo's tail suddenly swept across Su Bai's waist, shielding him behind it. That soft yet firm touch brought him a sense of security. The second heat ray was already brewing in its throat, this time more vivid in color with fine golden specks. The mark of high-concentration energy compression. Just as the Ganesha giant elephant's trunk coiled around a glacier to hurl at the heat ray, pierced the gem on its forehead. Green energy liquid splattered everywhere. The giant beast let out a mournful elephant-like cry, stumbled into a crevasse, and the sound of cracking ice lingered long. Plasma cannon. The radar operator's voice was choked with tears. The steel giant bear's paw had already condensed a blue light mass. A plasma cannon capable of blasting through 10 layers of armor. The air was thick with ozone and the smell of scorching. Veins bulged on Su Bai's forehead. He could feel Xiao Mo's nuclear reactor running at overload. Under its scales, magma began to seep out like blood, a sign of overusing its abilities. Hold on, he shouted hoarsely. Family members scrolling lava armor in the comments. Push the bonding value up. The livestream comments instantly exploded with lava armor. Some viewers even started donating real-world supplies. I donated 10 truckloads of high-purity uranium. Upon my grandfather's Medal of Honor for energy stones. System prompts merged into a cacophony. Bonding value exceeds 500. Lava armor unlocked. Xiao Mo's body suddenly erupted with crimson flames. Magma solidified into flowing armor outside its scales, each plate gleaming with an obsidian-like luster. Scorching air currents created ripples in the space, and the ice wall began to melt. The plasma cannon struck the armor, exploding in a blinding white light, but only left a shallow scorch mark on the surface. The air was filled with the smell of burnt metal. Xiao Mo seized the opportunity to pounce. Its forepaws pressed against the steel giant bear's chest, the roar of the nuclear reactor shaking the ice field apart. It directly melted the giant bear's alloy skeleton with its body heat. The metal twisted and deformed under the high temperature, producing a mournful tearing sound. When the remains of the last giant beast sank into the icy sea, the aurora began to fade. The sky returned to silence, broken only by the sound of ragged breathing. Zhou Huijin wiped the sweat from his face. The communicators suddenly crackled. Dragon Kingdom's Antarctic mineral vein sovereignty confirmed. All invading organisms eliminated. Su Bai collapsed onto the ground. Xiao Mo immediately curled into a ball, shielding him under its belly. The lava armor slowly receded, revealing the trembling cub form beneath. There was still residual warmth on its body, but its breathing had become rapid. It nudged Su Bai's face with its snout, emitting a purring, coaxing sound from its throat. The frantic battle had indeed drained its stamina. Well done, Xiao Mo. Su Bai stroked the fleshy crown on its head, then looked up at the sky that had returned to pitch black. Just then the surveillance monitor suddenly flickered, with snow finally freezing on a blurred human silhouette. The figure stood on the ice field 3 kilometers away, raised a hand, and flicked lightly. The control center's defense shield cracked open. Ice wind carrying snow pellets poured in a chill, instantly sweeping through everything. That's... Zhou Huijin's voice suddenly choked. Su Bai's system panel displayed a new prompt: unknown energy entity detected. National command function about to activate. Please prepare to receive comment. Synthesized tactical path. Xiao Mo jerked its head up, its electronic eyes once again interweaving deep blue and orange-red. This time Su Bai saw clearly. In its full-band perception, the silhouette's outline was becoming distinct. And the livestream comments had already begun, frantically scrolling various tactical plans. Snow pellets landed on the back of Su Bai's neck, bitingly cold. He fished out an energy candy from his pocket and popped it into Xiao Mo's mouth, watching it squint with satisfaction. Next round, it's time we teach the world a lesson, he said softly, his gaze scanning the still rolling comments on the screen with the power of 1 billion people. Above the Antarctic ice plains, the microscopic black hole that had devoured everything silently dissipated as if it had never existed. The devastating energy storm returned to nothingness, leaving behind only a glass-like giant crater, smooth as a mirror and bottomless, shimmering with an eerie glow under the aurora. All was silent, as if even the sound of wind had been frozen. In the global live broadcast, only this dead battlefield remained, along with the massive beast, Xiao Mo, floating in the air. The dragon flag projection continued to flutter in the aurora, announcing this unbelievable victory to the world. However, not a single viewer in the live broadcast room cheered. That fleeting human silhouette and the whispered words, "The plan must be accelerated," crashed over everyone like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing their fervor. What the hell was that just now? Was I seeing things? Absolutely not. I saw it too. There was a human figure in the aurora. The power of the red lotus. Void-rending. What is going on? We defeated a monster, and now a god just appeared. This isn't a monster war anymore, this is a fucking mythological invasion. Wait, look at Xiao Mo. Something's wrong with it. The bullet comments drew everyone's attention back. In the frame, Xiao Mo's massive body was trembling slightly. The crimson lotus armor that once blazed like molten lava across its body had grown dim, flickering like a candle in the wind. The enlarged armor patterns rapidly contracted back to their original state, even darker than before. It emitted a low, mournful cry, filled with exhaustion and pain, its massive body slowly descending from the air, as if it had exhausted all strength needed to maintain flight. Xiao Mo. Su Bai's voice was hoarse as he gripped the command terminal tightly, his knuckles white from exertion. The joy of victory vanished, completely replaced by a bone-deep anxiety. He could clearly feel that through the mental link what came back were no longer triumphant roars, but waves of weak cries. All medical units, life support teams, move toward Red Lotus immediately. Activate the highest level energy monitoring and life support protocols. Su Bai nearly screamed the words. He shoved aside the guards trying to stop him and rushed recklessly toward the heavy assault vehicle closest to Xiao Mo. Zhou Huijin's order had been to let the cub finish the job, but the current situation clearly exceeded any contingency plan. Xiao Mo wasn't finishing, it was collapsing. Commander, energy readings ahead are extremely unstable, strong radiation warning. You cannot approach further. The vehicle AI blared in a harsh alarm. Su Bai punched the console in fury, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Xiao Mo's rapidly declining vital signs on the screen, shouting, "Connect all reserve power to the life support system. Stabilize it. Quick." Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Nation's highest command center, Zhou Huijin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave, as he watched the frozen image on the main screen. That fleeting human silhouette. Behind him, data analysts were computing frantically at trillions of operations per second, attempting to decode that brief second of footage and audio. Reporting General, a lead analyst rose, his voice trembling slightly. Initial analysis indicates the footage is neither optical refraction nor energy projection. It exhibits characteristics of a physical information model. The audio signal is encrypted by an unknown force field. We broke through the surface layer and extracted only one phrase: "The power of the Red Lotus awakens the void." Get to the point. Zhou Huijin cut him off coldly. The key finding is, the analyst swallowed hard. Based on our model simulations, that humanoid does not originate from our dimension. The void tearing it mentioned may refer to Xiao Mo's act of creating the microscopic black hole. It seems to have known about Red Lotus long ago and has been observing us all along. The entire command center fell into deathly silence. This conclusion was 10,000 times more terrifying than the Khan Titan overload. They had poured their nation's strength and gambled everything to defeat a visible enemy only to discover they were merely pawns on a chessboard, while the true player had just cast a glance from behind the scenes. General, another intelligence officer reported with a pale face, global communications have exploded. All nations were sending emergency inquiries asking about Red Lotus's final capabilities, and that God's image. The Pentagon has been in emergency session for 10 minutes. The NATO Council demands we share all data immediately. They claim Red Lotus has transcended the category of strategic weapons and become an uncontrollable global threat. Zhou Huijin sneered. Threat? When Khan's fleet was at our gates, where was this talk of threats? Now that we've won, we've become the threat. He turned sharply, his gaze like a blade. Pass my orders. First, designate the Antarctic battlefield as a maximum restricted zone, activate signal jamming, and cut off all external surveillance. Second, classify the void image incident as divine level, secret seal all original data, and publicly claim it is an energy anomaly following nuclear detonation. Third, tell those making inquiries. They can have data, but they'll need to exchange it for their most advanced technology. The war isn't over, it has merely shifted to a different battlefield. Orders were issued one by one, and the chaotic command center quickly restored order. Zhou Huijin looked at the screen again, which had already switched back to the Antarctic ice plain. Su Bai drove the assault vehicle to the edge of the glass-like giant crater. Xiao Mo's massive body lay at the bottom of the pit, its once invulnerable shell crisscrossed with fine cracks. Threads of black energy seeped out, dissolving into nothingness upon contact with the air. Its breathing was faint, golden vertical pupils half open and half closed, filled with pain and confusion. Cub. Su Bai jumped out of the vehicle, stepping onto the warm glass-like ground, walking step by step towards Xiao Mo. His combat suit issued overload alerts warning that the surrounding environment was extremely dangerous, but he seemed not to hear. The live broadcast comments had also grown quiet, panic and speculation gradually replaced by complex emotions. It seems to be dying. Just now it was so mighty, could swallow nukes, and now. Is this the price of power? Overdrafting its life. I don't know why, but I feel a pang of sympathy. It is a monster, but it saved us. Commander Su Bai. He seems very distressed. Su Bai finally reached Xiao Mo's head, reached out his hand, and gently touched its cold, rough shell. Through the mental link, Xiao Mo transmitted the last trace of faint consciousness. Not a battle roar nor victory's joy, but something. A childlike attachment and grievance. Just then the bioscanner on Su Bai's wrist suddenly emitted an unprecedented sharp beep. He looked down, his pupils contracting sharply. On the screen in Xiao Mo's life form analysis column, the biological identifier was flashing frantically, and next to it a brand new, never-before-seen identifier was forming. Singularity. Its energy core had not gone out, but was undergoing collapse and restructuring in an incomprehensible manner. It had absorbed not only the energy of the nuclear explosion, but also the rules of the microscopic black hole itself. It was transforming from a carbon-based life form into an unknown existence that could not be defined by existing physics. How is this possible? Su Bai muttered, a chill rising from his feet straight to the crown of his head. The encrypted communicator in his pocket rang. It was Zhou Huijin. Su Bai, how is the situation? Zhou Huijin's voice was steady, but Su Bai could detect a trace of imperceptible urgency. Su Bai took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice steady. Reporting, General Xiao Mo. It is still alive, but its condition is strange, very strange. Explain in detail. Su Bai gazed at the glaring word, singularity, on the scanner, struggling to formulate his words. Its life form is changing. The scanner cannot analyze its composition. Our energy readings have exceeded all theoretical limits. General, it is no longer merely a massive beast. It is more like a living, walking physics miracle, or rather, a disaster. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before Zhou Huijin's voice returned, carrying an unprecedented gravity. Bring it back, Su Bai. At all costs, you must bring it back intact. He paused, then added, the eyes of the entire world are fixed upon us. From this day forward, the standard by which national power is measured will no longer be aircraft carrier fleets and nuclear warhead counts. This planet we stand upon, the very table of power, has been completely overturned because of Xiao Mo. Zhao Linger's footsteps halted at the entrance of the training room. The evening breeze lifted the stray strands of hair across her forehead, her eyes filled with lingering confusion and inquiry. Annual battlefield. She murmured the final words Su Bai had left behind, as if tasting a candy of complex and elusive flavor. The weight contained within those 4 words far exceeded what she could grasp at present. As Su Bai watched her retreating figure, the smile on his lips slowly faded, replaced by a profound depth. He turned, his gaze falling upon Xiao Mo beside him. At that moment, Xiao Mo had just experienced a crushing victory, yet there was not a trace of arrogance in him. Its massive body lay quietly on the alloy floor, its dark, golden vertical pupils fixed unblinkingly on Su Bai. Deep within those pupils, it seemed as if galaxies were swirling. It knew better than anyone that the heat ray it had just unleashed used less than 3/10 of its power. Su Bai's daily training was far more grueling than this actual combat. Kid, how do you feel? Su Bai reached out and gently stroked the warm jade-like scales beneath Xiao Mo's jaw. Xiao Mo let out a low rumbling purr like a contented giant cat rubbing the top of its head against Su Bai's palm. On the system panel, the attribute lightning resistance had silently lit up, adding another line to its already terrifyingly powerful stats. Meanwhile, in the official Dragon Kingdom livestream, the barrage had completely spun out of control. What is an international behemoth? Tactical lean back, laughing my ass off. Thunder Beast Juvenile. I think it's a Thunder God's kidlet sent back to the earth with one blast. The Lighthouse Kingdom's faces are green. I just came from their stream. The host is already looking for rule loopholes, saying we used illegal weapons. Illegal weapons? You mean the instant noodles our kid just ate? The braised beef flavor capable of unlocking fire attribute potential? Very reasonable, right? Don't teach bad things. What if someone actually believes it? The braised beef noodles at the supermarket downstairs are almost sold out. Amid the uproar, a bold official announcement was pinned at the top of the livestream screen. Emergency announcement by the tournament organizing committee to more comprehensively evaluate the overall combat capabilities of the behemoth's subsequent challenge matches will be upgraded to a 2v2 coordinated combat mode. The Lighthouse Kingdom has already dispatched the Hell Cerberus duo. The Dragon Kingdom may freely select its second participant and their behemoth. The moment the announcement appeared, the livestream fell silent for an instant, then erupted into even fiercer discussions than before. Holy crap. Can't take it anymore, huh? Can't win a one-on-one, so you call for backup. Hell Cerberus. You mean the so-called inseparable hunters. One specializes in offense, the other in defense, with perfect synergy, an A-rank duo. This targeting is too blatant. Xiao Mo is pure destructive power, but its defense and mobility are relatively weak. They want to use a tank to stall Xiao Mo, while the other sneaks in a surprise attack. Zhao Linger. It has to be Zhao Ling. Her support behemoth can perfectly compensate for Xiao Mo's shortcomings. Agreed. Goddess Linger, go. Let the Eagle Sauce see what real teamwork is. The public's voice coincided with the decision of the higher-ups. Zhou Huijin's communication came through almost the second after the announcement, his tone grave. Su Bai, you've seen the situation. Zhao Linger has passed the internal review. Her support behemoth, Lingxi Butterfly, has remarkable effects in intelligence, reconnaissance, and battlefield buffs. For this battle, you need to cooperate. Understood. Su Bai ended the call, his face showing no tension. He looked at Zhao Linger, who had just returned, her eyes burned with eager flames. Brother Su, my Lingxi Butterfly is ready. Zhao Linger took a deep breath, her tone resolute. With the thought of Butterfly with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters radiating a soft blue light materialized out of thin air and hovered lightly above Zhao Linger's shoulder. It had no sharp claws or fangs, but as its wings fluttered, it scattered specks of phosphorescence, and the air itself seemed to gain a touch of serene tranquility. This was Zhao Linger's behemoth, a pure support type, the Lingxi Butterfly. Its main abilities are Lingxi Dust and Mind Link. Zhao Linger began to explain. Lingxi Dust can attach to a target, ignoring most physical and energy barriers, allowing me to clearly perceive the flow of energy and structural weaknesses. Mind Link lets me establish a brief mental communication channel with allied units, enabling zero-delay tactical transmission. A glint of approval flickered in Su Bai's eyes. These two abilities were like wings added to a tiger for Xiao Mo, a brute force output specialist that relied on overwhelming power. The former was a top-tier armor-piercing plug-in, the latter a premier battlefield communicator. Excellent. Su Bai nodded. Then our strategy is very clear. He didn't elaborate, he simply drew a few arrows on the tactical board. Zhao Linger, sharp as ever, immediately grasped Su Bai's core idea. Extreme precision elimination. The preparation time was only 12 hours. The entire Dragon Kingdom was mobilized once again. This time the focus of the feedings was no longer purely offensive and defensive resources. Rare materials that enhanced neural reaction speed and energy conduction efficiency poured into Su Bai and Xiao Mo's logistics warehouse like an avalanche. The bioengineering and materials science departments of major universities even held emergency meetings overnight, organizing students to send specially encoded emotional blessing bullets into the livestream. It was said that these bullets, gathering the spiritual power of hundreds of millions of people, could produce a faint but tangible positive psychological effect on the behemoth. 12 hours later, under the gaze of millions, the 2v2 coordinated combat officially began. The virtual battlefield was set in an abandoned steel city with towering skyscrapers and debris everywhere. The complex terrain tested both sides. The Lighthouse Kingdom's Hell Cerberus took the stage first. They were two behemoths that looked like Doberman pinschers, but were the size of heavy trucks covered in dark red metallic armor. The one on the left was muscular with fierce eyes. The attacker, the one on the right, was slightly smaller, but with thicker armor and calm eyes. The defender. An almost invisible energy chain linked them, their combined aura radiating immense pressure. Roar. The moment the battle began, the attacking dog transformed into a red lightning bolt, charging low to the ground straight at Xiao Mo, while the defender followed unhurriedly, each heavy step shaking the ground, presenting an invincible front. In the Lighthouse Kingdom's livestream, jubilation erupted. See, this is perfect teamwork. Can that gecko's reaction keep up? The attacker Ripper moves at near sonic speed, the defender Bulwark's armor can withstand cruise missiles. This round is in the bag. The Dragon Kingdom is too naive, thinking they can win with the support. In the face of absolute power and synergy, everything is futile. However, just as Ripper was about to pounce on Xiao Mo, a sudden change occurred. A faint blue dust, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, quietly enveloped the entire battlefield like a thin mist. Brother Su now? The energy node beneath the third scale on its left foreleg is its power core, and also the weakest point in its defense. Zhao Linger's crisp and urgent voice rang directly in Su Bai's mind through the mind link. At almost the same moment, Su Bai gave the command. Xiao Mo thermal piercing. Xiao Mo's massive body didn't even move an inch. It merely opened its mouth slightly, but this time, instead of a fan-shaped heat ray, what burst forth was a maximally compressed, hair-thin, intensely bright beam of red-gold light. This beam had no cataclysmic fanfare, it moved faster than sight, faster than sound. TSSSS, a sound so faint it was almost negligible. Ripper, charging at full speed, suddenly stiffened its entire body. The immense inertia sent it tumbling and crashing sideways, plowing a deep trench in the ground. Its left foreleg, precisely at the spot Zhao Linger had indicated, was cleanly pierced. The raging heat instantly destroyed all internal energy circuits and biological tissue. One strike and the opponent's main attacker was crippled. The entire venue fell into dead silence. The Lighthouse Kingdom's livestream barrage froze. The Dragon Kingdom's livestream, after a brief moment of stunned disbelief, erupted in a roaring avalanche of cheers. What the hell? What was that? Precision sniper kill. Did I just see things? What happened? 1 second, literally 1 second, and the Lighthouse Kingdom's ace is down. It's the Lingxi Butterfly. The Lingxi Butterfly's support. Oh my god, this isn't 112, this is 11,100. The coordination of God Su and Xiao Mo plus Goddess Linger's precision guidance. How can they even fight? The remaining defender, Bulwark, was clearly stunned. The energy link between it and Ripper snapped abruptly, causing it to let out a pained howl. But Su Bai wouldn't give it any chance. Xiao Mo finish it. This time Xiao Mo's attack returned to its usual ferocious form. A thick, dark, golden heat ray swept out like an indestructible divine sword of judgment, melting the paralyzed Bulwark and several skyscrapers behind it into molten iron. Ding. Coordinated combat victory. Defeated target. Obtain special reward skill, Energy Resonance, Basic. Energy Resonance establishes an energy link with a designated allied unit. Slightly increases all attributes of both parties and allows temporary borrowing of a portion of the other's energy. Looking at the system notification, Su Bai and Zhao Linger exchanged glances, both seeing the pleasant surprise in each other's eyes. This skill was practically tailor-made for them. In the post-match rest area, the atmosphere was jubilant. Zhou Huijin came personally to congratulate them, his words filled with boundless hope for the future. After seeing everyone off, the room was left with only Su Bai and Zhao Ling. Zhao Linger watched Xiao Mo, who was being fed by Su Bai, and squinting in contentment, replaying the scenes from today's battlefield in her mind. That hair-thin, thermal piercing. She had never seen Su Bai train Xiao Mo to use it. What terrifying level of energy control did that require? The question in her heart not only remained, but grew even stronger. Summoning her courage, she walked up to Su Bai again. This time her gaze was more serious. Brother Su, the thermal piercing Xiao Mo used today. Was that a trump card you had prepared long ago? Su Bai paused and, feeding, looked up at her, neither confirming nor denying. Zhao Linger continued, I could feel it. In that battle just now, Xiao Mo. And even you still had plenty of leeway. What exactly is that annual battlefield? Where does Xiao Mo's true potential lie? Su Bai was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. He didn't answer directly. Instead, he took out his personal terminal from his pocket and called up the calendar interface. His finger lightly tapped the screen, scrolling through the days that had passed. Linger, you know what? His voice was soft, carrying a hint of barely perceptible nostalgia and tenderness. From the first time I saw it, that little thing smaller than a palm, until now. It's almost been a full year. Zhao Linger was taken aback. She looked at the upcoming dates circled in vivid red on the calendar, and a vague guess formed in her mind, though she dared not be certain. Su Bai put away the terminal, his gaze once again falling on Xiao Mo, who was oblivious to everything else and enjoying its meal. His eyes became incredibly soft. Some growth requires time, he said softly, and it also requires a special catalyst to be unlocked. Inside the highest command center of Longwu, the atmosphere was solemn, yet tinged with a rare warmth. On the massive holographic screen, a live broadcast was being transmitted to the entire world, covering this online birthday celebration for Su Bai. Attention everyone. The torched birthday announcement is officially released. As General Lin Jinghua's steady voice fell, the screen shifted and switched to a pinned official notice. The announcement was concise, yet powerful, calling upon all citizens of Longwu and all peace-loving people around the world to send their most sincere birthday wishes to the guardian of human civilization by uploading blessing videos. The moment the announcement was released, the global network erupted like boiling oil splashed with a ladle of cold water. The live streaming room's bullet comments surged like a breached flood. Happy birthday, Godsu. May you always be the never-setting sun in our hearts. 20 years old. Oh my god, Godsu is only 20. At 20 I was still playing games in internet cafes, while he has already saved the world. The guy above stopped talking, or I'll be kneeling while watching the live stream. Blessing video uploaded. Located in Chinatown overseas, our whole family recorded it together. Long live Longwa. Long live Godsu. On the screen, blessing videos from all over the world began to scroll and play. There were innocent children drawing pictures of Su Bai battling giant beasts with crayons, white-haired veterans tremblingly saluting with a standard military salute, researchers in laboratories sending blessings through protective suits, and countless ordinary people in fields, factory workshops, and every corner of the city expressing their most sincere respect with the simplest words. Su Bai watched the screen quietly. The lines on his face were much more resolute than those of his peers, but at this moment a gentle radiance also shimmered in his deep eyes. He could feel invisible, yet warm currents of power converging from every corner of the world through this screen, warming his heart, which had grown somewhat cold from battle. Just then a special video was pinned and played. The footage was a bit shaky, and the filming location seemed to be an old, simply furnished house. A gray-haired grandmother, holding a rusty tin piggy bank, faced the camera with a face full of kind wrinkles. Su Bai. Child, I don't know much about the internet. My grandson taught me. The old woman's voice was a little hoarse. I don't have much to give you. This is the pocket money my grandson who died as a soldier saved up since he was little. He said when he grew up he would protect the country. Now you have done it for him better than anyone. Take this money and buy yourself something nice to eat. If it's not enough, I'll figure something out. As she spoke, she tremblingly poured out the coins and some loose bills from the piggy bank, clattering onto the table. In the entire live streaming room, the bullet comments experienced an eerie pause at this moment, and then erupted even more violently. Broke down fam, can't stop my tears. This is the backbone of our Longwa. Granny, take care of yourself. Pay tribute to the fallen heroes. Pay tribute to the great military families. Official, quickly, find this grandmother. Let's crowdfund to buy a birthday gift for Godsu. Inside the command center, even a hardened general like Lin Jingwa's eyes reddened slightly. He took a deep breath and looked at Su Bai, only to find the little creature beside Su Bai, the mysterious being named Xiao Mo, staring at Su Bai with its round big eyes. Xiao Mo seemed to sense the complex emotions surging within Su Bai, the gratitude, the heavy responsibility, and the indescribable sorrow. Gently and cautiously it rubbed its furry body against Su Bai's arm and let out a whimper-like low sound. The moment it rubbed against Su Bai's arm, a crystal-clear blue liquid slipped from the corner of Xiao Mo's eye. This, tear, was not a liquid but a crystal carved like the purest sapphire. It did not fall to the ground. Instead, the moment it left Xiao Mo's eye, it silently shattered in midair, transforming into billions of brilliant starry lights. These starry lights did not dissipate. Instead, as if alive, they slowly circled around Su Bai, and finally, like young swallows returning to the forest, merged entirely into his body. Holy crap! What is that? Is Xiao Mo crying? It's not tears. It's a blue crystal. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. It fell and became starry lights. I give this special effect a perfect score. Wait. This isn't special effects. It's real. I feel. Godsu's aura seems to have become stronger. Is it my imagination? It's not imagination. Look around, Godsu, the air seems to be faintly glowing. Su Bai himself also felt this change. After the starry lights merged into his body, they transformed into a cool and vast energy quickly flowing through his limbs and bones, nourishing every inch of his body that had accumulated hidden injuries from high-intensity battles. More importantly, he felt that the spiritual link between him and Xiao Mo had become unprecedentedly clear and solid. However, this warm and miraculous scene was abruptly interrupted by a heart-wrenching alarm. Woo woo woo. Inside the command center, all screens instantly turned a glaring blood red. The alarm sound, representing the highest threat level, made everyone's heart skip a beat. Report. A technician responsible for monitoring global energy fluctuations stood up, with a pale face, his voice trembling with fear. Detected an S-level energy fluctuation at the Arctic abyss. The frequency completely matches the violet-black aurora. What a... Lin Jingwa's pupils contracted sharply as he slammed the table and stood up. Violet-black aurora. This name weighed like a mountain on everyone's heart in the command center. It was the precursor of the calamity that nearly caused the entire Northern Hemisphere's defense system to collapse last time. And now its source, the Arctic abyss, was showing violent fluctuations again. The live streaming room's bullet comments instantly shifted from emotion and celebration to panic and worry. Alarm. It's the highest level alarm. Arctic abyss. Isn't that the place sealed by God Su before? The frequency of the violet-black aurora. Could it be that another S-level disaster is coming? No. Why today of all days? Godsu just had his birthday. Lin Jingwa stared fixedly at the soaring energy values on the screen, his mind racing. He knew that this threat was probably even more terrifying than the last one. Relying on Su Bai alone, even with his recent mysterious enhancement, was too dangerous. His gaze swept over the still scrolling national blessings on the holographic screen and the face of the grandmother who donated her grandson's piggy bank. A plan unprecedented and somewhat crazy formed in his mind. Connect to the highest authority. I request to activate the National Temporary Contract System. Lin Jinghua's voice was resolute and unquestionable. General, this. The adjutant beside him exclaimed in shock. That system is still in the theoretical testing phase and has never been applied in actual combat. The risk is too great. There's no time. Lin Jinghua growled. We can't keep putting all the burden on a 20-year-old young man every time. The fate of Longhua should be borne by all its people. Activate the system now. As his command was confirmed, an invisible instruction covering the globe was sent out. All Longhua citizens watching the live broadcast saw a solemn and sacred interface pop up on their phones, computers, and public screens. National Temporary Contract System has been activated. Your guardian Su Bai is about to head to the S-level disaster battlefield Arctic Abyss. Are you willing to contribute your spiritual strength and sign a temporary assistance contract with the guardian to jointly resist the enemy? Yes, no. No one hesitated. From bustling cities to remote mountain villages, countless hands at the same moment clicked yes. The grandmother who had just donated her piggy bank with the help of a neighbor also tremblingly pressed the confirm button. She murmured, "Child, I have no other skills. Take this little strength." The next second on the live screen next to the interface representing Su Bai's status, a huge energy bar, symbolizing national assistance, appeared. It soared upward at a visible rate crazily. 10, 30, 70, 95. Every click, every blessing, every donation was now transformed into pure energy continuously flowing into Su Bai's body through this mysterious system. Holy, what kind of godly system is this? The whole nation is charging God Su. Clicked. I clicked. I don't know what it does, but I feel full of power. So the grandmother's piggy bank really can turn into power. Bro, where's the donation channel? I donated all my marriage savings. The assistance value is still rising. Our willpower is becoming God Su's power. Is this the strength of unity? Su Bai felt the vast torrent of power converge from the wills of billions of people within his body. He could even clearly distinguish the expectations of children, the love of the elderly, the fortitude of soldiers. He clenched his fist tightly, feeling a power unprecedented in its strength. He looked at Lin Jinghua and nodded heavily. I'm leaving. Meanwhile, in an unknown dark corner of the earth, a humanoid silhouette shrouded in distorted light and shadow was watching the same live broadcast with great interest. Around its space seemed to wail and collapse. When it saw the National Temporary Contract System activate and the massive energy torrent surging towards Su Bai, it did not panic. Instead, it let out a low, amused laugh that seemed to freeze souls. National contract. Had truly foolish and adorable mortals. Do you think this is helping him? The silhouette slowly raised a hand, as if embracing something. No, you are only helping me. Open a door. Such a vast and chaotic energy torrent is the perfect cover. It will be enough to perfectly conceal my aura the moment I descend. Su Bai, when you arrive at the Arctic carrying the hopes of billions, what you will see will not be your enemy. The whisper echoed in the darkness with a hint of cruel mockery. What you will see is the grand welcome ceremony I have prepared for you. Arctic Abyss Frontline Base. A young sentry braving the biting cold wind was vigilantly watching the abyss area sealed by an energy force field in the distance. Suddenly he shivered for no reason. Strange. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? He tightened his high-tech cold weather suit, feeling that the chill was not from the outside, but seeping directly from his marrow. He subconsciously glanced at the thermometer on the outer wall of the base. The number on it was dropping at an extremely abnormal rate. -50°C, -60°C, -70°C. The white breath he exhaled instantly condensed into countless tiny ice crystals clattering to the ground. A strange sense of palpitation surged in his heart. He abruptly raised his head and looked at the huge energy shield covering the entire base. The surface of the originally mirror-smooth energy shield now seemed to be emitting a faintly eerie glow, as if light was undergoing a subtle refraction when passing through some invisible forming medium. He rubbed his arms, feeling that something was wrong. A crisp, piercing sound, like an ill omen, echoed through the command center's bone conduction audio, unmistakably reaching Lu Yuan's ears. He jerked his head up, his gaze locking onto the main screen. The massive energy shield, which had flowed like crimson lotus fire, now bore a strange layer of icy blue frost on its surface. The source of that sharp sound was a hair-thin crack spreading from the center of the frost. Though small, it was like a jagged scar branded onto the nearly perfect energy structure of the Red Lotus system. The ice crept along the crack, visibly encroaching outward, dulling and slowing the flowing red energy in its path. Warning: Red Lotus energy shield has sustained level 1 structural damage. Xiaomo's emotionless electronic voice cut through the air, more chilling than any panicked scream. External temperature has dropped below -120°C. Cold wave energy indices are abnormal. Analyzing. In the command center, every staff member froze, disbelief etched on their faces. The system they relied on, The Red Lotus, hailed as humanity's last bastion against the apocalypse, was freezing. Damn, it cracked. Am I seeing things? The shield cracked. 120C. What kind of weather is this? Wasn't this supposed to be a once-in-a-century cold wave? This is more like once in 10,000 years. Hold on, Red Lotus. You're our last hope. Don't panic, it's just level 1 damage. Trust Lucian, trust Xiao. It can be repaired. The live chat exploded instantly, panic spreading like a virus. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. He knew he absolutely could not lose his composure now. His calm was the anchor for the entire base. Xiao increase energy output to the damaged area by 50. Attempt ice melt repair. He issued the first command, his voice steady and firm. Command executed. Repair module activated. Repair failed. Xiaomo's reply was devastatingly swift. Energy dissipation rate in the damaged area exceeds the replenishment rate. Warning. Detected high-frequency directional energy interference. Source locked. Free Federation Ice God Orbital Satellite now. 3. As the words faded, a new window popped up on the main screen. A menacing satellite like a metal beast hung, suspended in the pitch-black void. The amplifier on its front pulsed with an ominous blue light, and an invisible energy beam precisely focused on the cracked area of the Red Lotus shield. It was this force that was continuously draining the shield's heat, intensifying the freezing effect. On the screen, Alina's beautiful yet icy face flashed briefly, a faint sneer on her lips, as if she were issuing an elegant provocation. It's that crazy woman Alina. I knew she was behind this. Those bastards from the Free Federation. Instead of cooperating in the face of a natural disaster, they kick us when we're down. The Ice God satellite. Isn't that their strategic weapon for modifying planetary climate? What are they trying to do? Freeze our entire base into an ice sculpture. How vicious. They're trying to kill us. The people's fury ignited instantly, but anger could not melt the ice. Warning. Amplified by the Ice God satellite, the polar vortex energy is being forcibly redirected. To maintain shield integrity, the Red Lotus system's core energy consumption has surged by 300. Xiaomo's alerts grew more urgent. Backup power will be completely depleted in 17 minutes. 300%. That number struck everyone's heart like a hammer. It meant their proud energy reserves could not even last 20 minutes. Sweat beaded on Lu Yuan's forehead. He understood that conventional repair methods were useless. Alina was playing a straightforward game. She intended to use absolute energy superiority to drain them alive. What to do? Time was ticking away. The single crack on the shield had multiplied to 3, and the icy blue area was expanding like a rapidly spreading malignancy. The atmosphere in the command center was suffocating. External heating. Lu Yuan murmured, his mind racing beyond its limits. We need heat. Massive amounts of heat, to neutralize the Ice God's cryogenic attack. But where could they find so much heat? Burning fuel. In such extreme cold, any fuel's efficiency would plummet, and the heat generated would be a drop in the bucket for a shield covering the entire base. Just then a comment in the live chat gave him a bizarre spark of inspiration. I'm so worried. My heater's at max. Can I send some heat to Red Lotus? Don't be silly above. But seriously, if only I could stick all my warm packs on the shield. Warm packs. You're a clever one. How about I contribute a box of self-heating hot pot base? Spicy, the strong kind. Warm packs. Hot pot base. These seemingly joking remarks struck Lu Yuan like a lightning bolt, clearing the fog in his mind. Right? Heat. It didn't have to be high-grade energy. Anything that could generate heat was precious now. Many a little makes a mickle. Xiaomo. Lu Yuan's eyes blazed with sudden brilliance. Immediately activate the 10,000 homes contingency plan. Issue an emergency mobilization order to all citizens. 10,000 homes. Xiaomo's program seemed to stutter, clearly taken aback by the absurdity of the plan. Execute the order. Lu Yuan commanded without room for debate. Notify all residents to deposit any safe heat-generating items at home, including, but not limited to, warm packs, self-heating packs, high-proof liquor, and even unopened spicy hot pot base into the community hive recycling chutes. Activate all transport drones to concentrate the supplies at the shield's energy relay towers. The order spread through the public channel, instantly reaching every corner of the base. The citizens were stunned for a moment, then erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm. Desperate people longed to do something. Anything. Now they had a chance. Roger that. I'm bringing out my Moutai that's been aged for 3 years. Warm packs galore. I've raided my father-in-law's convenience store stock. Brothers, my beef tallow hot pot base is on its way. Give Red Lotus a boost, a red oil hot pot. Charge. For our home. Even if it's with hot pot base, will choke that Alina woman's satellite. In an instant, the entire base was mobilized. Thousands of small drones like diligent worker bees zipped between the Steel City's buildings, transporting boxes of all kinds of heat-generating supplies to the designated 36 energy relay towers. The massive conversion furnaces at the base of the towers were activated. Warm packs, self-heating packs, and hot pot base were poured in without hesitation, releasing astonishing thermal energy under the action of special catalysts. This scorching energy, mixed with the scent of chili and spices, was converted into pure heat currents continuously injected into the Red Lotus shield's energy circulation system. A miracle occurred. The icy blue frost on the shield slowed its expansion noticeably, and the dimmed red energy began to glow faintly again. Though the cracks hadn't disappeared, the collapse was at least halted. Report to Commander. External auxiliary heating is effective. Red Lotus energy consumption increase has dropped from 300 to 210. Estimated support time extended to 45 minutes. The command center erupted in muffled cheers. Awesome. Hot Pot Base actually works. Haha, Alina must never have imagined that her high-tech satellite would be defeated by our warm packs and Hot Pot. This is the vast ocean of people's war. We've got this. Lu Yuan, however, did not relax. He knew better than anyone that this was only a temporary fix. The citizens' supplies were limited, this method couldn't last long. They needed a permanent solution. His gaze fell on the base's 3D geological map. His sight pierced through the thick rock layers, going deeper. Xiao Mo, how much power is left in the Red Lotus's thermal scanning function? Core energy is tight. The thermal scanning function can only operate at minimum power for one scan, with limited depth. That's enough. Lu Yuan pointed to a marked spot deep on the geological map. Abandon wide area scanning. Concentrate all power into a single beam, aim at this coordinate, and perform a vertical depth probe. I need to know if what we're looking for is down there. Command confirmed. Red Lotus microlight thermal system activated. Target underground geothermal exploration point now. Free. Commencing scan. On the main screen, a faint hair-thin red line separated from the Red Lotus's crimson glow, shooting vertically into the ground like a needle of hope struggling to pierce the deep unknown earth. A scan progress bar slowly appeared at the center of the screen. Yet almost simultaneously, another Windows image made everyone's hearts leap again. It was the surveillance feed of the Ice God satellite now. 3. In the corner of the image, a shocking charging icon popped up, its energy bar rapidly rising at a visible rate. Warning. The Ice God satellite is initiating a second charge. Estimated power will be 150 of the previous round. Countdown to charge completion 10 minutes. Xiao Mo's alarm, the geothermal scan progress bar, and the base's energy countdown formed a suffocating tableau. In the corner of the screen, the charging progress bar of the Ice God satellite and the base's energy countdown overlapped mercilessly, and beside them a bright red number ticked down with the biting cold approaching the theoretical limit of life, -149. 6C, -149. 8C. The external temperature was making its final sprint toward the utterly freezing -150C. Su Bai's voice trembled slightly in the frigid air, every word forced out through gritted teeth, carrying a desperate resolve. His gaze was locked onto the black figure on the screen that was almost being devoured by the ice and snow, his heart clenched painfully by an invisible hand. Xiao Mo's limbs were already covered in thick icicles, and every movement produced a chilling crack sound. Its originally agile body was now incredibly clumsy, its once flame-filled pupils had dimmed from the biting cold, leaving only a stubborn spark of fire flickering deep within. Oh my god, the cub's legs are frozen stiff. It can barely stand. Su Shin, think of something quickly. At this rate, it's really going to turn into an ice sculpture. 150, this is no temperature for living creatures. Those damn bastards. Can geothermal resonance really work? Sounds too mysterious. Whether it works or not, it's the only hope now. Brothers don't just watch move. Su Bai took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew that he was now the backbone for everyone, and especially the only one Xiao Mo could rely on. He couldn't panic. Makes sense. Let's do as this brother said. Su Bai roared into the communicator, his voice drowning out the howling wind and snow. Everyone listen up. Shift the focus of donations, concentrate all resources, and throw everything we have into the high-energy embers and crystal cores needed for geothermal resonance. As much as you can. Quick. His words were like a thunderbolt, instantly igniting the emotions of everyone in the live stream. In despair, people seized this lifeline and began a frantic operation. In an instant, the donation channel in the live stream became like a golden river bursting its banks. Countless points of light representing high-energy materials converged into a dazzling torrent, crossing the boundary between virtual and reality and poured straight into Su Bai's system. My year-end bonus. Cub live on for me. Just got my salary all for you. Su Shin charged forward with the cub. Coordinates Southwest Huaxiao. My family owns a mine. This little crystal core is just a token of respect. Not enough. I'll transfer more. Have we ever lost? No. In the dictionary of Huaxiao people, there is no such word as surrender. A massive influx of energy caused the system interface in front of Su Bai to flicker violently. Without hesitation, he channeled all the energy into his link with Xiao Mo. Far away on the Arctic ice sheet, Xiao Mo, who was nearly frozen, suddenly trembled. A powerful, irresistible warmth surged through its spiritual link with Su Bai, like injecting boiling magma into frozen blood vessels. The crimson lotus pattern on its forehead instantly lit up, no longer a faint red glow, but a blazing intensity like red-hot iron. Roar! A low suppressed growl rolled from the depths of Xiao Mo's throat. Its stiff limbs began to tremble violently, and the ice layer covering its fur cracked and melted at a visible rate, rising in clouds of white steam. In those dim, beastly pupils, golden red flames rekindled, burning more fiercely than ever before. It raised its head, ignoring the raging snowstorm, and from its golden-red pupils shot two slender, yet piercing beams of light. This was no longer vague detection, but incredibly precise energy targeting. The beams, like two red-hot scalpels, instantly pierced through the thick ice layer and frozen soil straight into the depths of the Earth's crust. The Earth emitted its first faint tremor. Xiao Mo had found the first geothermal node. Without pausing, it turned its head slightly, and the heat beam from its pupils shot out again, striking another location. The vibrations grew stronger. The third, the fourth. Xiao Mo's movements became faster and faster. Its energy was burning wildly, and the crimson lotus pattern on its forehead began to spread toward the corners of its eyes and the bridge of its nose like a flame lotus about to bloom. The bullet comments in the live stream froze for a moment. Everyone held their breath, watching this almost miraculous scene with tension. They could clearly see that with each of Xiao Mo's targeting, it seemed as if a giant beast was awakening beneath the ice sheet, the dull rumbling growing louder. When the fifth heat beam precisely hit the deepest point underground, a line of blood-red characters suddenly popped up on Su Bai's system panel. Warning: detection of ultra-high intensity energy reaction. Judgment: Crimson Lotus geothermal resonance condition met. System prompt: Crimson Lotus geothermal resonance activated. Geothermal energy converging. Countdown: 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown ended, the entire world seemed to freeze. The next second, the earth shook and mountains swayed. Boom! A deafening roar came from the depths of the earth. The ice sheet that had been frozen for 10,000 years suddenly arched upward, and then from the 5 points that Xiao Mo had targeted, 5 immense columns of white steam mixed with scorching lava fragments burst through the hundreds of meters thick ice layer, roaring straight into the sky with irresistible force. The scorching airwaves formed a terrifying shockwave, instantly evaporating the blizzard within a radius of several kilometers, and even the thick cold current clouds in the sky were torn open into 5 huge holes. The collision of extreme cold and extreme heat staged the most magnificent destruction and rebirth between heaven and earth. And Xiao Mo, at the center of the converging energy, raised its head and let out a world-shaking roar. Ayo! This roar was no longer the pain and struggle before, but filled with boundless power and fury. The 5 geothermal energies, as if pulled by some mysterious force, drew huge arcs in the sky and converged entirely into its body. Its originally black fur was now completely covered by the spreading crimson lotus pattern, turning into a red battle armor, flowing with the luster of molten rock. Scorching energy radiated from every inch of its skin, distorting the surrounding air. Its body seemed to have expanded a size, brimming with explosive power. In the camera, this cub that had just been on the verge of death had now transformed into the flame monarch ruling this ice field. What am I seeing? Is this special effects? 5 dragons emerging from the water. No, 5 dragons breathing fire. Cub transformed. Is it a scion beast? So cool. So fiery. This is the divine beast of our Huaxia. Su Bai stared at the imposing figure on the screen, his clenched fists finally loosening, a wild grin spreading across his face. Xiao Mo seemed to sense his emotions, and also the malice from the distant observation station. It suddenly turned its head, its crimson lotus flame pupils locking onto that direction. The next moment, a crimson lotus beam, dozens of times thicker than before, swept out like a divine sword of judgment. Where the beam passed, space, distorted snow and ice instantly vaporized, leaving a scorched, bottomless black melt scar several meters wide on the ice field. The enemy observation station, made of special alloy in the face of this terrifying beam, was like butter under the sun. It couldn't hold even a second, instantly sliced in half, the cut as smooth as a mirror, and then the entire station turned into a pool of red molten iron, melting into the frozen ground with a sizzling sound. Almost at the same time, Zhou Huijin's excited and slightly horrified voice came through the communicator. Su Bai, all the enemy's weather satellite signals deployed above the cold current have been cut off. They must have been destroyed by the energy flow of the geothermal eruption. The ultra-low temperature cold current covering the entire Arctic is weakening at an astonishing rate. Well done. Su Bai couldn't help but burst into laughter, the pent-up frustration in his heart swept away. Did you hear that, cub? We're heating up. We've won. The drone camera quickly rose higher, trying to capture this shocking panorama. As the altitude climbed, everyone in the live stream saw a scene they would never forget. The 5 huge holes blasted open by the geothermal energy, along with the massive ice cracks created by Xiao Mo's heat beams and crustal movements, formed an incredibly grand, ancient, and vigorous pattern on the vast white ice field. It was a shape that every Huaxiao person had etched into their bones. A vague character for dragon. The bullet comments in the live stream, after a 3-second silence, exploded across the screen with unprecedented frenzy. Dragon. It's a dragon. I'm not seeing things. A dragon totem has appeared on the ice field. Heavens. This is no coincidence. This is absolutely no coincidence. This is an auspicious sign. A divine revelation. With the earth's veins as ink, the ice field as paper. Divine beast appears, national fortune prospers. I'm crying. Really crying. Those who offend Huaxia will be punished no matter how far. The ancients did not deceive me. No one discussed science anymore, no one dwelled on logic. At this moment, the dragon-shaped totem created by the power of the divine beast became the best kindling to ignite the fire in the hearts of 1,4 billion people. And in the depths of the aurora where no one could observe, the human silhouette that had been standing quietly slowly raised its head. Its gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, landing on the boiling ice field. A blurred light screen unfolded before it, clearly reflecting the crisscrossing dragon-shaped cracks and the crimson lotus cub bathing in the heat waves at the center, drawing upon the earth's veins, forming resonance. A low, ancient, genderless murmur sounded in the silent void. So that's it. The crimson lotus indeed was not born only for destruction. As soon as the words fell, the violent heat waves from the geothermal resonance on the ice field seemed to reach their peak and began to slowly subside. The biting cold wind had been dispelled, but not completely disappeared, still lingering in the distance. Su Bai was immersed in the joy of victory, ready to praise Xiao Mo. However, Xiao Mo, who had just been majestic and imposing, suddenly stopped its roar. The crimson lotus pattern flowing on its body flickered for a moment, and it abruptly turned its head, staring at a certain point in the northwest. In those golden-red pupils, the soaring pride just ignited quickly faded, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and vigilance. It let out a low, threatening whimper from its throat, its red fur bristling without wind, assuming a poised attack stance. The viewers in the live stream also sensed something wrong. What's going on? Why is the cub suddenly so nervous? What is it looking at? Is there something in that direction? Quick, turn the camera. Why do I feel my heart racing, a bad feeling? The smile on Su Bai's face instantly froze, and his heart sank. Even Xiao Mo, who had just undergone a super transformation, showed such wariness. Whatever was coming was definitely no friend. The cold current had receded, but the real threat seemed to be just beginning. At the edge of the ice field on the horizon, dyed into a strange color by the aurora, something seemed to be breaking through the air, approaching. The lingering chill of the extreme cold had not yet fully dissipated, and hoarfrost still clung to the metal railings on the outer edge of the base. The surviving combat personnel were panting heavily, their faces not yet fully relaxed with the relief of having narrowly escaped death. In the live stream room, a sea of jubilation had just drowned the previous tension. We won. We won. Su Shun is amazing. The cub is amazing. I told you, a cold wave. Before my cub's crimson lotus flame, it's all trash. I was so scared just now I thought the base was going to freeze through. Su Bai leaned back in the commander's seat, his tense nerves slightly relaxing. He stared at the surveillance monitor where the little creature, now the size of an armored vehicle, was swishing its tail, melting the residual frost into pools of steam, and a bittersweet sense of pride surged within him. He had raised a little homewrecker, but when it came down to the wire, it was truly reliable. However, this brief tranquility was utterly shattered by a piercing alarm. Alert! High-energy biological reaction detected. Energy level B grade. Direction due north airspace. Everyone's smiles froze on their faces. On the large screen in the command center, the aurora that had just returned to normal began to twist violently once more, as if an invisible giant hand was churning the sky. Then a pure white figure tore through the brilliant curtain of light, descending like a falling comet of ice and snow with an overwhelming sense of oppression. It was a giant wolf, its body even larger than any previous beast, its snow-white fur reflecting a cold luster under the aurora, without a single trace of other colors. Its limbs were powerful and agile, and with each step it took in the void, crystalline steps of ice formed beneath its paws. What was most terrifying were its eyes, like gems carved from polar ice. Cold, aloof, devoid of any emotion, as if everything in the world were merely specks of dust about to freeze in its gaze. Surrounding it was no longer mere cold air, but a visible, ceaseless miniature blizzard. Holy crap! What is that thing? B-grade extreme cold giant beast. Snow Wolf King. According to the database, it's the absolute overlord of the northern ice fields. We're doomed. That earlier one was just an appetizer. The main event is here now. This oppressive feeling. Even through the screen, I feel like the air conditioner is set to below zero. Just as the base personnel were frozen in stunned silence, a communication channel was forcibly accessed, and Elena's sneering voice, laced with a morbid delight, echoed through the command center. Su Bai surprised. You think clearing out a few small fries means you've won the war? How naive. The Snow Wolf King is the grand finale I've carefully prepared for you. Su Bai's pupils constricted sharply. He stared fixedly at the white figure on the screen, and in an instant he understood. The previous beast tide and cold currents were all just diversions to drain the base's combat power and energy. The real killing move was this B-grade giant beast. The Snow Wolf King gave no one time to react. It raised its head and let out a long, high-pitched howl. Not mere sound waves, but a command imbued with terrifying extreme cold energy. In an instant, the temperature plummeted once again, more violently than ever before. A true blizzard centered on the Snow Wolf King swept across the land, with overwhelming force targeting the only threat on the ground that radiated scorching heat. Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo. Watch out. Su Bai's voice carried a hint of urgency. But it was already too late. The blizzard moved faster than imagination, engulfing Xiao Mo's massive body in the blink of an eye. On the livestream camera, viewers could only see a wildly spinning white storm. At its center, Xiao Mo's form was rapidly covered by a thick layer of hard ice, glowing with a faint blue light. Heat flames, Before the absolute power of the B-grade giant beast, they seemed instantly suppressed. In mere seconds, the blizzard dissipated, leaving behind only a colossal ice sculpture, freezing Xiao Mo's struggling posture forever. No, the cub is frozen again. This ice is different. There's flowing energy light on it. How do we break this? Elena is that crazy woman. She's trying to wipe us all out. Su Shin, think of something fast. The cub can't move. The livestream room was filled with lamentations. Inside the base, the atmosphere was even more oppressive. The power of a B-grade giant beast was beyond their comprehension. However, after the initial shock, Su Bai quickly calmed down. His eyes sharp as an eagle's locked onto the faint crimson lotus patterns on Xiao Mo's body within the ice. The patterns were dim, but not extinguished. There's still a chance. He roared in his mind. He slammed the communicator, his voice calm and resolute, filled with an unshakable authority. Cub, listen to my command. Contract all heat concentrated into one point. Use your strongest heat ray and blast it open from the inside. Don't mind that stupid wolf. Never let it get one step closer to the base. His voice like a thunderbolt reached the core of Xiao Mo's consciousness through the mental link. Within the ice, Xiao Mo's previously scattered awareness instantly coalesced. The dim crimson lotus totem on its body, as if infused with endless fuel, suddenly burst into a blinding fiery red light. The light pierced through the thick ice, making it seem from the outside as if a tiny sun had been ignited inside the ice sculpture. A flicker of contempt passed through the Snow Wolf King's ice crystal eyes. It began to stride forward, ready to deliver the final blow to this overreaching base. At that moment, boom, a deafening explosion erupted, and the ice sculpture burst violently from within. Countless huge chunks of ice were hurled hundreds of meters into the air by an irresistible force, only to be instantly vaporized by the scorching heat wave, turning into a vast white mist. At the center of the mist, Xiao Mo's figure reappeared. The crimson lotus patterns on its body were more brilliant than ever before, and rolling waves of heat radiated outward, melting the ground into a magma-like crimson. It let out an angry roar, no longer the cry of a young beast, but carrying a hint of draconic majesty. Then, with a sudden flick of its long tail, a condensed beam of fiery red heat, like a primordial light, tore through the air and swept toward the Snow Wolf King. The Snow Wolf King seemed not to have expected the other to break free so easily. Hastily, it opened its mouth and spat out a blast of extreme cold breath. The crimson heat wave and the pure white cold current collided head-on in midair. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an eerie silence. At the point of convergence, space itself seemed to tear and warp. On one side, the searing heat that incinerated all, on the other, the freezing cold that froze everything. The ultimate forces of ice and fire annihilated and eroded each other, forming a clearly demarcated, yet chaotic energy fault line, turning heaven and earth pale. This scene ignited the emotions of every viewer in the livestream room. Holy shit. It's lit. Cub, roast that husky. This is what the Crimson Lotus should look like. So cool. Brothers, don't just stand there. Add hot pot seasoning for the cub. Feed it. Feed it. Send tips. We can't let the cub's fire die out. Fire rockets. In an instant, the screen was completely covered with countless tips. Rockets, spaceships, energy crystals. Gifts representing high feeding points rose like rain. The base's feeding point tally soared at an unprecedented rate. Before Su Bai's eyes, system notifications echoed in a continuous stream. Ding. Received a large amount of feeding points. Crimson Lotus form strengthening. Ding. Energy core overload. New skill unlocked. Lava tail whip. Perfect timing. Su Bai shouted. On the battlefield, Xiao Mo seemed to sense the new power flowing into its body. Its long tail, originally covered in scales, began to transform rapidly before the stunned eyes of the crowd. The hard scales melted one by one, turning into flowing dark golden lava. The entire tail became a terrifying whip, dozens of meters long, composed of pure molten rock. The air sizzled as it was scorched, and droplets of falling lava struck the ground, leaving behind smoking pits. The Snow Wolf King, having gained the upper hand in the energy clash, was about to press its advantage when it suddenly felt a terrifying heat that made even its soul tremble. Xiao Mo moved. Its massive body spun abruptly, swinging the lava tail whip in a deadly arc that swept outward. This strike was as fast as lightning, as powerful as thunder. The lava whip, carrying the force to boil seas and burn mountains, slammed fiercely into the Snow Wolf King's flank. Sizzle. A grating huge sound like boiling oil splashed onto ice. The Snow Wolf King's proud white fur, which could withstand extreme cold, proved as fragile as paper before the lava instantly scorched and carbonized, revealing the bloody, mangled flesh beneath. A thick smell of burning even wafted through the livestream signal. A woo. The Snow Wolf King let out a miserable howl. Its massive body was sent flying sideways by the tremendous force of the whip, tumbling like a ragdoll for over 100 meters before crashing heavily into an iceberg, shattering it into a spiderweb of cracks. Huh. Roasting the wolf. The cub is really roasting the wolf. This whip strike, I hereby dub it Soul Seer. Beautiful. One more, and it'll be well done. Su Bai, looking at the battered Snow Wolf King, couldn't help but burst into laughter. He shouted into the communicator, cub, well done. Ask it if it prefers medium rare or well done. Xiao Mo seemed to understand Su Bai's teasing. It flicked its burning lava tail whip and advanced step by step toward the fallen Snow Wolf King. With each step, a molten footprint was left on the ground. The Snow Wolf King struggled to its feet. Staring at the approaching lava giant, its ice crystal eyes for the first time showed clear visible fear. It no longer had any of its former arrogance or coldness. It was like a real beast facing its natural predator, its body trembling slightly, a threatening growl rumbling in its throat, yet its feet involuntarily backed away. It was afraid. Just when everyone thought a slaughter was about to unfold, the Snow Wolf King suddenly stopped retreating. It took a deep look at the towering Xiao Mo, then raised its head toward the shifting, mysterious depths of the aurora. It abandoned resistance, lifted its head, and let out a low, urgent howl at the sky. The sound was no longer the roar of battle, but more like a report. An ancient mournful call, transmitting a message. After the howl, the Snow Wolf King did not hesitate any longer. It turned and became a streak of white lightning, dragging its wounded body, vanishing without looking back into the endless ice field. The battle ended in an unexpected way. Inside and outside the base, deafening cheers erupted. But Su Bai did not smile. His brows were furrowed as he stared at the direction where the Snow Wolf King had disappeared. The unease in his heart only grew stronger. What did that final howl mean? Who was it reporting to? Meanwhile, in the deepest, unobservable recesses of the aurora curtain, a silhouette, so vast it was beyond imagination, stood silently, as if it had existed since time immemorial. It seemed to have heard the Snow Wolf King's mournful cry. It was silent for a moment. Then finally the colossal silhouette slowly took a step forward. A voice as soft as a sigh, yet as majestic as to freeze the soul, echoed in the void. The Crimson Lotus has finally begun to awaken. The moment the voice fell, the celebration cheers in the command center of the northern front base abruptly ceased. An alarm sharper and more urgent than any before sounded without warning from within the base. Red warning lights flashed frantically, casting a blood-red glow on everyone's startled faces. This alarm did not come from outside. The towering figure of the Snow Wolf King disappeared at the end of the polar night, and before the survivors' relief could fully settle in their chests, a piercing alarm shattered every eardrum without warning. This was not the highest level Crimson alert for external invasions, but a level 1 alarm signaling internal system breach, shrill and dreadful, driving a freezing steel needle straight into everyone's nerves. What the hell is going on? Zhou Huijin barely finished treating the wound on his arm when he sprang to his feet at the sound, his face draining of color. On the main control room's large screen, snowflake-like interference signals flickered briefly before switching to internal surveillance footage. Everyone's gaze froze instantly, their breath caught as though an invisible hand clamped around their throats. The footage showed Xiao Mo's exclusive isolation hibernation pod, and standing beside it like a phantom was Shen Jing, their most trusted comrade and the base's chief scientist. His white lab coat bore mysterious stains, his eyes a mixture of anguish, determination, and madness. In his hand was a specially designed high-pressure syringe filled with an eerie blue liquid. He stepped closer to Xiao Mo, who was in hibernation and completely defenseless. "Shun, what the fuck are you doing?" Zhou Huijin's roar echoed through the main control room, but he could only helplessly pound against the cold console. The isolation pod's access had been locked from the inside by Xinjing. After a brief silence, the live stream's barrage of comments erupted. "What the hell? Dr. Shen has turned traitor. What kind of plot twist is this? What's he holding? Stay away from my baby. No way isn't Dr. Shen one of us." He even did a full checkup on Xiao Mo before he would. There must be a reason. Director, cut the damn camera to him now. As if hearing the viewer's wishes, a split-screen image stubbornly appeared in the corner of the screen. It was the extreme cold punishment cell at the very heart of the base, where temperatures plunged to -70 degrees. Lin Mu, Xinjing's mother and a respected geneticist, was bound to a cold metal chair with her hands behind her back, her lips turned purple from the cold, her vital signs as faint as a candle flickering in the wind. "Jinga." She summoned all her remaining strength to scream at the monitor in the corner, her voice hoarse and desperate. "Don't do something so foolish. Don't listen to them. Stop." Xinjing's body trembled violently, but he didn't turn around. Instead, he aimed a syringe at the back of Xiao Mo's neck, where dense scales covered its skin. His voice, transmitted through the isolation pod's audio equipment, reached every corner of the base and the ears of hundreds of millions of viewers, low and resonant. "I'm sorry, Xiao Mo," he murmured, as though speaking to Xiao Mo or pronouncing sentence upon himself. "I have to obtain your somatic cells for my mother." The moment the needle pierced its flesh, Xiao Mo's massive body shuddered violently. Its tightly shut eyes snapped open, and within those once vivid golden-slitted pupils, normally filled with cunning and warmth, flickered the shock of betrayal by someone closest, surging into an overwhelming rage capable of consuming everything. The live broadcast cut to black at that moment. The next second, the ground trembled and mountains shook. Boom! The backup screen in the main control room flickered on, revealing scenes outside the base. A thick crimson energy beam erupted from within the base, slamming violently against the energy barrier enveloping it. Ripples convulsed across the barrier's surface as it groaned under the strain, fine cracks beginning to spiderweb along its edges. "Alert! Alert! Red Lotus energy response out of control. output exceeding threshold by 300%. The system's cold electronic voice merged with the thunderous sounds outside pounding against everyone's hearts like a hammer. Zhou Huijin rushed to the observation window, his face pale with horror. It's attacking its own people. Xiao Mo has completely lost control. Through the backup screen, everyone witnessed that hellish scene. Xiao Mo's massive form was engulfed in raging red lotus energy, its eyes transforming into pure crimson devoid of any rationality. It roared toward the sky, crimson beams lashing out indiscriminately, melting and evaporating the glaciers surrounding the base, sending plumes of water vapor billowing into the air. This wasn't battle. It was the most primal, agonizing expression of betrayal-fueled rage. Xiao Mo. Su Bai's eyes blazed crimson as he lunged for the console, grabbing the communicator and screaming at the top of his lungs. Xiao Mo, it's your father. Look at me. Listen to me. But his voice was drowned out by the feral energy's roars. Those crimson eyes no longer reflected his presence. Only the instinct to destroy everything remained. Across the live stream, wailing echoed everywhere. We're done for. Xiao Mo has completely gone berserk. That bastard Xinjing. I'll kill him. Brother Su's voice. It can't hear him. What do we do? The barrier is about to shatter. Isn't this just the rampage state? The files mentioned before. After suffering extreme psychological trauma, the Red Lotus enters in indiscriminate attack mode until its energy depletes or its life ends. At that moment, a blood-red warning appeared on Su Bai's system interface. Warning. Target, Red Lotus has entered irreversible rampage mode. Mental link disconnected. Only available action consume 100 bond points for forced consciousness sync. Success rate unknown. Risk if synchronization fails, host consciousness will be permanently consumed by the rampage energy. 100,000 points. That was everything he and all the brothers in the live stream had painstakingly saved. Nearly their entire fortune. Su Bai didn't hesitate for a moment, his teeth gritted so hard, he could hear his bones grinding. He looked into the camera and said firmly, "Brothers, this is our final act of trust. Trust me and trust it." No further words were needed. In that instant, the live stream's barrage flooded the screen at unprecedented speed and density, coalescing into a mighty collective will. We trust Xiao Mo. Forever. Brother Su, do it. Just do it. 100,000 points is nothing. This is the bond between us and our baby. Use it to wake Xiao Mo. Charge. Confirm execution. Su Bai roared and slammed his hand onto the virtual button. The number representing bond points on the screen plummeted from 100500 at a speed invisible to the naked eye, finally landing on a shocking figure, 500. An invisible shockwave radiated outward from Su Bai, his vision instantly consumed by endless red. The world spun and shattered, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself immersed in a sea of storm composed of raging emotions. Countless crimson currents of anger, betrayal, pain, and destructive desire howled around him, threatening to drag everything into their vortex and tear it apart. Yet in this sea of desperate red, only one faint point of light flickered in the storm's center, stubbornly releasing a familiar blue glow. That was Su Bai's consciousness pierced through the turbulent currents, drawing near to that light. He saw clearly that within the light point was wrapped a warm, yet humorous scene. In a dilapidated underground shelter, a frail man was carefully pushing a steaming bowl of instant noodles toward a small monster wary of the world. It was a memory from their first encounter. Xiao Mo, do you still remember? Su Bai's voice echoed through this spiritual world, so gentle as if afraid to disturb that fragile dream. That day you said instant noodles tasted better than nuclear waste. His words were like a pebble cast into the raging sea. That blue light seemed to brighten slightly. Meanwhile, in the real world's live stream, the viewers seemed to share Su Bai's thoughts. Photos were uploaded by fans through a special channel flowing into the consciousness link system as pure streams of energy pouring into the crimson storm. There was their first birthday celebration for Xiao Mo at the base, where Xiao Mo clumsily reached out with its paws to touch the frosting on the cake. There they were on the Antarctic ice sheet, gazing together at the magnificent aurora, Xiao Mo's scales reflecting colorful light. And on Mount Fuji's summit, Su Bai swaggeringly stood atop the remains of an apostle knocked unconscious by Xiao Mo's paw, flashing a peace sign at the camera. Each photograph was a shared memory, an uncopyable bond. Xiao Mo, do you remember this one? The first time you learned to make a heart shape with your tail for me. And this one, we promised to see all the scenery in the world together. Wake up, Xiao Mo. Your daddy is waiting for you. Countless memories' light points converged into the storm, and the crimson red representing anger and despair began to fade, receding like the tide. In the real world, the terrifying crimson in Xiao Mo's eyes gradually gave way to familiar gold, though now with an unprecedented coldness and sharpness. With consciousness restored, Xiao Mo raised its head abruptly, its movements no longer frantic, but carrying a calm, oppressive weight. Its gaze locked onto an ice cliff not far from the base. There at some unknown time another red lotus had appeared. This bionic red lotus beast was nearly identical to Xiao Mo in appearance. Every scale and bone structure flawlessly replicated. But its eyes were hollow, lifeless, lacking any spark of soul. Inside the cockpit atop its head, Noah himself, the executive of the Noah Corporation, watched Xiao Mo with a fervent, yet slightly regretful expression. Fascinating data. Emotional outbursts truly can generate such powerful energy amplification. Unfortunately, this heart ultimately cannot be replicated. Noah's voice echoed through the speaker with arrogant condescension. Su Bai's chilling voice then resonated directly within Xiao Mo's mind through their mental link. Xiao Mo tear it apart. Without a roar or unnecessary movement, Xiao Mo vanished from its position. In the next instant it appeared before the bionic beast. Its razor-sharp claws descended with the force to tear through space itself. The reinforced special alloy cockpit facing the true fury of the Red Lotus proved as fragile as paper. Ryup. The cockpit was torn open, and for the first time fear crossed Noah's face. He activated the emergency ejection system, launching himself into the air in a desperate attempt to escape. But Xiao Mo merely cast a cold glance. Behind it, that long, powerful tail lashed out like a divine whip spanning heaven and earth, striking Noah with precise timing. Bang! Noah fell like a struck meteorite, hurtling downward until he crashed into the glacial lake below, frozen over after being melted by the battle's heat. The frigid lake water enveloped him instantly, and in that final moment, when his terrified, desperate expression froze the entire lake's surface, sealed over completely. He was perfectly encased beneath layers of translucent ice, a meticulously preserved specimen destined to remain on eternal display in this land of extremes. Every viewer watching the live broadcast witnessed the scene unfold, and after a moment of stunned silence the air erupted with thunderous cheers. Su Bai slowly emerged from the main control room, facing the bone-chilling wind as he gazed at the tiny black speck at the center of the distant frozen lake. Glancing at Xiao Mo beside him, now calm, nudging gently against his leg, his eyes held an unprecedented resolve. This is something you can never replicate. His voice was low, delivered like a sentence passed upon Noah, or perhaps a proclamation to some unseen presence. Yet in an unnoticed corner within the metal wreckage of the bionic beast, a concealed chip no larger than a fingernail pulsed with faint red light. Lines of unbreakable data streams were automatically uploading through a hidden quantum channel toward an unknown coordinate. Meanwhile, beyond Earth's orbit, in the heart of the most brilliant aurora, that silhouetted human figure, which had stood motionless all along, finally began to stir. A voice neither male nor female, seeming to emanate from the cosmos itself, whispered with an air of knowing clarity. Consciousness resonance. I see. The heart of the Red Lotus truly cannot be simply copied. The voice dissolved into stardust, yet inside Aurora Base the shrill alarm, signaling internal crisis, continued to echo without pause. The real storm, it seemed, was only just beginning. The piercing alarm still echoed above the base as if playing the lingering notes of that brief, yet brutal battle. The remains of the bionic beast left behind by Noah's frantic escape, a twisted heap of metal and circuits, still billowed thick smoke, emitting a pungent smell of burnt plastic. The air was thick with tension and unease. Zhou Huijin's hands danced rapidly across the virtual light screen of the console, countless data streams cascading like a waterfall through his eyes. He suddenly stopped, his expression solemn as he lifted his head. Su Bai, this is no ordinary bionic beast. Its energy core and neural conduction pattern were reverse-engineered and simulated based on Xiao Mo's Crimson Lotus form. Su Bai stood beside the wreckage, his gaze as cold as a blade. He reached out to gently stroke the massive head of Xiao Mo beside him, soothing its slightly unsteady breath after the battle. It seems they want to use this crude copy to replace the true bond between living beings. His voice carried a hint of undisguised sarcasm, but more than that, it was a fury that had crossed a line. Unfortunately, they will never understand. Xiao Mo nuzzled his palm gently, letting out a low whimper, as if responding to its master's words. Just then a cold electronic voice rang out in Su Bai's mind. Warning. Detected violent fluctuations in the spiritual link between host and bond beast. Bond value has plummeted to 500. Current link is at risk of breaking. Please repair immediately. Su Bai's heart tightened. He could feel that the warm current of mutual understanding between him and Xiao Mo had become faint like a flickering candle in the wind. That bionic beast was not merely a physical attack, but a malicious imitation and erosion of their bond. Zhou Huijin, help me connect the live streaming equipment. Su Bai made an immediate decision. Now, Zhou Huijin was surprised, but complied at once. A beam of light projected into the air, and the familiar live streaming interface lit up. In an instant, thousands of viewers flooded in, and bullet comments cascaded like a bursting dam. Holy crap. Finally live. The base alarm just blared across the sky. What happened? Are you okay, streamer? Where's the cub? How is the cub? That explosion scared me to death. Ew, I thought the base was destroyed. Su Bai took a deep breath, facing the camera with unprecedented seriousness. Brothers, you should have all seen that life and death battle through the external monitoring. Someone created a copy of Xiao Mo, wanting to hurt it even. Replace it. He turned sideways, clearly pointing the camera at several burn marks on Xiao Mo's body that had not yet fully healed. The cub almost didn't make it. These words were like a bomb, instantly igniting the entire live stream. What a... Who is so insane? A copy. Those scum deserve it. I'm heartbroken. Cub, don't be afraid, we're all here. Damn it, I'm going to send the streamer a rocket and buy the best energy cubes for the cub. Su Bai shook his head, his voice steady and powerful. Right now what we need is not material supplies. The link between Xiao Mo and me has encountered a problem. He did not conceal it. I need your help. Not instant noodles, not gifts. It's trust, your unwavering companionship and support. Please let us feel that true bonds are unmatched by any copy. As soon as his words fell, the sea of bullet comments instantly changed color and content. Cub will always support you. You are one of a kind. Brother Su, don't be afraid, we're all here. Bonds eternal. Trust. Companionship. We are your strongest backing. True bonds are connections of heart to heart. How could data simulate them? Go for it. Let those lowlifes see the power of the original. Streams of invisible warmth flowed through the live stream, crossing the boundary between virtual and reality, slowly merging into the spiritual world of Su Bai and Xiao Mo. On the system interface, the once precarious bond value of 500 began to rise slowly but steadily, visibly to the naked eye. 510, 530, 560. Ding. Bond value is steadily recovering. Detected strong protective well. New function module unlocked, bond shield inactive. Just then Zhou Huijin's voice came again, breaking the warmth. Su Bai, I've tracked Noah's route. He's retreating at full speed toward the Arctic Circle with his remaining forces, destination unknown. The warmth in Su Bai's eyes was instantly replaced by sharpness. He looked at the still rising bond value, then at Xiao Mo, whose breath was gradually steadying, and curled his lips into a cold smile. Cub, let's go give him a surprise. The Arctic Circle frozen for thousands of miles with biting wind like knives. Xiao Mo's massive body trampled a deep path through the knee-deep snow. It seemed to sense its master's battle intent, occasionally spitting a thin, deep red, high-temperature beam from its mouth, melting a scorched trail through the frozen soil, and ice ahead, steam billowing in the freezing air. The livestream camera faithfully recorded the scene. Holy shit. Is this a road carved out of hell? So cool. This is the majesty of the Crimson Lotus. Xiao Mo is drawing a road sign for the enemy. Grandpa is coming for you. The wind and snow grew heavier, visibility plummeted, and in the white world only the howling of the wind remained. Suddenly, in the pure white, a red light, identical to Xiao Mo's, flashed without warning. Another bionic Crimson Lotus beast. It seemed to merge with the blizzard, appearing silently on the flank, and opened its mouth to unleash a scorching energy beam straight at Xiao Mo's vital point. Watch out. Su Bai's pupils contracted. Xiao Mo's combat instinct had been triggered. Without even needing Su Bai's command, it sharply turned its head and shot out a similar heat beam. Two devastating red beams collided violently in midair, unleashing a massive energy shockwave. The millennia-old snow underfoot was instantly lifted like a white tsunami, rolling and spreading outward. Well done. Su Bai praised loudly through the spiritual link while quickly giving orders, don't exchange beams with it. Too much energy consumption. Sweep its feet with your tail and break its balance. Xiao Mo understood instantly. Its massive body twisted nimbly in the snow, and its huge tail covered in bone spikes swung like a black steel whip, tearing through the air with a roar, precisely sweeping the bionic beast's lower body. The bionic beast clearly did not anticipate this close-quarters attack. Its core programming was better suited for energy exchanges. Struck by immense force on its lower body, its massive metal frame lost balance and staggered to one side. Now, Xiao Mo seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, powerfully pushing off its hind legs, leaping high into the air, tracing a graceful arc of death. Its sharp claws gleamed coldly in the moonlight, and with the force of its descent it tore viciously through the bionic beast's chest armor. With a grating screech of metal tearing, the bionic beast's movements halted abruptly, and the red light in its eyes quickly dimmed. As it fell, a fingernail-sized black chip rolled out from inside the torn chest armor, landing in the snow, conspicuously visible. Su Bai jumped off Xiao Mo's back, walked over, and picked up the chip. The chip was cold and hard, engraved with micro-engraving of an unfamiliar code, Project Omega. Zhou Huijin traced the source of this thing, Su Bai said into the communicator. Before his words faded, the chip in his hand suddenly activated automatically, emitting a soft hum, and a pale blue holographic projection appeared out of thin air. The projection displayed an encrypted log message, intermittently showing text consciousness resonance. Experiment failed. True bonds cannot be replicated. Change approach. Cannot replicate, but can simulate. Through high-intensity resonance environment, forcibly extract emotional data. Next phase, fusion. The text disappeared, and the image abruptly shifted, freezing on a blurry outline. The outline was far larger and more ferocious than the Crimson Lotus beast, exuding a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble, as if it were a nightmare creation stitched together from countless creatures. Fusion. Su Bai murmured to himself, a chill rising from the depths of his heart. Just as all the viewers in the live stream were shocked and horrified by the terrifying fusion plan, an extremely inconspicuous message slipped through the scrolling bullet comments. It was an ID never seen before, named Anonymous Observer. His comment was only one short sentence: beware your apprentice caretaker. After this message appeared, the ID instantly turned gray, no longer searchable, as if it had never existed. The live stream fell silent for a brief second, then erupted into even greater commotion and speculation. But Su Bai could no longer see it. His gaze was fixed on the vanished bullet comment. The joy of defeating a powerful enemy and the excitement of capturing crucial intelligence vanished in an instant. In its place, a deeper inner coldness rose. Apprentice caretaker. In his mind, a gentle, hard-working young face with a shy smile involuntarily surfaced. Lin. The wind and snow still howled, cutting into Su Bai's face like a knife. He slowly turned off the livestream camera, the sharpness and scrutiny in his eyes even more biting than the polar wind. The bone-chilling cold pierced through the monitoring screen, nearly freezing Xinjing's very soul. Within the extreme cold experiment chamber, his mother Linlan's body was becoming increasingly translucent before his eyes, the contours of veins and bones faintly visible beneath her skin, as though she were an ice sculpture on the verge of completion. White frost crystallized upon her thin eyebrows, her lips quivering as a voice too faint for the recording equipment to catch drifted intermittently through the frigid air. Jinga, do not listen to them. Live. Each word struck like an icicle driven deep into Xinjing's heart. His hands curled into fists, knuckles whitening from the strained tears, spinning wildly in his sockets, yet never falling. He knew beyond that screen countless indifferent eyes observed his every movement. Resistance meant his mother would instantly dissolve into a lifeless pool of liquid. At that moment, the communicator on his wrist vibrated with a chilling command. Target has appeared. Execute Plan B immediately. In that same moment, beneath the howling snows of the far northern tundra, a broadcast commanding global attention was underway. Su Bai's visage appeared before the lens, framed by an unbroken sea of white. A cunning smile played at the corners of his mouth as his voice cut cleanly through the digital ether. Noah, I know you're watching. Attempting to duplicate Lotus and breed a second Little Ink. Very well. Cease your cowering in darkness, and I shall grant you an unparalleled opportunity to observe up close. A performance you will never witness again. Holy shit. White God is declaring war directly. So fierce. Where's this? It looks so cold. Where's the cub? This is a trap. Noah's definitely lurking in the shadows. Be careful, White God, they're a terrorist organization. No sooner had he spoken than the lens shifted toward the ice field center. There stood Little Ink in lonely isolation, its colossal form striking vividly against the vast expanse of snow, like an unprotected living target. It scratched at the snow with its fin claws in innocent curiosity, oblivious to the threats surrounding it. Su Bai's voice came again, tinged with playful calculation. Do you see it? The perfect experimental subject, utterly unguarded. Its soul code, its complete genetic sequence. Everything you've ever desired lies before you. The question is whether you dare to claim it. In the shadows, Noah monitored the entire scene through satellite feeds, his crimson digital eyes casting an eerie glow as his deep synthetic voice reverberated through the clandestine facility. Foolish carbon-based creature presuming to wield such a blunt psychological ploy. Yet he speaks truth. An opportunity this exceptional comes but once. This time I shall collect not merely its genes, but you too, Su, by harvesting your soul code alongside everything else. His last command reached Xinjing hidden in the vicinity. Approach Little Ink and administer the psychoactive compound directly into its system. This is your only chance to save your mother. Xinjing's figure materialized through the swirling snow, each deliberate step toward Little Ink at the ice field's center feeling like treading on shattered glass. The syringe, barely finger-length, but containing something that felt like molten agony, seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds in his icy grasp. Little Ink appeared to sense his presence, pausing its snowplay to tilt its massive head and regard Xinjing with curious eyes. Those luminous blue eyes registered nothing but innocent wonder, no wariness at all. It's that researcher. What's he doing here? Wait, what's in his hand? Something feels wrong. His face, it's pure torment. Could he be working undercover? Little Ink. Run. It's dangerous. The streaming chat flooded with reactions as everyone sensed the tension shifting. Xinjing came to a halt only 10 meters from the creature. Those clear, guileless eyes locked with his own, and his mind tore between the memory of his mother's suffering in the experiment chamber and the innocent face of the creature before him. One side was the woman who had given him life and nurtured him, the other a creature that had offered nothing but trust and compassion. Fuck the mission. Fuck the deal. Little Ink registered the violent shift in his emotional state, sensing the chaotic mix of despair, pain, and murderous intent emanating from him. Instinctively sensing danger, the thermal core on its back fin began pulsing with a lethal red light, a searing beam, targeting Xinjing's forehead, ready to pierce through at the slightest movement. Instead, Xinjing collapsed. His knees buckled, and he fell hard onto the icy ground, the syringe rolling away from his hand. His composure shattered, and like a lost child, he sobbed uncontrollably. Forgive me. I never meant to hurt you. I truly didn't. But I can't save my mother. I can't save her. His heart-wrenching wails pierced through the blizzard, amplified by Su Bai's microphone and echoing across the entire broadcast. Fuck, there's clearly something deeper going on. Noah's holding his mother hostage. I told you he wasn't the villain. Su Bai, give him a chance. He's been driven to this. This is heartbreaking. Xinjing, just tell us what's happening. We'll stand with you. The collective sentiment swayed dramatically as compassion and encouragement surged forward. Observing this turn of events, a sharp glint flashed in Su Bai's eyes. He had harbored suspicions about Xinjing's motives, and now his gamble had paid off. Su Bai sent an urgent transmission. Little Ink, stand down. He's not hostile. Attempt to purify whatever's corrupted his thoughts using our connection. The creature retracted its thermal weapon, appearing to understand. With its great eyes closed, a luminous blue radiance spread across its body. From its dorsal fin issued a beam of pure light, gentle and protective, wrapping around Xinjing like a warm sanctuary. Act! Xinjing screamed in agony, as though 1,000 red-hot needles were piercing through his mind. Noah's implanted directives battled fiercely against this invading pure energy. Memories surged forward. His mother's hand guiding him through a garden when he was young, her sewing by lamplight during his school days, her proud smile, telling him he made her proud. Each recollection breaking free like a breached dam, washing over the cold, cruel commands embedded in his consciousness. Ultimately, Noah's mental imprint, the absolute directive to complete the mission regardless of cost, began fracturing under the overwhelming power of genuine human connection. Xinjing's struggles gradually stilled. He raised his face streaked with tears, finding clarity where confusion and anguish had been. Looking at Little Ink, he spoke in a hoarse voice. I'm sorry. Noah is near. He thinks I've succeeded. I will atone. Su Bai fixed the camera with a cold smile. The plan could now proceed to its final stage. Picking up the communicator from the ground, Xinjing sent his report to Noah in a voice that shook yet remained steady, reporting. Mission accomplished. The mental disruptant has been successfully administered. A few seconds of silence passed before Noah's flat synthetic voice crackled through. Excellent. Stand by. I'm coming to extract the sample. Hardly had he finished speaking when a deep mechanical rumbling came from beneath the ice not far away, and a colossal metal platform tore through the thick ice sheet, rising slowly to the surface. On the platform stood Noah's true form. A monstrous mechanical giant over 3 meters tall, its crimson electronic eyes scanning the frozen expanse before locking onto the seemingly motionless Little Ink. Welcome to the live event, Mr. Noah. Su Bai's voice rang across the entire ice field through the loudspeaker, laced with mockery. Are you pleased with today's show? Noah's electronic eyes darted sharply towards Su Bai, a dawning realization crossing its sensors. But it was already too late. The instant Noah emerged, the ice beneath Little Ink, which had appeared dormant on the surface, shattered explosively. It had never been standing on the ice at all, it had been lying in wait beneath the frozen layer, the figure above merely an elaborate decoy woven from energy and snow. The true strike came from below. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, Little Ink's colossal body burst through the frozen surface. An enormous fin palm wreathed and descended upon Noah's mechanical armor with the force of a thunderclap. Crack! The specialized alloy armor, previously indestructible, shattered like brittle glass under the force of that single blow. Noah didn't even have time to react before his entire frame was launched backward, plunging into the bottomless lake that Little Ink had just shattered open. The freezing lake water immediately engulfed his damaged form. Sparks flickered within his shattered machinery as he thrashed a few times before falling still. On the live stream, everyone witnessed Noah being rapidly encased in ice within the biting waters, finally becoming an ice sculpture, frozen mid-reaction, slowly, agonizingly slowly, descending into the dark abyss below. We won. We fucking won. That was insane. That strike was devastating. Noah's just gone. One hit. Little Ink is fucking incredible. Beautifully done. Show these bastards were not to be messed with. The livestream chat erupted in jubilation. The immediate danger passed, and Xinjing ran recklessly back toward the temporary stronghold where his mother was being held. One thought consumed him: mother, I'm coming for you. But when he slammed open the stronghold door and reached the familiar freezing experiment chamber, he stopped dead. The chamber stood open and empty. His mother was nowhere to be found. A single piece of paper rested quietly on the cold metal floor. With trembling hands, Xinjing picked it up. It read simply, she lives, but she is not here. Blizzard wind and snow howled through the shattered doorway as Xinjing stood before the empty chamber, gripping the note, feeling as though he were sinking into an abyss deeper and colder than the frozen lake. Far away, Su Bai watched the profound ice fissure, his brows furrowing slightly. Shedding his characteristic irreverence, he spoke gravely to his assistant, a completely frozen Noah. Its chassis, its core data. Its research value is incalculable. We cannot simply abandon it in this abyss. Dragon Kingdom Polar Joint Research Base B, 3-Zone Deep Laboratory. The air here was even colder than the wind above the Antarctic ice sheet, permeated with the unique scent of metal and disinfectant. The enormous shadowless lamp cast an icy white light, illuminating the crystal-clear ice sculpture on the central dissection table down to the finest detail. Noah, the man who called himself God, was now frozen in the absolute zero ice created by Xiao Mo in a posture both humiliating and eerie. His face still held the last moment of shock and resentment like a lifelike work of art. Zhou Huijin stood by the table, his expression solemn. He wore a heavy white sterile protective suit, but his sharp eyes seemed capable of piercing through all obstacles, staring straight into the core of the ice sculpture. The people beside him were the top biologists, physicists, and mechanical engineers of the Dragon Kingdom, each wearing a face of gravity and anticipation. Let's begin. Zhou Huijin's voice came through the communicator, steady and forceful. The high-precision laser cutting arm slowly activated, emitting a faint hum. The orange-red laser beam landed precisely on the ice layer, not melting a single extra crystal, but peeling away at a molecular level precision. The ice shavings were sucked away by vacuum tubes like dust, and Noah's body was exposed inch by inch before the crowd. The livestream screen split into two views. The main view followed Su Bai and Xiao Mo, while a small window broadcast the dissection scene in real time. The bullet comments jumped wildly between the two windows. Holy shit, they're really doing it. Dissecting a god on site. Minister Zhou personally supervising this is top tier. I'm a bit afraid to watch. Even though he's the villain, this is too hardcore. Don't be scared, this is a major scientific breakthrough. Maybe we can find the secret to fighting the giant beasts from him. The laser cut along Noah's arm skin, but the expected scene of flesh and blood separation did not appear. Beneath the cut skin, there were no muscles, no blood vessels, only complex circuitry gleaming with metallic luster and silver-white precision transmission structures. Wait, a mechanical engineer shouted, almost pouncing on the observation screen. Stop. Magnify the microscopic image of Area A3. The image was instantly magnified 1,000 times. The so-called skin was an extremely thin layer of bionic silicone material with porous textures and even tiny scars indistinguishable from real human skin. Beneath the skin there were nano-level sensing lines finer than hair, densely interwoven like a silver spider web. The entire laboratory fell into a deathly silence, leaving only the low hum of instruments. Zhou Huijin's pupils suddenly contracted. He strode forward, personally picked up a high-frequency vibrating scalpel and carefully cut open Noah's chest. There was no beating heart, no warm organs. Instead, there was a highly realistic mechanical skeleton made of unknown alloy. Inside the skeleton, countless tiny energy lines extended like neural networks to all limbs and converged at a dimmed energy core in the center of the chest cavity. The core was shaped like a lotus seed wrapped in layers. He is not human at all, a young researcher murmured, his voice filled with shock that overturned his understanding. Zhou Huijin put down the scalpel, his brows tightly knitted into a frown. He stared at the cold mechanical skeleton, his heart surging with turbulent waves. A being with self-awareness capable of simulating human emotions, even displaying powerful combat abilities. Was it just a machine? Then who was the real Noah? Or rather, what exactly was the existence of Noah? I'm stunned, really stunned. Noah is a robot. This is fucking Skynet. The Terminator is weak compared to this. No wonder he was so arrogant. He wasn't even human. Think about it, how many such Noahs do they have? Wait, look at Minister Zhou's expression. He seems completely unaware too. While the base was submerged in immense shock thousands of kilometers away on the ice field, Su Bai and Xiao Mo were enjoying a moment of peace after the battle. After the fierce fight with Noah, Xiao Mo had expended a great deal of energy and was now lying quietly beside Su Bai, his huge head resting on the ice, breathing steadily. The brilliant aurora flowed across the sky like a silent, colorful river, casting the white land in a dreamlike glow. Su Bai took out high-energy nutrient paste, feeding Xiao Mo while gently stroking the smooth scales on his dorsal fin. Good boy, you've worked hard, eat more. Sugu really is a true dad. The warm daily life after the boss fight, I love it. By the way, don't you think the aurora is too bright? It seems more active than usual. Just as the bullet comments were peaceful, Xiao Mo, who had been lying quietly, suddenly stopped eating. He jerked his head up, his huge obsidian-like eyes fixed intently on the sky, on the ever-changing depths of the aurora. His body tensed slightly like a hound hearing a distant call. Su Bai immediately sensed Xiao Mo's abnormality. Boy, what's wrong? He asked with concern, his palm pressed against Xiao Mo's neck, feeling the slight tremor of the subcutaneous muscles. Xiao Mo did not respond, only gazing upward with focus, emitting an extremely low, almost inaudible growl from his throat. System prompt detected faint bond fluctuation. Source unknown dimension. Fluctuation frequency highly homologous with contract beast Xiao Mo. The system's prompt sounded in Su Bai's mind, tightening his heart. Unknown dimension. Homologous fluctuation. The live stream audience also noticed something was wrong. What's wrong with the cub? That posture. What is he listening to? Expression so serious, never seen him like this. Look at the aurora. Holy shit. It's moving violently. No way could there be another giant beast under this ice field. Is there a hidden boss after the final boss? Just as everyone's hearts were in their throats, Xiao Mo slowly opened his mouth. Whoa! A low, long cry emanated from his chest. The sound was not loud, but it carried an indescribable penetrative power, as if it directly acted upon the soul. In an instant, the huge aurora belt in the sky flickered, twisted, and boiled violently, like a still lake into which a boulder had been thrown. Green, purple, blue, red. Countless colors intertwined madly, the light intensifying, almost turning the Antarctic night sky as bright as day. The aurora seemed to have life, responding to Xiao Mo's call. The live stream screen showed bursts of snow noise due to the intense energy fluctuations, but everyone stared at the screen. Deep within the most brilliant aurora core, a faint silhouette appeared and disappeared. It was a standing humanoid shadow, slender in outline, but the details were blurred as if through a thick frosted glass. It stood there silently, yet exuded an indescribable, ancient, and majestic aura like a deity. Just then the long unseen ID anonymous observer appeared again in the bullet comment area. Anonymous observer, the heart of Red Lotus has attracted attention. This bullet comment exploded like a thunderbolt in the boiling comment section. But before people could react, the ID vanished as quickly as before, as if it had never appeared. Holy shit. It's him again. Who the hell is he? Heart of Red Lotus. Does that refer to the lotus seed-shaped core in Noah's chest? Attracted attention. By whom? That shadow in the skies. Too much information, my CPU is going to burn out. Su Bai's heart was also racing. He understood Xiao Mo was not on guard, but trying to communicate. The shadow in the aurora, the bond fluctuation from an unknown dimension, likely had countless connections with Xiao Mo's origin, even with the origin of the giant beasts. The cub might sense some connection, but its power is insufficient, or its emotional connection is not strong enough, Su Bai quickly judged. He looked at Xiao Mo's somewhat confused and anxious expression, and a bold idea surged in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he shouted into the live stream, brothers, I need your help. Xiao Mo needs stronger emotional energy to establish this connection. Now send me the warmest, most empowering moments from your memories through the emotional feeding function. He initiated the most special feeding ever. The live stream audience was stunned for a moment, then instantly erupted. Roger. On it. Emotional feeding. This function can be used this way. For the cub, I'll go all out. My warmest memory is when my dad first taught me to ride a bike, and he picked me up after I fell. Mine is when I got my college entrance exam scores, and my mom hugged me and cried. I'll do it. The moment I first met my dog. The moment my girlfriend nodded when I confessed. In an instant, countless photos and short videos carrying sincere emotions passed through the live stream's special channel, turning into streams of faint but pure emotional data flowing towards Su Bai. On the screen, images appeared one after another: a newborn embraced by parents, friends cheering each other at graduation, lovers confessing under the sunset, a soldier's tears of reunion with family. These were the most precious, purest emotional crystallizations of human civilization. Su Bai reached out and gently pressed the gathered emotional energy onto Xiao Mo's forehead. Boy, feel it connect. These are all proof of our existence as life. The warm emotional torrent instantly flooded into Xiao Mo's consciousness. His heartbeat began to change miraculously, gradually synchronizing with the emotional pulse of those thousands of memories. The blue light on his dorsal fin was no longer a pure battle glow. It became soft, deep, like a flowing river of stars filled with warmth and the breath of life. Xiao Mo let out another low cry, but this time there was no anxiety in the sound, only determination and longing. The aurora in the sky responded to this emotion, and the humanoid silhouette seemed to become a little clearer. Then an extremely faint but exceptionally clear signal pierced through the thick ionosphere, precisely targeting the ground. The research base's signal receiver immediately captured this abnormal fluctuation. Harsh alarms sounded in the main control room. Report. Detected unknown source signal. Captured. Decoding. On Su Bai's system interface, the decoding was almost completed simultaneously. A line of cold text appeared before him. Signal content coordinates XXX. Message: when the bond transcends boundaries, the door will open for you. Su Bai looked at the coordinates partially blocked by the system, then raised his head to the sky, as if he could pierce through the aurora and meet the mysterious entity's gaze. He turned to look at Xiao Mo beside him. Boy, he asked softly, his voice trembling with uncontrollable excitement, are we going to another world? Xiao Mo gently rubbed his head against Su Bai's palm, letting out a joyful growl as an affirmative answer. The livestream audience had gone completely insane, the screen flooded with bullet comments like, New World, and Expedition to Another World. However, just as the live stream was about to cut off due to signal overload, a new prompt silently appeared on Su Bai's system interface. One that instantly froze his smile. System prompt detected: higher dimensional energy contact. Bond protective shield module unlocking, progress 1. The live stream signal cut off abruptly. At the same time, in the main control room of the Dragon Kingdom research base, a technician suddenly stood up, his face pale, shouting at Zhou Huijin, Minister. That signal is self-decoding. Its structure exceeds all our known models. Zhou Huijin quickly walked to the decoder, where countless lines of data streamed like waterfalls, rapidly refreshing and reorganizing. It was no longer meaningless code, but forming a new, unprecedented logical language. He stared at the core character just deciphered in the center of the screen, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. What secrets lay behind this signal? Would the door about to open lead to a paradise or an even deeper abyss? Deep within the base, inside the signal analysis laboratory, the air seemed to freeze. Zhou Huijin's fingertips glided swiftly across the touchpad of the decoder, replaying the mysterious signal captured from the Aurora storm over and over again, its echoes reverberating through the silent room. When the bond transcends the boundary, the door shall open for you. After multiple layers of filtering, the audio still carried an ethereal quality beyond the human realm. Zhou Huijin furrowed his brow, removed his headphones, and massaged his temples, his face a mix of scientific excitement and gravity when confronting the unknown. This is already beyond conventional encrypted communication. The waveform frequency and encoding method are all unprecedented. It's more like a targeted summons. His gaze shifted to Su Bai and Xiao Mo beside him. Su Bai was half-crouching, his palm gently resting on Xiao Mo's massive head, feeling her subtle tremors. From the moment the signal appeared, Xiao Mo had exhibited an unusual stillness. "Little one, did you understand something?" he asked in a low voice, his tone carrying a tension he himself hadn't noticed. Xiao Mo made no sound but slowly raised her head. In her eyes, which should have been as deep as obsidian, a faint aurora-colored glow now shimmered. She nodded gently. This action, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirred 1,000 waves in Su Bai's heart. He took a deep breath, abruptly stood up, his eyes shining with the light of an explorer discovering a new continent. He retrieved his live-streaming equipment, his movements fluid and decisive. "Brothers, emergency broadcast. Something huge is happening. Could be a disaster or a godsend." Su Bai's voice spread across the entire network through the microphone. "Just now, right now, the little one heard a call in the aurora. I'll say it again, this is not an illusion. Professor Zhou has recorded the signal. Now we need to unravel its secret, and I need your power." Viewer count in the livestream skyrocketed exponentially, and bullet comments poured down like a waterfall. Comment, "Whoa. Opening thunderclap. What kind of call? Comment, "Just woke up. Did I miss some epic plot?" Comment, "By good, don't hold back. Play the signal." Comment, "The more of us, the greater the strength." Su Bai pointed the camera at the screen in front of Zhou Huijin, where the complex waveform from the decoder and the translated sentence were clearly displayed to millions of viewers. Zhou Huijin ignored the live stream's clamor, busy cross-referencing the signal with the Global Geographic Information System, trying to find some correlation. Meanwhile, among the live audience, various experts had already begun their work. Comment, "This waveform has a periodic pattern. It's like simulating some celestial orbit." Comment, "No, look at the frequency decay. It points to a strong magnetic field source." Comment, "Holy crap. I reverse engineered it with a star map app, the origin of this signal." Got it. Comment, 78 in 124E. Polar no man's land. Comment, "Wait. I know that coordinate." Comment, "That's near the area where the famous World War II Ghost Fleet disappeared. Legend says it's the end of the world. All signals vanish there." Watching the rapidly scrolling comments, the corners of Su Bai's mouth curled up higher. "Did you hear that, little one?" He turned to Xiao Mo. "Looks like a new dungeon has spawned for us." Just then, Zhou Huijin's instrument emitted a soft beep. He pointed at a suddenly rising curve on the screen and said urgently, "Su Bai, quickly get Xiao Missouri close to the signal emitter." Su Bai immediately guided Xiao Mo over to the device that was still weakly transmitting a simulation signal. The moment Xiao Mo approached, a sudden change occurred. Along the edges of her lotus petal-like layered carapace, rings of deep blue light abruptly lit up, pulsing like a breath. At the same time, the system bracelet on Su Bai's wrist vibrated violently, and a system notification projected clearly into the air. System notification, high-frequency bond resonance detected. Target area 78N124E contains homogeneous fluctuations. Su Bai's heart jolted. Homogeneous fluctuations. He looked at Xiao Mo in disbelief, his voice trembling. "Little one, do you mean? Over there's an existence like you?" Xiao Mo neither nodded nor shook her head. She simply raised her head toward the signal emitter and let out an extremely low, mournful whimper. That sound was devoid of her usual majesty and authority, filled instead with endless confusion and a profound sorrow. The faint glow in her eyes seemed to coalesce into mist. This scene was faithfully recorded by the high-definition camera. Comment, "Did I see that right? The little one. Is she crying?" Comment, "Oh my god, that whimper shattered my heart. What is she sensing?" Comment, "Homogeneous fluctuations. Could it be a kindred spirit of Xiao Mo? Or maybe her parents?" Comment, "This is no longer a dungeon. It's the little one's quest to find her family." The atmosphere in the live stream shifted from initial excitement to a complex blend of curiosity and sympathy. However, amidst this sea of warm-hearted comments, a highly discordant message suddenly jumped out. Its bold font and special ID made it stand out conspicuously among the scrolling text. "Anonymous observer, don't go. That's not a door, it's a trap." The entire barrage paused for a moment. Su Bai's pupils contracted, and a surge of anger rose from the depths of his heart. It was that guy again, appearing at the most critical moments like a lingering crow. He let out a cold laugh, soft, but filled with unwavering resolve. "You again. Trying to scare me with words like that. Too late." He turned around, wrapped his arms around Xiao Mo's massive warm neck, buried his face in her hard carapace, then lifted his head, stared straight into the camera, his eyes blazing with fierce battle intent. "Brothers, you've all seen and heard it. Over there, a kindred spirit of our little one is calling out. Whether it's a door or a trap, heaven or hell, we must go." He shouted, "Right now we need support. Send your donations. We need to buy the top-tier polar equipment, stock up on enough supplies for a year, and march into the polar region in style to drag out the little one's kin. Or enemies." His words were like igniting a powder keg. Comment, "Let's do it. Bai Gu is right. For the little one." Comment, "A trap. So what?" Comment, "Kill gods and Buddhas alike. The Bai family army fears nothing." Comment, "Rocket sent. Bai Gu, buy the best energy blocks for the little one." Comment, "Super battleship launched. I'll donate more if needed. No one stops the little one from finding her family today." In an instant, various gift effects on the screen rose like totems. Rockets, battleships, castles. converging into a dazzling rain of stars. The system bracelet's notification sounds rang out frantically. System notification bond value 1,000. System notification bond value 2,000. Preparations proceeded at an unprecedented pace. An hour later in the blizzard outside the base, Xiao Mo's body underwent a startling transformation. She entered the red lotus form. Originally pitch black, her carapace now bore lava-like dark red patterns. The armor plates on both sides of her spine slightly opened, revealing a volcanic rock-like incandescent luster, and the heat she emitted instantly vaporized the surrounding snowflakes. Su Bai, clad in a custom polar combat suit, sat astride Xiao Mo's broad back and waved at the command vehicle behind. Inside the vehicle, Xinjing and Zhou Huijin were staring intently at the monitoring screens. All equipment debugged. Xinjing's voice came through the encrypted comms, but be warned, according to signal strength analysis, you're about to enter a no-signal zone. We will lose all contact with you. Then let's give everyone a good show before that happens. Su Bai laughed heartily, patting Xiao Mo's neck. Little one, ready, eh? Let's go. Xiao Mo let out a piercing, sky-shattering roar. Her forehooves suddenly pushed off, and her massive body, with an agility defying her size, leaped forward with a thunderous bound. Like a cannonball shot from a barrel, she broke through the swirling blizzard, charging unflinchingly toward the depths of the strange resplendent aurora on the horizon. The livestream drone followed closely, broadcasting this magnificent and poignant scene to the world. In the final moment before the signal cut out, every viewer saw clearly through the drone's lens at the center of the ever-shifting auroral vortex an enormous ancient outline composed of pure light was slowly emerging, the outline of a door. The livestream frame froze at that instant, then the screen went black, leaving only the words "signal lost." Yet just as the screen went dark, a line of small white text like a ghost silently appeared at the center of the livestream. It was the last message from the anonymous observer, as if whispering to the void and to every anxious viewer. You are not the first. The Aurora gate slammed shut behind them, its blinding blue light receding like a tide, casting Xiao Mo and Su Bai firmly into a bizarre new world. The sensation of weightlessness lasted but a moment before they both crashed onto the hard, icy ground. Su Bai stumbled to his feet, dazed, and when he looked up at what lay before him, all thought of pain vanished, replaced by a chilling shock that pierced to his core. The sky bore no trace of blue. Instead, it burned with the crimson hue of endless spilled blood, while heavy clouds hung motionless above, radiating an oppressive aura of foreboding. Upon the earth, no familiar vegetation or soil remained. In their place stretched an endless wasteland, its cracked ground emitting a faint, eerie glow from the fissures below. More terrifying still were the colossal beast carcasses scattered across this wasteland, their bones long transformed into translucent crystals that refracted an uncanny gleam beneath the blood-red sky. Some of the remains towered like mountains, while others lay twisted and contorted as if frozen in agony. This is another world. Su Bai's voice came out hoarse and parched with shock. He had never imagined that scenes from science fiction films would become so horrifyingly real. What the hell? Did we actually transmigrate? This art style. The production budget must be on fire. This place is enough to drive anyone insane, those bones. I'm pretty sure any single piece is bigger than Xiao Mo. Streamers, are you still alive? Give us a sign. Wait, this energy fluctuation. It's so unstable, the stream is lagging. Just as the viewers in the live stream grew increasingly anxious, Su Bai's personal terminal blared a piercing alarm. The system announced, warning. Anomalous high-dimensional spatial energy has been detected. The space structure is unstable. Warning. The bond value between the host and the contracted beast Xiao Mo is experiencing severe fluctuations. Data anomaly. Su Bai's heart tightened as he immediately turned to look at Xiao Mo beside him. The creature's state was equally abnormal. It showed no wariness or fear of the unfamiliar surroundings, instead appearing confused and restless. The fin-like bony spines along its back were pulsing with rings of unnatural red light. A resonance awakened from deep within its bloodline, unlike the usual thermal energy buildup. Even more strangely, beneath the flowing red light, countless fine dark red patterns emerged across its black scales. Ancient, intricate designs brimming with a mysterious power. It let out a low growl devoid of any threat, yet filled with longing and sorrow. Ignoring Su Bai entirely, as if drawn by invisible threads, it slowly began walking toward a distant mountain composed of complete crystalline spine bones. Kid. Su Bai hurried after it, concern in his voice. What's wrong? Do you know this place? Xiao Mo didn't look back, its low growls growing more urgent with each passing moment. Its once lively beast-like eyes now reflected a complex light Su Bai had never seen before, woven with both majesty and desolation. The signal keeps dropping, but I think I'm seeing patterns on the kid's body now. Evolution. In this forsaken place. Look at its eyes. They're completely different from before, almost regal. What is it heading toward? That bone mountain? Is something calling to it? The live stream flickered under the interference of spatial energy, leaving viewers to piece together the events from fragmented footage and rapid-fire comments. At last, Xiao Mo reached the base of the crystal mountain. It raised its front paw and gently touched the cold surface with something approaching reverent devotion. A surge of consciousness too vast to resist crashed into both Xiao Mo and Su Bai, who was psychically linked to it. Thousands of fragmented visions flooding their minds in an instant. These were memories sealed away beyond counting. In the ancient era, the sky was still azure and the earth teemed with life. A crimson lotus beast wreathed in flame and massive enough to shake mountains stood shoulder to shoulder with humans clad in strange armor. They were comrades and allies bound by an unbreakable pact guarding the world beneath them together. Each roar of the beast summoned heavenly fire, each human cry forged barriers of protection. But then the scene shifted. Betrayal cast its shadow across the land. Former allies turned their blades against one another, and a war of cataclysmic proportions erupted. The red lotus beast fell battered and broken by endless assaults. Confusion gave way to fury, and finally, it was struck by a power beyond imagination. Its colossal form sealed, its spirit torn asunder, leaving only a wisp of primal consciousness to drift endlessly through the chaos of time and space until it was reborn as a young Godzilla named Xiao Mo. The vision receded like a withdrawing tide, and Su Bai jolted awake trembling. Looking at Xiao Mo before him, everything suddenly made sense. It was all so clear now. Xiao Mo, you're not an ordinary Godzilla, he whispered, his voice trembling with awe. You're the reincarnation of that ancient red lotus beast. The system chimed in with notification. Host has comprehended the true essence of Red Lotus, achieving deep soul resonance with contracted beast Xiao Mo. Bond value increased by 5000. Reincarnation. I told you so. This is definitely an epic backstory. Betrayed and sealed by former allies. This plot is brutal. So Xiao Mo is actually the reincarnate of a supreme being. No wonder the bond values have always been so high. My heart aches for my little one. Such a heavy past it carries. As Su Bai and the stream viewers grappled with this shocking revelation, Xinjing and Zhou Huijin at the distant monitoring center simultaneously detected an ominous threat. Director, something's wrong. Xinjing pointed to an erratic signal waveform on the screen, his expression grim. This frequency belongs to the biomorphic beasts from Noah Tech. They've entered the space too. Zhou Huijin's face darkened instantly. They were clearly prepared for this. Almost simultaneously from behind the crystal mountain, where Xiao Mo and Su Bai were positioned, a slender figure emerged. It was Noah, wearing a confident smirk as he revealed a fist-sized rhombic crystal core in his hand, crystalline throughout with what appeared to be flowing magma within. You've made this quite easy to find, Noah said with a hint of amusement. Thanks to you, I've located this forsaken space, the true form of the Red Lotus. No, I should say its power core. I've obtained it. The crystal core in his hand radiated immense energy identical in nature to the crimson glow emanating from Xiao Mo, the very source of the sealed Red Lotus power. A thunderous roar erupted from Xiao Mo as soon as it laid eyes on that crystal core. The instinct born of the Red Lotus within him surged forth, transcending mere anger to become an overwhelming fury at having his very essence stolen away. Its massive jaws parted as a searing atomic beam tore through the air, without hesitation aimed straight for Noah. Foolish, Noah sneered. From the shadows beside him emerged two vicious biomorphic beasts to intercept the attack. But within this alien dimension, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. As the biomorphic beast's energy cores made contact with the Red Lotus power, they seemed to face suppression at a fundamental level. Their efficiency plummeted and their movements grew sluggish. In a single clash, the atomic beam overwhelmed them, driving them back as their armor continuously melted away. Kid, use that power you felt earlier. Channel through memory resonance. Su Bai shouted urgently. Xiao Mo seemed to understand, slamming its eyes shut and ignoring the two biomorphic beasts entirely. The next moment, crimson light erupted from its body like a stellar explosion, resonating powerfully with the crystal mountain. A deep humming reverberated as the massive crystal mountain began to quake violently. Cracks spiderwebbed from base to peak, and ancient dragon roars echoed from within its depths. Noah's composure finally cracked, replaced by undeniable terror. He could feel the very energy of this space rejecting him, while simultaneously venerating what appeared to be nothing more than a seemingly weak Godzilla. No, this can't be. You're merely simulated data. He screamed in disbelief. You're the real Red Lotus. Boom. The crystal mountain collapsed in a cataclysmic avalanche, sending massive crystal fragments raining down like hail and kicking up towering clouds of dust. Amidst the chaos, Noah dropped his grip on the crucial crystal core as he scrambled to evade a massive boulder, sending it sailing through the air in a brilliant arc. At the critical moment, Xiao Mo leaped skyward and caught the crystal core perfectly in its mouth. The system flashed its notification. Contracted beast Xiao Mo has made contact with the Red Lotus crystal core. Energy synchronization rate at 100. Red Lotus form junior to intermediate evolution progress 40. The thunderous echoes of collapse still rang in his ears as dust settled around him. Xiao Mo landed with steady grace, the scorching crystal core cradled in its jaws, its crimson radiance bathing the creature's head like glowing embers. An ancient instinct, long dormant in the deepest reaches of its bloodline, surged forward in an instant, driving an insatiable urge to devour, merge, and reclaim what was lost. its head tilted upward as those crimson glowing eyes locked onto the crystal core within its maw, fixated upon the object of its ancestral hunger. The biting wind, sharp as a blade, lashed against his cheeks, yanking Su Bai back from the chaos and scorching heat of spatial collapse into stark reality. He shuddered violently. Little Mo nestled in his arms, instinctively curled closer. The crimson glow flowing along its dorsal fin, as if suppressed by the polar cold, gradually dimmed, shifting into a deep restrained cerulean blue, leaving only a faint elusive ring of dark crimson at the fin's base. All around was the familiar endless ice field and the flapping flag of the research station in the wind. The Aurora Gate flickered violently behind them a few times like a faulty television set with poor reception, before finally disintegrating into a shower of drifting light particles, vanishing without a trace. After a brief blackout, the live stream signal returned, the frame freezing on Su Bai's face, bearing the relief of a narrow escape, and little Mo nestled against him. The barrage of comments burst forth like a frozen river suddenly thawing. "We're back. Holy crap. We really made it back. That scared me to death. The scene of spatial collapse was terrifying. Is the streamer okay? Baby. My baby. Are you okay? That red form earlier was insanely cool. Crimson Lotus form. Just the name sounds badass." The little one got stronger again. "Wait. Where's Xinjing? Where did Brother Shin go? Yeah, wasn't Xinjing with Nuya? Why can't we see him?" Zhou Huijin, clad in a heavy cold weather suit, rushed over with several fully armed researchers. Seeing Su Bai and little Mo unharmed, he was so excited his glasses nearly slipped off, his voice trembling with emotion. "You succeeded. You really did succeed. The Crimson Lotus heart. That energy fluctuation, I detected it even from here. It's real." Su Bai tightened his arms around little Mo, fatigue washing over him like a tide. He nodded, his voice hoarse. "Professor Zhou, we're back." As if sensing Su Bai's exhaustion, little Mo gently shook its head, rubbed its warm forehead against Su Bai's chin, and let out a soothing, low rumble from its throat. The cerulean glow on its dorsal fin flowed softly, and a warm, pure energy slowly seeped into Su Bai's body through the contact, dispelling some of the cold and fatigue. "Little one, you." Su Bai paused, then a wave of warmth surged in his heart. So this was spiritual resonance. At his weakest moment, little Mo had begun to replenish his energy. "It's soothing you," Zhou Huijin observed in amazement. "The energy of the Crimson Lotus heart, after being transformed by it, has become more stable and pure. This is nothing short of a miracle of biological evolution." Viewers in the live stream also took notice. Boo, the little one is truly Su Ge's warm little coat. Before, Su Gu always protected the little one. Now the little one can protect Su Gu too. A love that goes both ways. Shouldn't the bond value be raised by another 10,000? Don't just celebrate. Ask about Xinjing quickly. My heart is so uneasy. Zhou Huijin also realized the issue. He looked around, his joy slowly freezing. Su Bai, comrade Xinjing. Su Bai fell silent. He lowered his head, avoiding Zhou Huijin's and the live camera's searching gazes, his voice low and heavy. "Xinjing." He stayed behind. He paused, then added, "To stop Nuya, to ensure we could evacuate safely, he activated the self-destruct sequence. He perished together with Nuya." The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Zhou Huijin opened his mouth, but finally closed his eyes in anguish. The barrage in the live stream also halted for a moment before being flooded with candle emojis and "Farewell, hero. Brother Shun. Rest in peace. FCK, I can't accept this. Brother Shun was such a good person." His last words were, "I believe in the little one, and I believe in Su Gu." He kept his promise. A tribute to the hero. "We will never forget you. That bastard Nuya deserved worse." Su Bai took a deep breath, forcing down the grief in his heart. He knew this was not the time to dwell on the past. He raised his head, facing the camera and everyone who cared about them, and said, "Brothers, as you can see, the little one is safe now, and we've returned to the base." As for today's stream, he wanted to say, "Ends here," to turn off the stream and handle the aftermath. But just then a peculiar comment bordered with a special golden frame abruptly appeared at the very top of the screen, as if carrying an unyielding authority. "Anonymous observer, the Crimson Lotus heart has been retrieved. The real war has only just begun." The comment lingered for only a second before vanishing as if it had never existed. But everyone had seen it. The live stream instantly exploded. "Who was that talking just now? Anonymous observer. Who is that? An admin? What does it mean? The real war has only just begun. Why do I feel a chill creeping up from the soles of my feet? Nuya is dead, isn't he? That tone doesn't sound like a joke." Su Bai's pupils contracted sharply. A chill more piercing than the polar wind rose from the depths of his heart. He immediately realized that this anonymous observer was no ordinary viewer. From the guidance at the beginning to this assertion, now, it was as if they were a lofty chess player looking down upon their game. Zhou Huijin had also seen the comment. His face turned deadly serious, and he immediately whispered an order to his assistant. "Cut the live stream signal now. Trace the source IP of that comment. Highest authority. Also notify all departments the base is entering level 1 combat readiness." "Yes." Su Bai, facing the camera which was already starting to show static, said hastily. "Everyone, the situation has changed. I must go offline immediately. Thank you for your support." The screen went black and the live stream fell into darkness. Inside the research station, the atmosphere shifted instantly from the relief of survival to a pre-storm tension. Who is it? Su Bai looked at Zhou Huijin, his voice trembling slightly, though he himself hardly noticed. I don't know. Zhou Huijin shook his head, his expression more solemn than ever. But clearly they are fully aware of our actions, and even of the Crimson Lotus Heart. This goes beyond corporate espionage or hostile organizations. Su Bai, do you think Nuya is truly dead? In the spatial collapse, is it possible that? Impossible. Su Bai cut him off firmly. I saw Shinjing detonate everything with my own eyes. At that level of energy collapse, no life could have survived. Despite saying this, the words of the anonymous observer had lodged like a poisonous thorn deep in his heart. Just then, little Mo, who had been quietly nestled in his arms, suddenly raised its head. It wasn't looking at anyone. Instead, it stared toward the now empty ice field where they had just returned from. From deep in its throat came an extremely low growl full of vigilance and disgust. The ring of dark crimson at the base of its dorsal fin pulsed with a regular rhythm like a heartbeat. Su Bai's heart stirred. He immediately reached out through spiritual resonance to sense little Mo's emotions. An extremely faint yet chillingly familiar malice transmitted through the spiritual link. It was a cold, mad, inhuman desire for transformation. It was Nuya. This presence did not come from afar. It was mingled in the air around them like a drop of ink in the ocean, almost imperceptible. But to little Mo, whose perception had been amplified countless times by the recently fused Crimson Lotus Heart, it was as clear as a firefly in the dead of night. Professor Zhou. Su Bai's voice turned dry. I feel Nuya's presence seems to have come out with us. A trace, very faint, but very pure, like some kind of beacon. Zhou Huijin's face shifted completely. He pushed his glasses up sharply, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. The energy turbulence from spatial collapse is extremely complex. It's possible that some energy imprint was carried along. But we cannot take any risks. He immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and issued an order in a tone that brooked no dissent. Attention field team. Immediately conduct a maximum level life signal and anomalous energy scan within a 5-kilometer radius of the teleportation coordinates. Repeat, maximum level. Any anomaly, even a piece of ice with weird readings, must be reported immediately. The crisp sound of ice shattering was particularly piercing in the wind and snow. Noah's ice-sculpted face, wearing a mocking smile, shattered into countless glittering fragments, scattering in all directions. Then a residual image composed of light and shadow emerged in place, and Noah's icy voice echoed across the ice field, piercing through the wind, whistling past Zhou Huijin and Su Bai's ears. The bionic beasts are just the beginning. You cannot stop us. As soon as the words fell, the light and shadow dissipated like smoke. Zhou Huijin's brows knitted tightly, and behind his lenses a flicker of gravity passed through his eyes. He's buying time, destroying the ice sculpture, and leaving the image where all to divert our attention. The warmth in Su Bai's eyes had long faded, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. He let out a cold laugh, reaching out to gently stroke the warm scales of the massive beast beside him. His voice was low but carried an unquestionable murderous intent. Little one, does he think hiding will keep him safe? Roar! Xiao Mo let out a low growl in response. The blue fins on its back shimmered with flowing light like deep-sea currents. The heat ray energy inside its body, capable of melting steel, surged restlessly as if ready to burst forth at any moment. It sensed its master's anger, which ignited the ferocity of a top predator. In the live stream, the barrage that had just been cheering for the ice sculpture's destruction instantly froze, then was detonated by new panic and anger. Holy shit. Noah, that sly old fox used a decoy. He said we just now. Does he have accomplices? Dr. Lin's mother is still in his hands. What does he want? Don't be afraid, little one, we'll help you find her. Brother Su, please stay calm. Watching the rapidly scrolling barrage, Su Bai took a deep breath. He knew that now was not the time for anger, but for strength. Without any hesitation, he faced the drone camera and activated the emergency livestream mode. His voice was steady and powerful. Brothers, you all saw it. Noah is not dead. He still holds Lin's mother's life in his hands. He did not waste any words. This single sentence ignited the emotions of all the viewers. This was not just a duel, but a race against time for a rescue. Damn it, let's fight these bastards. Brother Su, max out the tips to boost the little one's stats. Already tipped super rockets x10. If not enough, I'll do more. Protect the best, little one, protect Lin's mother. Noah must die. Countless gift effects exploded on the live screen. Golden spaceships, blue rockets, dazzling nebulae, almost completely covering the picture. Before Su Bai's eyes, the number representing the bond value was skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. 6,000, 7,000. In an instant it broke through the 8,000 mark. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. System notification, high-intensity emotional resonance and bond value fluctuation detected. Special ability Spiritual Scan has been activated. Spiritual Scan, the host can guide the bond beast to perform an ultra-wide-range psychic perception centered on itself, penetrating physical barriers to locate targets with a strong bond to the host. Su Bai was stunned for a moment, then a brilliant light burst from his eyes. He slapped Xiaomo's neck urgently and shouted, little one, now. Forget about Noah, use your senses to locate Lin's mother. Xiao Mo seemed to understand the command. It lowered its massive head slightly, and its beastly eyes burning with rage slowly closed. The next second, two pure beams of blue light leaked from its tightly shut eyes like tangible rays piercing through the raging blizzard. In Xiao Mo's vision, the world lost its color, becoming a gray-white domain composed of psychic lines. Wind, snow, icebergs, base debris. Everything lost its meaning. Its perception spread in all directions like mercury crossing endless glaciers and frozen oceans, scanning this extreme cold land at an unprecedented speed. Suddenly a clear image formed in its mind. It was a polar experimental station buried deep beneath the ice, full of cold metallic technology. In the core area of the station, a woman lay weakly inside a huge transparent life support pod. She was Lin's mother, connected to countless data cables like evil vines. The other ends were attached to a massive central processor, its screen flickering with countless complex emotional waveforms. Found it. Su Bai was almost telepathically linked with Xiao Mo and knew the result the moment it opened its eyes. Without hesitation, he swung onto Xiao Mo's broad back, gripping the base of its dorsal fin tightly, and pointed in the direction Xiao Mo sensed roaring. Little one, charge over and save her. Ow! Xiao Mo let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth, a declaration of war against the challenger and a vow to protect its family. Dark red lava veins instantly burst from the gaps in its scales, covering its entire body and forming a set of burning lava armor. With a sudden burst of power from its limbs, its massive body turned into an arrow shot from a bow. The heat ray energy locked onto the direction inside its body, splitting the wind and snow as it raced toward the polar experimental station hundreds of kilometers away. The viewers in the live stream only saw a red and blue streak tearing through the dim sky, so fast that it left a long sonic boom cloud behind. Is this the little one's full speed? So cool. It's lit. 1,000-mile raid extreme rescue. Brother Su riding on the little one looks like a war god. Xiao Mo's speed was beyond imagination. In just over 10 minutes, the outline of the experimental station, hidden beneath the glacier, appeared on the horizon. Outside the experimental station, dozens of dark automatic defense turrets detected the intruder and immediately turned red, alarm lights flashing madly as their muzzles began to accumulate energy. A bunch of scrap metal, Su Bai said, lying on Xiao Mo's back with contempt in his eyes. Little one, give them a heat ray bath first. Xiao Mo understood, and while running, it suddenly opened its massive mouth, unleashing a highly concentrated blue heat ray. It didn't aim at any single target. Instead, it swept the heat ray like a whip. Zazup! A piercing sound rang out. Wherever the blue light passed, the sturdy alloy defense turrets melted like butter on a hot iron, without even time to explode, turning into pools of red molten metal and collapsing. Damn! Area of effect clearing of minions, so satisfying. This is what a strategic weapon should be. Sheer power overcomes skill. In the face of absolute power, any defense is paper thin. After clearing all external threats, Xiao Mo didn't slow down at all. Its massive body like a meteor slammed into the main hatch of the experimental station. With a deafening crash and the sound of twisting metal, it tore open a huge gap, with brute force charging straight to the core of the station. Before the life support pod, Xiao Mo stopped. It raised its sharp front claw, but carefully avoided Lin's mother's body, tearing the sturdy transparent door with one claw. The life support liquid inside spilled onto the ground. Lin's mother weakly opened her eyes amidst the violent shaking. She looked at the fearsome yet majestic beast before her, and the familiar figure on its back, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. You are here to save me. Xiao Mo did not answer, but gently lowered its huge head, using its relatively soft nose to nuzzle her arm, emitting a soothing low sound. This gentle gesture formed a stark contrast with its earlier earth-shattering posture. Feeling the warmth that held no malice, Lin's mother's eyes instantly reddened. System notification successfully pacified. Key bond, character bond value, 3000. Su Bai jumped off the beast's back, quickly cut the data cables attached to Lin's mother, and draped a spare code over her. Annie, let's go. However, just as they were about to evacuate, the entire experimental station suddenly shook violently. The alloy ceiling above was torn open by a tremendous force, and a heavy mech larger and more ferocious than all previous bionic beasts descended from the sky and crashed to the ground. Inside the cockpit, Noah's pale and insane face stared at them through the reinforced glass. Do you think you can take her away, eh? Noah's voice came through the loudspeaker, filled with a sick fanaticism. She is not a hostage. She is my greatest masterpiece, the perfect emotion sample. As he spoke, he manipulated the mech's massive mechanical arm, like a steel claw reaching for the weak Lin's mother. Sample. Upon hearing those two words, Su Bai's rage shot straight to his head. He pointed at Noah and let out the most hysterical roar ever. Little one, tear him apart. Xiao Mo's fury was fully ignited at that moment. It shielded Lin's mother behind it, raised its head, and let out a long roar. The heat ray energy accumulated in its chest was released without reservation, turning into a destructive beam several times thicker than before, precisely striking the energy core of the bionic beast, the very location of the cockpit. Noah's pupils contracted sharply. He only had time to show a horrified expression before the cockpit exploded in a burst of blue light. The violent explosion flung Noah out of the cockpit wreckage. Like a tattered ragdoll, he fell precisely into the still boiling lava pool below, melted by Xiao Mo's heat ray. The piercing scream lasted only half a second. A strange scene occurred. The scorching lava, upon contacting Noah's body, rapidly cooled and solidified at a visible speed, eventually sealing him inside, forming a twisted, terrified black ice sculpture. In the live stream, the barrage went completely crazy. Holy shit. One shot. GG. Noah, that bastard is finally dead. The little one is too fierce. This heat ray blast is a work of art. I let him taste being an ice sculpture too. Su Bai let out a long sigh of relief. The battle was over. He looked at the unharmed Lin's mother beside him, then at the majestic Xiao Mo, and a huge stone finally lifted from his heart. He subconsciously called up the system panel to check the rewards from this battle. Bond shield module unlock progress 10. The progress was not much, but it was a start. However, just as he was about to close the panel, a new line of text flashing with red warning lights appeared without warning. System notification: an unknown source of strong encrypted signal detected. Waveform does not match known civilization patterns. Proceed with immediate analysis. The system's frigid notification blared in Su Bai's mind, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that seemed to emanate from the primordial chaos. That resentment was not a tangible attack, yet it was like an invisible hand instantly seizing the souls of everyone present. The fleeting glimpse of a golden vertical pupil in the live stream, like two demonic suns suspended in an abyssal void, sent a chill deep into the marrow of millions of viewers in an instant. Holy crap, what was that? Am I seeing things? No way, definitely not. A pair of golden eyes. Like something out of mythology. The pressure. I'm weak in the knees just from the screen. What must it feel like for the streamers on site? This is no longer a giant beast, right? This is a dark god. A demon. In Fusang legend, isn't it the Yamada no Orochi that sealed under Mount Fuji? Could it be? The barrage instantly transformed from frenzied excitement into a sea of terror and speculation. The growth rate of the donation points driven by this sudden turn of events surged again in a bizarre explosion. A frenzy born of extreme emotions mingled with fear and thrill. Something's wrong. Li Ruashi's face turned pale as death. She clutched the ancient parchment tightly, her knuckles white from the strain, her body even trembling slightly. This was not cowardice, but the most primal shudder of a scholar confronting something terrifying beyond the limits of their understanding. She murmured in a lost voice, "This aura. The parchment has fragmentary records. It's called the ancient god's remnant resentment, the consciousness of a failure suppressed by the earthly vein fire seed in ancient times. It shouldn't have a form, let alone such intense fluctuations." She lifted her head abruptly, looking at the bottomless lava channel, her voice shifting. "It's not escaping. It's being awakened. The other half of the fire seed is the key to awakening it. It's going to devour that half and reshape its body." Su Bai's expression was equally grave, but his eyes held no fear, instead a near-mad fervor ignited within them. He felt it most clearly. The target of that spiritual pressure was Xiao Mo, who was undergoing metamorphosis in the magma. More than a pressure, it was a declaration from a superior being, a claim that this domain and all its energy belonged to it. "Little one," Su Bai's voice, low and calm, transmitted directly to Xiao Mo through the mental link. Roar! In the boiling lava pool, Xiao Mo suddenly raised its massive head. Its crimson dorsal fins were now fully spread, each one like a burning red lotus petal flowing with golden earthly vein energy. Its body had grown again in just a few minutes, and between the gaps in its scales there were no longer blue electric arcs, but crimson lava patterns. Its eyes had also shifted from deep ink to a chilling dark gold. Facing the terrifying pressure from the depths, Xiao Mo did not retreat. Instead, it let out a roar brimming with violence and battle lust. This roar became a tangible wave of sound, shaking the surging lava skyward and forcibly pushing back that invisible spiritual oppression. System notification: bond value exceeded 1000 points. Unlocked new ability, Domain Resonance Basic. You can share a portion of elemental resistance and environmental perception with your beast within a certain range. A warm current surged through Su Bai's body instantly. The heat at the mouth of Mount Fuji, enough to cook anything, now felt like a gentle spring breeze to him. At the same time, his spiritual perception range expanded exponentially, allowing him to clearly see a scorching energy traveling north at an astonishing speed through the lava channel below, and behind that energy, a far larger, more evil and colder consciousness eagerly pursuing. "I see." Su Bai's lips curled into a cold smile. "We're not chasing, something is leading the way for us." He looked at Li Ruashi, whose face was still pale, and said in a tone that brooked no argument, "Dr. Li, does your parchment mention how to completely purify this so-called ancient god's remnant resentment?" Li Ruashi was startled. She answered instinctively, "Yes. But the conditions are extremely harsh. It requires a complete earthly vein fire seed as an energy source, using a giant beast's body as a furnace to forcibly strip and burn its consciousness. But that thing is an ancient monster. Even as a remnant, it's beyond the current giant beast's ability to oppose. We should evacuate immediately and plan a long-term strategy." Long-term strategy. Su Bai smiled, a smile carrying a hint of world-dominating arrogance. Those 4 words don't exist in my dictionary. A free experience pack delivered to my doorstep. Why would I refuse? The streamer is crazy. He's really charging in headfirst. This isn't just about being reckless. That's a legendary ancient god. But did you notice? The little one seems stronger. That roar just now blew away all that terrifying atmosphere. Right? This is what we call stronger when facing the strong. The brave wins in a narrow path. Just go for it. Run if you can't win, streamer. Live to fight another day. Run. Do you know what makes a blockbuster livestream? If you run now, the popularity will crash. Go for it even if you die. 18 years later, you'll be a good man again. Anyway, it's not me dying. The barrage in the livestream room split into 2 opposing factions, bickering endlessly. But Su Bai had already made his decision. He turned and faced the bottomless hell-like lava fissure. Dr. Lee, you'd better stay back. What's about to happen might be beyond your research scope. Su Bai said, his voice low, but carrying an undeniable authority. He ignored Lee Ruashi's shocked expression, fixing his gaze on Xiao Mo, which was now almost fully transformed in the magma pool. The massive body, the dorsal fins flowing with lava, the dark golden pupils, all proclaimed a force of pure destruction. Little one, Su Bai's voice transmitted clearly through the mental link, filled with unprecedented battle spirit. The appetizer is over. Now the main course is here. He paused, then turned to the livestream camera, flashing a smile that made every viewer's heart skip a beat. Everyone, the moment of miracle is at hand. Today I'll show you what it means to kill gods in the path of gods. As his words faded, Xiao Mo's colossal body surged with power, leaping from the volcanic pool with a tremendous wave of lava. It did not fly into the sky, but like a falling crimson meteor, it precisely charged into the underground lava channel leading north. An earth-shattering roar echoed through the underworld, full of defiance and endless hunger for the unknown powerful enemy. It was not merely obedience to orders, but the instinctive response of an apex predator to another source of immense power. The darkness at the entrance of the lava channel was instantly illuminated by the red lotus flame burning on Xiao Mo's body, only to be swallowed again by a deeper darkness in the next second. Only the massive fissure left behind like a scar leading to hell remained unhealed for a long time. The livestream following Xiao Mo's perspective plunged into a tunnel of rapidly flowing fire and intertwined darkness. System notification detected high concentration resentment energy field ahead, eroding the channel. System notification, hostile target has locked onto the escaping fire seed, preliminary fusion in progress. A series of system alerts rang in Su Bai's mind, but he stood calmly at the edge of the volcanic crater, feeling the increasingly violent energy collisions from deep underground. He knew that an unprecedented gamble had already begun, and the prey was never just one. The biting wind laced with ice crystals swept across the crumbling ruins of the ancient temple, howling like a wailing ghost. Lee Ruashi pulled the collar of her cold-weather suit higher, lowering her voice as she spoke, her white breath forming a mist at her lips. There's no mistake. The energy fluctuations of the spark are emanating from here. This is the legendary Serpent Shrine. That fellow Kamaya is indeed up to his tricks here. Through Xiao Mo's sensory sharing, Su Bai also sensed that sinister and evil aura. He frowned, his gaze fixed on the depths of the shrine. Meanwhile, the live stream scene shifted and tens of millions of viewers focused on the kneeling figure in the center of the temple. Holy crap. Isn't that the lunatic who kidnapped Lin Shin's mother in the city before? That's him. I'd recognize him even if he were ashes. Called Kamaya, right? What's he doing here? This place looks so sinister. In this icy wasteland, what's he kneeling for? Performance art. Don't joke around, guys. Look at the formation under his feet. Red to the point of black. That's definitely blood. This guy is pulling some blood ritual. The audience's speculation was soon confirmed. In the center of the temple, Kamaya seemed possessed. On the ground before him, intricate and twisted runes were painted with a crimson liquid, forming a massive blood array. At each node of the formation sat vessels filled with sticky blood, emitting a nauseating stench. With the essence blood of 10,000 souls as sacrifice and the resentment of 1,000 spirits as guide. Awaken, my lord. Kamaya raised the last blood-filled skull, a fanatical flame burning in his eyes. He roared, pouring the foul blood into the central eye of the formation. Arise, 8-headed old god body. The moment his words fell, the entire frozen temple began to tremble violently. The blood-red runes on the ground seemed to come alive, emitting a dazzling light as the blood bubbled like boiling water. An indescribably terrifying pressure erupted from deep beneath the earth, turning Lee Ruashi's face pale and nearly making her lose her footing. Rumble. The ground in the center of the altar suddenly collapsed. A massive serpent head crafted entirely from bleached bone and countless intertwined, wailing, vengeful spirits slowly rose from the dark abyss. In the serpent's eye sockets there were no pupils. Only 2 clusters of eerie green flame flickering. Holy crap. Holy crap. What the hell is that thing? Summoning an evil god. These special effects are too realistic. I've got goosebumps. This is definitely an S-class disaster. 10,000 souls, essence blood. This guy is a complete butcher. He must die. Kid, hurry. Kill it. Don't let it fully emerge. Without waiting for Su Bai's order, the justice-driven Xiao Mo let out an enraged roar, its massive body transforming into a black shadow that charged straight at the skeletal serpent head just emerging from the ground. It opened its huge maw and spat out a scorching ray. However, just as the ray was about to hit the ghostly flames in the skeletal serpent's eye sockets flared. A second third, fully 8 serpent heads interwoven with black iron and rotting flesh emerged one after another from the ground. One of the serpent heads suddenly opened its mouth and spewed a dense cloud of poison mist, which collided violently with Xiao Mo's ray, producing a sizzling sound of corrosion. The poison mist was instantly vaporized, but another serpent head followed closely, emitting not poison mist, but an extreme cold current. Wherever the cold current passed, even the air seemed to freeze. Xiao Mo failed to dodge. As its scorching body touched the cold current, a vast amount of white steam rose, and its limbs and half of its body were encased in a thick layer of ice in the blink of an eye, leaving its movements sluggish and stiff. Above the 8 serpent heads, a main body connected by metal vertebrae slowly emerged. Its 2 huge golden vertical pupils coldly stared at the trapped Xiao Mo, and it spoke in a deep, imposing voice. Humans, you dare to covet the spark as well? Damn, Xiao Mo is trapped. This monster is so strong. It has 8 heads and can attack with different elements. Rich daddies, think of something. Don't let the kid get hurt. Don't panic. Su Bai's voice was calm and firm, echoing directly in Xiao Mo's mind through the mental link. Kid, don't fight it physically. That ice is mixed with resentment. Burn it with the red lotus power. Receiving the command, a crimson light burst forth from within Xiao Mo, who was bound by the ice. Glowing cracks like molten lava appeared between the scales on its dorsal fin. A domineering, unmatched heat energy exploded outward from its center. Roar! With a dragon's cry, the ice encasing Xiao Mo didn't even have time to melt. It was instantly vaporized. The red lotus power shone like a small sun, dispelling the surrounding chill completely. Freed from its bonds, Xiao Mo wasted no time. It opened its mouth again, but this time the ray it spat had changed from the original orange-yellow to a deep red, imbued with destructive energy. Red Lotus Ray. This strike was as fast as lightning, aimed directly at the serpent head that had just released the cold and precisely entered its eye socket. Boom! A violent explosion occurred inside the serpent head. The raging red lotus fire burst out from the eye socket, mouth, nostrils, and even the gaps between scales, instantly shattering that head of rotting flesh and black iron. The temple shook violently as countless icicles and stones fell from the dome. Holy crap. One shot, one kill. The kid is too fierce. That damage. Took out a head in one go. So cool. Dragon Abyss Overlord donated a super rocket. Message: give the kid a chicken leg. Not enough, I'll add more. Ruashi Support Group President donated 10 super rockets. Message: well done. Protect our Ruashi. While the live stream audience was going wild, a system prompt appeared before Su Bai's eyes. Bond value 5,000. Detected a large amount of high concentration vengeful spirit fluctuations in the enemy unit. Activate special skills: spiritual purification. Vengeful spirits. Su Bai instantly understood the essence of the old god body. It wasn't just a physical monster. It was a collection of countless vengeful souls. Activate. Su Bai made the choice without hesitation. At the command, Xiao Mo let out a low cry. This sound was no longer an angry roar, but carried a hint of sacred rhythm. The dorsal fins, shaped like red lotus petals, blazed with intense light. A soft, warm red halo expanded outward from its center, quickly enveloping the entire battlefield. The halo swept across the remnants of the 8-headed old god body. The monster suddenly let out a piercing wail, a cry not from the flesh but from the depths of its soul. Under the red light, the black mist formed by vengeful spirits on its body hissed, as if meeting its nemesis. Countless twisted, agonized faces emerged in the mist, then quickly dissipated, purified. Its power aura visibly declined. Ding. Target's soul fragments partially purified. All attributes decreased by 30. Seeing that the god body he had painstakingly summoned was so easily countered, Kamaya's face turned ashen. He knew the tide had turned, and that if he didn't run he would have no chance. He quietly got up from the ground and turned to flee into the shadows deep within the temple. Try to run. Su Bai sneered. Xiao Mo's massive head had already locked onto him. It couldn't even be bothered to use a ray. It simply raised a giant claw wreathed in red lotus flames and stomped down hard in the direction Kamaya was fleeing. No. Kamaya only had time to let out a desperate scream before the giant claw precisely crushed him into the ground. His right shoulder and half of his body were instantly shattered, the sound of breaking bones clearly audible. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ruashi flashed forward, quickly rushing to the dying Kamaya's side. From his bosom, she retrieved a faintly glowing red metal fragment, the very target of their mission, the spark. Holding the fragment, she swiftly moved to Xiao Mo and shouted, "Xiao Mo now." With that, she leaped up and firmly embedded the spark fragment into the pre-prepared slot at the center of Xiao Mo's dorsal fin. Whoom! The moment the spark was in place, an unprecedented surge of energy erupted from within Xiao Mo. System prompt: Red Lotus Spark Fragment 34 in place. Red Lotus form complete. Unlock progress 85. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Mo's body expanded again, its muscle lines becoming smoother and more powerful. The most obvious change was its tail. Where it had once been smooth flame-like patterns began to grow, and at the tip of the tail a cluster of eternal red lotus fire ignited. Victory seemed assured. However, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a sudden change occurred. In the live stream, the heavily damaged and nearly purified 8-headed old god body's remaining 7 heads suddenly stopped their wailing. Without warning, a black flame ignited on its body. This flame had no temperature, yet it consumed the bones and rotting flesh at an astonishing speed. Within a few seconds, the massive 8-headed old god body turned to ash in the eerie black flames dissipating into the air as if it had never existed. Everything was over. No, not yet. Among the ruins where the old god body had turned to ash, a pitch-black eyeball carved like obsidian rolled out abruptly. It lay silently on the ground, its surface flawlessly smooth, yet exuding an extreme evil and coldness. Before Su Bai could order Xiao Mo to investigate, the black eyeball, as if possessing its own life, trembled slightly and silently rolled into a nearby deep shadow crack, vanishing instantly. The temple fell into deathly silence with only the howling wind remaining. Li Ruashi stared at the shadow, her face grim. What was that? Did its core escape? Su Bai did not answer. He looked at the now evolved majestic Xiao Mo, sensing the surging, yet incomplete power within it. A sense of unprecedented urgency rose in his heart. He took a deep breath and issued a new objective to his partner through the mental link. Kid, there's one last piece of the spark left. Li Ruashi's pale fingers trembled slightly as she handed the fragment of the fire seed, which carried the last hope, to Xiao Mo. The fragment was not large, yet it seemed to contain the weight of a star. The surrounding air grew viscous from the ancient aura it emanated. Little one, this is the last fire seed, she said, her voice tinged with determination and hope. In Xiao Mo's scarlet pupils the flickering light was reflected. It did not swallow immediately, but lowered its massive head, carefully sniffing with its nose. A surge of longing and resonance from the deepest recesses of its bloodline instantly swept through its soul. This was not merely energy, it was a legacy, the last remaining ember of its kind, fading into the river of time. The next moment Xiao Mo threw back its head and let out a roar that shook the heavens. The cry contained no pain but pure release and rebirth. The red lotus dorsal fin on its back, which had been like a closed bud, suddenly burst open. Every fin extended to its fullest with lava-like crimson patterns flowing over them, both magnificent and deadly. An indescribable torrent of energy raged within its body as if threatening to burst its frame. On Su Bai's retina system, notifications flashed wildly. Warning. Target energy response is rapidly escalating. Red Lotus bloodline is undergoing final fusion with Fire Seed essence. Fusion progress 98. 99. Ding. Fusion complete. Congratulations, host. Your spirit beast, Xiao Mo, has unlocked the Red Lotus form. Complete. Current level upgraded to sea level. As the system notification faded, Xiao Mo's form swelled further, with searing red light emanating from the gaps between its scales like a walking active volcano. Each breath it took carried a scorching sulfurous smell. We did it. Su Bai clenched his fists, his heart pounding. He could clearly feel the bond between him and Xiao Mo surging like a breached dam, becoming unprecedentedly powerful. Ding. Spirit beast ability synchronized and unlocked. Skill Red Lotus Breath has evolved into Red Lotus Beam. Power increased by 300, with additional divine scorching effect. Ding. New module Energy Conductor has been activated. Your spirit beast can conduct and refract energy through specific environmental media, achieving beyond visual range strikes. Watching the cascade of notifications, the smile on Su Bai's face grew more arrogant. A wild and daring light flickered in his eyes as he pointed at the nearby active volcano crater formed by tectonic shifts and roared, "Little one, don't hold back. Try it out. Aim your new toy at that crater and give it a good one." Xiao Mo's scarlet pupils instantly locked onto the target, as if it fully understood Su Bai's intent. Its massive jaws opened wide, and deep in its throat, a blinding energy, point brighter than the sun, rapidly gathered and compressed. Roar! A red lotus beam over 3 meters in diameter and as solid as a crimson crystal pillar blasted forth with an aura that could incinerate everything in its path. The beam tore through the air with a piercing screech, precisely plunging into the depths of the crater and straight into the Earth's vein. A dead silence lasted for 3 seconds. In the live stream, millions of viewers held their breath. What is Brother Su doing? Pouring energy into the crater. Afraid it's not active enough. Holy crap. At this distance with this power, and this is still sea level. You call this sea level? Don't argue up there, I feel the ground shaking. Holy crap, it's not a feeling, it's really shaking. The next moment the Earth let out a violent wail. Around the crater the ground within kilometers trembled wildly and countless cracks spread like a spider web. Then an unimaginably terrifying force burst forth from the depths of the Earth. Boom. A pillar of magma mixed with crimson and gold shot up into the sky with such ferocity that it seemed about to punch a hole in the heavens. The scorching magma, catalyzed by Xiao Mo's divine power, transformed into the most violent energy in the world, rising thousands of meters into the sky, forming a colossal pillar connecting heaven and earth. However, amid this cataclysmic upheaval and universal awe, a cold, venomous wolf filled with resentment and madness quietly emerged from the twisted shadows illuminated by the magma. It was a phantom shadow vaguely revealing the outlines of 8 swaying heads, the remnant trace of primordial consciousness left after the destruction of Baki's old divine body. Attracted by the fully activated divine power of the fire seed, like a shark smelling blood, it recklessly lunged at Xiao Mo, who had just completed its evolution and was still in the adaptation phase, intending to seize that source of divinity. Despicable creature. How dare you touch the power of the gods? Give it back to me. The venomous thought exploded directly in Su Bai's and Xiao Mo's minds. You're asking for death. Su Bai's gaze turned icy. Without needing his command, Xiao Mo had already sensed the profane malice. It jerked its head around, its pupils burning with red lotus karma fire, locking onto the remnant soul of Baki. After evolution, it felt an instinctive extreme disgust toward such filth. It let out a furious roar, not even using its full strength, just a flick of its throat. A red lotus beam, much thinner than before, but far more condensed and pure, pierced the heart of the shadow like a divine spear of punishment. The remnant soul of Baki let out a silent, agonized scream. Its spirit body was not incinerated by the heat. Instead, under the crimson light, like a painting drenched in concentrated sulfuric acid, it began to burn and dissolve from within. That was no ordinary fire. It was a karma flame capable of burning souls and erasing concepts. No. Impossible. This is true divine power. How could you? Its struggles grew weaker, and finally, with a despairing howl, it completely turned into a wisp of smoke, leaving not even the most basic particle utterly and completely erased from this world. Ding. Completely annihilated remnant consciousness of Baki's old divine body. Bond value 5,000. The live stream's barrage exploded after a brief silence. Holy shit. What was that just now? A ghost? Was it blown away by one blast from the little one? That was the remnant soul of Baki. I've seen similar descriptions in ancient texts from Fusang. Oh my god, it wasn't completely dead. The point is not whether it was dead, but what the little one did to it. That wasn't a physical attack. It was an erasure on the soul level. Divine power. Baki said divine power at the end. Oh, my brother Su isn't raising a monster. He's raising a baby deity. Su Bai watched the soaring bond value and licked his lips excitedly. He didn't dwell on the victory. Instead, he immediately thought of another key ability. Little one, well done. Now try that. He pointed at a distant abandoned steel mill signal tower twisted and deformed by the earthquake. Use the beam to hit the tip of that tower, then make it bounce to that hill over there. This was an extremely challenging command. Xiao Mo's massive head adjusted its angle slightly, and data seemed to flow like light through its scarlet pupils, as if calculating trajectory and angle. The next moment, a red lotus beam with precisely controlled output power shot out again. Swoosh. The beam accurately hit the tip of the signal tower without destroying it. Under the effect of the energy conductor module, the signal tower turned into a perfect prism. The red death ray refracted at an incredible angle, tracing a graceful arc before crashing into another hill several kilometers away. Boom. Rocks shattered and dust flew. Ding. Successfully triggered the energy conductor linkage mechanism. Next attack, the host can preset multiple conductor nodes for multi-point coordinated strikes. Excellent. This is the long-range precision strike template I wanted. Su Bai shouted excitedly. This had transcended simple spirit-beast combat and risen to the level of strategic weapons. His excitement ignited the entire Dragon Kingdom. In the live stream, countless top-tier gifts like rockets and spaceships flooded the screen as if they were free, turning the entire display golden. This kid is no longer a mere fish in a pond. When encountering wind and clouds, he transforms into a dragon. No, he's become a god directly. What beast tamer? This is a keeper. God-level keeper. Brother Su, do you need a sidekick on your thigh? The Fusang people must be peeing their pants right now. A god exploded on their doorstep, and it's from the Dragon Kingdom. Haha, hilarious. This is the true king of beast tamers. With one beast, he suppresses the fate of a nation. Bond value broke 10,000. Holy crap. Upgraded again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your bond level with the spirit beast has been promoted to intermediate keeper. Unlocked new authority can form a bond team of up to 3 members sharing partial vision and buff effects. Just as Su Bai was checking the new authority, a true miracle occurred. From the direction of Mount Fuji, the sacred mountain of Fusang, came a tremor more violent than any before. Then, under the watch of countless satellites and telescopes worldwide, the summit exploded. Endless magma, thoroughly detonated by the divine power Xiao Mo had injected into the Earth's veins, gushed out from the summit with overwhelming force. The terrifying shockwave even sheared off over 300 meters from the entire peak. A mushroom cloud of volcanic ash blotted out the sun, plunging all of Fusang into doomsday-like panic. And atop the erupting crater at the center of storm and flame, Xiao Mo stood proudly. Bathed in magma, the red lotus dorsal fin on its back blazed brilliantly. A beam of red light piercing through the thick volcanic ash reaching from earth to sky was like a deity descending upon the mortal world, proclaiming the birth of a new god. Within the Dragon Kingdom, there was jubilation. Within Fusang, there was utter silence. Standing in the distance, Su Bai felt the vast power resonating with heaven and earth emanating from Xiao Mo, and his heart swelled with pride. They had finally stepped onto the world's playing table. However, just as the entire human race was fixated on this divine catastrophe caused by a man and his beast, a distinctive red alert silently appeared on Su Bai's system interface. The alert had no sound, only flashing at a frequency that made one's heart tremble. Warning detected: an unknown source of ultra-high-level mysterious energy fluctuation. Tracing the source. Source locked coordinates XXX. Deep Sea Ruins Center. The image seemed to be interfered, flickering violently. In an instant, a completely different scene flashed through Su Bai's mind. A colossal ancient ruin beyond imagination, standing silently at the center of a trench in the sunless abyss of the deep sea. Just now, in the deepest part of the ruins, a blurry figure wrapped in endless darkness and water pressure slowly opened its eyes. On the third day after Mount Fuji's eruption, the crater still resembled an unhealable wound, ceaselessly spewing black smoke mixed with sulfur and despair into the sky. The world's attention focused on this devastated land, yet in the live stream room of Dragon Nation, the discussion about that earth-shattering battle surged rather than waned, even surpassing the concern for the disaster itself. Brothers, I've edited the clip of Su taking on 3 by himself set to background music. It's so epic it makes my scalp tingle. Upstairs, drop a link. I've watched it 3 times and I still think Xiao Mo's tail sweep that flattened half a mountain is the coolest. So fierce, so incredibly fierce. Before watching movies where monsters destroy buildings seemed exaggerated, but Su and Xiao Mo directly reshaped the terrain. I just want to know, Su, can you go airborne again? Next time will you fight on the moon? Su Bai leaned back on the sofa in the base's temporary rest room, one leg crossed, comfortably browsing the flattering bullet comments, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Not far away, Xiao Mo was lying contentedly on a custom heated floor panel, its massive black dorsal fin quivering slightly, enjoying the leisurely time after the battle. This battle at Mount Fuji not only elevated Dragon Nation status in global supernatural incident handling, but also brought Su and Xiao Mo a massive amount of bond points and evolution points. Everything seemed to be heading in the best direction until that abrupt system prompt rang in Su Bai's mind. Ding! Abnormal high-frequency energy fluctuations detected at the center of the deep-sea ruins with high-intensity resonance with the host and contracted beast. Proceed with coordinate analysis. Su Bai's smile instantly froze. He sat up abruptly, frowning deeply. Deep-sea ruins. He immediately recalled the near-death deep-sea instance from not long ago. Without hesitation, he opened the interface and a 3-dimensional sea chart in deep blue appeared before him with a flashing red danger coordinate marked in an abyssal trench. Is this the entrance to that instance? Su Bai muttered to himself, a nameless palpitation surging in his heart. The terror and eeriness there still haunted his memory. He turned his head to look at Xiao Mo, who was lying lazily, and lowered his voice unconsciously. Kid, do you feel it? As soon as he spoke, Xiao Mo, which had been like a docile big cat, suddenly raised its massive head, and a strange crimson light flickered in its usually gentle black eyes. It was no longer a lazy pet, but a primordial beast awakened from ancient memories. Roar! A suppressed growl came from deep in its throat, tinged with agitation and longing. Then its steel-like tail slammed the ground, scraping against the solid alloy floor, and scales sending out a dazzling burst of sparks. The entire room trembled, and dust fell from the ceiling. Su Bai's heart tightened. Something in that deep sea was calling to it. Just then the restroom door was pushed open and hurried footsteps approached. Li Rawashi, wearing a crisp researcher uniform, her face bearing the dust of travel and a hint of gravity, strode in quickly. Su Bai Yu and Xiao Mo both sensed it. She cut straight to the chase, not even catching her breath. We just received an emergency order. The highest-level energy monitoring station at headquarters captured a strong signal near the Mariana Trench, matching the deep-sea ruins data you submitted last time. You guessed right. A new energy source has been activated in that area. As she spoke, she pulled up a complex structural diagram from her encrypted tablet and handed it to Su Bai. But this time the energy structure is 100 times more intricate, like a locked giant maze. According to our preliminary analysis, a top-tier giant beast like Xiao Mo is needed as a key, using bioenergy resonance to guide the way to the real entrance. Then she took out an ancient parchment made of special material yellowed with intricate and mysterious patterns drawn on it. This was decoded from a newly discovered prehistoric civilization ruin. We suspect this deep-sea ruin might be the core of an ancient energy resonance array. Every anomaly here could trigger a global chain reaction. Su Bai looked at the map, then at the restless Xiao Mo beside him, and already knew his decision. Whether to uncover the truth or to soothe Xiao Mo, this trip was unavoidable. He took a deep breath and reopened the long-dormant livestream. Brothers, emergency. Xiao Mo just sensed big movements in the deep sea, possibly related to the last ruins. Should we go down and check it out? This sentence was like a deep water bomb instantly exploding in the calm livestream. The number of bullet comments skyrocketed, almost covering the entire screen. Go? We must go? I'm ready. No, I've got my popcorn ready, and you show me this. Holy crap. Deep Sea Instance sequel. Exciting. Go? When has my Xiao Mo ever been afraid? Even if Cthulhu comes, he'll have to kowtow to my Xiao Mo. Su, take me flying. I want to see Xiao Mo fight a giant deep-sea kraken. Charge. Just do it. Here's a super rocket for Xiao Mo's chicken leg. Amid the fervent comments, the bond value on the top left of the screen skyrocketed from a steady 8.0 breaking through 1.0, then 1.0 finally stopping at 1.0, still slowly increasing. The system prompt sounded again. Bond value exceeds 1200. Host and contracted beast resonance enhanced. Temporary skill mental scan unlocked. Within a designated area, consume bond value to track specific energy sources. A timely gift. Su Bai felt reassured. Simultaneously, the Dragon Nation Supreme Command Center sprang into action. General Zhou Huijin personally orchestrated the dispatch of a fleet of 3 newest, Long Yuan-class deep submergence assault submarines, which had already left the nearest secret military port heading for the target waters. Su Bai, Zhou Huijin's communication came in his voice as steady and powerful as ever. You're responsible for scouting the core area. Remember safety first. We'll establish a perimeter blockade and support network to handle any contingencies. Li Ruoxi walked up to Xiao Mo holding a peculiar crystal that was deep blue and covered in dense runes. She spoke softly to Xiao Mo, "Good boy, don't be afraid. Press it against your forehead. It will help you better withstand the immense pressure of the deep sea and allow us to maintain basic contact through quantum entanglement." Xiao Mo seemed to understand her words. It lowered its massive head, leaned in, and gently rubbed its forehead against Li Ruoxi's cold palm, letting out a friendly purr. Li Ruoxi carefully placed the blue rune on the scales between Xiao Mo's eyes. The rune instantly merged, forming a pale blue mark that then faded away. Night fell over the target waters, calm and still. Moonlight spilled onto the black sea, shimmering silver like a vast black satin. Under the lights of the escort ships, Xiao Mo resembled a moving black mountain. It turned its head one last time to look at Su Bai standing on the deck, its gaze resolute. Then with a leap, its massive body traced a graceful arc, barely splashing any water, and slipped silently into the sea. Its figure was quickly swallowed by the black water, vanishing into the endless depths. The livestream screen instantly switched, the drone's surface view replaced by the perspective of a deep-sea camera attached to Xiao Mo 01 view. Audiences felt as if they were falling into the abyss alongside Xiao Mo. Light was devoured by darkness at an alarming speed, and soon only boundless blackness surrounded them. The once boisterous bullet comments in the live stream thinned out. Everyone held their breath, silently experiencing the suffocating oppression and loneliness of the deep sea. Minutes passed. Apart from the occasional glowing microorganism drifting by, there was nothing else. Lost contact. No movement. The pressure must be immense. Feels like my heart is being squeezed. Su, say something. Just as viewers' anxiety peaked, a low vibration, as if from the Earth's core, faintly transmitted through the camera's audio pickup. Hum. It wasn't a sound but a frequency that directly affected the nerves. Then at the farthest edge of the pitch-black picture, a faint blue glimmer flashed abruptly. There it is. The same thought flashed through Su Bai and all viewers' minds. Xiao Mo let out an excited roar, adjusted its direction, and charged at full speed toward the blue light. As the camera advanced, the blue light grew clearer. It seemed to come from a bottomless fissure in the trench, the light spilling out, dyeing the surrounding seawater in a dreamlike deep blue. Closer and closer, everyone widened their eyes, anticipating the secret hidden beyond the fissure. But just as the camera was about to reach the fissure's entrance, the system alarm in Su Bai's mind exploded sharply, piercing like a knife through his soul. Warning. Unknown supermassive biological entity approaching at high speed. Energy level. Unrecognizable. Danger coefficient. Unaccessible. Almost simultaneously, the livestream screen flickered, the signal severed by an invisible force, plunging into dead silence. The next second, in the darkness, a pair of indescribably enormous, ice-cold, golden vertical pupils slowly opened. They gazed emotionlessly, apathetically at the spot where the camera had vanished, as if peering into every soul before the screen. Su Bai's heart-wrenching roar pierced through the bone conduction headphones into Xiao Mo's consciousness. Almost at the same instant, the colossal creature bellowed, the energy accumulated in its chest coalescing into a blinding crimson beam that blasted forth with ferocity. Red Lotus Heat Ray. This was no longer the tentative probe of before, but a full-powered strike imbued with the determination to protect. The scorching beam, like a divine spear forged from fire, tore through the icy, dead silence of the deep sea. The seawater along its path instantly boiled and vaporized, forming a temporary vacuum tunnel that pointed directly at the roiling black mist. Holy crap, it's on fire. That shot from our little one is so cool. Face-to-face confrontation. This is the little one we raised. Don't just talk. Spam the courage kimchi soup. Give the little one a buff. A deep-sea submarine has been sent. Streamer, hold on. Black octopus. I was terrified at that moment. All I saw was a beam of light. In the live stream, the barrage erupted like a volcano. Countless gift icons and words of encouragement flooded the screen, and the bond value skyrocketed at an unprecedented speed. Su Bai's eyes were bloodshot, fixed on the monitor screen. His heartbeat almost merged with Xiao Mo's roar and the booming sound of the heat ray tearing through the seawater. However, a horrifying scene unfolded. The seemingly ethereal black mist upon contact with the red lotus heat ray was not instantly vaporized as expected. It writhed violently and contracted like a malevolent mouth with a life of its own, attempting to forcibly swallow the beam that could melt steel. Sizzle. A piercing sound like boiling oil splashing on ice twisted and propagated through the water. The light of the red lotus heat ray was enveloped by the black mist, its brightness visibly dimming, and its forward momentum stalled. Within the black mist, the silhouette of the giant octopus flickered in and out of view, its blood-red single eye gleaming with malice and madness. It was using its remaining body and primordial energy to withstand Xiao Mo's lethal strike. Not good. Li Ruoxi on the research vessel far above the sea surface turned pale. On the data analyzer before her, the curve representing Xiao Mo's heat ray energy output was plummeting, while an unfamiliar alarm indicator labeled high-dimensional erosive energy flashed a frantic red. Su Bai, tell Xiao Mo to stop. That's not ordinary energy mist, it's absorbing the heat ray's energy and reverse contaminating Xiao Mo's energy source. What? Su Bai's heart tightened. He instantly understood that this beast had spewed out the black mist not for attack, but as a trap, even at the cost of severe injury. A malicious trap specifically designed for high-energy life forms like Xiao Mo. But it was already too late. Xiao Mo's attack was like an arrow already loosed at full force and could not be retracted midway. It could feel its power being decomposed and devoured by a cold, slimy, unknown energy, as if a warm flame were cast into a bottomless abyss. This unprecedented experience instinctually terrified it, but Su Bai's command to stop it and the instinct to protect the blue crystal behind it made it, instead of retreating, furiously channel even more energy from within its body. What's going on? The little one's beam is dimming. That black mist is weird. Is it a debuff? Streamer, think of something. Can't let the little one fight head-on. System alert detected host life form, Xiao Mo, suffering from source pollution, bond value conversion efficiency reduced by 30%. Su Bai's heart sank as he saw the red warning on the system panel. He knew that if this continued, even if Xiao Mo could burn through the black mist, it would be severely weakened, perhaps even permanently damaged. What to do? What to do? His mind raced, scanning the entire console and finally fixed on the faintly glowing rune array interface that had resonated with the ruins. Resonance core. Li Ruoxi had said that this azure crystal was the energy core of the entire ruins. A crazy idea flashed through his mind. Since the black octopus's target was it, could it itself possess the power to counter this evil energy? Brothers. Su Bai slammed the console and shouted into the microphone, listen to my command. Turn all gifts into the lowest level energy rice balls. Flood it with quantity. Don't stop. I'm going to activate something new. Though confused, the audience trusted Su Bai and immediately acted. Expensive submarines and rockets vanished, replaced by a torrent of energy rice ball icons that nearly overwhelmed the server. Roger. Rice ball army charge. Whatever. Streamer says jump, we jump. Spam. I want to see what kind of flower the rice balls will bloom. A massive amount of bond value flowed into the system in a more stable and continuous stream. Instead of channeling this power directly to Xiao Mo, Su Bai's hands blurred across the virtual interface, guiding all the energy toward the rune model representing the altar core that had just been deciphered. With the bond between Xiao Mo and me as the bridge, and the thoughts of thousands of viewers as the fuel, Resonance Core awakened. At the critical moment when Xiao Mo's heat ray was about to be completely devoured by the black mist, the azure crystal floating behind it suddenly burst into dazzling light, without any warning. Whum! A sound like an ancient primordial hum, not through the seawater, but directly resonating in the souls of all living beings. The light was sacred and majestic, carrying an inviolable dignity. Wherever the light touched, the black mist entangled with the red lotus heat ray let out a piercing shriek, melting and dispersing at 100 times the speed, like snow under the scorching sun. The giant octopus behind the black mist didn't even have time to scream. Its shattered body was purified completely in the blue light, leaving not a single trace. The crisis seemed resolved. The red lotus heat ray, having lost its target, automatically dissipated into the seawater. Xiao Mo panted tiredly. It could feel that the cold, polluting energy that had been invading it was also dispelled under the blue light, leaving its body warm and immensely comfortable. It turned affectionately, trying to nuzzle the blue crystal that had saved it. However, no one noticed a wisp of black mist finer than a hair that had separated from the octopus's body at the last moment. Like the most cunning viper, it avoided the zenith of the blue light, silently circled behind the altar, and at the instant the blue light began to recede, stabbed into the base of the azure crystal. We won. One-shot kill. Whoa, what was that blue light? Holy light. Streamer is awesome. That indirect attack was epic. Xiao Mo is fine. Great. The live stream erupted in celebration. Su Bai let out a long breath and collapsed into his chair. It worked. Li Ruoxi said, her voice trembling with relief as she looked at the normalized data. Su Bai, you actually activated the core's autonomous defense mode. But before she finished, her face changed drastically. Wait, the core's energy readings. No, it's skyrocketing. Unstable. Extremely unstable. As she spoke, the entire altar and the vast underwater ruins began to shake violently. Inside the azure crystal that had just been so sacred, a deep, ominous black spot was rapidly spreading. The rune light that had been a stable guide now flickered wildly. The entire ruins, slumbering for 10,000 years, seemed like an enraged giant beast awakening from its sleep. One by one, stone mechanisms that had been dormant emitted clacking sounds extending from the walls and floor, sealing off all escape routes. A cold, killing intent from the entire ruins, 1,000 times more terrifying than the octopus's hostility, instantly locked onto the only intruder at the center of the altar, Xiaomo. Su Bai's horrified shout came through the communicator. Ruashi. What's happening? Li Ruashi's voice trembled with despair. We were all wrong. Its purpose in polluting the core was not to devour, nor to die together. It used its own death as a sacrifice to turn the entire ruins from a protection mode into an extermination mode. The violent tremor nearly tore the submarine apart, the screech of twisting metal mingling with alarms into a symphony of death. Li Ruashi clung to the edge of the control console, her knuckles white from the strain, yet her eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, fixed on the chaotic red and noise on the sonar screen. Hard to port. Maximum power output at 120%. We're being pulled into the collapse zone. Her calm voice, a stabilizing anchor, compelled the panicked crew to obey instinctively. Holy crap. This live stream looks like a disaster movie. The camera is shaking everywhere. Is the streamer still alive? Give us a sign. This isn't special effects, is it? It absolutely isn't. A submarine volcano really erupted. What about the kid? How is the kid? Su Bai braced himself against the cabin wall with one hand, the other tightly clutching a special crystal container, his gaze never leaving Xiaomo outside the porthole. Xiaomo was in a poor state. Detonating the entire energy web had drained nearly all its strength. The once magma-like crimson dorsal fin was now dim. Its massive body swayed in the turbulent currents, yet it still struggled to follow the submarine, using its body to shield it from several large falling rocks. Kid, hang in there. We're almost out. Su Bai shouted into the communicator, his voice filled with anxiety and concern. Xiaomo let out a low response as if saying, I'm fine. Boo-hoo, the kid is so considerate, barely any strength left, but still protecting the sub. Bro, Su, think of something. Send donations to recharge the kid. No use, that blast probably used up all the bond energy, now it's on its own. Sonar overloaded. It's all scorching hot currents and debris ahead, we can't see the way. A crew member shouted in despair. Li Ruashi took a deep breath, a hint of resolve flashing in her eyes. Switch to geomagnetic navigation, abandon active evasion, follow Xiaomo's biomagnetic signal. Its perception of the currents is keener than our instruments. It was a mad decision, entrusting everyone's lives to the exhausted beast outside. Yet no one objected. The submarine's engines roared in agony, abandoning all unnecessary maneuvers, and like a torpedo, it followed straight behind Xiaomo on the relatively safe path. Time stretched unbearably, every second like dancing on a blade's edge. Outside the porthole, an apocalyptic scene of lava and seawater unfolded. Crimson magma solidified under the deep sea's crushing pressure into bizarre black rocks, only to be shattered by subsequent impacts. After an indeterminate time, the deadly pull finally weakened, the surrounding water temperature slowly dropped, and the violent tremors gradually subsided. We made it out. The pilot's voice trembled with relief. The submarine rose slowly, and when it broke the surface, everyone was stunned by the sight. What had been a calm sea now held a new island of black volcanic rock, belching thick smoke as it rose. Scorching steam stained the surrounding dozens of kilometers of sea a hazy white, and the air was thick with sulfur. They had with their own hands triggered a volcano's birth at the bottom of the ocean. Holy crap. Am I witnessing the birth of a geography textbook? Seas change mulberry fields. I've seen it with my own eyes. For a moment, I felt like God. Bro, Su named this island, call it Xiaomo Island. Su Bai, Xiaomo Joint Volcano Manufacturing Co. Ltd. is officially open for business today. Su Bai had no time to heed the barrage of comments. He rushed out of the submarine and onto the deck. Xiaomo's massive head lay weakly against the submarine, panting heavily. Seeing Su Bai, it blinked tiredly and let out a plaintive whimper. Su Bai jumped onto its head, gently stroking its warm, but no longer scalding skin. Good job, kid. Well done. We won. Xiaomo rubbed against his leg comfortably, its huge body swaying gently in the water. Li Ruashi also emerged. She gazed at the newborn island still taking shape, her eyes filled with a scientist's fervor and awe. Unbelievable. The energy resonance we triggered chain activated the dormant magma chamber beneath the crust. We caused a small-scale geological upheaval. She paused, looked at Su Bai, and her tone grew serious. Su, by the impact of this event, may be far greater than we imagine. Just then the cold system prompt finally arrived before Su Bai's eyes. Bond value exceeded 150,000 points. Congratulations, host. Bond level upgraded to senior breeder. New permission unlocked, full combat squad. Note, as a senior breeder you no longer fight alone. You are authorized to recruit, form, and train a combat squad with diverse specialties to handle more complex and dangerous situations. Squad members will form new connections and bonds with you and your tamed beast. Su Bai froze. Full combat squad. This was beyond simply raising a giant beast, it was about building a team. a force truly capable of confronting the endless crises emerging in this world. He immediately shared this news with the livestream audience. Combat Squad. Bro Su is recruiting. Count me in. I'm a former Special Forces soldier expert at sniping enemy machine gunners from 800 miles away. That's from a different show, but I'll sign up too. I'm a top-tier hacker, can provide intel support for Bro Su. Are we forming S, H, I, E, L, D, or the Celestial Group? The kid is the main attacker. Bro Su is the commander. Dr. Lee is the science lead. What else are we missing? Assault specialist. Medic. Need someone to pilot a Gundam. The discussion in the live stream erupted instantly, and countless resumes and self-introductions poured in like snowflakes. After the promotion, the bond value even began a slow but steady increase. Seeing all this, Su Bai's heart soared with ambition. He seemed to see a brand new path leading to the summit of the world unfolding under his feet. However, Lee Ruashi's grave voice interrupted his thoughts. Su Bai, come take a look. Su Bai returned to the command cabin and saw Lee Ruashi pointing at a screen connected to the global ocean monitoring system. Her brow furrowed. On the screen was a global ocean current dynamic map. Red lines representing warm currents and blue lines representing cold currents flowed slowly across the globe, forming the planet's climate circulation system. Everything seemed normal. What's wrong? Su Bai asked, puzzled. Look here. Lee Ruashi pointed to a distant polar region on the opposite side of the planet. This is the main trunk of the North Atlantic Drift, which transports heat from the equator to high latitudes, maintaining the climate stability of the entire northern hemisphere. Under her guidance, Su Bai saw that the thick red warm current at a certain node near the pole appeared slightly faded. That's normal, right? Just energy loss during transmission, Su Bai said. No. Lee Ruashi shook her head, her fingers quickly operating on the screen, pulling up comparative data of flow speed and temperature from the past 72 hours. A row of alarming data appeared. Right after we detonated the relic, every global ocean monitoring station recorded an extremely faint but simultaneous underwater shockwave. Most people dismissed it as an ordinary distant earthquake and paid no attention. She pointed to one data peak, but from that moment the temperature at the end of the North Atlantic Drift began to drop extremely slightly, but continuously. At the same time, the flow speed also started to slow. The change is so subtle that it wouldn't be noticed unless global data were integrated and compared. Su Bai's heart sank. You mean? I don't know. Lee Ruashi's voice carried a hint of confusion and unease she herself hadn't noticed. We released an immeasurable amount of heat into the ocean here. Logically, the average global ocean current temperature should have risen imperceptibly. But why? In the Arctic Circle the farthest from us, the most important warm current is starting to cool. She stared at the node on the screen, slowly changing from a faint red to an even paler shade, muttering to herself. This doesn't make sense. It completely defies thermodynamics. Unless some larger incomprehensible force is beginning to absorb that heat at the other end of the ocean. Su Bai followed her gaze. On the huge global ocean map, the Pacific region, where they stood with its newborn volcano, shone like a blazing red brand. And at the other end of the map, in the distant polar deep, the red arrow representing the warm current seemed to be choked by an invisible giant hand, its light dimming strand by strand, revealing an eerie icy pallor. An inexplicable chill crept up Su Bai's spine. The aftershocks of the explosion at the underwater ruins had barely subsided when on the third day an unprecedented blizzard completely sealed off the northern border of the Dragon Kingdom. The leaden gray clouds hung like a heavy iron curtain, pressing the sky down to the horizon, and the temperature plummeted overnight to a degree capable of freezing steel. This was no natural disaster, it was war. Zhou Huijin's aged and urgent voice crackled through the encrypted line into Su Bai's ear. The border has detected a massive surge of highly active living corpse fluctuations. The blizzard is their cover. This is the national fortune erosion of the Frost Nation. They want to tear a hole through the northern frontier. At the same time, Su Bai's livestream chat exploded with a frenzy of comments. The drone, risking freezing and crashing, transmitted the doomsday scene of endless white. Holy shit, this snow is wrong. It's coming for us. The north is in danger. Those bastards from Frost made their move. The cub is still at the EC, right? No time. No, cub, go north. Go kick their asses. Show them who's boss. Su Bai watched the blood-boiling words scrolling across the screen, then looked up at the northern sky. The bone-chilling cold seemed to pierce through thousands of kilometers. He put away the communicator, turned to Xiao Mo, who was rubbing its head against his pant leg, and curled his lips into a cold smirk. Cub, hear that? He lowered his head and gently patted Xiao Mo's smooth skull. Someone wants to bring winter to our home early. Let's go. We'll teach those bastards what real winter means. The colossal beast shot into the sky, tearing through the clouds, and raced toward the snowbound national border. When Su Bai and Xiao Mo arrived, the scene was even more staggering than the livestream had shown. The snow was no longer falling, it was a solid white wall that stretched across heaven and earth, slamming into the land with savage fury, swallowing entire majestic mountain ranges. In the midst of this white rage, a winding, crumbling wall, almost buried under snow, stood stubbornly like the spine of a dragon. This is the site of the ancient Great Wall. Lee Ruashi's voice came through the tactical earpiece, laced with static. According to historical records, it was not just a physical defense line, but one of the strongest national fortune defense lines of ancient Dragon Kingdom. Our ancestors used will resonance here to repel countless supernatural invasions. Before she finished, Xiao Mo suddenly stopped. It lowered its massive head, sniffing the snow-covered ground cautiously. The iconic red lotus-shaped dorsal fin on its back began to glow with a soft red light, as if establishing a strange connection with the earth beneath. System prompt detected extremely vast ancient belief resonance. Highly compatible with host and tamed beasts bond attributes. Attempt to guide the tamed beast into resonance. Will resonance. Su Bai murmured, his gaze sweeping over the silhouette of the wall flickering in the blizzard. He could almost hear the roar of charging cavalry and the clash of metal. He took a deep breath and issued the command to Xiao Mo, give it a try. Just as Xiao Mo prepared to channel that power, the eye of the blizzard suddenly opened wide. A tall figure descended slowly, draped in a magnificent robe woven from pure ice crystals, wielding a scepter radiating absolute zero cold. Her face was exquisite but bloodless, her eyes hollow sapphires. The Winter Queen. Su Bai narrowed his eyes, recognizing this infamous opponent from the national fortune battlefield. Foolish Dragon Kingdomer, you dare to defy the tide of fate with a single beast. The Winter Queen's voice was devoid of emotion, but cut through the raging snow clearly. Sacrifice yourself. Become part of my eternal frozen kingdom. She waved her scepter gently. Crack. Crack. Beneath the thick snow, countless pale arms burst forth, followed by stiff, rotting bodies. Tens of thousands of living corpses crawled unsteadily out of the snow, their eye sockets burning with blue soul flames, silently surging toward the Great Wall ruins. Behind the corpse army, the ground shook violently. Two frost titans, dozens of meters tall, composed of eternal ice and mountain rock, strode forward with heavy steps. Their massive ice fists pounded the ground, making the entire wall tremble. Open fire. A hoarse roar came from the only intact watchtower on the Great Wall. Defense officer Zhao Tieshan, his eyes bloodshot, unleashed a torrent of fire from his assault rifle, shredding the nearest living corpses. The soldiers behind him, relying on the broken wall, formed a fragile line of defense with their flesh and blood. Bullets only raised negligible ripples in the tide of corpses. Each swing of the Frost Titan's giant palms claimed several lives, crushing them and the bricks beneath into dust. Yet a strange phenomenon occurred. Every soldier who fell spilled warm blood onto the icy bricks. Instead of freezing instantly, the blood was absorbed like a sponge, seeping deep into the stone. Then that brick would glow from within with a faint yet unyielding crimson hue. As more soldiers fell, the entire wall seemed to gain a soul, emitting a weak red light. The last communications soldier beside Zhao Taizhan was torn apart by living corpse claws. Zhao himself was knocked back by the Titan's shockwave, coughing blood, but he still leaned on his hot rifle, rooted to the spot. The livestream captured everything. The chat fell into a brief dead silence, then was drowned in overwhelming grief and fury. No, don't. That wall. The wall is glowing. It's blood. The soldiers' blood. They know they can't hold. They're buying time with their lives. They're waiting for the cub. Cub, do you see? Su Bai's voice rang out in the blizzard. He ignored the Winter Queen, pointing instead at the spreading crimson. Feel this will. That's not an ordinary wall. It's the resolve of thousands of years guarding this land. It's the beacon lit by these brothers with their lives right now. It's the burning faith of our 1 billion people behind us. His voice echoed through the live stream to every corner of Dragon Kingdom. Brothers, this isn't ordinary resistance. It's the faith of 1 billion people burning. I'm crying. Damn, a grown man crying like a fool. Cub, don't let them die in vain. Please, don't let them sacrifice for nothing. Sacrifice my lifespan. Sacrifice everything I have. Cub, carry on their will. Kill those bastards. On the screen, countless comments, filled with grief, prayer, and determination, merged into a torrent. At that moment, the bond between Su Bai and Xiao Mo resonated with the will of the entire Dragon Kingdom as never before. Bond value skyrocketing. Exceeded critical threshold. Warning detected massive influx of belief energy. Energy overload. Unlocked special state skill, Red Lotus Shield. Can absorb and convert belief energy to construct an absolute protective barrier. Roar. Xiao Mo raised its head and let out a world-shaking roar. This was no longer a bestial howl, but a will both ancient and solemn. The red lotus dorsal fin on its back suddenly spread wide, each petal blazing with fierce crimson flames. A visible red energy barrier, like an inverted giant red lotus, erupted from Xiao Mo's body, instantly enveloping the entire crumbling Great Wall ruins. The leading wave of living corpses crashed into the red lotus shield. They didn't even have time to scream before being incinerated to ash by the scorching energy upon contact. The two invincible Frost Titans slammed their massive ice fists against the shield, but it was like punching a red-hot branding iron. With a harsh sizzle, their fists melted and evaporated. The Titans' colossal bodies were violently repelled by an irresistible force, sliding back dozens of meters, carving deep furrows in the snow. The eternal frost mask on the Winter Queen's face cracked for the first time. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Impossible. How can a mere tamed beast bear the will of a civilization? She shrieked, her voice laced with fury and terror. Su Bai stood in the center of the red lotus, shield his coat fluttering in the scorching air. He looked up, meeting the Winter Queen's gaze, and sneered. Because she's not a monster born from plunder and slaughter. She's our cub, the hope watched and nurtured by one. For billion people. The red lotus shield, having absorbed enough belief energy, burned ever brighter. Xiao Mo suddenly opened its enormous maw. A deep crimson heat ray condensed from endless faith and scorching energy, pierced the raging blizzard like a divine spear that ignored distance, instantly striking the Winter Queen's core. Boom. The Winter Queen couldn't even react before her entire body was annihilated in the beam. The blizzard energy field centered on her immediately lost control. The snowstorm that had been battering the wall eerily paused for a second, then reversed with even greater fury, sweeping back toward the enemy camp from which it came. The living corpse army was frozen into statues in the inverted blizzard, then crushed to powder by the subsequent gale. The two frost titans who had just steadied themselves were buried and shattered beneath an avalanche before they could launch another attack. The wind ceased. The snow stopped. The leaden clouds parted, revealing the long-missed cold sunlight. Zhao Tieshan, leaning on his deformed rifle, stood on the wall covered in blood. He stared dazedly at the giant beast silhouetted in sunlight, guarding the broken ruins. This is the real Great Wall. We won. We won. Cub is awesome. Cracking voice, those who offend Dragon Kingdom, though far, will be punished. Salute to the heroes. Salute to the Great Wall. Salute to our cub. The livestream erupted in cheers. Su Bai let out a soft breath and prepared to have Xiao Mo retract its power. Suddenly the system prompt sounded without warning in his mind. System prompt detected faint resonance fluctuations deep within the Great Wall ruins. Analyzing source. Source located: unactivated tamed beast divine steel. As the prompt faded, a blurred image flashed before Su Bai's eyes. Beneath the rubble that had been melted by Xiao Mo's heat ray, and then buried by the avalanche, a massive stone tablet half covered in snow and mud briefly flickered into view. On the tablet, a line of ancient, weathered, and archaic characters seemed faintly etched, the king of tamed beasts through heart and spirit communing. The dead silence after the blizzard was broken by heavy gasps. Beneath the ruins of the Great Wall, every brick and stone seemed to recount a millennium of tragic grandeur. Su Bai, supporting his nearly frozen knees, led Xiao Mo step by step toward the beast-taming divine steel, faintly visible in the snow. The ancient steely, weathered by time, bore faded carvings of totems, yet exuded a heart-stopping majesty. Su Bai's livestream. Finally here. Is this the thing? Looks totally ordinary. The person ahead doesn't understand a thing. This is called the greatest truth, is the simplest. Didn't you see the system prompt about resonance? Kid. Go. Touch it. Rub it. Polish it till it shines. Quick, quick, quick. I can't wait to see the little one transform. The livestream camera precisely captured every move of Su Bai and Xiao Mo. Just as Su Bai was about to reach out, the system's cold prompt rang in his mind, detected increased resonance fluctuation. Attempt to awaken. Almost at the same moment, a voice as cold as ice, carrying supreme authority, rolled in from the distant heavens, piercing the eardrums like countless icicles. Insignificant human, if you dare to touch that destiny, which does not belong to you, you will be making an enemy of me and of the true ruler of this world. Winter Queen. She had not gone far. Su Bai's movement froze, his heart shaken. The oppressive feeling from that voice made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Damn, the queen didn't leave. This background music. No, these lines so oppressive. Don't be scared, kid. We're here. Fight her. Don't be impulsive, streamer. This doesn't sound like a good person. Touching it might cause big trouble. The barrage immediately split into two factions, arguing endlessly. However, before Su Bai could make a decision, a painful groan came from behind him. Cough. Cough, cough. Zhao Taizhan struggled to lift half his body from the snowdrift. His right arm, which should have been gripping a war blade, now hung limply with stark, white bone fragments piercing through his military uniform. The blood frozen by frost was a terrifying dark purple. The blow from the Frost Titan had nearly crippled half his body. He looked at Su Bai and Xiao Mo, and in his turbid eyes, instead of despair, a spark of resolute fire blazed. With his left hand, he struggled to pull a military dog tag from his neck, already soaked with blood, and sweat his teeth, grinding audibly. Kid, listen to me. Zhao Tieshan's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. This old bones of mine are useless. But the soul of the Great Wall defenders cannot be broken. Before his words faded, he used his last ounce of strength to press the dog tag inscribed with the name, Zhao Taizhan, firmly into a crack at the base of the beast-taming divine steel. Old General. No, don't. Damn. My tears. General Zhao. The livestream's barrage was flooded with tears and astonishment. In the instant the dog tag was embedded, the entire beast-taming divine steel seemed to be injected with boiling blood. Crimson lines like red-hot branding irons instantly spread from the crack and crawled over the entire steel. The system prompt exploded in Su Bai's mind, detected intense faith infusion. Soul of the Great Wall resonance activated. Faith value increased by 5000. This vast and tragic power seemed to transcend time and space, making Su Bai tremble. He saw Zhao Tieshan's figure slowly fall in the wind and snow, yet with a relieved smile on his face. Roar. Xiao Mo seemed to sense something as well. It no longer hesitated and, guided by the crimson light, extended its small paw gently and firmly touching the steel. Buzz! In an instant the world spun. Xiao Mo's eyes suddenly blazed with dazzling golden light, and countless fragmented images flooded into its mind like a tide. It was an ancient battlefield of clashing arms and iron horses. One after another towering figures rode gigantic beasts of various forms, building walls of flesh and blood to repel alien races. They fell, and more figures rose. Their faith, their will were all branded into this land, into this steel. System prompt: beast taming divine, steely heart resonance activated. The bond value between host and beast can be converted into faith marks to enhance guardian type skills. Inheritance. It's the inheritance of heroic spirits. Damn, this is lit. So this is the correct way to open the divine steel. General Zhao did not sacrifice in vain his faith the kid has inherited. Queen, do you see this? This is the soul of our Huaxia. How dare you? The Winter Queen's roar tore through the sky. She clearly had not expected this dying counterattack to awaken the steel. Above the sky, the blizzard that had just begun to dissipate gathered again, even more violent than before. The frost titan that had been repelled stepped forward again, with earth-shattering strides, its giant fist wrapped in frost raised high, aiming not at Su Bai, but at the glowing steel. It wanted to completely destroy this hope of inheritance. At the critical moment, Xiao Mo suddenly turned its head. In its golden eyes there was no longer the naive confusion of the past, but a determination blended with ancient battle intent. It opened its mouth, and a ball of blazing crimson lotus fire gathered within. But this time, outside the flames, there was also a layer of golden halo formed by the power of faith. That was the power just inherited from General Zhao and the steel. Roar! The faith beam, combining the defensive properties of the crimson lotus shield and the penetrating power of a heat ray, shot out like a golden red dawn light. It did not attack the Titan's massive body, but precisely struck the arm of its descending giant fist. Boom! In the deafening explosion, ice and fire, faith and brute force clashed in the most extreme collision. The Frost Titan's indestructible frost right arm was blasted apart at the elbow. Countless ice fragments mixed with black frost scattered everywhere, and the Titan let out a pained roar, staggering backward. My God! One strike broke the arm. Is this my kid? Faith beam. I give this skill name full marks. So cool. Did you see that? This is the power of paying with life. Queen, are you afraid? After the strike, the light on the steel grew even brighter, soaring into the sky, dyeing the entire northern sky with a layer of gold. In the light, a blurry and majestic phantom slowly appeared behind Xiao Mo. It was an ancient beast taming war god clad in archaic armor and holding a long halberd. Although it was a phantom, its aura of dominating the world seemed capable of suppressing millennia. Kid, well done, Zhao Taizhan murmured with his last breath. Supporting himself on his broken arm, he shouted with all his might, defend the Great Wall. Defend our home. This shout became the final oath. Ayo! Xiao Mo raised its head to the sky and let out an earth-shattering roar. This roar was no longer childish, but filled with the majesty of a king and the determination of a guardian. The crimson lotus dorsal fin on its back suddenly unfolded, and a crimson lotus shield dozens of times larger than before soared into the sky. Under the blessing of the war god phantom, it transformed into a golden canopy spanning the sky, covering the entire Great Wall defense line of the Northern Territory. The wind and snow were sealed outside. The cold current could not advance. In this life, I regret not being born in Huaxia. In the next life, I will still be a part of Zhonghua. Tears in my eyes. This is our true guardian god. Kid, from today on, you are the king of the Northern Territory. Inside the live stream, the barrage turned into a red ocean, the boiling blood of countless viewers. Under the canopy, Su Bai looked at Xiao Mo, who seemed like a different beast, his heart stirred with unrest. This is the power of faith. At that moment, the system's emotionless prompt rang in his mind again, but it brought information that made his heart stop. System prompt detected faith mark breaking through the critical point. Guardian will and war god remnant soul have produced overclock resonance. About to unlock beast taming king exclusive ability. Please choose. Two completely different options appeared in Su Bai's consciousness. Eternal Guardian, convert all faith power into a permanent barrier, completely repair the Great Wall defense line, making it immortal for millennia, inviolable by any external force. Annihilation Skyburning, merge all faith power with the war god remnant soul, unleashing a one-time world-destroying flame to burn all enemies within the domain. Su Bai's pupils sharply contracted. His gaze locked firmly on the second option. A small line of system notes carrying deadly temptation clearly appeared in his mind. Hint: choosing Annihilation Skyburning can directly annihilate the current projection of the Winter Queen. Su Bai's mind went blank, icy beads of sweat trickling down his temple. Two options as crimson as blood floated before his eyes, each word searing his nerves like a branding iron. Skyburn sacrificed the complete collapse of the Great Wall's northern section to invoke the Red Lotus karmic fire from the depths of the Earth's veins, instantly slaying the Winter Queen. Guard the land, expend all conviction points to maximize the Red Lotus shield's intensity, but unable to inflict fatal damage on the Winter Queen. He could feel his heart hammering wildly in his chest, each beat tugging at the fate of the entire battlefield. In the live stream, bullet comments split and surged at an unprecedented speed like two torrents of wool clashing violently. Choose Skyburn. Don't hesitate. Kill that queen, and it's all over. Nonsense. What do we defend once the Great Wall is gone? Beyond it lies the Central Plains with hundreds of millions of our people. Pedantic. People are dying, and you still care about the wall. As long as Su Shun and the cub survive, there's hope. This is not just a wall. It's a spiritual symbol. The backbone of the Dragon Nation. If the backbone breaks, alive people are just walking corpses. Please, Su Shun, choose Skyburn. I can't bear to see anyone else sacrifice themselves. We must defend the Great Wall. Fight to the death. I'll give my life for it. The quarrels seemed ready to spill through the screen, yet Su Bai at the center of the storm heard nothing. His gaze was locked on the screen, reason and emotion locked in a brutal tug of war. Just then a rough hand covered in dried bloodstains gently patted his shoulder. Zhao Tieshan's voice was hoarse as if sandpapered, yet exceptionally steady. Child, don't be fooled by the choices. Su Bai turned abruptly, meeting the old man's resolute face. Zhao Tieshan grinned, revealing a bloodstained smile. He pointed to the cracked wall beneath his feet, then to the exhausted soldiers still fighting the living corpses behind him. We have never defended this wall. He spoke, each word with weight hammering into Su Bai's heart. We defend the people behind the wall. That single sentence, like a morning bell, instantly dispelled the fog in Su Bai's mind. Yes, he was defending people. But just as he prepared to make his decision, Xiao Mo beside him suddenly moved. This usually lazy and slightly mischievous fox now had not a trace of impurity in its violet eyes. It lowered its head, glanced at the blood-soaked military tag on Zhao Tieshan's chest engraved with the characters Tieshan, and in the next second, under everyone's stunned gaze, Xiao Mo raised its furry paw without hesitation and slammed it heavily onto the light screen before Su Bai. It chose Guard Eternal. Buzz. The divine steel at the center of the battlefield let out a thunderous roar that shook heaven and earth. The dim red lotus shield instantly blazed with boundless radiance. Crimson energy like boiling magma surged in intensity, tripling visibly before their eyes. Every crack in the wall was filled and reinforced by this scorching energy, making it more indestructible than before. Foolish choice. The Winter Queen's cold laughter echoed in the biting wind, laced with cruel delight. You have given up the only chance to kill me and chosen to prolong your suffering. Then let me crush you myself in despair. Before she finished speaking, she raised her scepter high. The mountain-sized frost titan let out a roar, took heavy steps, and charged at the newly reinforced wall like a moving iceberg. The earth trembled beneath its feet, and its overwhelming pressure suffocated every survivor. The livestream comments were instantly flooded with despair and terror. No, why did the cub choose this? It's over. We're dead for sure. That titan's charge will shatter any shield. Old hero Zhao was right, but, at the critical moment, Zhao Tieshan mustered the last shred of his strength. Like a wounded lion, he leaped onto the wreckage of a destroyed arrow tower. With his remaining left arm, he gripped the broken sword tightly, pressing the hilt against his chest, using his entire body as a brace. Facing the surging tide of living corpses and the charging titan in the distance, he roared his final cry with all his life. Child, don't be afraid. I'm right behind you. With the shout, he resolutely crashed into the vanguard of living corpses climbing the wall. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling light effects. As Zhao Tieshan's body touched the living corpses, it seemed to dissolve into light, bursting into a warm mist of blood, silently seeping into every ancient brick beneath his feet. He forged a soul for the Great Wall with his flesh and blood. Ding. Detected supreme conviction of guardianship. Conviction points 8,000. A crisp system notification echoed through the livestream and Su Bai's mind. This sudden massive influx of conviction points was like the last straw on the camel's back or the spark that ignited the powder keg. The hum sounded again, but this time it was no mere burst of light. The red lotus shield covering the entire city began to twist and deform violently. After absorbing the conviction sacrificed by Zhao Tieshan's life, it seemed to acquire a true soul. Under the awestruck gazes of hundreds of millions of viewers, the crimson shield stretched and rose rapidly, finally transforming into a phantom of the Great Wall stretching across the sky. This phantom was ancient, majestic, and awe-inspiring, as if it had surged forth from 5,000 years of Chinese history, enveloping the entire battlefield with the will of countless ancestors. Roar! The Frost Titan's enormous fist, wrapped in the destructive cold, slammed heavily onto the crimson Great Wall phantom. Instead of the expected shattering, a dull, bell-like boom erupted. Clang! An unimaginable recoil surged back along the Titan's arm. Its mountain-like body was forced back step by step, each retreat cracking the earth like a spiderweb. Even the Winter Queen behind it was flung away by the violent shockwave, tumbling awkwardly dozens of meters away. The entire battlefield fell silent. The livestream comments froze for a full 3 seconds, then exploded. Holy shit. What is that? It's the Great Wall. The shield turned into the Great Wall. Old hero Zhao. He didn't die in vain. His conviction has become true protection. This is what it means to guard the land. Use the body as a wall, the soul as a city. This is our Huaxia. Tears welled up. I'm a grown man crying like a fool. On the battlefield, the divine steel's radiance grew even brighter as a pillar of light shot into the sky, enveloping Xiao Mo. In this sacred light, Xiao Mo's body slowly rose into the air. Behind it, a vague and majestic figure loomed, an ancient beast-taming war god clad in archaic armor, as if stepping out of myth. Ding. Detected exceptionally high synchronization of conviction between host and contract beast, nine-tailed mirage fox. Hidden achievement unlocked beast taming master. Congratulations, host. Bond level with contract beast, nine-tailed mirage fox, upgraded to intermediate. New permission unlocked can bind an additional 2 official caretakers. The series of system notifications stunned Su Bai and all the viewers. Beast taming master. What kind of godly title is that? The cub has become a god. No, Su Shun and the cub have become gods together. Intermediate bond. And can bind 2 more people. Su Shun is about to form a god-level team. We won. We won. Cheers resounded to the heavens. Yet at the peak of victory's joy, the Winter Queen staggered to her feet in the distance. She wiped the ice-blue blood from the corner of her mouth, raised her head, and looked at Xiao Mo hovering in the air, bathed in divine light. For the first time, her eyes held no arrogance or cruelty, only a trace of incredulous fear. This is not your power, she murmured, her voice trembling. This is not the power of any individual. This is their will. As if seeing something utterly terrifying, she suddenly raised her hand, fingers forming claws, and tore at the air before her with a vicious swipe. Rip! Space, like fragile cloth, was torn open, revealing an irregular black rift radiating infinite ominous energy. Within the rift was pure light devouring darkness. A morbid manic smile spread across the Winter Queen's face. She took one last look at the towering crimson Great Wall phantom, and at Su Bai and Xiao Mo bathed in light. You think this is the end? Her voice pierced the cold wind, clear in everyone's ears. No. The true winter has only just begun. The void rift torn open by the Winter Queen was like a hideous scar brutally branded upon the sky of the frozen tundra. From the depths of that darkness, a viscous ink-like black mist surged forth, devouring even light itself as it passed, and instantly filling the air with a stench of decay and death, as if from an ancient tomb. This aura was icy and piercing, entirely different from the bitter cold of the tundra. It corroded not the flesh but the soul. In the livestream room, the scene before millions of viewers seemed veiled in a gray, desolate filter, the once clear, snowy landscape, now blurred and oppressive. Exclamations of shock and warnings filled the chat, with viewers noticing the energy detector in the top left corner screaming in alarm. Concerned viewers urged the streamer and the cub to be careful, sensing a chill even through the screen. Su Bai's pupils contracted sharply. The moment the black mist surged forth, Xiao Mo, nestled in his arms, let out a low growl, filled with vigilance and disgust. That sound was no longer its usual soft coo, but carried a hint of majesty from the depths of its bloodline. Without needing Su Bai's command, the red lotus shield around it instinctively expanded, its blazing red glow like a miniature sun firmly holding back the rolling black mist. At the edge where the mist met the shield, a sizzling corrosion sound arose like a branding iron plunged into icy water, emitting waves of nauseating white smoke. An icy system prompt echoed in Su Bai's mind. Warning. Non-native energy fluctuation detected. Analyzing nature. Analysis complete. Confirmed as abyss erosion. This energy possesses high-level corrosive and polluting properties toward all life forms. Host is advised to flee or purify it immediately. Abyss erosion. Su Bai's heart sank. He knew what this meant. This was beyond the scope of ordinary mutated beasts. The Winter Queen had opened a gateway to a terrifying unknown world. Fleeing was not his style, and moreover, if this rift remained unresolved, the entire Novice War Zone could become a living hell. He quickly adjusted his strategy, his gaze sharp as a blade, and commanded in a low voice, "Cub, don't resist head on. Concentrate your spirit and channel the belief energy from the livestream room." Xiao Mo seemed to understand its master's intent. It closed its eyes tightly, its small body trembling slightly, no longer simply using the red lotus shield to defend, but actively establishing a connection with that invisible torrent of spiritual energy. In the livestream room, Su Bai's command was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting the emotions of all viewers. They shouted encouragement, urging everyone to send their belief energy. Viewers cheered for the cub, imagining it as Ultraman or picturing its shield as indestructible. They believed that their thoughts were its power, and they poured their love and support into it. The tsunami of bullet comments and blessings transformed into streams of pure, invisible belief energy, crossing the boundary between virtual and real, continuously flowing into Xiao Mo's body. In an instant, the divine steel mark on its forehead blazed with brilliant light, ancient and mysterious runes swirling unceasingly, resonating wonderfully with the red lotus shield around it. Guided by the divine steely, Xiao Mo voluntarily tore open a tiny gap in the red lotus shield. A stream of pure black mist, as if finding an outlet, was forcibly sucked inside. This scene made all viewers break out in a cold sweat. They panicked, wondering what the cub was doing, and urged the streamer to stop it. But the expected mutation did not occur. The abyssal black mist upon entering Xiaomo's body was immediately suppressed by the divine steel mark. Golden runes and red lotus karmic fire intertwined to form a miniature refining formation within which the black mist churned violently and shrieked, ultimately being decomposed and purified bit by bit, transforming into the purest energy that merged into every part of Xiaomo's body. Its aura, far from weakening, began to rise at a visible rate. Viewers noticed the level bar moving slowly but steadily increasing. They marveled at what kind of divine pet this was able to evolve by consuming abyssal black energy. They exclaimed that its digestive system seemed connected to a black hole and declared it a divine beast. Absolutely a divine beast. An existence capable of purifying abyssal energy. A glint of sharp light flashed in Su Bai's eyes. His gamble had paid off. Xiaomo's divine steel indeed possessed extraordinary power to restrain and convert such high-level energy. While everyone's attention was fixed on the confrontation between Xiaomo and the black mist, a massive shadow crept silently from the flank. It was the Frost Titan resurrected by the Winter Queen. Seizing the moment when Xiaomo was fully occupied with the rift, it swung its colossal fist forged from 10,000-year ice, carrying enough force to shatter glaciers, and slammed it viciously toward the seemingly fragile Red Lotus shield. "Watch out!" Su Bai shouted in warning. But it was too late. However, just as the Frost Titan's ice fist was about to touch the shield, Xiaomo, who had been resting with closed eyes, suddenly snapped its eyes open. Its pupils were no longer pure crimson, but interwoven with wisps of purified deep obsidian. It opened its small mouth, and a beam, no longer purely crimson, but red-black, seeming capable of burning through space itself. The Red Lotus beam, abyss enhanced, shot forth. This beam was more condensed and swift than any before. It struck the Frost Titan's massive body with pinpoint accuracy. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an eerie silence. Where the beam touched, the indestructible 10,000-year ice body, along with the soul flame within, was erased, as if by a rubber, instantly vaporized and annihilated, leaving not even a trace of ice shards. The enormous Frost Titan vanished in a tenth of a second, leaving behind only a fist-sized ice-blue core radiating extreme cold, which fell onto the snow with a ding, instantly freezing the surrounding snow into solid crystals. Viewers were stunned. One shot. The Frost Titan that had been trading blows with the cub was gone without a trace. They celebrated the 666, calling it the Abyss Annihilation Cannon, and urged the streamer to pick up the dropped item. The core was definitely top tier. A system prompt appeared. "Congratulations, host. Pet Xiaomo has slain Elite Lord Frost Titan and obtained a special item, Ultra Cold Core. This core contains the primal power of extreme cold and can be used to awaken new ice-type skills or enhance existing equipment." On the other side, the Winter Queen was utterly terrified. Her strongest servant had been slain in one blow, and the abyssal rift she had relied on for a comeback had become a supplement for her enemy instead of a nightmare. Fear instantly overwhelmed her anger. Without hesitation, she turned and transformed into a streak of icy light, attempting to flee back into the void rift. "You're not going anywhere," Su Bai roared, killing intent blazing in his eyes. Almost simultaneously, the Red Lotus shield around Xiaomo suddenly expanded outward a circle due to the high concentration of energy. This energy wave, imbued with purifying power, struck the Winter Queen like an invisible shockwave just as she was about to slip into the rift. Her left arm bore the brunt, swept by the red light. It was first melted by the scorching energy, then eroded by the residual abyssal aura, and finally, in the extreme energy conflict, the entire arm along with the shoulder blade instantly froze into eerie black ice, and then shattered into a cloud of powder with a bang. "Oh!" The Winter Queen let out a piercing shriek and fell from midair. Before she could stabilize herself, a small red figure pounced down from above with a furious roar. Xiaomo, with the force of 1,000 Junes, slammed its claw onto the edge of the void rift. Crack! Space itself let out a sound of shattering, as if glass under unbearable strain. A large chunk of the rift's edge was smashed off, and the once stable passage violently twisted and contracted. The powerful spatial turbulence expelled the Winter Queen from the rift's entrance, hurling her heavily to the ground in a disheveled mess. Although the rift was temporarily suppressed by Xiaomo's brutal strike, it did not close completely as expected. The dark gash stubbornly remained, no longer spewing black mist, but hanging there silently, like a greedy black hole. Xiaomo landed on Su Bai's shoulder, but the divine steel mark on its forehead began to tremble slightly, as if issuing a warning. An unprecedented heaviness pressed down on Su Bai's heart. The system prompt sounded again, this time with a hint of uncertainty, warning: an unknown powerful consciousness exists on the other side of the rift. It has locked onto the current coordinates, attempting to establish a mental link. The livestream camera faithfully fulfilled its duty, slowly zooming in on the deep rift. In the endless darkness, at first there was only void, but gradually 2 crimson dots of light flickered to life. They were not stars, nor the shimmer of energy. They were a pair of eyes. A pair of enormous, cold, ancient eyes filled with brutality and primal will slowly emerge from the other side of the rift across infinite space and dimensions. It simply gazed silently at this world, at the livestream camera, and as if at every person before the screen. In an instant, a shudder that originated from the depths of the soul plunged the entire livestream room into dead silence, which was then overwhelmed by a torrent of terrified bullet comments. Viewers cried out in horror, asking what that thing was, feeling their scalps explode as if it were looking directly at them. They exclaimed that this was a script of a cosmic evil god descending, and compared to it the Winter Queen was but a mere child. They urged the streamer to run to forget about the queen, because that thing was definitely not something they could provoke now. Su Bai ignored the comments. His gaze was locked onto the operation screen in front of him, staring at those crimson eyes that met his through the livestream lens. He could not sense its power, but he could feel a pure presence that transcended dimensions, a feeling like an ant gazing up at the entire starry sky. The sense of crisis brought by the Winter Queen was insignificant in the face of those eyes. After a long moment, he took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and murmured in a voice only he and Xiao Emo could hear, "Cub. This time we might have provoked something far more terrifying." The gaze of those crimson eyes deep within the rift grew ever more frigid, as if traversing boundless time and space to project the most profound malice upon the present world. The viscous ink-black mist seeped from the rift with alarming speed, and wherever it passed the very air emitted a corrosive sizzle. Even the frost great walls summoned by the Winter Queen began to show mottled black spots, signs of contamination upon the power of faith. Warning. High concentration of faith contamination detected. Conventional sealing wards have failed. The contaminant source must be thoroughly purified before a renewed sealing attempt. The cold mechanical system prompt echoed in Su Bai's mind, causing his heart to sink. Purification. With what? Conventional holy light and thunder arts had negligible effect against this contamination from an alien deity. His gaze swept across the battlefield. The dissipated war souls had transformed into specks of faint light hovering in the air, unwilling to depart, as if still guarding the land they had defended with their lives. A daring, nearly insane notion formed in his mind. Xiao Mo, Su Bai's voice was steady and resolute, reaching the young dragon's heart through their spiritual link. Don't be afraid. Try to absorb the lingering will of those great wall souls. No sooner had he spoken than not only Zhao Taizhan and the Winter Queen showed astonishment, but the global live stream erupted into chaos. Did I hear that right? Su Shun wants Xiao Mo to devour the heroic souls. Crazy. Isn't that blasphemy? Heroic souls are meant to be honored, not used as supplements. What if there's backlash? What if Xiao Mo is corrupted by the lingering obsessions and pain in those souls and loses control? Nonsense. Su Shun must have his reasons. I believe in him. Reasons? What reasons? Eating ghosts. Is this a beast tamer or a demon cultivator? Su Bai had no time to heed the storm of doubt from the outside world. He could sense Xiao Mo's confusion and a hint of instinctive resistance. The little dragon could discern that these specks of light were filled with a pure conviction of tragedy and guardianship, vastly different from the malevolent entities it had previously consumed. Trust me, little one. Su Bai's thought was gentle yet powerful. This is not devouring, it is bearing. Bear there will use your strength to fulfill their unfinished mission, to protect this land. Go let them continue fighting in a different way. Xiao Mo's amber dragon eyes flickered. It lowered its head to gaze at the broken military tags below, then looked up at the hovering specks of light, as if comprehending something. It no longer hesitated. Slowly closing its eyes, the blade-like dorsal fins on its back abruptly burst into a dazzling, resplendent golden light. Hum! An invisible suction force radiated outward from Xiao Mo. On the battlefield, the golden specks of light that were about to dissipate seemed to receive a sacred summons, transforming into streams of golden radiance that, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, poured continuously into Xiao Mo's body. There were no anguished screams, no agonized struggles. The entire process was solemn and dignified, like a grand ceremony of inheritance. Having absorbed the will of countless war souls, Xiao Mo's body did not undergo a dramatic transformation, but its aura surged, becoming vast, ancient, and weighty, as if it had become the ancient Great Wall itself, bearing millennia of history. Suddenly it opened its eyes. Deep within those amber dragon pupils, 2 clusters of golden flames seemed to ignite. It raised its head and let out a youthful, yet infinitely majestic dragon roar, then opened its mouth, aiming at the endlessly spewing black mist of the rift. A flame of unprecedented crimson gold, like divine punishment, descending from the heavens, erupted from its maw. This fire was not pure destruction, it carried a righteous, vast, and masculine energy that could purify all filth. The torrent of crimson golden flame collided with the pitch-black mist. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a sound like melting ice, a continuous hiss. The terrifying black mist, capable of corrupting faith itself, proved as fragile as paper before this flame. It was instantly vaporized, leaving even the void at the edge of the rift slightly warped from the heat. Ding! Congratulations, Beastmaster. Your beast, Mo, has inherited the will of the Great Wall War Souls, comprehended the primal divine ability of the Dragon Clan, and successfully unlocked the exclusive skill Dragon Flame, Burning Heaven Art, first level. Dragon Flame Burning Heaven Art, first level, with pure faith as fuel, ignite the primal fire of the Dragon Clan, capable of incinerating all evil and filth in the world. You dare to defile the War Souls. The Winter Queen snapped out of her shock, her face contorted with barely contained fury. In her eyes, even for the sake of victory, using heroic souls as fuel was the ultimate disrespect to the departed. She raised her crystalline staff, and endless cold energy converged. Since you know no respect, then let this land, and you along with it, return to eternal silence. Blizzard. However, before her magic could fully take shape, an even more terrifying pressure emanated from the distant eastern horizon. Rumble. In the Fusang Empire to the far east, Mount Fuji, dormant for centuries, erupted without warning with violent fury. Sky-piercing volcanic ash and lava dyed half the sky crimson. And within that apocalyptic scene, a colossal, suffocating phantom slowly rose. It was the projection of a giant serpent with 8 ferocious heads and 8 massive tails. Each head was wreathed in destructive purple lightning, and its mere existence caused the surrounding space to emit agonized groans. The petite figure of Shinla Qiandai stood proudly atop the largest central head. Clad in an ornate shrine maiden robe, her face bore a fanatical, venomous expression. Her voice, amplified by the projection's power, echoed clearly across the Great Wall from thousands of kilometers away. You bastards of the Dragon Kingdom, look closely. This is the ultimate projection of Thunder 8-headed serpent, summoned using the Millennium National Fortune of Fusang as a sacrifice. Today your blood and despair shall wash away the shame of Fusang. Crush them. The moment her words fell, the colossal 8-headed serpent phantom moved. One of its lightning-wreathed heads at a speed surpassing sound crossed the void and lunged at the already crumbling Red Lotus shield. With a grating crack, the shield, formed from the combined power of countless superhumans, shattered like glass covered in a web of fissures. Hold the line. Zhao Tieshan's eyes were bloodshot. On his chest, the last intact military tag of his old comrade blazed with unprecedented light. As if resonating with this unyielding battle spirit, all the broken fragments of military tags on the battlefield lit up. Detected intense Guardian conviction. Faith value 3000. Passive trait triggered Guardian resonance. Your beast will receive a temporary boost of will. The system's prompt sounded like a war drum. Xiao Mo sensed the support from the earth beneath it. Its dorsal fins instantly swelled several times, resembling a blazing golden royal banner. Without fear, it faced the massive Thunder 8-headed serpent, opened its mouth, and spewed forth an even more intense crimson golden dragon flame. On one side, the thunderous destruction bearing Fusang's national fortune, on the other, the incinerating dragon flame, forged from millennia of Chinese war souls. Boom! The ultimate clash of thunder and fire erupted above the Great Wall, producing a pillar of flame that pierced the heavens. The terrifying energy shockwaves swept across the land, instantly clearing the clouds above, revealing the deep cosmos beyond. The global livestream feed shook violently. The signal was lost for several seconds. When the picture returned, viewers worldwide witnessed this scene, a myth reborn, and fell into dead silence. The battle became a stalemate. The power of the Thunder 8-headed serpent's projection seemed nearly inexhaustible, while Xiao Mo's dragon flame, though potent, was still limited in scale and gradually showed signs of weakness. Just as the crisis reached its peak at the foot of the Great Wall, the ancient stone tablet that had remained silent throughout suddenly radiated a soft azure light without warning. Within the light, a faint aged figure in plain hemp garments slowly materialized. His face was indistinct, as if he had walked from the dawn of time, his gaze piercing through the ages to rest upon Xiao Mo. A deep, commanding voice resounded directly in the souls of Su Bai and Xiao Mo. Young one, to ignite fire with conviction shows extraordinary talent. Yet this art is not called dragon flame. It is the supreme technique of our beast master lineage, the burning heaven art. The fire that burns heaven is not born of the body, but of the heart. It must be born with a childlike purity, kindled with an unyielding soul. Let the heart and soul be the furnace, then you may forge the power to incinerate the heavens. The elder's words were like a key, instantly unlocking the deepest shackles within Xiao Mo. Its eyes blazed with golden light. The dragon flame within its body, which had begun to wane, now found its true source, boiling and ascending once more. A terrifying aura of imminent breakthrough erupted from Xiao Mo's small frame. Detected that Beast Mo has obtained the true inheritance insight and is currently undergoing enlightenment. Dragon flame burning heaven art 2nd level is about to unlock. Beast Master, please make a choice immediately to guide the breakthrough direction. Option 1, Devour Chain Severance. Option 2, Soul Coignition. The system prompt was urgent. Su Bai stared at the two entirely different options before him, both radiating an aura of extreme danger, and his brow furrowed tightly. Su Bai stared at the two options before him, his brow tightly furrowed. Devour Link Meltdown, direct and efficient, a single strike to cripple the Thunder 8-headed serpent's most core abyssal connection ability, reverting it to its original form. This was the safest choice, the textbook standard answer. Dragon Soul Blaze, a mad gamble where risk and reward coexisted. To perform an extreme fusion of the residual Dragon Soul power within the Divine Steel Phantom with the souls of himself and Xiao Mo, gaining explosive power enhancement in a short time, possibly even comprehending a higher realm of the Dragon Flame, Scorching Heaven art. But the cost was equally clear. Once failure occurred, the flames of the soul blaze would backfire, and then not to mention defeating the eight-headed serpent, he and Xiao Mo would likely be reduced to ashes on the spot. Sever the link. Streamer, sever the link. Don't get carried away. At this moment, play it safe. Cut off its devouring ability, and it's just a tank with more health. I disagree. Fortune favors the bold. Don't you see the gains from the blaze? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If successful, the streamer and Xiao Mo's strength will undergo a qualitative change. The gambler upstairs get lost. This is a gamble with lives. The streamer and Xiao Mo's lives are more important than anything. But what if after severing the link we lack sufficient power to completely kill it? It's now an apocalyptic entity. Even if it degenerates, it's absolutely not easy to deal with. The barrage in the live stream room was unprecedentedly divided, the arguments so fierce as if they themselves were the decision-makers on the battlefield. Those supporting the cautious link severing were in the majority, but the voices advocating for the risky gamble were equally firm. Su Bai's mind was in turmoil, who reason told him that severing the link was the optimal solution. Yet deep within a voice told him that merely repelling the enemy before him was far from enough. The abyssal rift remained the root of the threat uneliminated. The next enemy to appear would only be stronger than the eight-headed serpent. They needed power, a transformation akin to being reborn. Just as he hesitated, Xiao Mo, who had been silently gathering strength, suddenly moved. It did not look at Su Bai, nor did it heed the beast roaring in the thunderclouds. Instead, it lowered its head, its dragon pupils burning with golden flames, and gazed deeply at the increasingly solid red-gold divine steel phantom beneath it. As if spanning eons of time, it held a silent exchange with the slumbering will within the steel inscription. The next second, the confusion and immaturity in Xiao Mo's eyes faded, completely replaced by an innate dragon-kind pride and resolve. It did not choose the seemingly enticing option of Dragon Soul Blaze. Its claw traced a sharp arc through the air, carrying an indomitable momentum, and slammed heavily onto Devour Link Meltdown. Not for safety, but from a deeper confidence. As a descendant of the flame dragon, why would it need external forces to destroy itself together with the enemy? Sever your foundation, then burn you to ashes. That is the dragon's way of fighting. Roar. As the choice was made, the bond between Su Bai and Xiao Mo instantly erupted. The divine steel phantom blazed with light, endless red-gold energy, surging like rivers returning to the sea, all pouring into Xiao Mo's body. The dragon flame on its body, originally like the karmic fire of red lotus, suddenly swelled, its color shifting from crimson to a brilliant gold. That was no longer mere flame, but a sacred flame condensed from the dragon soul's will and the power to scorch the heavens. In an instant, the surging dragon flame burst forth from Xiao Mo's mouth, no longer a diffuse sea of fire, but coalesced into a lifelike golden dragon, its head ferocious, its body powerful, carrying the terrifying heat that incinerates, all hurtling straight for the throat of the thunder eight-headed serpent. The speed of this strike surpassed thunder. The 8 heads of the thunder eight-headed serpent simultaneously sensed the fatal threat, madly spewing thunderbolts and storms in an attempt to intercept. Yet the golden dragon treated all attacks as nothing, breaking through layers of lightning barriers with irresistible force. The golden dragon pierced precisely through the throat of the central main head of the thunder eight-headed serpent. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a grating sound of melting. SSS-AO. The thunder eight-headed serpent let out a wretched scream unlike any living creature in extreme agony, its 8 heads thrashing wildly in the air. From the wound that had been pierced there gushed not blood, but a viscous, foul, ominous black stream. That black stream writhed and struggled in the air, as if alive, one end connected to the serpent's wound, the other extending ethereally toward the abyssal rift in the sky. This was its Devour link, the umbilical cord connecting it to the abyssal while drawing power. Block it. Block it quickly. Far away on the altar, Kagura Chiyo's face, once filled with fanatical ecstasy, instantly froze, replaced by boundless terror. She could clearly feel that the connection between the 8-headed serpent god and the abyss was being forcibly severed by the golden flame. She screamed, her hands forming complex seals, trying to mobilize the remaining national fortune energy to repair that black chain. No. Stop her quickly. That is mine. Everything of mine. Yet it was all too late. The golden dragon, after piercing the serpent's throat, did not dissipate, but coiled upward, its mouth wide open, biting down on the writhing black chain. Sizzle. Like boiling oil poured on snow, the black abyssal energy let out a piercing shriek under the golden dragon flames, burning rapidly, evaporating, and vanishing. Crack. A crisp sound like breaking glass echoed clearly in the depths of everyone's soul. The Devour link snapped. The moment it broke, the thunder eight-headed serpent's massive sky-obscuring body stiffened abruptly. Then the endless thunderclouds surrounding it began to dissipate. The abyssal lightning forming its body became chaotic and unordered, like a wild horse out of control, rampaging wildly within it. Its flesh began to disintegrate, peeling off in pieces and chunks from the air, dissolving into pure energy particles. Its aura declined at a visible rate, falling from the despairing, apocalyptic realm back to the level of an ordinary giant beast. System prompt World G-007. Threat level nation destroying entity. Thunder 8-headed serpents. Apocalyptic body devour link. Severed abyssal connection interrupted. Entity status degenerating to ordinary giant beast. Impossible. This is impossible. Kagura Chiyo stared at the melting, giant beast in the sky, struck as if by lightning, her face pale as paper, mumbling to herself in a daze. I sacrificed the entire Fusang national fortune. The divine power I obtained. How could it be so easily? Faith had crumbled. Deprived of the abyssal energy's enhancement, and with its core severed, the degenerating 8-headed serpent could no longer maintain flight. It struggled and tumbled violently in the air, its massive body like a kite, with a broken string carrying endless thunder and flame plummeting toward Japan's symbol, Mount Fuji. Boom! In the United Nations Emergency Headquarters, on the massive holographic projection screen, real-time footage from the highest authority military satellite was clearly playing out this scene. Under the breathless gaze of the world's highest leadership, that giant beast, which had once brought despair to all nations, smashed straight through the conical peak of Mount Fuji with a shocking impact. The earth trembled violently. The next second, a far more terrifying energy than any before erupted from within Mount Fuji. The mountain cracked, and endless magma, squeezed and forced upward by the colossal extraterrestrial force, shot into the sky as a pillar of fire piercing the clouds. In the global livestream room, everyone was stunned speechless by the apocalyptic scene. Dragon Kingdom, what am I seeing? Mount Fuji erupted. Eagle Kingdom, unbelievable. He not only killed the monster, but also blew up a mountain along with it. Cherry Blossom Kingdom, it's over. The sacred mountain. Our symbol. Everything is over. Fighting nation, that's more exciting than our biggest bunkerbuster bomb. Europe. At the center of the battlefield, as the 8-headed serpent fell, the red gold divine steel phantom that had pierced heaven and earth also completed its mission, its light gradually dimming and slowly dissipating. Just before it vanished completely, a gentle, yet authoritative voice transcending time and space rang clearly in the minds of Su Bai and Xiao Mo. Remember, the way of taming beasts is not enslavement, but blazing together. With your partner, live together, die together, burn the soul, scorch the heavens. With those words, the last wisp of light from the divine steel sank into Xiao Mo's brow. Ayo! Xiao Mo raised its head and let out a long roar filled with the joy and sense of power of a new birth. The flames on its back, like a red lotus dorsal fin, burned even more fiercely, and every scale was adorned with golden patterns, sacred and majestic. System prompt: Your tamed beast flame dragon cub Xiao Mo has comprehended the true meaning of blaze, greatly increasing proficiency in Dragon Flame Scorching Heaven Art, which has been upgraded to Dragon Flame Scorching Heaven Art 2nd layer. System prompt: You and your tamed beast flame dragon cub Xiao Mo have undergone a life and death battle, witnessed the inheritance of an ancient will, and your bond level has been raised to high, with spiritual link strengthened. Su Bai felt the myriad esoteric information about Dragon Flame Scorching Heaven Art 2nd layer flooding into his mind, along with the clearer, closer soul connection with Xiao Mo, his heart surging with emotion. Not enslavement, but blazing together. He looked down at the spirited Xiao Mo beside him and smiled. This was the way of taming beasts he truly desired. Yet the joy of victory did not last long. Su Bai suddenly looked up at the sky. Though the thunder 8-headed serpent was dead, the abyssal rift that had torn the heavens did not close. It had only contracted slightly, but from the profound darkness, unsettling black mist continued to seep out endlessly. Just then, from the deepest part of the rift, a pair of enormous, indescribably vast crimson eyes, which had been silently watching all this, slowly blinked, seeming slightly surprised at the outcome of the battle. Then, as if losing interest in this world, they slowly closed and vanished into the endless darkness. But at the very moment those eyes closed, from another unknown dark region on the other side of the rift, a completely different, low and magnetic voice sounded leisurely, as if carrying a hint of playful laughter. Interesting child. The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Su Bai's ears, making his hair stand on end. It was not the violent, chaotic abyssal will from before. This was another existence. Damn. The rift remained a huge threat, the black mist still eroding this world. He had to find a way to seal it before the new, unknown enemy descended. A determined glint flashed in Su Bai's eyes. He sharply turned to the equally alert Xiao Mo and roared, "Kid." The Winter Queen's blizzard blanketed the sky, each snowflake carrying an extreme cold capable of freezing the soul. Yet upon colliding with the red lotus shield Xiao Mo had unfurled, they merely emitted a series of faint sizzling sounds before instantly evaporating into ethereal mist. That scarlet lotus of flames stood as immovable as a rock, shielding Su Bai and the entire dragon country behind him from this apocalyptic calamity. With a roar at Su Bai's heart-wrenching command, Xiao Mo understood instantly. It raised its massive dragon head and opened its mouth wide. Without a moment's hesitation, a scorching white torrent of dragon breath tore through the dim sky, carrying the will to annihilate all things, and struck precisely at the core of the writhing rift that incessantly oozed an ominous black mist. The moment dragon flame and black mist collided, a blinding light and a deafening roar erupted. The black mist evaporated in large patches, and the edges of the rift were even scorched, curling and shattering. Yet deep within the rift's core, an intangible will seemed to resist stubbornly. The black mist surged endlessly, forming a brief stalemate with the dragon flame. At that moment, the divine steel before Su Bai trembled violently, and a stream of golden data flooded into his mind. Divine steel resonance guide the collective faith energy of the people into the rift to complete the final seal. Collective faith. Su Bai understood instantly. This was not his battle alone, nor his and Xiao Mo's. It was the struggle of an entire civilization. He spun around facing the drone camera and roared with all his might, "Everyone, lend us your strength. For our homeland." His voice, transmitted through the live stream, reached every corner of Dragon Country, into the ears of every viewer gripping their fists and staring intently at the screen. In an instant, the entire Dragon Country's internet erupted. "Go, little one. Burn it through. Not enough. All our strength to you. All of it. I don't know how, but I believe in you. I believe in Xiao Mo. I believe in Dragon Country. Dragon Country never falls. We are all here. Mom is here. Don't be afraid, little one. Dad is here. Charge forward." The barrage was no longer mere text. It had become a white torrent, the synchronized cry of billions of hearts. Every word, every sentence contained the purest and most fervent conviction. This intangible spiritual force transcended the barriers of space, converging atop the Great Wall and flooding madly into the bond contract between Su Bai and Xiao Mo. Su Bai could clearly feel the bond value between him and Xiao Mo soaring at an unprecedented, terrifying speed, breaking through one limit after another. And under the infusion of this flood of faith, the dragon flame on Xiao Mo underwent a qualitative transformation. The originally scorching white dragon flame suddenly swelled several times, and at its core a brilliant pure gold ignited. It was no longer ordinary fire, but a guardian flame bearing the will of an entire civilization. Roar! Xiao Mo let out a dragon roar that shook the heavens and earth. The golden torrent of dragon flame, like a river cascading from the heavens, shattered the black mist's obstruction with irresistible force and slammed fiercely into the rift's core. No! The Winter Queen let out a shrill cry of terror. She tried to swing her scepter, summoning more ice power to repair the oncoming collapse of the rift. Yet the moment she approached, she was violently flung away by the expanding shockwave of Xiao Mo's red lotus shield, which had surged in energy. The golden dragon flame even splashed onto her, scorching a hideous hollow into her resplendent crystalline body. Countless tiny ice crystals peeled away from the wound, turning to dust. Fear and disbelief painted her face for the first time. "Impossible. You are mere mortals." She screamed, condensing the last of her scepter's power into an ice-blue beam of destruction aimed at Xiao Mo. But the moment the beam touched the golden dragon flame, it melted away silently like snow under a blazing sun. The next second, the boundless golden flame consumed her completely. Purified by the golden flame, the Winter Queen's proud figure gradually turned translucent. Ultimately, with a reluctant wail, she shattered into ice crystals dancing in the wind and dissipated into the void. At the same time, the Thunderstorm Eight-Forked Snake's final form, now reduced to charred remains by the dragon flame, was violently sucked in by the immense pull of the closing rift and vanished into the endless abyss. On the ground, Shinla Qiandai, who had been struggling to hold on, watched all this with her face draining of color. She fell to her knees, clawing desperately at the ground, and let out a mournful cry like a blood-soaked cuckoo. "No. My national fortune. My..." Before she could finish, the power she had gained by sacrificing her nation's fortune, having lost its anchor, began to violently backfire on its wielder. Countless cracks appeared on her body, and golden light seeped through them. She curled up in agony, and in silent convulsions her entire body dissolved into a soft, drifting light, as if she had never existed. In the sky, the last wisp of black mist was incinerated by the golden dragon flame. The abyssal rift that had pierced the heavens finally groaned under the weight of billions of gazes and began to close slowly. The scar in the sky was healing. The gloom and oppression that had shrouded the entire Dragon Country vanished with the rift's disappearance. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting its rays upon the battered Great Wall, upon Su Bai and Xiao Mo. Abyssal erosion temporarily contained. Congratulations to the Dragon Country civilization for completing the mythic defense mission. Special status acquired. Civilization will resonance. Civilization will resonance. Your deeds have become legend. Your spirit has merged into the civilization's bloodline. The next time you enter a dungeon, you may briefly call upon the ancestral faith power slumbering in the river of history. The light on the divine steel dimmed rapidly after issuing the prompt, evidently drained of vast energy by the faith infusion. Everything was over. In the livestream, the clamorous barrage miraculously ceased. Everyone held their breath, silently gazing at the scene of survival after the calamity. Su Bai collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, his face etched with exhaustion, yet a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. And Xiao Mo, having withdrawn its overwhelming dragon flame, stood silently atop the Great Wall, its massive frame gleaming under the sunlight, its golden scales shining like an immortal monument. Its gaze was no longer the innocence or ferocity of before, but held an indescribable depth and serenity, as if it were overlooking the vast lands it protected. At that moment, a sight that sent chills down every viewer's spine emerged. Behind Xiao Mo in the sky that had just cleared, countless vague and imposing figures faintly appeared. Some were clad in armor holding spears and halberds, some wore scholar robes, their eyes blazing like torches, and others were in simple cloth, barefoot, their sinews like iron. They were the ancestral spirits of countless guardians who had protected this land from ancient times to the present. They silently gazed at Xiao Mo, their eyes filled with recognition and expectation. Then a whisper, as if from the river of history, mingling the voices of millions, echoed softly in the hearts of all, the king of beast tamers guarding the mortal world. Above the great wall, the scarlet remnants of the rift finally dissipated completely, but the scorching air hung like solidified magma, pressing heavily upon every heart. With each breath of the colossal beast, rolling waves of heat surged forth, scorching the broken battlements until they sizzled. Xiao Mo's massive frame trembled slightly. The once coral-like vermilion of her dorsal fin now glowed like a red-hot branding iron, radiating an unsettling dark light. Within her, the overloaded dragon flame core resembled a star on the verge of exploding, frantically releasing devastating heat. Warning: duration of red lotus form exceeded critical threshold, system overheating. Core temperature reached 97. Host must immediately guide heat dissipation or force entry into cooling hibernation. The cold system prompt blared urgently in Su Bai's mind, each word a heavy hammer. He looked up at the pain and agitation in Xiao Mo's golden vertical pupils, his brow furrowed into a deep crease. In the live stream, the hundreds of millions of viewers who had just emerged from the ecstasy of the rift's closure were instantly seized by this tense atmosphere. Holy crap! The little one's condition is wrong. That dorsal fin is almost melting. The system is warning, this is no joke. Hurry up and think of something. At this temperature, even throwing her into the Pacific would boil it. Find a lake for the little one to soak in. The guy upstairs is an idiot. Red lotus form is fire attribute. You want her to soak in water. Are you trying to see what true fire and water incompatibility looks like? An instant explosion. The barrage debate confirmed Su Bai's judgment. Water won't work, he said to himself, until Iruashi in the command channel. That's the least efficient and most dangerous method. A large temperature difference would directly damage her body structure, even detonate the core. We must find a medium that can smoothly channel this massive heat energy, rather than simply using low temperature to counter high heat. Before the words faded, the heavens and earth changed abruptly. The sky, once crimson from dragon flames, was now invaded from the northern horizon by vast swaths of leaden clouds heavy enough to crush the sky. Within the clouds, silver serpents danced wildly, thunder rolled, and a killing aura instantly enveloped the entire Yinshan mountain range. Crack! A purple lightning bolt thick as a dragon tore through the sky and struck precisely a mountain peak not far north of the Great Wall. Mountains collapsed, boulders tumbled, and at the center of the lightning strike, the scorched earth suddenly caved in, revealing a huge crystal, truck-sized, translucent, and shimmering with eerie purple light. On the crystal's surface, countless fine arcs of electricity slithered like serpents, each flicker causing the surrounding air to crackle. In the command center, Iruashi's data stream refreshed like a waterfall. She exclaimed, "This is Thunderstrike Amethyst, mentioned only sparsely in ancient texts. It is not a firestone spirit, but a natural lightning conductor and energy converter. Legend says it can summon divine heavenly thunder to temper all things. Its internal structure can efficiently conduct and transform energy forms. Su Bai, its energy model suggests it might indeed be able to channel Xiao Mo's heat." Almost as Iruashi finished speaking, Xiao Mo seemed to feel a fatal attraction to that crystal. It was a primal longing from life itself, a yearning for coolant from an overheated engine. She let out a low growl, ignoring the searing pain within, and sprinted on all fours toward that mountain peak. Yet as the world's eyes focused on this breathtaking self-rescue, shadows spread unnoticed. In the land of the rising sun, a certain underground intelligence center. The man, codenamed Black Crow, wore a cold smile, his fingers a blur over the keyboard. On his screen was the back-end data stream of the Dragon Kingdom's official live stream. He effortlessly bypassed layers of firewalls as if entering an empty room. "Foolish Dragon Kingdom people think you've won," he murmured, his eyes gleaming with envy and venom. "Let your hero become the world's enemy." He inserted a pre-prepared, technically synthesized video stream into the data packet, tampering with several key battle data nodes. The next second, the forged information spread like a virus across major international social platforms through dozens of zombie accounts under his control. The video had been carefully edited, leaving only the moment when Xiao Mo swung her tail during battle, the residual energy shattering part of the wall, followed by a close-up of Zhao Tieshan's garrison soldiers tumbling among the rubble, spitting blood. The headline was even more shocking: Dragon Kingdom monster out of control. Great Wall guards accidentally hit by friendly fire, heavy casualties. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. International opinion, which had been marveling at the Dragon Kingdom's victory, instantly erupted in uproar. The UN Security Council held an emergency online meeting. The representative of the Lighthouse Kingdom, indignant, brandished the fake video on his tablet, roaring hoarsely, "What do we see? An uncontrollable monster that poses a huge threat to humanity itself. If it can accidentally injure its own soldiers today tomorrow, it could destroy our cities. I propose that the beast codenamed Xiao Mo be immediately classified as the highest global threat level and the UN lead a targeted elimination operation. When the news reached the Dragon Kingdom Command Center, emotions ran high. Su Bai listened to the urgent report in his earpiece, watching the fake righteous face of the lighthouse representative on the screen. Instead of anger, he laughed, but his eyes were as cold as a Siberian current. Want to play the media war? Want to use a borrowed knife to kill? He sneered, his gaze shifting to Xiao Mo, who had already reached the mountain peak. Little one, ignore those flies. Let's keep going and make a big move. Let these blabbering bastards see what true power really is. On the mountain peak, Xiao Mo's claws finally touched the thunderstrike amethyst. Boom! As if triggering an ancient switch, the vast thunder energy pinned up inside the amethyst instantly found an outlet. Hundreds of millions of volts of electric current surged through Xiao Mo's claws like a flood into her body. In an instant, lightning coursed beneath her scales, illuminating her massive form in azure light. The wild electric energy did not clash destructively with the dragon flame within her. Instead, like a master craftsman, it precisely located the restless energy flows caused by extreme heat, forcibly wrapping, guiding, and transforming them. The once dim vermilion on Xiao Mo's dorsal fin miraculously faded under the wash of blue-purple lightning, replaced by deep, complex blue patterns resembling a cosmic star map. After releasing all its energy, the thunderstrike amethyst let out a crisp lament and shattered into a rain of sparkling powder. Yet these powders did not dissipate. They were drawn by an invisible force into the newborn patterns on Xiao Mo's dorsal fin, solidifying them into a perfectly natural bioelectromagnetic circuit. Ding! Detected high-purity lightning energy 100 compatibility with host organism. Energy conversion successful. Heat overload problem resolved. Generating new combat mode based on the new body structure. Mode generation complete. Electromagnetic shield unlocked. Xiao Mo slowly opened her eyes. Deep within those golden vertical pupils, lightning seemed to brew. Between her majestic horns, a lotus flower, made of pure lightning energy, silently bloomed, radiant, sacred, and majestic. At that moment, through the live feed, the entire world witnessed this divine spectacle. The beast bathed in lightning was no longer a creature of the mortal world, but a thunder god stepping out of myth. The live stream barrage paused for a second, then erupted in a geyser. What did I just see? Did the little one achieve immortality through tribulation? Who said to soak her in water? Come out and take your beating. Look at this. Thunder and fire refining the true body. Holy crap. The look. The special effects. Thunder Dharma, King Yongyong. Forget it, Thunder God Xiao Mo. So cool. With that thunder lotus on her head, she's like a deity descending. Ha 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 ha. Su Bai laughed heartily, the pent-up frustration in his chest swept away, and he issued the command with boundless pride, little one. Let them witness your new power. Xiao Mo seemed to understand his intent, raising her head to let out a roar that shook the heavens. That roar was no longer a mere sound wave, it was laced with rolling thunder. As she roared and lifted her head, the thunder lotus blazed brilliantly, and a highly condensed beam of lightning imbued with the aura of annihilation shot out fiercely. This beam did not aim at any ground target. Instead, it shot straight into the sky at a speed beyond normal comprehension, precisely piercing the thick clouds and heading into distant space. Seconds later, a startling scene appeared on global satellite surveillance footage. Over the 3 large nuclear power plants in the Far East region controlled by the Lighthouse Kingdom, intense electromagnetic storms appeared almost simultaneously, and then the 3 brilliant light pillars representing the plant's operation flickered and went out on the satellite imagery. At the emergency meeting of the Lighthouse Kingdom's energy department, the minister was foaming at the mouth, arguing for sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom, when he saw the red alerts of his own 3 core plants simultaneously collapsing on the big screen. The color drained from his face, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted straight. Global silence. In the live stream, after a brief silence, a tidal wave of celebration erupted. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What kind of attack is that? A space-based weapon. Precision strike. A precision strike across half the globe. Can they even fight back? Weren't the Lighthouse guys just boasting? Why aren't they talking now? Power outage at home, no internet. The little one is mighty. This counterattack, I call it. The Wrath of Thunder. So satisfying. On the Great Wall, Su Bai watched it all with satisfaction, his smile growing wider. Yet in this moment of universal celebration, the corner of his eye caught sight of the newly formed magnificent electromagnetic patterns on Xiao Mo's dorsal fin, suddenly flickering, without warning, their light becoming extremely unstable, like a TV with a bad signal. Then an ancient, deep voice, as if from the end of the river of time, came leisurely from the direction of the mysterious black steel in the distance, echoing clearly in Su Bai's mind. Thunder and fire tempering the body is only the beginning. On the largest social platform in the world, Deep Space, a meticulously edited video was spreading at a viral pace. In the footage, the colossal monster Xiao Mo roared beneath thunderclouds as a glaring lightning bolt descended from the sky. Instead of striking the intended enemy power station, it precisely swept across a frontline position of Zhao Tieshan's garrison not far away. A violent explosion stirred up a sky full of dust amidst the flames, and smoke faint silhouettes of human remains could be seen. The video's title was sensational: Dragon Kingdom monster out of control. Lightning accidentally hits friendly forces, heavy casualties. This video was like a deep water bomb dropped into a calm lake, instantly detonating global public opinion. In the livestream room, the bullet comments that had once cheered for Xiao Mo's every evolution were now drowned in shock and doubt. What's going on? Is the video real? Why would Xiao Mo attack its own allies? It's over, it's over. We can't clear this even if we jump into the Yellow River. Our own raised monster bombed our own people. Don't panic up there. Wait for the official announcement. I don't believe Xiao Mo would make such a basic mistake. What basic mistake? The video is crystal clear. This is the truth. Su Bai must be held accountable. Panic and infighting began to spread among the Dragon Kingdom audience. Internationally, forces that had long been eyeing the Dragon Kingdom's rise seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At the UN Emergency Security meeting, the representative of the Lighthouse Nation pounded the table indignantly, slamming printed video screenshots onto the surface. Look, everyone. This is what the Dragon Kingdom calls a controllable divine beast. It attacked its own country's military. This is a disregard for basic human safety and an unforgivable war crime. We strongly demand that the Dragon Kingdom immediately destroy this monster and put the relevant personnel on trial. Facing the arrogant face on the screen, Su Bai, standing in the temporary command room, showed no panic in his eyes, only a cold, mocking disdain. He spoke into the communicator word by word. Nonsense. My kid hit the no. 3 power station 5 kilometers away. There wasn't a single soldier there, not even a male rat. Zhao Tieshan's position is on the reverse slope behind a mountain ridge. How could it be accidentally hit? His voice was steady, carrying an unshakable confidence that quickly calmed the restless atmosphere in the command room. Boss, something feels off to me too. Lin Chen's calm and swift voice came through the earpiece. I've remotely accessed the livestream backend and am comparing the raw data streams. Found it. There are traces of data tampering, very subtle. The work of a professional. Su Bai's eye sharpened. Can you restore it? Give me 3 minutes. Those 3 minutes were the golden hour for public opinion to ferment on the outside, but for Su Bai they were a moment of calm, for a hunter waiting for his prey to reveal a weakness. He watched the Lighthouse Nation representative still performing, with spittle flying on the screen, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Boss, it's done. The original footage has been retrieved. Lin Chen's voice carried a hint of excitement. I'm cutting it directly to your main screen. The next second, the main display in front of Su Bai split into 2. On the left was the viral friendly fire video where the lightning bolt bizarrely curved and struck the position on the hillside. On the right was the unaltered original battle footage. In the footage, the lightning bolt released by Xiao Mo was like a precise surgical scalpel, tracing a perfect arc that accurately bypassed all of Zhao Tieshan's military installations and personnel quarters, not even touching a single warning line, before finally slamming directly into the core of the distant abandoned power station. The contrast was stark. The truth was clear at a glance. It was a top-tier hacker's manipulation, using network latency and data packet grafting techniques to replace key frames in the livestream in real time. Lin Chen's analysis report followed. Their goal is clear: to nail us to the pillory of shame in front of the global audience. It seems someone really doesn't want us to develop in peace. Su Bai narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. He didn't bother tracking down the hackers because that wasn't important. What mattered was a swift and resounding counterattack. He took a deep breath and said to his assistant beside him, "Open a temporary emergency livestream, connect to all official channels. I will personally refute the rumors." Seconds later, Su Bai's calm and resolute face appeared on the screens of billions of viewers, instantly overshadowing all the controversy and insults. Brothers and sisters of the Dragon Kingdom, and all friends who care about Xiao Mo, I am Su Bai. His voice spread through the microphone, carrying a soothing power. Just now, a video regarding Xiao Mo's accidental hit on our friendly forces circulated across the internet, causing immense panic and unnecessary suspicion. I can now clearly tell you all, that was no accident. It was a full-blown targeted public opinion attack and information war against our Dragon Kingdom. It was a shameless fabrication by enemy nations. As the words fell, the side-by-side comparison video began playing on the main screen behind him. In the original footage, the precisely targeted strike, like a work of art, stood in stark contrast to the crude framing in the forged video. Everyone, please look. This is what the enemy wanted you to see. And this, Su Bai pointed to the right side original footage, is what truly happened. We have locked down all the evidence. Now let me show you. Instantly, the bullet comments in the live stream seemed to hit a pause button, then exploded with 10-fold, 100-fold density. Holy crap. Holy crap. I knew it. Those bastards are up to their tricks again. Shameless. The video was edited so well I almost believed it. My poor kid, it fought so beautifully and still got slandered. Brothers, don't just stand there. Boost the truth. Go to Deep Space Platform and report and block all those rumor-mongering accounts. Tips. Must tip. To calm Su Shun and Xiao Mo down. Let those petty people see that we Dragon Kingdom people are not fools. Kid, don't be afraid. Keep going. We will always be your strongest support. Public opinion reversed instantly, and the surging popular will turn into a solid shield bouncing back all the poisonous arrows aimed at the Dragon Kingdom. At the UN meeting, the Lighthouse Nation representative, seeing the livestream, turned pale and then read his previous arrogance completely gone. Under the cold stare of the Dragon Kingdom representative, he sheepishly withdrew his evidence. Meanwhile, the other protagonist at the center of the storm, Xiao Mo, was oblivious to the outside turmoil. It was quietly floating beneath the thunderclouds, sensing the surging energy within its body. That strike just now not only destroyed the target, but also acted as a critical ignition, thoroughly organizing and integrating the chaotic bioelectric energy inside it. System notification: electromagnetic circuit initially formed, core energy cycle stable. Finer energy guidance and output are now possible. As the prompt sounded in its mind, the fin-like bone armor on Xiao Mo's back began to light up in sequence with deep blue patterns like a precision integrated circuit board being activated, a mesmerizing blend of sci-fi and mythology. The electric currents inside its body were no longer a chaotic torrent, but were constrained within invisible tracks running smoothly and efficiently. A sense of unprecedented control surged through it. It lifted its head and let out a low, prolonged roar toward the sky. This roar was no longer a mere show of force, it was more like a declaration. With the roar, the thunder lotus, a lotus formed of lightning above its head, trembled slightly. The next second, a blue arc as thin as a hair, almost invisible to the naked eye, shot out from the lotus heart, instantly piercing through the clouds, and at a speed beyond logic streaked toward the East China Sea 500 kilometers away. The livestream camera faithfully captured this moment. Though the arc was incredibly fast, the faint blue trail it left in the air was clearly visible. Bullet comments erupted again. What was that? A beam of light. Oh my god, look at the map. That light seemed to fly very, very far. Kid. The kid learned long-range sniping. As everyone exclaimed, the faint lightning bolt precisely struck a long-abandoned offshore substation in the East China Sea. The lightning directly pierced the rusty shell of the substation, hitting the core transformer right on target. Boom. A muffled explosion echoed across the distant sea. Though not powerful, it was clearly visible to everyone through the high-magnification lens. Precision strike. Ultra-long range. However, just as the audience prepared to cheer for Xiao Mo's new ability, a sudden change occurred. Xiao Mo's massive body trembled violently in the air. The glowing patterns on its dorsal fins faded at a visible speed, and the thunder lotus above its head flickered on and off before finally extinguishing with a puff. System warning: energy feedback too strong. The target's core structure triggered a cascading electromagnetic storm. Energy backflow exceeds the current circuit's load capacity. Electromagnetic circuit severely overloaded. Emergency hibernation protection mode activated. Xiao Mo let out a pained moan. Its massive body slowly descended from the sky. Fortunately, it was not far from the sea surface, and it eventually collapsed weakly onto the shallow waters near the shore, motionless like a black mountain range that had lost all its luster. Xiao Mo. Su Bai's heart tightened. The joy of repelling the enemy was instantly replaced by worry. He was about to order the rescue team to immediately check on Xiao Mo's condition and soothe its emotions. Just then, the personal terminal on his wrist emitted a highly unusual short and sharp beep. It was not a regular communication prompt, but a unique alert only for top-secret encrypted messages. He instinctively raised his wrist. The screen displayed only a single line of extremely concise text without any signature or additional information, yet it made his pupils contract sharply. Mr. Su, concerning the fate of the nation, are you willing to take on a special mission? From the old Great Wall Unit. Su Bai took a deep breath, his fingertips gently tracing the line of vigorous postscript on the encrypted file. If you have mastered the power of lightning, come here to claim the final inheritance. This was not merely an invitation, but rather a charge and test spanning across time and space. He turned his head to look at the other end of the screen, where Lin Chen's stern face was also etched with shock. The location has been pinpointed. Lin Chen's voice came through the communicator, tinged with solemnity. The coordinates point to an uninhabited area along the northern Great Wall. Su Bai, that place is classified as a top-level restricted zone in official records with severe signal jamming, and, according to satellite thermal imaging, the geomagnetic environment there is extremely abnormal. Abnormal is exactly right. Su Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement and determination. If it were an ordinary place, how could it possibly conceal such a secret? He closed the file, stood up, and patted Xiao Mo, who was lying at his feet, curiously rubbing her small head against his pant leg. Kid, get ready. We're going on an adventure. A hoot. Xiao Mo seemed to understand the adventurous meaning behind the word adventure. She let out an excited low growl, and between her silver-white, fur-fine strands of electric arcs began to flicker. She exerted a slight force on her forepaws, causing the hard alloy floor to emit a faint hum. A faint blue electromagnetic shield flickered around her, powerful yet restrained. The live stream's bullet comments instantly exploded. Holy crap. Northern uninhabited area. The streamer is going to a highland. Brother ahead, don't mislead. That place is called a forbidden zone of life. My grandfather served in the north back then, and he said that at night you could see lights striking down from the sky, like gods fighting. Shoo, the final inheritance. Sounds incredibly awesome. Hurry up, hurry up. Xiao Mo has grown stronger again. This electromagnetic shield gives a huge sense of security. Am I the only one who noticed Lin Chen's solemn expression? This time is definitely not simple with streamer, must be careful. A few hours later, northern uninhabited area. The biting wind swept across the land like a knife, whipping up sand and gravel, beating against the broken walls of the ancient Great Wall, producing a wailing sound. The sky here seemed lower than elsewhere, with thick clouds pressing down, suffocating. Su Bai, Lin Chen, and Xiao Mo. The figures of the trio appeared especially tiny on this vast and desolate land. Lin Chen held up a specially made detector, its screen's pointer spinning wildly, finally pointing to a seemingly ordinary section of the city wall's base. It's right here. The underground energy reaction is the strongest, Lin Chen said in a deep voice. Su Bai stepped forward. The city wall there was blocked by a huge boulder, seeming naturally formed without any flaw. He reached out to touch the rock. It was icy and piercing, nothing but hardness. Leave it to me. Xiao Mo, already unable to contain herself, stepped forward with graceful, yet powerful strides, a flash of lightning in her silver pupils. Thunderclaw. At Su Bai's command, Xiao Mo's right front paw suddenly lifted, and the previously restrained arcs instantly surged, condensing into a blinding lightning claw, striking the boulder with a fierce impact. Boom! A loud crash, broken stones flew everywhere. That multi-ton boulder, under the violent power of lightning, was torn apart, like tofu, revealing a dark, downward extending staircase entrance. An ancient scent mixed with metal and dust rushed toward them. Holy shit! One claw opens a mountain. Violent lowly demolition online. This special effect is not just 5 cents, it's $500. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch the stream, because I saw a miracle. The entrance appears. Tomb Raider Rise of Lightning. Su Bai and Lin Chen exchanged a glance, then, without hesitation, Su Bai led the way in, while Xiao Mo vigilantly followed at the rear, her silver pupils like two bright lamps in the darkness. The staircase was not long, yet its end was a heavy alloy door. As they approached, a red sensor light above the door flickered, then turned green. With a soft click, the door slowly slid open to both sides. The interior space was far larger than imagined. Rows of old but well-maintained server racks stood silently, countless thick cables spreading like vines across the floor and ceiling. The air carried a faint smell of ozone, the unique odor of high-voltage, ionized air. In the entire ruin, only a few emergency indicator lights emitted a faint glow. At the very center of the ruin, a solitary mainframe screen suddenly lit up, breaking the silence. A line of green characters slowly appeared on the screen. Welcome back, Researcher B07. Researcher B07. Lin Chen frowned, immediately pulling out his portable computer to cross-reference the database. Know this number. It's the code of a missing person from last century's Thunderfire project. Su Bai's heart skipped a beat. He was not a researcher, but this ruin had clearly mistaken his identity. Was it because of the lightning power within him? Before he could ponder further, the characters on the mainframe screen disappeared, replaced by a snowy, static image. Soon the image cleared up, revealing an elderly scientist in a white lab coat with gray hair, but a vigorous spirit appearing on the screen. His background was exactly this room. Friend, whoever you are, when you see this recording, it means you have successfully passed the test of the gate, and the future we feared in our era has likely already arrived. The old scientist's voice was gentle, yet heavy, tinged with weariness and hope. We are the last generation of researchers of the Thunderfire project. In the calamities of the old days, we witnessed humanity's fragility before certain colossal life forms. To counter the threat that might reappear in the future, one that conventional weapons cannot withstand, we have sealed here our life's work, the ultimate technology of bioelectromagnetic enhancement and application. This is not merely a weapon, but a possibility of evolution. It may help humanity in the dark ages to ignite a thunderfire of their own. Child, if you have inherited the power of lightning, may you inherit our will and surpass us. As soon as the words finished, the mainframe emitted a series of urgent beeps. The next second, a colossal torrent of data, unimaginable in magnitude, transformed into an invisible electromagnetic wave, instantly locking onto Su Bai. Ugh! Su Bai grunted, feeling as if his brain was being pried open forcibly. Countless profound knowledge and techniques about electromagnetic field construction, plasma control, high energy, pulse release methods, bioelectrical circuit optimization schemes flooded into his consciousness. System notification received, unknown source data stream. Beginning analysis. Analysis complete. Congratulations, host. Unlocked new skill tree, electromagnetic pulse. Obtain new skills, electromagnetic interference, basic high energy, electromagnetic cannon, inactive pulse shield, passive. The live stream viewers went completely crazy, even though they couldn't understand the technical jargon. The system's panel effects were unmistakably real. God-level encounter. This is direct infusion of power. Electromagnetic pulse skill tree. Just from the name, it sounds like a boss-killing god skill. The streamer is going to become the Thunder God. While Su Bai was digesting the newly acquired knowledge in his mind, Xiao Mo on the side was attracted by another device in the center of the ruin. It was a hemispherical metal structure, its surface engraved with complex patterns, and in the center was embedded a crystal-clear core the size of a human head, with lightning flowing inside. The very Thunder Core device the old scientist had mentioned. Xiao Mo seemed to be summoned by something, walking over step by step uncontrollably. She extended a paw and gently placed it on the Thunder Core device. The Thunder Core instantly burst into a dazzling deep blue light, illuminating the entire ruin as bright as day. Within the light, countless tiny blue data streams surged out from the Thunder Core, following Xiaomo's paw and burrowing into her body. The previously somewhat chaotic lightning patterns on her dorsal fin began to rearrange and recombine at a visible speed, becoming more fluid and symmetrical, as if forming a flawless energy conduction diagram. System notification: PET, Thunder Light Chelan, has contacted high-purity energy source beginning electromagnetic circuit optimization. Optimization progress 100. Energy conduction efficiency increased by 300. Entered active release phase. The light gradually faded and Xiaomo slowly opened her eyes. She raised her head and let out a clear, resonant cry. The next moment, a lotus formed of pure lightning power slowly bloomed above her head. This thunder lotus was more solid than any before, every petal clearly visible, emitting stable, yet terrifying energy fluctuations that lingered for a long time. Both upgraded. Su Bai felt the surging power within him and looked at Xiaomo, who had become even more miraculous, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Lin Shen also let out a long sigh of relief, his face full of joy. Great. Now our chances of victory have increased a few more points. The live stream became a sea of jubilation with gifts and cheering bullet comments flooding the screen. Double happiness. This exploration was totally worth it. Thunder Lotus permanent. Xiaomo is awesome. Streamer plus pet, this combo, who in the world can rival them? However, at the moment this joy reached its peak. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. The entire ruin suddenly blazed with red light, and a piercing alarm resounded through every corner. On the mainframe screen that had just completed its mission, scarlet warning characters frantically refreshed. A cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice rang out. Alert. Detected anomalous high-frequency heat source signal in outer space approaching at high speed. Energy level assessment. Assessment failed. Exceeds threshold upper limit. Matching database. Match successful. Threat target Fusang Thunder Yamada no Orochi, terminal body. The sky was violently torn apart by a fissure stretching across the horizon, as if a massive black cloth had been ripped asunder. Thunder clouds churned like ink, and from within emerged 8 ferocious, terrifying heads. Each head was taller than a mountain, its scales shimmering with ominous purple lightning. 8 pairs of scarlet eyes like 16 blood moons looked down upon the minuscule northern frontier defense line. The thunderous 8-headed Orochi final form. This was the deepest nightmare of the Yinghua country. Now it had descended upon the land of the Long Country. Chiyo Kagura, clad in a white priestess robe, stood atop the largest central head, her garments billowing violently in the raging thunderstorm. On her stunningly beautiful face was a sickly fanaticism and contempt. Her voice, amplified by a spell, clearly echoed across the entire battlefield and reached every livestream room in the Long Country that was following this war. You ants of the Long Country, open your eyes and see clearly. This is the true power of a god. The monsters you take pride in are nothing but playthings beneath my god's feet. Today I will personally end your unrealistic fantasies and turn your land into the new lair of Lord Orochi. The 8 heads roared in unison, thunder shaking the 9 heavens, a terrifying pressure making the earth tremble. Under this divine might, the energy shield of the northern frontier defense line emitted a groaning sound of unbearable strain, with cracks spreading like a spiderweb. Inside the livestream room, the barrage comments fell into a momentary silence, then were drowned by a tsunami of fear and despair. Holy crap. How do we fight this? The size difference. It's not even on the same level. It's over. The northern frontier is going to fall. This is something no human or monster can stand against. The 8-headed serpent. The legendary apocalyptic beast, they actually created it. Where is God Su and the cub? Hurry up and think of something. Just at this moment of spreading despair, an unyielding roar pierced the darkness. Xiaomo's massive body stood before the defense line. It raised its head, its azure blue eyes staring straight at the giant in the sky, without any trace of retreat. The lightning patterns on its dorsal fin began to light up one by one, eventually converging at the top. A massive thunder lotus composed of pure plasma slowly bloomed, its petals opening and closing, emitting a destructive aura powerful enough to purify everything. Roar. Xiaomo did not back down. It chose the most direct and fierce response. Seeing this, Chiyo Kagura's sneer deepened. Foolish beast, daring to compete with a god. Then turned to dust. She formed a single-handed seal and pointed downward. The thunderous 8-headed Orochi final form opened all 8 mouths, and 8 thick purple destructive thunderbolts, like heavenly pillars, crashed down, interweaving into a deathly electric net that would grind everything below into dust. Xiaomo also exerted its power at the same time. The thunder lotus on its back shot into the sky, meeting the earth-shattering thunder net head-on. In an instant, heaven and earth fell silent. A blinding pillar of light impossible to look at directly exploded in the sky. A terrifying energy shockwave spread in a ring. The ground shook violently, mountains collapsed, and the energy shield of the northern frontier defense line shattered instantly in the aftermath. Under the intense electromagnetic interference, all livestream equipment lost signal, and screens turned to static. Signal lost. What happened? Holy shit, that hit. Is the northern frontier still there? Don't be scared, cub. Go get it. Hold on. You must hold on. Who can withstand this? The barrage comments scrolled wildly, every viewer's heart in their throat. Inside the Northern Frontier Command Center, Su Bai closed his eyes tightly, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. His consciousness through the soul contract was already closely linked with Xiao Mo experiencing the center of that electromagnetic storm as if he were there. In a head-on clash, Xiao Mo was ultimately at a disadvantage due to size. The combined power of the 8 thunderbolts far exceeded the carrying capacity of the Thunder Lotus. After the impact, Xiao Mo was knocked back several steps by the tremendous force, its electromagnetic shield flickering, clearly having expended a great deal. Not enough. Still not enough. Can't keep fighting like this. Su Bai's thoughts raced. His mind was like a supercomputer frantically analyzing every frame of data from the collision. Xiao Mo, follow my orders. He sent clear instructions through the consciousness link. Adjust the electromagnetic shield angle 3 degrees to the left, concentrate energy on the front, simulate an electromagnetic black hole effect. Don't resist, guide it. The thunderous 8-headed Orochi in the sky seemed enraged that it had failed to destroy this little bug with one strike. One of its heads opened its massive mouth again, and a more condensed beam of lightning shot forth. This time Xiao Mo did not release the Thunder Lotus. Instead, it fully followed Su Bai's instructions and adjusted the electromagnetic shield into a peculiar concave shape. The purple lightning beam struck the shield without a violent explosion. Instead, it was as if pulled and twisted by an invisible force. Most of the energy slid along the shield's curvature to the side, with only a small portion cleverly absorbed by the shield. Now, counterattack. Su Bai gave the order, and Xiao Mo understood immediately. It abruptly opened its mouth, merging the lightning it had just absorbed and transformed through its core with its own electromagnetic power, condensing it into a blinding blue-white thunder hotline. With lightning speed, it burst forth from an extremely tricky angle. The target of this attack was not the Orochi's massive body, but directly aimed at the core joint connecting the head that had just attacked to its neck. Chiyo Kagura's face changed drastically. She had never expected the opponent to pull such a trick. She tried to command the Orochi to dodge, but it was too late. Boom! A dull, thunderous sound. The mountain-sized head was pierced through at the base by the thunder hotline and exploded. The massive head was flung high into the air, filling the sky with splashing purple thunder flames and charred flesh fragments. The thunderous 8-headed Orochi final form let out a painful howl. Its other 7 heads writhed wildly, clearly thrown into chaos by this sudden severe blow. The livestream feed finally recovered at this moment, and all the viewers saw this scene. One of the Orochi's heads had been blown apart by Xiao Mo. Hit. Well done. Holy shit. Su Bai's god-level command. This tactic is awesome. The cub is mighty. Tear its heads off one by one. Upstairs, that's called blasting off. On the battlefield, a fragment of the lightning core flickering with unstable electric light fell from the severed neck. That was the energy core that had not yet completely dissipated from the destroyed head. Xiao Mo, eat it. Su Bai gave the order without hesitation. A gleam of desire flashed in Xiao Mo's eyes. Ignoring the threat from the other 7 heads, its massive body lunged forward. Before the lightning core fragment hit the ground, it precisely caught it in one bite and swallowed it. The next second, an indescribable surge of violent electricity exploded inside Xiao Mo. It let out a painful roar, its entire body feeling as if it would burst. The blue patterns on its dorsal fin flickered wildly at an unprecedented brightness. The blue light surged, almost engulfing the outline of its body. In Su Bai's mind, the cold system prompt sounded, detected high-purity enemy energy. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Energy attribute destruction thunder. Attempting fusion. Fusion success rate 37. 58. 89. 100. Fusion complete. Host monster electromagnetic Leviathan has partially mastered the power of destruction thunder. Unlocked new skill, thunder magnetic shockwave. Just as the system prompt finished, the rampaging energy inside Xiao Mo was finally fully controlled. It suddenly raised its head and let out a roar that shook the ages. This roar was no longer a mere sound wave, but a visible ring-shaped shockwave mixed with blue electromagnetic energy and purple lightning spreading wildly in all directions, with Xiao Mo at the center. Thunder magnetic shockwave. This force not only contained immense physical propulsion, but also carried a strong interference and disintegration effect against energy bodies. The first to bear the brunt was the thunderous 8-headed Orochi final form. The remaining 7 heads facing this shockwave seemed to be struck head-on by an invisible heavy hammer. The protective lightning on their bodies instantly became chaotic and collapsed. The massive bodies were uncontrollably blasted back hundreds of meters. 2 of the weaker heads even fainted on the spot, hanging limply. No. Impossible. Chiyo Kagura stood on the swaying head, her face full of disbelief. The divine creation she prided herself on had been partially devoured by the opponent, and now that same power was being used to crush her. The thunderous 8-headed Orochi final form let out a piercing wail. It felt unprecedented fear and had no more will to fight. Dragging its heavily wounded body, it hastily turned and tore open a spatial rift to flee. Chio Kagura awkwardly steadied herself. She cast a venomous glance at the giant beast below, bathed in lightning like a new god, but ultimately dared not stay and fled into the rift with the Orochi. As the rift closed, the rolling thunderclouds began to slowly dissipate. The long-lost sunlight once again shone upon the scarred land of the northern frontier. The battle was over. After a brief silence, the livestream room erupted into frenzy. We won. That's it. Holy crap. The cub is invincible. The cub is invincible. Ate a mouthful and got fat, and even drove the enemy away. This is the true king of beast taming. Su Bai and the cub, the guardians of the long country. That bitch from the Yinghua country ran fast. Next time don't let me catch her. Everyone stand up. Salute to Su Bai and our heroes. Cheers resounded to the heavens. Su Bai let out a long sigh of relief, his tense nerves finally relaxing. He looked at Xiao Mo below, his eyes full of pride. Xiao Mo also sensed its master's emotions. It let out an excited low growl. The surging blue light on its dorsal fin gradually receded. The Thunder Lotus, now even more magnificent after absorbing the new power, slowly closed and finally faded into the patterns of the dorsal fin. Everything seemed to have settled down. However, at this moment, the cold system prompt sounded again in Su Bai's mind without any warning, carrying not a trace of victory joy, only an objective, merciless statement. Warning detected: unknown high-frequency energy fluctuation. Tracing source. Trace complete. Source: depths of the divine monument. Lin Chen's fingertips streaked across the virtual light screen as real-time data streams from the global power grid cascaded down like a waterfall, converging into an alarming, dynamic heat map. With a grave expression, he adjusted his frameless glasses and spoke, a hint of barely perceptible weariness in his voice. Commander, the simultaneous collapse of 3 core nuclear power plants in Dongtagua has triggered a global energy chain reaction. Data models indicate that the power grids surrounding our Longhua, especially in Fusang and Nangali, are operating under extreme overload to fill the energy vacuum left by Dongtagua. This pressure is transmitting through the transnational grid toward us. The load on the northern border grid has already surged by 17%. If we don't find a new energy source in time, the entire northern winter heating system will face a large-scale shutdown within a week. A heavy silence fell over the command center, broken only by the low hum of servers. All eyes were fixed on Su Bai. He leaned back in the commander's chair, legs crossed, and resting on the console, his posture languid, but his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Staring at the glaring red zone on the screen, a cold smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Almost as if speaking to himself, yet also to the quietly lurking beast beside him, he said, "Analyzing data is the clerk's job, kid. Let's get down to brass tacks." The moment he finished speaking, the colossal beast named Xiao Mo beside him, a mountain of black scales, let out a low roar. Its massive body shifted slightly, and the electromagnetic patterns entwined around its dorsal fin flickered with a dangerous icy blue glow, as if answering Su Bai's challenge. Su Bai tapped another light screen on the console, and a detailed map of Fusang's power grid instantly expanded, filling the main display. On the map, dozens of nodes of varying sizes blinked in different colors, 5 of them blazing a deep purple, as if about to burst at any moment. "Kid, watch closely." Su Bai's finger traced across the screen, precisely encircling the 5 most overloaded power stations. His tone was as casual as if he were asking his child to borrow a clove of garlic from the neighbor. "Go borrow the excess energy from those stations. Remember, fast and precise, don't hurt a blade of grass." Roar. Xiao Mo lifted its head and let out a piercing, sky-shattering bellow. The lotus formed of pure lightning energy on its back. The Thunder Lotus suddenly bloomed, countless fine arcs of electricity leaping between its petals, coalescing into a heart-stopping surge of power. Visible electromagnetic heat rays began to condense at the core of the Thunder Lotus, poised to strike, as if ready to tear through the heavens. Yet, just as hundreds of millions of viewers around the world held their breath, anticipating this miraculous, remote charging, a pre-prepared storm quietly brewed in the International Court of Public Opinion. The Black Crow organization, lurking in the back end of Long's official livestream, exploited a pre-implanted backdoor program to hijack the live signal. A meticulously edited and special effect forged video spread virally across major global social media platforms through hundreds of bot accounts. The video showed a violently shaking frame, a burning residential area in the background, flames leaping, cries, and alarms mingling. The camera abruptly panned to the sky, revealing a blurry silhouette of a colossal beast among the clouds. A thick bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking what appeared to be a school, triggering an even more massive explosion. The video ended with a freeze frame of a terrified child's face overlaid with bold text: "Long was monster massacres civilians. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Shameless. Barbaric. This is a provocation against all humanity." The representative of Dongtagua roared angrily at an emergency international press conference, spittle flying. "We warned the world long ago that this monster raised by Longhua is uncontrollable. Today it destroys residential areas in Fusang, and tomorrow it could level any city in any nation. We strongly demand that Longhua immediately destroy this beast and accept international sanctions. Condemnation surged like a tidal wave. The Fusang side crying and weeping accused Longhua of allowing its monster to carry out indiscriminate terrorist attacks. Inside the command center, alarms blared incessantly, and the public relations department's phones were nearly ringing off the hook. Su Bai merely glanced at the news alert on the screen, his smirk growing even colder. He didn't even stand up, he just adjusted his posture and spoke into the communicator with a tone laced with mockery and disdain. Kid, hear that? They say you just fried a kindergarten. Aim better next time. You were locked onto a substation, not a kindergarten. His voice, transmitted through the livestream, reached every corner of the world. As if in response to Su Bai's jest, and to show the world what true precision meant, Xiao Mo's colossal eyes, brighter than searchlights, suddenly blazed with lightning. The next moment, the thunder lotus on its back contracted violently, and the accumulated energy condensed into 5 electromagnetic heat rays, solid as substance, silently piercing the thick clouds and streaking across the sky at a speed beyond lightning. These 5 rays were not accompanied by earth-shattering sounds or devastating force. Like 5 precise scalpels under the real-time satellite feed, they struck the 5 encircled power stations on Fusang soil. No explosion, no fire. The rays precisely pierced the core main transformers of the power stations. In an instant on the satellite map, the 5 brilliant points of light, once bright as stars, were extinguished by an invisible hand, dimming in a flash. Then, centered on these 5 points, vast areas of light rapidly plunged into darkness like ink spreading on rice paper. Almost simultaneously, the cold electronic voice of the system sounded from Su Bai's command console, detected severe energy fluctuations in the enemy's high-energy grid. Initiating remote non-contact energy absorption and conversion. Energy conversion complete. Activating feedback protocol. Feedback target Longhua Northern Grid. Estimated grid load will decrease by 30% within 10 minutes. The livestream cleverly split the screen. On the left was a satellite image of Fusang plunged into darkness and chaos. On the right, it switched to a city in the north of Longhua shrouded in severe cold. In the scene, the streetlights flickered a few times, then became brighter than before. The dim lights in the windows of residential buildings regained their warmth. More importantly, on the large screen in the city's central square, the real-time monitoring chart of the heating system showed that the red alarm for insufficient pressure vanished instantly, and the green normal operation indicator lit up. In an apartment, a young man wrapped in a thick quilt watching the livestream felt the long-lost warmth emanating from the heating pipes and jumped up excitedly. In the hospital, the backup generator had just started when the main power was restored, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from doctors and patients' families. On the streets, people who had just been complaining about the cold were pleasantly surprised to find their home heating working. The heat is on. It's really on. Great. I thought we'd freeze this winter. It's Xiao Mo. Our little monster did it. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a deafening roar of cheers erupted across the city. Countless people rushed to their windows and waved at the sky, even though they knew the giant beast that brought them warmth was thousands of miles away. The tense atmosphere in the command center dissipated, replaced by an irrepressible excitement. Su Bai stood up, walked to the camera, and faced the billions of viewers worldwide. He flashed his signature roguish smile, pointed at the image of Xiao Mo lounging comfortably in the clouds, and said word by word, "Let me say it again, it's not a monster. It's Longua's supersized mobile lightning generator." The entire hall erupted in thunderous cheers. Yet in the peak of victory and joy, no one noticed the deep gravity that flashed in Su Bai's eyes. His gaze was fixed on Xiao Mo's departing back. Just moments ago, during the cheers, the smooth, magnificent electromagnetic patterns on Xiao Mo's dorsal fin had faltered briefly, like a circuit with a poor connection. Then an extremely faint, almost imperceptible eerie blue light, like a living venomous snake, slithered rapidly along its spine, toward the tail, vanishing into nothing. The entire process lasted less than half a second, too fast, almost an illusion. But a cold electronic prompt sounded clearly in Su Bai's private communication channel, like a warning bell in his heart. Warning detected: microsecond-level anomaly in the energy guidance path. Path deviation from model by 0.01. Cause analysis in progress. Preliminary judgment: suspected influence of the god steel. Su Bai's smile slowly faded and his brows furrowed deeply. He knew that this seemingly insignificant anomaly might be 10,000 times more dangerous than Dungtag's meteor attacks or the Black Crow's fabrications. That thing was beginning to stir again. The storm began brewing in a corner of the international social platform. A video labeled "Top Secret Leak" spread like wildfire. In the footage, a blinding golden beam tore through the pitch-black night sky. Moments later, the silhouette of a lit outpost on the ground exploded in a fiery blaze after the beam swept across it. The video's publisher, an account named Black Crow, captioned it succinctly: "Longua's giant beast goes berserk, accidentally damages its own border outpost. The truth is being covered up." The footage was grainy and shaky, but precisely because of its authenticity, it instantly ignited global outrage. Meanwhile, within Longhua itself, panic and doubt spread like a plague. In Su Bai's livestream, the barrage of comments shifted abruptly. "Holy shit, is this real? I saw the video. The coordinates seem to be our northwestern border. No way. Did our little one attack our own people? I knew this thing was uncontrollable. It has no reason. Stop the project now. It's over. We can never clear this up. How will the world see us? Is the little one really out of control? It looks like it's in agony. Panic, fury, and a sense of betrayal stabbed into everyone in the live stream like countless needles. That son of a bitch, Black Crow. Inside the control center, Lin Shun slammed his fist on the desk, his eyes bloodshot. Before him, data streams cascaded like a waterfall. Found it. The original backend data is here. Su Bai stepped behind him, his gaze as cold as ice. On the screen, two trajectory lines stood in stark contrast. One was a red dashed line representing the beam that had brutally swept across the outpost labeled fake coordinates. The other was a green solid line recorded by the system, tracing an elegant and precise arc that perfectly bypassed the mountain where the outpost was located, heading accurately overseas. The true trajectory of the beam passed within 5 kilometers of the nearest point of the outpost. Lin Shen's voice was hoarse with rage. They intercepted the footage of the beam firing, modified the trajectory with CG, and stitched it together with an explosion of some outpost from who knows where. This is a complete frame-up. Su Bai stared at the screen, a bloodthirsty smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He patted Lin Shun on the shoulder, his voice low, but carrying an undeniable fierceness. Little one, we don't explain. We just slap their faces. He turned to the communicator, his voice steady again. Xiao Mo, can you hear me? Ignore the noise. Now listen to my command. Coordinates Fusong 139. 7E35. 6N. Remember the acupoint strike I taught you. Show the whole world how precise you can be. In the live stream, Xiao Mo, which had been listless from energy fluctuations, heard Su Bai's voice and slowly lifted its enormous head. The dark gold lotus pattern on its back flared with blinding brilliance, brighter than ever before. A miniature thunderbolt lotus bloomed once again at the tip of its dorsal fin. This time there was no earth-shattering power. Only a condensed golden beam as thin as a strand of hair, silently piercing the clouds and vanishing beyond the horizon at a speed that defied visual capture. On the radar screens of countless military bases around the world, the light that representing Xiao Mo projected a straight energy ray at that moment. Seconds later, deep in a mountain range in Fusong, a military base's alarm hadn't even had time to sound. The massive phased array radar at the center of the base was silently split in two as if by an invisible blade. Then a chain reaction began. The underground command system's high-voltage cables instantly fused, triggering a series of shorts and explosions. A mushroom cloud of dust and black smoke slowly rose from the valley. The entire process was clean and precise, like a surgical strike. After a brief silence, the live stream's barrage erupted. Holy shit! What is this? Precision demolition from 1,000 miles away. Who said the little one was out of control just now? Where's your face? This is more accurate than a cruise missile. Does anyone still need to ask if the earlier video was real? Fusong, I was just eating popcorn. How did my house collapse? So this is what Su Bai meant by slapping faces. I love it. So damn satisfying. Little one is awesome. Learn to hit exactly where directed. Let's see who dares to spread rumors again. But just as everyone was reveling in the thrill of revenge, a sudden change occurred. In the live stream, Xiao Mo's massive body trembled violently, letting out a low roar of excruciating pain. The dazzling thunderbolt lotus on its dorsal fin instantly dimmed, and the once smooth dark gold patterns became mottled and chaotic, flickering wildly like a burned circuit board. Roar! Electric currents uncontrollably lashed across its surface, forming tiny snakes of lightning. The once impenetrable electromagnetic shield flickered and briefly failed. Warning! Energy feedback overload. Electromagnetic pulse feedback from target destruction exceeds threshold by 300. Energy circuit extremely unstable. The cold system alert echoed in the control center. Xiao Mo seemed to be in immense agony. It swung its massive tail across the ground in a fit of irritation and unconsciousness. Boom! The entire earth shook. The livestream camera jolted violently, as if a small earthquake had struck. On the distant mountain, gravel and stones tumbled down. The barrage was again flooded with panic. What's happening? Out of control again. It's trembling. It looks like it's in so much pain. This power is too strong. Can it even control itself? Is it still a monster after all? It's not a monster. A roar cut through the microphone, clearly reaching every viewer in the livestream. Su Bai rushed in front of the camera, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead. Pointing at the agonized Xiao Mo on the screen, he shouted at the billions of viewers, "Look closely. It's not a monster. It's a thunder god pushed to its limits by enemies, forced to protect us and prove its innocence. Every time it fires, it endures pain and backlash you can't imagine." He took a deep breath, his voice hoarse, but carrying a power that pierced the heart. It's still a child. It's using its life to protect us, to respond to our trust. Now it's injured. It needs us. Su Bai pounded his chest, his roar like thunder. Brothers, who trusts my little one? Who trusts me? Su Bai, give me your trust. Donate. Instant noodles. Screws. Whatever it is, throw it at me. His words were like a bomb, igniting emotions. In that instant, the entire livestream screen was overwhelmed by a dense barrage of comments and gift effects. Gold and silver and red lights merged into an ocean of data, completely flooding the frame. I believe you. I believe in the little one. Damn it, I'm crying. Take all my instant noodle money for this month. Hang in there, little one. A single screw is support too. We stand with the little one. Whoever calls it a monster, I'll be the first to say no. It's our guardian deity. A torrent of emotions through the invisible network converged into a mighty flood. Inside the control center, the system alerts rang out at an unprecedented frequency. Detected massive emotional resonance. Bond value 50. Special state triggered one heart and one mind. Passive skill triggered emotional resonance. Beginning conversion of emotional energy into bioelectricity. Warning circuit unstable. Starting forced repair. Electromagnetic circuit repair progress 10, 20, 30. In the live stream, the wild electric snakes on Xiaomo's body seemed to be smoothed by an invisible force. Its pained low growls gradually subsided and its erratic breathing stabilized. The frenzy caused by the energy backlash was being neutralized and healed by a warmer, more resilient force. Su Bai watched the soaring data on the screen and the gradually calming Xiao Mo finally relaxing his tense body. It worked. But just then Xiao Mo, which had closed its eyes as if peacefully absorbing this bond energy, suddenly trembled again. This time, however, it was not pain but confusion. Deep within its consciousness, the raging golden thunder energy was being repaired and sorted. Yet in the center of this sea of energy, an extremely low hum, as if from the ancient dawn of time, had begun to sound from some unknown moment. This hum was not heard through the ears, but vibrated directly in its soul. It belonged neither to lightning nor to the bond power. It was more like an ancient rhythm, a deep pulse. This pulse came from afar, from the direction of the mysterious stone tablet standing on the horizon. It seemed to be calling out, or perhaps examining the surging thunder within Xiaomo. Su Bai keenly noticed Xiaomo's oddity. He frowned and asked softly, "Xiaomo, what's wrong?" Xiaomo did not answer. Instead, for the first time, it slowly turned its enormous head toward the direction of that mysterious stone tablet, its golden eyes flickering with an unprecedented blend of bewilderment and reverence. At the heart of the thunderstorm cloud, a low, eerie whisper, as if from an ancient specter, pierced through the roaring thunder, stabbing into every inch of space. It did not travel through the air, but rather like a spiritual plague attempting to contaminate Xiaomo, who was undergoing metamorphosis within the thunder lotus. Xiaomo's massive body gave a sudden shudder. The blue thunder lotus encircling it flickered, showing signs of instability. A trace of struggle and irritability appeared in its azure eyes. "Kid, don't listen to it. That thing is messing with you." Su Bai's voice, calm and clear, instantly soothed Xiaomo through their mental link. He frowned, his sharp gaze fixed on the distant, silent divine steel that seemed to share the age of heaven and earth. Roar. Receiving his master's command, Xiaomo found an outlet. It raised its head and let out a low roar filled with countless electric sparks. The lightning patterns on its dorsal fin, which had been slowly flowing, instantly boiled over. The thunder lotus, on the verge of collapsing, instead burst into full bloom with a resounding crack, its scale even greater than before. The cascading blue-violet lightning, like a waterfall of substance, completely shielded it within. What did the kid just wobble? Scared me to death. It's that voice. That ghostly sound from the steel again, messing with our heads. What the hell is this steel? Wasn't it fine before? Why does it start trouble when the kid upgrades? Don't panic, didn't you see the streamer? Not panicking at all. Trust the streamer, trust the kid. As the barrage comments buzzed, a system panel that only he could see popped up before Su Bai. Alert detected ultra-high frequency mental interference waves from the forgotten divine steel. This frequency is attempting to create a negative resonance with the electromagnetic circuit, potentially causing circuit collapse. So that's it. Su Bai curled his lips into a cold smirk. No ghostly curses, just scientific frequency interference. Then it's simple. He watched Xiaomo roaring amid the lightning, actively resisting the interference, and a surge of boldness swelled in his heart. Dodge. Why dodge? In his dictionary, there was only one choice when faced with provocation. Kid, well done. Don't be polite to it. We're not backing down. Give it a good one, strike it directly. Through the mental link, Su Bai's voice conveyed an unyielding command and encouragement to Xiaomo. At these words, the entire livestream room froze for a tenth of a second, then exploded. What did I hear? The streamer tells the kid to strike the steel? Are you crazy? That's a divine steel. A federally protected A-rank relic, a living fossil recording the history of the old era. If he strikes it, won't the streamer end up on the most wanted list? The guy above doesn't get it. Didn't you see the steel attack the kid first? That's self-defense. I'm so fired up. Striking a divine steel. I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Streamer, you're my only god. Already recording. Witnessing history. If you really strike it today, I'll send you 10 cosmic ships. The clamor outside meant nothing to Su Bai. He only knew that anything threatening Xiaomo's growth must be crushed. Receiving the command, Xiaomo felt the greatest validation. It jerked its massive head up, aiming at the distant colossal steel, radiating an ominous aura. A roar that shook the heavens echoed across the wasteland. All the lightning patterns on its dorsal fin blazed brighter than ever before. Countless fine blue arcs surged from every part of its body, converging frantically into its mouth. There, a ball of energy so blue it turned purple and nearly black was compressing and condensing at an astonishing speed. The surrounding air was sucked dry by the terrifying energy, letting out a strained groan. The next second time seemed to slow down. A beam of electromagnetic heat condensed to the extreme and blinding to the naked eye shot out, carrying the aura of annihilation. The beam tore through the dim sky, pierced the raging thunderclouds, and instantly vaporized everything in its path. Rain, air, and dust. The entire sky was split in two by the raging blue light, leaving a scorched trail that lingered for a long time. The distant steel seemed to sense the deadly threat. On its silent surface, countless ancient and obscure runes suddenly lit up, forming a deep gray energy shield attempting to block this earth-shattering strike. Yet against Xiao Mo's furious blow, which gathered all the power of the electromagnetic circuit, any resistance was futile. Boom. When the electromagnetic heat ray met the rune shield, there was no earth-shattering explosion, only a grating sound of annihilation. The seemingly indestructible shield lasted less than a second before being pierced like thin paper by a hot iron. Then the heat ray struck the steel's body without hindrance. The ancient steel trembled violently, and the glowing runes eroded by the blue light extinguished one by one like embers doused with water. I'm blind. My eyes. What the hell is this light? Mom, why am I kneeling while watching the stream? I'm witnessing a miracle. Is this the full power of a B-rank beast? No, this has definitely surpassed B-rank. So terrifying. The steel's defense is broken. Broken. The kid is amazing. History, we are witnessing history. The electromagnetic heat ray bombardment lasted a full 10 seconds. When the pillar of light piercing heaven and earth slowly dissipated, the world seemed to regain its sound. The wind, rain, thunder, and the gasps of hundreds of millions of viewers in the live stream room intertwined. All eyes were fixed on the distant steel. There, the massive monument that had weathered countless storms now bore a huge transparent hole in its center. The edges were smooth as glass, still radiating terrifying heat with wisps of smoke curling up. And from the hole, a clear crack like a hideous scar was slowly spreading upward. Almost at the same time, crisp system prompts rang in Su Bai's mind. Alert, interference frequency eliminated. Electromagnetic circuit stability greatly enhanced. Alert, circuit optimization successful. New skill unlocked. Electromagnetic pulse. With the prompts, the changes on Xiao Mo reached their peak. The wild lightning patterns on its dorsal fin finally stabilized, completely forming a mysterious and powerful design. The thunder lotus around it also solidified into a tangible entity, no longer showing any sign of fading. It hovered quietly behind Xiao Mo like an eternal blue sun. Alert, electromagnetic circuit has completed final optimization and officially entered the active release phase. Done. Su Bai's clenched fist finally relaxed, and an uncontrollable smile spread across his face. He stepped forward, patted Xiao Mo's huge head affectionately, then turned around facing the drone camera, raised an eyebrow, and smiled with a hint of pride and triumph. Done. So kid, he paused, his voice carried through the microphone to the entire livestream room. Who's next to strike? 666666666. Streamer is awesome screaming. Who to strike? Damn, that's so badass. I'm a fan now. New skill. Electromagnetic pulse. Sounds awesome. What's the active release phase? Does it mean he can release electricity anytime now? This wave is the kid upgrading the streamer, showing off, and us having a blast. Inside the livestream room, countless gifts and cheers swept in like a tsunami, everyone celebrating this unprecedented victory. Yet at the peak of the celebration, a sudden change occurred. In the distance, the pierced and cracked steel let out a low hum. From the hideous crack, instead of collapsing further, a strange glow flickered to life. Then a blue beam of light, not dazzling but deep enough to devour souls, slowly rose from the crack, silently piercing the clouds and shooting toward the sky's end. This beam was completely different from Xiao Mo's electromagnetic heat ray. It carried no violent energy, but held an ancient, deathly stillness that made one's heart tremble. Su Bai's smile instantly froze. On his system interface, a blood-red warning flashed frantically. Warning. Detected unknown high-intensity energy fluctuation. Analyzing source. Warning. Energy nature unidentifiable. Tracing spatial coordinates. Source locked. Deep sea. The sky was filled with wind, thunder, wyverns plunging like dumplings from the heights, a scene both spectacular and eerie. Lightning flickered between their wings like a string of dying lanterns, illuminating the pale gray canopy of the northern wastelands. The air was thick with the mingled scent of scorched earth and frost, as if the embers of thunderfire had blended with the polar chill. They lost control, their wings stiffening, and their heavy bodies crashed onto the frozen soil of the northern wastelands, kicking up clouds of ice crystal-laden dust. The thunderous impacts echoed in succession like war drums pounding, shaking the ground with a faint tremor. Dust rolled in the wind, sunlight was obscured, and the world seemed to be reduced to nothing but the echoes of falling and collision. After a brief silence, the livestream barrage erupted like a breached dam. Holy shit. What just happened? Cleared the field in 1 second. Is this the legendary EMP attack? Su Shun is too dirty. Defeating magic with magic. Don't hate, it's called tactics. Using Xiao Mo's electromagnetic field characteristics to induce the enemy's lightning overload, directly frying their biological neural centers. A textbook level trap. Isn't the key point that dragon character? Formed from ashes. My baby can write calligraphy. Mommy is so proud. Dragon. I think it looks like an electricity character. Maybe it's the angle. Whatever character it is, it's cool. Su Xin's team forever the gods. Qinlan and Lu Xiang also relaxed their tense nerves. Lu Xiang whistled and gave Su Bai a thumbs up. Captain, that lure the enemy into the trap move was brilliant. Those feathered beasts probably died wondering how their own lightning became their death sentence. Qinlan, staring intently at the radar screen, confirmed, all hostile target signals have disappeared, threat neutralized. However, the energy fluctuations of the divine steel are still intensifying, and the electromagnetic environment of this sky has become completely chaotic. Before she finished speaking, a low resonance suddenly emanated from the depths of the crack in the divine steel that Xiao Mo had blasted open. It was not a sound but a vibration that struck the soul directly, as if an ancient beast slumbering in the planet's core had slowly turned over. The vibration traveled through the ground, making even the soles of their feet tingle numbly. The air seemed to solidify, and breathing became heavy. Everyone present, including the billions of viewers in front of the live stream, felt their hearts clenched by an invisible hand their breath caught. Warning. Detected unknown high-energy reaction. Energy source. Beneath the divine steel. The system's alarm was shrill and urgent. In the sky above, the dark clouds that had merely been twisting and swirling now seemed to be imbued with life. At the center of the cloud layer, a massive whirlpool churned violently, its color shifting from grayish-white to an ominous purple-black. Within that purple-black cloud mass, it seemed countless peering eyes were hidden, sending chills down one's spine. Tiny snakes of lightning darted and gathered within it, exuding a heart-stopping aura of destruction. The air smelled of ozone and burnt metal. The direction of the barrage shifted instantly. Damn, you're kidding me, the big one is still coming. The special effects. The budget is burning. This feels 100 times more terrifying than the wyvern swarm. This is no longer an electromagnetic storm, it's a heavenly tribulation. Absolutely a heavenly tribulation. What kind of hornet's nest did Xiao Mo stir up? Su Bai's face darkened. He could clearly sense a malevolent will condensing in the high heavens, firmly locking onto them. Or rather locking onto Xiao Mo. That will felt like ice piercing into his mind, making his scalp tingle and his breath quicken. Xiao Mo. Defensive stance, he barked. Xiao Mo seemed to sense the unprecedented threat. It growled lowly, gathering electric light around its body, trying to expand a stronger electromagnetic shield. However, the resonance from the depths of the divine steel acted like an invisible shackle, suppressing the energy flow within its body, making its movements sluggish. Its roar was low and hoarse, as if its throat was choked with crushed ice. At that moment, from the core of the purple-black whirlpool, a bolt of lightning as thick as an ancient dragon's spine tore through the sky, carrying an annihilating momentum, and struck down with ferocity. Its target was clear. The thunder lotus atop, Xiao Mo's head symbol of power and life. Boom! The deafening roar even drowned out all sounds from the live stream. The moment the purple-black lightning struck the thunder lotus, the latter trembled violently. Its originally pure azure glow was corrupted by an eerie purple flickering and dimming. A nauseating stench of decay emanated from the thunder lotus, as if something was eroding it from within. Roar! A mournful cry, so agonizing it seemed beyond any living creature, erupted from Xiao Mo. Its massive body shuddered violently, its limbs nearly unable to support it, and it fell heavily to its knees. The once smooth and magnificent electric patterns on its dorsal fin now became chaotic like a burnt circuit board. Countless tiny arcs uncontrollably danced across its body, striking the ground and leaving scorched marks. Xiao Mo. Su Bai's eyes were wide with rage. He rushed to Xiao Mo's side in an instant, pressing his palm against its icy scales, trying to calm its raging energy with his own spiritual power. The scales were cold as iron, yet still carried the residual heat of the lightning strike, stinging his palm. Captain, it's no use. Qinlan's voice trembled slightly. Its biological electric field has been invaded by a higher dimensional energy. It's undergoing reverse interference. Our conventional methods can't intervene. Lu Xiang's drone swarm tried to approach the storm's core for detection, but as soon as they neared the purple-black cloud layer, they lost contact instantly and fell from the sky as fireballs. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning electronics. The live stream exploded, completely, panic and despair spreading. It's over. Xiao Mo got one shot. What is that purple lightning? It's not in the official data at all. This dungeon is overpowered. This is no accident. It's a premeditated attack. Something is under the divine steely, and it's targeting Xiao Mo. Look at the sky. That's not ordinary storm clouds. The crowd looked up and saw that the purple-black storm vortex had not dissipated after the first attack. Instead, it swirled even more violently. More purple-black lightning bolts were gestating within the clouds, weaving into a net that covered the sky, slowly pressing downward. The air became thick and heavy, as if the entire sky was about to collapse, crushing this northern wasteland and them into dust. It was not a natural storm. It was a slowly closing celestial prison formed of thunder. Xiao Mo groaned in pain, struggling to resist, but every time it gathered power, it triggered a stronger resonance from the depths of the divine steel and a more violent response from the lightning above. That unknown force, like an experienced hunter, was toying with its trapped prey, savoring every struggle. Despair enveloped the entire team. However, in the midst of this suffocating pressure, Su Bai slowly straightened up. He raised his head, facing the doomsday-like purple-black thunderclouds without fear. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and curled his lips into a cold arc. It seems someone wants to crush us to death here with a storm. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of every team member and seemed to pierce through the screen, silencing the clamorous barrage for a moment. He gently patted the massive head of Xiao Mo, who was still panting in pain. A tingling sensation from the chaotic electric currents shot through his palm, but he paid it no mind. That sting seemed to remind him that Xiao Mo was still alive, that there was still hope. A crazy blazing flame burned in his eyes, a will to fight that could ignite the entire sky. Kid, don't be afraid. Su Bai's voice was low and firm, filled with an unshakable power. Let's create our own storm. The sky seemed to have its colors erased by an invisible giant hand, plunging into a deathly stillness of darkness. The next second, a blinding blue arc of lightning tore through the sky, piercing down like a divine punishment spear, enveloping the remaining wind-thunder-winged dragons in the sky. There were no screams, no struggles, only a momentary silence. All life signs and energy signals of the flying units vanished into nothingness at the same instant. Charred wreckage rained down, rustling, torn apart, and decomposed by high-speed air currents, eventually turning into ashes scattering across the sky. Strangely, these ashes did not dissipate immediately, but were drawn by an invisible force field, slowly coalescing in the high sky to form a huge and unrestrained character dragon. This scene was presented in real time to hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide through drone cameras. In the live stream room, after half a minute of absolute silence, the barrage comments flooded the screen like a bursting dam. Holy crap, what did I just see? An electromagnetic pulse. It fried the dragons right out of the sky. The guy before me, that's not an electromagnetic pulse, that's art. Have you ever seen someone doing calligraphy in the sky with lightning? Is the streamer a beast tamer? Are you sure he's not Thor descended to Earth, moonlighting as a performance artist? That dragon character. It's written with the ashes of the wind thunder winged dragons. Killing the dragons and breaking their spirits too. So brutal, I love it. 666,666. Who was it just now that said Su Shun was overreaching? Step forward, let me see if your face is swollen. Stop arguing, I just want to know what that move was called. 10,000 Thunder Prison. Or Divine Punishment Ashes Calligraphy. The official livestream commentator opened his mouth wide, unable to close it for a long time. Beside him, the tactical analyst, a retired ace beast tamer, was staring fixedly at the data panel, showing the enemy units instantly zeroed out, muttering to himself, impossible. This violates energy conservation. How did he do it? That little Qilin. It became a mobile electromagnetic resonance core. On the battlefield, Qinlan looked at the meteorological monitoring instruments where all the data had instantly dropped back to normal values, and let out a long sigh, her voice trembling with a sense of survival after a calamity. All hostile targets have been eliminated. We succeeded. We've cleaned it up. Su Bai's voice was calm and unruffled, as if he had done something trivial. He gently patted Xiao Mo's neck, and Xiao Mo affectionately rubbed against his palm. The violent electric light on its dorsal fin had subsided, leaving only gentle lightning patterns flowing slowly. He gently patted Xiao Mo's neck, and Xiao Mo affectionately rubbed against his palm. The violent electric light on its dorsal fin had subsided, leaving only gentle lightning patterns flowing slowly. Lu Xiang's communication came through, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement and awe. Brother Bai, you've gone way too big. My drone formation was almost wiped out by that wave of yours. But, damn, that was cool. Su Bai's lips curled slightly, and he was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He and Xiao Mo both raised their heads, looking toward the bottomless divine steel rift. The joy of victory had not lasted 3 seconds when an energy fluctuation far more terrifying and primal than that of the wind-thunder-winged dragon swarm erupted from the depths of the rift. ZZZT. Thick purple-black lightning bolts like demonic tentacles frantically shot out from the rift, tearing visible cracks in the surrounding space. The sky darkened again, but this time it was not the light distortion caused by electromagnetic pulses, but a pure oppressive sensation from a higher dimensional force, as if a corner of the sky's very existence had been erased. The ground began to tremble slightly, and some fragments of rock even slowly levitated, defying the laws of physics. In Su Bai's mind, the cold system warning sound rang out urgently. Warning. Detected unknown high-dimensional energy fluctuation exceeding critical threshold. Warning. Storm core about to take shape. The spatio-temporal stability of this area is plummeting. Detected unknown high-dimensional energy fluctuation exceeding critical threshold. Warning. Storm core about to take shape. The spatio-temporal stability of this area is plummeting. Storm core. Su Bai narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. He could clearly sense that something inside the rift was awakening, and it bore a great malice toward this sky that had just been purified. It seems someone really doesn't want us to control this sky, he murmured to himself, his voice devoid of fear, only a hint of coldness provoked by the challenge. He turned to look at Xiao Mo, his gaze sharp as a blade. Kid, we can't wait for it to fully form. We need to take the initiative and seize control of this storm ourselves. Xiao Mo raised its head and let out a low roar full of fighting spirit. The mental link between it and Su Bai forged during the beast-taming trial was now tighter than ever, allowing Su Bai's thoughts to be translated into its actions almost instantly. At that moment, a new system prompt unfolded before Su Bai's eyes. Beast-taming trial phase 2 unlocked. Detected special environment storm core. Please select a capability enhancement direction for your beast Xiao Mo. Option 1, Lightning Mastery. Effect greatly increases the output power and control precision of lightning energy, unlocking the skill tree, Lightning Arts. Option 2, Magnetic Storm Resonance. Effect enhances perception and manipulation of magnetic fields, allowing the induction of larger-scale electromagnetic resonance, unlocking the skill tree, Magnetic Domain. Option 3, Storm Adaptation. Effect grants high resistance to extreme meteorological environments and allows the absorption of a small amount of storm energy for personal use, unlocking the skill tree, Wind Movement. 3 options represented 3 completely different evolutionary paths. Lightning Mastery was the ultimate destructive power. Magnetic Storm Resonance was the exquisite control of field domains. Storm Adaptation was unparalleled survivability. The viewers in the live stream room through the shared perspective also saw these 3 options, and the barrage comments erupted again. Choose option 1. Lightning Mastery. It's called a Thunderchillin. Not going full damage is a waste of talent. Use lightning to blow up that core too. Small-minded. Option 2 is the way to go. The electromagnetic pulse just now was a prototype of magnetic field application. Max this out, and you'll be the god of the battlefield. Area control is always more important than single-point burst. I think option 3 is the safest. Survive first, then deal damage. That storm core looks formidable. Survive first, plan later. Sushin, don't hesitate, pick now. It'll be too late soon. The external noise and the urging of the barrage did not affect Su Bai's judgment. His mind was racing, analyzing the pros and cons of each option, weighing the optimal solution against the unknown storm core. Lightning Mastery, though direct, might not be ideal when facing an energy source. A simple exchange of attacks might not be wise. Magnetic Storm Resonance was more delicate, but the core was not yet formed, and the resonance target was unknown. Storm Adaptation. Too passive, not in line with his style. Just as Su Bai's finger was about to touch the virtual screen, ready to make a gamble-like choice. A low, unprecedented, mournful cry came from Xiao Mo at his feet. This sound held no fighting spirit, no excitement, but was filled with confusion, bewilderment, and a hint of distant resonance. Su Bai looked down abruptly, only to see that Xiao Mo had somehow stopped its vigilance toward the sky. It stood motionless, trembling slightly all over. Its eyes, which should have sparkled with brilliant lightning, were now covered by a deep, serene blue light. That blue did not belong to lightning or magnetic fields. It was more like the deep sea, the starry sky, pure and ancient. Through the tight mental link, Su Bai felt a strange emotion welling up from the depths of Xiao Mo's heart. It was not looking at the divine steel rift that tore the sky. Its gaze seemed to pierce through space, transcend reality, and fix upon the deepest, darkest center of the purple-black storm. There's something seemed to be calling to it. Not a provocation, not a threat, but a call of the same origin, same roots, spanning eons of time. A summons. The aftermath of the northern storm had not yet fully subsided, and the air still reeked of ozone and scorched metal. The land was a mess. Charred pterosaur remains and shattered metal fragments lay intermingled, silently recounting the horrifying magnetic storm that had just ravaged the skies. In the live stream, after a brief silence, a volcanic eruption of bullet comments flooded the screen. Damn, damn, damn. What was that? A map editor. A single move clears the screen. Godsu, please stop pretending you're obviously the GM. I'm completely dumbfounded. Xiao Mo's roar just wiped out the entire Fusang Air Force. What level of strategic deterrence is this? Fusang, where's my radar? Where's my planes? Where's my massive wind thunder pterosaur unit? Up there, don't ask, just say Godsu, and Xiao Mo set off fireworks to celebrate the liberation of the north. After this battle, the northern border of Longhua shall be a forbidden zone. In the command center, Qin Lan stared at the vast areas of signal blackout shown on the screen within Fusang's territory. Her clenched fists finally relaxed, and she let out a long sigh of relief. Yet just as she was about to say something to Su Bai, the piercing highest-level alarm sounded throughout the entire base again. Warning. Detected an ultra-high energy reaction in geosynchronous orbit. Target locked. The center of the northern storm. Energy signature matches. The Dungta Kingdom's Thunder Spear space-based weapon system. Warning. They have initiated the guidance sequence. Qin Lan's heart, which had just settled, leaped to her throat, her face turning pale. How dare they? Almost at the same moment the alarm sounded, Su Bai also received a system notification. He was still feeling the unprecedented resonance of power between him and Xiao Mo. The exhilaration of controlling lightning and commanding the storm was intoxicating him. He patted Xiao Mo's enormous docile head and said with a smile, "Kid, ready to meet the real opponent." The moment the words fell, a sudden change occurred. High above, the thick tribulation clouds were violently torn apart by a beam of pure extreme golden light. The beam carried no heat, no sound, yet emanated a pressure from a higher dimension, like a divine spear of judgment, descending with pinpoint accuracy and locking onto Xiao Mo, who had just calmed the storm. A golden circle 100 meters in diameter branded itself onto the scorched earth centered on Xiao Mo. The light was both holy and deadly. Roar! Xiao Mo sensed an unprecedented threat, a primal fear of being targeted by a natural enemy. The magnetic storm patterns all over her body blazed instantly, no longer the earlier starry connections, but wild restless bolts of electricity. Invisible repulsion fields expanded outward from her attempting to resist the lock of the beam, yet they vanished like stones sinking into the sea, utterly ineffective. The live stream's bullet comments instantly shifted from frenzy to horror. What is that? A new boss? No, that's not the energy signature of a beast. This is a weapon. A celestial-grade weapon. Golden light. Holy crap. I remember now, it's the Dungta Kingdom's Thunder Spear. A railgun that can vaporize a small city in one shot. What are they doing? They're insane. They've lost their minds. Are they directly attacking God Su and Xiao Mo? This is a declaration of war against our Longhua. It's over, there's no dodging this thing. Once locked, the devastating strike comes in the next second. Su Bai. Lu Xiang's voice tinged with trembling came through the tactical communicator. It's the guidance beam of Thunder Spear. The energy level far exceeds our comprehension. Cannot be jammed. Cannot be shielded. The actual strike will descend from space the moment the guidance completes, and theoretically nothing can stop it. Qin Lan's voice followed, urgent and resolute. Su Bai, take Xiao Mo and retreat immediately. Head south as far as you can. We will activate all defense systems to buy you time. Everyone was plunged into immense panic. The joy of overcoming the natural disaster and powerful enemy was shattered in an instant by this golden beam descending from the sky. This was a dimensionality reduction attack from the world's strongest nation. A supreme manifestation of technology and hegemony, filled with an unquestionable will to destroy. Yet at the very epicenter of the storm, Su Bai did something that left everyone, including the billion viewers in the live stream, utterly bewildered. He did not run. He did not even show a hint of panic. Instead, he looked up, squinted, and calmly gazed at the golden beam that pierced heaven and earth. A cold, defiant curve tugged at the corner of his mouth. Retreat, he asked softly, his voice low but clearly transmitted to the command center through Xiao Mo's resonance. Why retreat? They've delivered themselves as a target. Perfect for testing our new move. What nonsense is God Su talking about? No, God Su. This isn't a beast. It's a railgun. Going head-on will get you killed. I admit Xiao Mo is strong, but flesh and blood can't compete with a space-based weapon. It's over. God Su must be intoxicated by the recent victory. Run now? Qin Lan almost roared. Su Bai, this is not the time for pride. This is not something you can. She couldn't finish her sentence because Su Bai had already interrupted her with action. He gently patted the neck of Xiao Mo beneath him, and the wild, restless electricity calmed miraculously under his touch. The gazes of the man and the beast met in the air, a silent understanding and absolute trust. Xiang Su Bai's voice was as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. Analyze the energy composition and stable frequency of the guidance beam immediately. I need every parameter. Qinlan. He then switched to the command channel. Send me all public data on Thunder Spear, especially its guidance logic and attack pre-firing time, within 1 second. Commands, not requests. Under the shadow of the death beam, when everyone believed they should flee for their lives, he chose to face the threat head-on and analyze the enemy. In that moment, the torrent of bullet comments in the live stream thinned out eerily. Everyone was stunned by Su Bai's composure in the face of imminent catastrophe. They suddenly realized that this man might indeed possess a trump card beyond their imagination. Data sent. Qinlan paused for a second, then immediately reacted, pulling up the highest authority database at maximum speed. Beam frequency analysis in progress. Estimated 5 more seconds. Lu Xiang also suppressed his fear, his fingers flying across the console. The cold system countdown echoed in Su Bai's mind. Warning, Thunder Spear, energy injection complete. Orbital strike expected in 30 seconds. 30 seconds. A split second between life and death. Su Bai closed his eyes. His immense spiritual power surged outward like a tide, instantly digesting the ocean of data flooding into his mind. Beam frequency, energy ladder, gravitational constant correction, atmospheric disturbance adjustment. 2 seconds later, he snapped his eyes open, a glint of understanding flashing in his gaze. So that's it. He looked down at the magnetic field beneath his feet, now extremely unstable due to the magnetic storm, then looked up at the golden pillar of light that seemed to have already sealed their doom, and smiled. That smile carried a hint of madness, but also the confidence of one who saw through everything. He leaned down and whispered softly into Xiao Mo's ear, his voice as gentle as a lover's murmur, yet possessing the power to shake the heavens. Kid, don't be afraid. We're going up to the sky. To fly a kite. The moment the words fell, Xiao Mo threw her head back and let out a clear, resonant dragon roar, no longer frantic, but filled with agility and battle spirit. Her enormous wings beat once, stirring up residual lightning and sand, and instead of fleeing in any direction, she shot upward like a black bolt of lightning. Her target was the endless firmament. Behind her, the golden beam of death followed relentlessly, tracing a brilliant, yet deadly arc across the sky. The sky was torn asunder into two halves, one churning with a pitch-black storm, the other blazing with blinding golden lightning. At the storm's epicenter was Xiao Mo in its juvenile beast form. It strained to maintain its magnetic field, constraining the violent energy into a massive, controllable vortex. This moving storm zone, like a colossal kite guided by invisible threads, traced a bizarre arc across the high heavens under Su Bai's commands. At the edge of the storm zone, a drone emblazoned with the Dragon Kingdom's insignia repeatedly plunged and wove through in a near-suicidal manner. Xiong, 15 degrees left, pull up. Dodge that spatial rift. Su Bai's roar exploded in the command channel, unnervingly calm. Lu Xiong's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. His fingers danced across the control panel with such speed they left afterimages. Before his eyes was the drone's real-time feed, a scene of apocalyptic doom. Energy turbulence sliced like razor blades, invisible spatial rifts lurked like gaping maws of primordial beasts. The slightest misstep would tear the drone to shreds. This drone carried the most advanced electromagnetic jammer in the Dragon Kingdom. Its mission to charge into the storm zone reached the core of the Thunder Spear, energy focus, and detonate an electromagnetic pulse. This was Su Bai's kite tactic. Instead of a head-on collision, he used Xiao Mo's mobile storm to lure the enemy's locking system, creating a razor-thin penetration path for Lu Xiong's drone. A dance on the edge of a blade. Report. Target energy signature is skyrocketing. Estimated 30 seconds to launch threshold. The monitor's voice trembled. In the Pentagon's underground command center of the Dungta country, a colossal screen displayed the golden beam of the Thunder Spear, condensed to its zenith like a divine spear poised to pierce the planet. Lock-on trajectory stable. Launch countdown. 10-9-8. Before countless secret base screens worldwide, everyone held their breath. This strike would determine the fate of the northern defense line. In the live stream, the barrage had frozen. Hundreds of millions of viewers' hearts were in their throats, staring at the tiny, struggling light in the storm. Now, Su Bai's eyes blazed with sharp light. Xiong, full thrust. Xiao Mo, reverse the magnetic field, give it a push. Roger. Lu Xiong let out a beastly roar, ramming the thrusters to their limit. Simultaneously, at the storm's center, Xiao Mo let out a clear chirp. The magnetic field around it abruptly reversed, unleashing a colossal repulsive force that instantly acted on the drone. The drone, like a pebble shot from a slingshot, transformed into a streak of light, tearing through the final energy barrier and precisely piercing the very core of the resplendent golden radiance. Activate. Su Bai gave the final command. No earth-shattering roar followed. Only an instant of absolute silence. The drone's electromagnetic jammer roared to life, unleashing an invisible high-intensity interference wave that radiated wildly from its center. In the Dungta country command center, ear-piercing alarms blared through the hall. Alert. Energy focus forcibly disrupted. Lock lost. Lock lost. Heavens. The beam. The beam is twisting. The once straight, condensed, world-piercing Thunder Spear began to contort and coil wildly in midair like a drunken man, golden energy spilling everywhere, painting the sky into a chaotic canvas. Finally reaching an unbearable critical point, the runaway energy exploded with a thunderous roar. A fireball more dazzling than the sun erupted above the northern frontier, followed by a visible spatial ripple that spread outward, creating a small-scale spatial tremor, enough to disable all radar and sever communications. In the Dungta country's presidential office, the red phone rang. The weary, aged voice of the defense secretary came through. Mr. President, the Thunder Spear launch failed. We have temporarily lost battlefield awareness of the northern region. The president was silent for a full 10 seconds before finally uttering, suspend all subsequent launch plans. In the Dragon Kingdom's northern command, a deathly silence prevailed first, then erupted into thunderous cheers. They had succeeded. They had actually defended against it. And now in the official Dragon Kingdom livestream, the camera returned to Commander Su Bai. Beaming, he leisurely took out a steaming cup of braised beef instant noodles from a box beside him and raised it to the camera. Brothers, his voice broadcast across the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the world, thank you for every meal you've fed me, for every rocket you've launched. It's your support that gives my little one the strength to lead a storm for a stroll. No sooner had he spoken than the long silent barrage erupted like a volcanic explosion. 666,666. Holy crap. My heart stopped just now, and you're here eating noodles. This flex, I crown it the best of the year. Leading a storm for a stroll. Sushin, you've redefined bragging. Little one, I'm flying a kite for the Dragon Kingdom, and my dad is eating noodles. Strongly suggest the Dungta country immediately apply for humanitarian asylum to the Dragon Kingdom. Fight any longer, and Sushin will strip them bare. In the frame, as the energy of the Thunder Spear completely dissipated, the sky-covering storm began to slowly recede. Xiao Mo descended from the sky, looking weary but brimming with excitement. When it landed beside Su Bai, everyone noticed a golden mark on its smooth back scales like a lightning bolt splitting clouds. The mark seemed alive, with tiny golden arcs occasionally flickering within, exuding a heart-stopping pressure. In Su Bai's mind, the system's prompt chimed in. Ding. Under extreme pressure, the divine beast, Xiao Mo, has successfully guided and neutralized the high-dimensional energy attack, greatly enhancing its mastery over storms and lightning. Ding. Special ability Storm Mark has been implanted. The host can now summon a miniature storm through Xiao Mo for combat without the need for prolonged energy guidance. Meanwhile, the Northern Meteorological Station sent an urgent report. Report to Commander Su. Large-scale thunderstorm clouds have appeared over the northern frontier, covering the entire border, forming a natural defensive barrier. Enemy reconnaissance aircraft and drones likely won't be able to approach in the short term. Su Bai caressed the warm mark on Xiao Mo's back. This was not just Xiao Mo's growth, it had added a natural fortress to the entire northern defense line. The crisis was temporarily resolved, but Su Bai knew this was only the beginning. Just then Qinlan in full military uniform strode over quickly. Her face still bore the excitement of surviving the ordeal, but her eyes had regained the sharpness of an intelligence officer. She handed Su Bai an encrypted tablet. Su Bai just received top priority intelligence. Qinlan's voice was low. Through the aftershock detection of this spatial tremor, we accidentally discovered that the entrance to a centuries-dormant, deep-sea ruins dungeon in the eastern offshore region has been blasted open. She swiped the screen, revealing a blurry sonar detection map. Preliminary internal surveys show the ruins contain the complete remains of an ancient giant beast. More importantly, we detected a strong electromagnetic core reaction. Ancient giant beast remains. Electromagnetic core. Su Bai's breath hitched slightly, his eyes blazing with a fervor even more intense than during the battle command. Xiao Mo's growth required immense energy, and a complete electromagnetic core was undoubtedly a treasure far more valuable than any supply. Little one. Su Bai looked down at Xiao Mo, who was rubbing its head against his trouser leg, a wild grin curling at the corner of his mouth. After we finish these noodles, next stop. Let's go fishing for something much bigger in the deep sea. Oh whoa. Xiao Mo seemed to understand its master, raising its head in an excited howl. The storm mark on its back flared, and a miniature golden thunder lotus flickered above its head for an instant, causing the surrounding air to resonate with the sound of wind and thunder. The cheers of the northern frontier continued, and a new journey loomed on the horizon. Yet inside the command center, no one noticed that Qinlan, who had just reported the good news, had turned pale in an instant. Her personal terminal received another red alert from the highest intelligence center with a priority even higher than the deep-sea ruins intelligence. It was a set of satellite and sonar hybrid data heavily encrypted and analyzed. The data showed that at the very moment Su Bai and his team had locked onto the eastern offshore area, at the edge of the deep-sea ruins coordinates, a massive, unidentifiable shadow over 2 kilometers long was silently ascending from a 10,000-meter deep trench. It emitted no active detection signals, displayed no hostility, like a primordial beast from a forgotten era, quietly hovering in the dark depths, a silent watcher awaiting its prey. Inside the Fusang Command Center, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. Kamiyaku Harunobu stared fixedly at the gradually dissipating character Death. On the screen, his facial muscles contorted with rage and convulsing. He could not accept that his prideful thunder spear had been shattered in such a humiliating manner. That long Guabrat merely relies on the luck of that monster. He slammed his fist onto the console, eliciting a dull, mournful groan from the metal surface. That was not strategy but sheer coincidence. A stroke of filthy luck for those despicable Longwa people. Kamiyaku Harunobu drew a deep breath, his eyes burning with the flame of unyielding resentment. He would never allow Fusang's dignity to be trampled into the dust. Turning to his adjutant, he spoke in a hoarse, venomous tone, "Issue my orders." The second echelon of the Wind Thunder Wyverns, full assault. The alarm blared once more across the base, and dozens of colossal silhouettes slowly ascended from the underground elevators. Compared to the first wave, these wyverns were far more massive, their bodies covered in lightning runes that shimmered with an ominous purple glow, a testament to the deep enhancement through Fusang's secret arts. Target: the northern border electromagnetic storm residue zone. Kamiyaku Harunobu's gaze was as cold and sharp as a blade. I want them to exhaust that little monster's electromagnetic reserves with sheer numbers and greater lightning power. I'll turn it into a toothless tiger ripe for slaughter. With his command, dozens of enhanced wyverns flapped their wings and soared into the sky, producing a series of piercing sonic booms. Like a purple cloud of death, they once again swooped toward Longgua's northern border. Inside the Longgua Northern Border Defense Command Center, the shrill alarm shattered the brief tranquility. Report: detecting a large-scale flight unit approaching from the Fusang direction, over 50 in number, energy readings far exceeding the previous batch. Qinlan frowned deeply, rapidly pulling up analytical data. This batch of wyverns has undergone deep lightning attribute enhancement. Flight speed increased by 15%, and their energy shields have greatly improved resistance to electromagnetic interference. They intend to wear down Xiao Mo with a war of attrition. The atmosphere in the command room instantly grew heavy, and the global livestream's bullet comments were once again engulfed in tension. Holy shit, they're coming again. Are the Fusang people insane? Double the number from before. And they look even fiercer. It's over, it's over. Xiao Mo just used a big move. Does he have any energy left? Su Bai, hold on. The northern border cannot fall. Yet amidst the sea of anxiety, Su Bai leaned back in his chair, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. He stared at the screen, at the menacing purple dots, his eyes not betraying a hint of tension, but instead shimmering with the excitement of a hunter spotting prey. Just in time, he chuckled softly, his voice quiet, yet clear, carrying through the command room, and via the microphone to billions of viewers. We can test out a new tactic. He turned to Lu Xiang beside him, and issued a succinct command. Xiang, your drone swarm. Prepare to kite. Kite. Lu Xiang was momentarily stunned, but then a gleam of understanding flashed in his eyes. He nodded firmly, his fingers dancing over the console as he responded in a deep voice. Kite plan initiated. The order was given, and 7 specialized drones emblazoned with the Longhua military emblem launched from their concealed base and ascended into the sky. They carried no offensive weaponry, but beneath their bellies hung oddly shaped metal spheres, specialized electromagnetic interference grenades. These spheres could simulate energy fluctuations and heat signatures highly similar to those of Xiaomo. The 7 drones, as agile as swallows, rapidly climbed to high altitude, plunging into the storm zone that had just calmed, but still retained faint electromagnetic energy. They did not form any conventional formation. Under Lu Xiang's masterful control, they traced erratic, unpredictable flight paths high above, like 7 mischievous sprites frolicking in the clouds. Simultaneously, Su Bai issued new instructions through his mental link to Xiaomo on the ground. Xiaomo understood instantly. His previously crouched body quivered slightly as he slowly inhaled the residual magnetic storm energy still lingering on the battlefield like a whale drinking water. Then, through the conductive horns on his back, he carefully injected it into the underground conductive grid that Su Bai had ordered the engineering corps to lay in advance. An invisible net woven from pure electromagnetic energy silently spread across the path the wyverns must take, waiting for the prey to entangle itself. The Fusang Wind Thunder wyverns raced at high altitude, their biological radars quickly locking onto the 7 lively energy signals within the frontal storm remnant zone. In their simple minds, this was an act of provocation by that detestable Longhua monster. Chase it. Tear it apart. The leading wyvern let out a screech and accelerated first. The entire wyvern swarm, like sharks drawn to the scent of blood, abandoned their formation and scrambled to pursue the 7 drones. Their speed was tremendous, their wings slicing through the air, trailing a series of purple arcs. A terrifying spectacle. The livestream audience's hearts were in their throats. Don't chase. That's a decoy. Are the Fusang beasts brainless? Such an obvious trap. Drones run. They're about to catch up. Beads of sweat formed on Lu Xiang's forehead, his fingers moving so fast they left afterimages. He maneuvered the 7 drones, sometimes diving steeply, sometimes weaving in serpentine patterns, always maintaining a dangerously delicate distance from the wyverns, luring them step by step toward the core of the trap. Finally, all the wyverns entered the coverage of the electromagnetic net. Now, the leading wyvern roared, the lightning runes on its back blazing brightly, ready to gather the power of all its companions to unleash a devastating thunderstorm, obliterating the jumping target into ash. Yet just as they were about to release their lightning, Su Bai's icy voice echoed in the command room, reel in the net. Beside him, Xiaomo raised his head and let out a silent roar. A magnetic storm resonance invisible to the naked eye was instantly activated. The massive energy stored in the underground conductive grid was detonated in an instant. The entire region's space seemed to freeze for a moment, then an enormous high-voltage electromagnetic field abruptly formed, like the gaping maw of an ancient primordial beast devouring everything. The lightning power the wind thunder wyverns had just gathered before it could even be fired was violently yanked by the terrifying magnetic field, instantly losing control, forcibly absorbed, and then rebounded back onto themselves with even greater ferocity. A piercing crackle of electric current tore through the sky. The entire swarm of wind thunder wyverns, like moths thrown into a high-voltage furnace, had purple light wildly darting all over their bodies. Their protective runes collapsed instantly, their tough scales scorched black and curled, and then, as if all strength had been drained from them, they fell stiffly from the sky one after another. No explosions, no screams. Only a silent descent. A meticulously planned siege had met its end in a near-absurd manner within 3 seconds. The command room was dead silent, then erupted into thunderous cheers. The livestream footage captured by the drones revealed a scene that billions of viewers worldwide would never forget. Under the influence of powerful residual currents and high-altitude winds, the falling wyvern corpses rapidly decomposed into black ash, while still in midair. These ashes did not scatter with the wind. Guided by the not yet dissipated magnetic field, they were drawn by an invisible force shaped and molded. They drifted and coalesced into streams sweeping across the azure sky, like a calligrapher of extraordinary skill wielding their brush with bold strokes. Horizontal, vertical, left falling, right falling. Finally, high in the sky, the ashes of dozens of wind thunder wyverns formed a colossal, powerful Chinese character, the word dragon. At this moment, the global livestream's bullet comments went absolutely wild. What am I seeing? Writing calligraphy with the ashes of enemies. Is this a move a carbon-based life form could conceive? The kid understands art. Why is my mom asking me why I'm watching the live stream on my knees? This is the true meaning of though far we shall punish. I suggest Fusang change its national name to Dragon Country right now. After all, a heavenly omen has descended. To kill, and then demoralize, Su Bai, my god. Inside the command room, Su Bai looked at the towering dragon character on the screen, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. He slowly walked to the camera facing the global audience, and undoubtedly Kamiyako Harunobu on the other side of the screen, and slowly raised his middle finger. Longua, he said, enunciating each word clearly and firmly, does not kneel. The joy of victory filled the skies over the northern border, and the live stream's cheers nearly tore through the network. Yet no one noticed that in the distant higher reaches, the deepest core of the electromagnetic storm, the last wisp of purple lightning silently extinguished. In the air there seemed to linger a faint, barely perceptible current of electricity along with a peculiar metallic scent, as if something had been melted by fire. At that moment a pitch-black shadow barely visible to the naked eye silently swept across the void left by the dissipating storm. It emitted no sound, caused no energy fluctuation, as if it were merely an illusion, a trick of light and shadow. It paused in midair for a moment, as if looking at the massive dragon character formed of ash below and the boastful monster on the ground, then silently merged into the thin clouds and vanished, as if it had never existed. 5 charred pterosaur corpses plummeted like broken-winged meteors, trailing billowing black smoke from the lead gray clouds, crashing heavily onto the vast snowfield, sending up great clouds of snowflakes. The moment the bodies met the ice and snow, a sizzling sound erupted, accompanied by a plume of white smoke mingled with the stench of burning and moisture. After a brief silence in the livestream room, the barrage comments surged like a breached dam, instantly flooding the entire screen. Damn! A lightning-struck assassin. Literally struck by lightning. Is this the legendary divine punishment? The Cubs' lightning power is already beyond reason. Brothers up ahead see clearly. It wasn't the Cubs doing, it was Su Shun using the weather. This is called tactics. 66666, I'd call it, on the application of meteorology in Beast Wars. Fusang, I sent 5 assassins. Su Shin, no, you sent 5 roast chicken wings. Ha ha ha, even burnt to charcoal. Even dogs wouldn't eat that. Inside the command vehicle the atmosphere was far from the frenzy of the barrage. Lu Xiang stared at the 5 vanished light points on the radar screen, exhaled deeply, and relaxed his tense shoulders. All targets eliminated. Brother Su, your strategy was flawless. Su Bai remained calm, his gaze fixed on the sky outside the window. A sky that seemed tranquil, but was seething with undercurrents. He did not respond to Lu Xiang's praise, but turned to Qin Lan on the other side. How is it? Qin Lan's fingers flew across the tactical tablet, a cascade of complex data streams flashing before her eyes. She adjusted her glasses, her tone serious. Although the storm core has shifted, the residual ionosphere is highly active, especially in the area above us, forming an unstable high-charge cloud cluster. The lightning strike just now was triggered by the strong electromagnetic signal from the drone, inducing an instantaneous discharge from the cloud cluster. Simply put, we turned this place into a natural electromagnetic trap. Su Bai's eyes lit up, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A natural EMP field, and an unpredictable trigger at that. Fusang has truly given us a great gift this time. They wanted to probe Xiaomo's condition. Qin Lan pulled up an enlarged image of the downed pterosaur. After processing, the creature's broken body structure was clearly visible. This Wind Thunder pterosaur is Fusang's latest reconnaissance-type modified beast, small with extremely low flight noise, and its scales absorb most radar waves. If our drones hadn't been equipped with quantum entanglement radar, it would have been difficult to detect them before they approached. So they were high-tech assassins. We almost fell for it. Quantum entanglement radar. I don't understand, but it sounds awesome. Thanks to Goddess Qin Lan for the explanation. So the conclusion is our technology is superior. The key is Su Shin's brain. If I had discovered the enemy, my first thought would have been to let Xiao Mo go all out, not to use the weather for an ambush. Send a team to recover the wreckage, focusing on any equipment they carried. Su Bai issued the order. Fusang won't stop at just one probe. Soon a fully armed squad set out into the blizzard, searching the crash sites. Before long, Qin Lan's communicator received a report from the front line. Sir, discovered a microchip on the wreckage of Target 3. After preliminary isolation, it has been sent to the lab. Minutes later, the analysis results of the chip appeared on the command center's main screen. It was a runic chip smaller than a fingernail, etched with intricate energy circuits using microengraving technology. In the corner of the chip, a crest of intertwined cherry blossoms and a military sword was clearly visible, accompanied by a serial number. The serial number of Fusang's Military Special Operations Division. Qin Lan's voice turned cold. It seems they are truly determined to fight us to the end in the northern frontier. Harassment. Su Bai let out a cold laugh tinged with deadly intent. Do they think this is a petty game? Since they've come, they won't leave, turning the northern frontier into their nightmare. This is only the first step. His gaze shifted to Xiao Mo, who was lying on the snow not far away, idly drawing circles with the tip of his tail. The Thunder Marsh Emperor Dragon, who had just summoned a massive storm, now lay as quiet as a harmless giant cat, his golden vertical pupils half closed lazily. Cup. Su Bai's voice echoed directly in Xiao Mo's mind through their mental link. Xiao Mo lifted his huge head, looking puzzled at the command vehicle. Did you enjoy the appetizer? Su Bai's voice carried a hint of mockery. Now let those rats hiding in the shadows see what true dragon ascending the 9 heavens really means. Show them your Thunder Lotus once more. This was not an attack order but a pure demonstration, one that would terrify the prying eyes thousands of miles away. Xiao Mo seemed to understand Su Bai's intent. He let out a low roar, not the furious, violent roar of before, but one imbued with the majesty of a sovereign ruling the world. He slowly rose to his feet, his massive body like a moving mountain range in the blizzard. The livestream camera immediately zoomed in on Xiao Mo. What's wrong? What's the cub going to do again? This aura. It's different from before. Feels like a Lion King waking up. What did Sushin say? Quick, get a lip reader. Oh, they're using a mental link. Never mind. Xiao Mo raised his head, the scales on his neck spreading apart, revealing deep purple energy patterns beneath. The electric charge in the air began visibly converging toward him, countless tiny electric snakes circling and leaping around him, crackling sharply. Above, the high-charge cloud cluster that had just calmed was stirred again, churning violently to form a massive vortex. A bolt of lightning thicker than any before descended from the sky, but instead of striking the ground, it landed precisely on Xiao Mo's single horn. Xiao Mo was unharmed, as if infused with boundless energy. He opened his massive maw, and a highly condensed purple thunderball rapidly took shape and expanded within. The core of that thunderball was no longer wild lightning, but a strange, abyss-like profundity. Roar! With a dragon's cry that shook heaven and earth, the thunderball was propelled by Xiao Mo high into the sky. It did not explode, but instead, as it rose just beneath the clouds, it suddenly bloomed like a flower bud. A colossal lotus made of pure lightning energy blossomed in the firmament above the northern frontier. The purple petals unfurled layer by layer, each petal woven from countless fine lightning threads, their edges flickering with golden arcs. A breathtaking beauty, yet containing a terror that could annihilate everything. At the center of the Thunder Lotus lay that deep, light-devouring core. It hovered silently in the air, emitting no sound, yet plunging the entire world into a dead silence. The light illuminated 1,000 miles of snowfield, casting every face in purple. In the livestream room, all barrage comments vanished. Everyone was struck speechless by the divine spectacle. After a long while, a single comment drifted by tremblingly. I saw a god. Then came a torrential flood of comments. This is a real dragon. This is the totem of the Dragon Kingdom. Art. This is the art of war. So beautiful. Fusang's radar stations must be all snow by now. The energy intensity, direct overload. A demonstration. The ultimate demonstration. Telling them the northern frontier, gods are forbidden. Su Bai watched the enormous Thunder Lotus on the screen, his eyes deep. He knew this image was now being transmitted via countless satellites to intelligence centers of major powers worldwide. That was exactly the effect he wanted. Yet, just as everyone was immersed in this visual feast and the joy of victory, a cold electronic prompt sounded without warning in the command vehicle, shattering the atmosphere. Warning. Detected an unknown high-intensity signal source from the direction of the Bering Strait. Signal characteristic analysis. Matching failed. Preliminary judgment, an unrecorded new type of composite electromagnetic signal. Qinlan's face changed instantly. She rushed to another device, her hands becoming blurs on the keyboard. The signal source is moving at high speed, entering the scheduled Pacific route. Wait. This signal pattern. She looked up sharply, her eyes filled with shock and gravity. Its jamming frequency band almost perfectly covers the entire energy spectrum of Xiao Mo's lightning discharge. Su Bai's smile slowly faded. He narrowed his eyes, staring at the glaring red dot on the screen, representing the unknown signal source, a poison thorn extending from the distant ocean depths toward their continent. It seems the true storm has only just begun. The northern sea region was suddenly enveloped in a storm of change. Inside the command center, on the massive holographic sand table, the red dots representing the Lighthouse State's 7th Fleet were plunging into the Dragon Kingdom's maritime defense line with an unstoppable momentum. Each dot signified a war machine brimming with cutting-edge technology and arrogance. Qinlan's voice, carrying a metallic hardness, broke the silence in the room. Latest intelligence. Although the Lighthouse State's Thunder Spear fleet had been temporarily crippled in some long-range strike capabilities by our earlier electromagnetic pulse interference, its main force, the 7th Fleet, had arrived at the designated waters. The flagship was the new electromagnetic interference ship, Eye of the Storm, deployed for the first time in actual combat, theoretically capable of forming an absolute electromagnetic suppression zone with a radius of 200 kilometers. On the screen, a strangely shaped warship was magnified. It had no traditional turrets. Instead, the hull was covered with huge dish-shaped antenna arrays that glinted with a cold sheen in the sunlight, like the eye of a steel beast lurking on the sea surface. Su Bai looked at the ship, a cold arc curling at the corner of his mouth. Suppress us with technology. They seem to have forgotten what lies at the end of technology. Is it magic? Lu Xiong subconsciously interjected, then realizing the inappropriateness of the occasion, quickly composed himself and said, Ahem, boss, I analyzed the public data of the Eye of the Storm. Such large-scale electromagnetic suppression requires an extremely stable energy platform and continuous energy focusing. If we can perform resonance interference from the outside with energy waves of a higher frequency, it could theoretically disrupt the stability of its energy field. Xiao Mo's magnetic storm ability with its frequency and energy form is the optimal choice. Su Bai nodded and turned his gaze to another screen. On the screen, the giant beast Xiao Mo was lying on a boulder by the coast, listlessly slapping the water with its tail tip, splashing up waves, completely unaware that it was about to become the protagonist of a battle that would decide the nation's fate. The live stream's bullet comments were now filled with tension and speculation. Here they come, the Lighthouse States Ace Fleet. 200-kilometer electromagnetic suppression. Doesn't that mean our missiles, radar, and communications will all go blind? How can we fight? Modern warfare is about information warfare. Being blocked means being beaten. Su Bai, big boss, think of something quick. The cub is still playing in the water by the sea. Su Bai took a deep breath, and through the mental link a gentle, yet resolute thought was transmitted. Cub, get ready to take to the sky and perform a storm symphony for the uncles and aunties. Xiao Mo, who was playing in the water, suddenly raised its head, a flash of excitement glinting in its huge golden vertical pupils. It could feel the soaring battle intent from Su Bai's heart. The next second, a shocking scene was simultaneously transmitted to billions of viewers worldwide through the drone cameras scattered across the northern region. Xiao Mo's massive body leaped down from the reef, its four thick, powerful claws deeply embedding into the wet sand, as if to connect itself to the earth. Then the row of ridge-like bony fins on its back began to vibrate at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Whoom! A low soul-piercing hum spread outward. The air seemed to turn into thick gel at that moment, with invisible ripples spreading out in circles centered on Xiao Mo, stirring up sand and stones, forming a small vortex. Under countless shocked gazes, Xiao Mo's colossal body, weighing tens of thousands of tons, slowly inch by inch lifted off the ground and hovered in midair. No wings, no jets, only the continuously vibrating fins and the pale blue arcs of electricity swirling around it, as if being lifted by an invisible current defying the planet's gravity. The livestream exploded. Wow, it's flying. The cub is really flying. This is unscientific. Is it anti-gravity? The Dragon Kingdom's giant beast can fly. Those in front stop shouting. Talking about science with this giant beast, are you mistaken about something? This is no mere giant beast, this is clearly a divine beast. Our Dragon Kingdom's divine beast shall command the four seas. Those idiots from the Lighthouse State are facing a creature they cannot even comprehend. Xiao Mo's first airborne hover was a bit shaky, but it quickly mastered balance. Its massive body adjusted its posture in the air, and its huge head turned eastward toward the sea region shrouded by the Eye of the Storm. Target the Eye of the Storm, energy field release, magnetic storm resonance, and tear it apart. Su Bai's command clearly entered Xiao Mo's mind. With a roar that pierced the clouds and split the rocks, Xiao Mo's form turned into a black lightning bolt speeding toward the direction of the 7th Fleet. Its speed was unimaginable, trailing a long sonic boom cloud across the sky, like a black war spear thrusting toward the heavens. Meanwhile, inside the bridge of the Lighthouse State's 7th Fleet flagship, the Eye of the Storm, the atmosphere was relaxed. General, the electromagnetic suppression field has been fully deployed. Within a radius of 200 kilometers, all Dragon Kingdom radar signals have disappeared and communication frequencies are completely jammed. We are the gods of these waters. A blonde, blue-eyed officer reported proudly. Fleet Commander General William nodded with satisfaction, picked up his coffee, and sneered contemptuously, the Dragon Kingdom's giant beast. Before absolute technological disparity, it's nothing but a slightly larger beast. Order all ships to maintain formation. When it enters our line of sight, let it taste the power of the trident of the sea god. But before his words faded, a piercing alarm blared throughout the bridge. Alert! Detecting an ultra-high energy reaction approaching at high speed. What? General William's coffee cup nearly slipped from his hand. Where did it come from? Our radar was already. He couldn't finish because outside the bridge, everyone saw the terrifying sight. A black shadow crashed into the invisible energy field released by the Eye of the Storm at a speed that defied physical limits. That originally stable energy field, like a calm lake into which a star had been thrown, instantly boiled over. Xiao Mo hovered above the fleet. The bony fins on its back vibrated even more violently, and the ancient patterns lit up one by one, shimmering with blue-purple light. It suddenly opened its huge mouth, and a silent roar transformed into tangible magnetic storm energy, like a shockwave viciously injected into the Eye of the Storm's energy field. Magnetic storm resonance. Centered on Xiao Mo, a massive vortex of pure energy formed in the sky. Countless blue-purple arcs crazily leaped at the edge of the vortex, interweaving, colliding, and annihilating with the interference waves released by the Eye of the Storm. ZAZD. On all ships of the Lighthouse State's 7th Fleet radar screens instantly turned to snow. Communicators only emitted piercing electrical noise. Fire control systems crashed one after another, and the entire command network was completely severed in a flash, plunging into unprecedented chaos. Our systems are down. All systems are down. God, what is that thing? It's interfering with the Eye of the Storm. Restart. Quickly restart the interference core. General William roared hoarsely, the arrogance on his face long replaced by terror. But it was too late. In the sky, Xiao Mo's golden vertical pupils had locked onto the steel beast below that was flickering with electrical sparks. It sensed the futile restart attempt of the eye of the storm's energy core. Su Bai's voice sounded again, cold as ice. Enough. Send them on their way. Xiao Mo's fins blazed with light. The frequency of the magnetic storm resonance it released instantly changed, no longer interference, but a deadly synchronization with the core frequency of the eye of the storm. Energy reverse detonation. No. General William could only utter a desperate cry. On the eye of the storm, the huge dish-shaped antenna arrays seemed to be torn apart from within by an invisible force, with countless cables, parts, and metal fragments exploding outward. Then the entire 10,000-ton giant ship was forcefully lifted out of the sea by an irresistible invisible force field. The hull emitted a teeth-grinding, metal-twisting sound in the air, twisted into a huge pretzel shape, then crashed heavily back onto the sea surface, raising monstrous waves. Boom. A violent explosion completely engulfed the eye of the storm, with flames leaping skyward and thick smoke billowing. The live broadcast faithfully recorded this awe-inspiring moment, and bullet comments flooded the screen like a breached dam. What did I just see? An aircraft carrier-level warship was overturned by the Cub. It's a wreck. The lighthouse state really wrecked. It's more than a wreck, it's like they flipped the whole chassis. Who was talking about technological disparity just now? Come out and take a walk. The Cub overturned an entire fleet. Awesome screaming. Inside the command center, Su Bai looked at the extinguished flagship on the sand table and the chaotic enemy formation around it, and slowly exhaled. However, at that moment, an unprecedented scorching warm current surged back into a sea of consciousness through the mental link between him and Xiao Mo. At the same time, Xiao Mo, who had just completed its earth-shattering strike in the sky, let out a low roar that was both painful and excited. The ancient and mysterious patterns on its fins seemed to come alive, beginning to spread down its spine and across its entire body. Similar golden patterns began to appear on every inch of its skin, like an ancient armor about to be activated. A torrent of energy far more vast and magnificent than any previous evolution surged wildly within Xiao Mo, as if about to burst out. At almost the same moment, a cold system prompt sound suddenly rang in Su Bai's mind. Ding. Detected that the energy level of the contracted beast, Xiao Mo, and the mental link intensity with the master have simultaneously reached the transition standard. The bond value has broken through a new critical point. Ding. Unlocked new bond ability. Contract Beast Core Resonance. Activate immediately. Activation means Xiao Mo will undergo a transformative evolution, but the process is full of unknowns. Not activating would miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Su Bai did not hesitate at all. He could feel the longing of that power within Xiao Mo and the unbreakable trust between them. His will was as decisive as a blade. Activate. The next second, Su Bai felt as if his soul was being pulled out and merged with the giant beast high in the sky. The golden patterns on Xiao Mo's entire body instantly blazed to their utmost, dyeing the whole sky a brilliant gold. An indescribable pressure radiated from it in all directions, even causing the sea surface below to sink. The transformation began. A mechanical yet grand voice echoed in the deepest recesses of Su Bai's consciousness, as if heralding the arrival of a new era. Ding. Contract Beast Core Resonance has been activated. The system notification echoed in Su Bai's mind without a moment of hesitation. Connect. Instantly, Su Bai's consciousness felt as if an irresistible force wrenched it from his body, plunging into a chaotic sea of thunderstorm. It was not pure energy, but a torrent interwoven with ancient memories, filled with a primordial, wild, desolate, and savage roar. Countless fragmented images surged into his mind, a giant beast charging through a forest of purple lightning, ancient totems flickering in the storm, and deep within a colossal rift that pierced heaven and earth, an indescribable will seem to slumber. This power was too immense, too savage, a veritable catastrophe for Xiao Mo in her infancy. Roar! Xiao Mo let out a pained cry, the electromagnetic meridians covering her body flickering wildly fluctuant, as if on the verge of collapse from overload. The energy within her body engaged in the most primal confrontation with the dark purple divine lightning descending from the sky, every inch of flesh enduring excruciating tearing pain. Don't be afraid, little one. Guard your mind, I'm here. Su Bai's voice transmitted through the mental link forcefully wedged into Xiao Mo's chaotic consciousness like a stabilizing anchor. He did not try to resist the ancient storm's power, but guided Xiao Mo's will like an experienced helmsman steering a small boat through the turbulent waves of consciousness, going with the flow, while continuously analyzing, absorbing, and transforming the raging energy. Don't try to devour it. Become part of it. Even storms have their own veins. Su Bai's consciousness and Xiao Mo's instincts synchronized perfectly, their bond breaking through the critical threshold. The character dragon, formed of ash on Xiao Mo's dorsal fin, seemed to be infused with a soul, absorbing the scattered dark purple arcs, the edges of the stroke, tinged with a mysterious deep purple. Meanwhile, within the northern command center, alarms blared in succession. Warning. Energy readings in the Shenbei Rift area. Off the charts. Instruments cannot calculate the peak. Target Xiao Mo vital signs extremely unstable undergoing an unknown form of evolution. Captain Qin, what should we do? Should we activate the emergency protocol and forcibly terminate the resonance? A young analyst asked Qin Lan anxiously, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. Qin Lan stared fixedly at the expanding purple energy storm on the main screen, a scene like the apocalypse. But her gaze eventually settled on the center of the storm, that small yet unyielding figure, Su Bai. Trust him. Qin Lan said, her voice low but resolute. Lu Xiang, keep all monitoring equipment at maximum power, record all data. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Regardless of the outcome, this data will be Longwa's most precious asset. Lu Xiang nodded heavily, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard so fast they left afterimages. Understood. All backup power has been connected to the monitoring system. Damn, it's like recording the birth of a supernova. The barrage in the live stream had shifted from initial revelry and shock to deep concern and prayer. Holy crap, this is even bigger than the EMP blast. Is the little one okay? Purple lightning. This is beyond science, it's metaphysics. Su God must hold on. Neither you nor the little one can be missing. Don't panic. Look at Su God's stance, steady as an old dog. This is definitely another extreme operation. Could it be that the little one is undergoing tribulation and ascending? The one above, you've read too many cultivation novels. But it actually kind of looks like it. At the center of the storm, Xiao Mo's roar gradually turned from pain to triumph. The thunder lotus atop her head bloomed layer by layer, each petal's edge wreathed in purple gold lightning, appearing supremely sacred and majestic. The electromagnetic meridians within her body were completely reshaped, becoming more profound and intricate, like a miniature cosmic star map. The will of the ancient storm seemed to realize that this tiny life had not been destroyed, but instead began to harness its power, letting out a more furious roar. However, Su Bai and Xiao Mo's wills had already merged into one indestructible. Now, little one, show it who is the master of the storm. A long roar like a dragon's cry resounded through the sky. Xiao Mo abruptly raised her head, the purple gold meridians covering her body instantly blazed with intense light, no longer erupting outward, but perfectly contained within her form. A flash of deep blue light passed through her eyes, and the dark purple lightning connecting heaven and earth was forcibly severed from the middle, the remaining energy devoured entirely by the thunder lotus above her head. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed, revealing a washed-out blue sky. Xiao Mo floated quietly in midair, her form unchanged, but the aura emanating from her was entirely different. It was a majesty that seemed to be one with heaven and earth, commanding wind and thunder. The battle seemed truly over. The command center erupted in thunderous cheers. Success! They succeeded. My God! We've witnessed the birth of a myth. Qin Lan's tense body finally relaxed. She leaned back in her chair and let out a long sigh. But her commander's instinct made her immediately order. Xiang, immediately review all combat data of the EMP storm. Just now check the damage to the conductive grid and ensure nothing goes wrong. Roger. Lu Xiang excitedly pulled up the data stream, vast amounts of information scrolling rapidly on the screen. A few minutes later, his brows slightly furrowed. Captain Qin, he pointed to an inconspicuous waveform, something strange. At the moment we detonated the EMP, the conductive grid node in Area C7 had a momentary drop of 0.01 seconds, and energy output almost negligible, but it did exist. According to the theoretical model, the entire conductive grid should be a perfect energy loop, and such a single node fluctuation should not occur. Qin Lan immediately leaned in, her expression serious. Can you find the cause? Equipment malfunction or material fatigue? Not sure. Lu Xiang shook his head, zooming in on the data. The fluctuation was too brief. The system log classified it as normal error. But it feels off, like a barely audible noise suddenly appearing in a perfect symphony. It doesn't affect the whole, but it's there. Qin Lan's gaze grew deep. In such a critical battle, any noise could hide a fatal crisis. She marked this anomalous data separately and stored it encrypted. Su Bai, she connected to Su Bai's communication via tactical terminal, her tone returning to calm. Well done. You and your little one are Longwa's heroes. However, there's a small situation you need to be aware of. However, before she could finish, Su Bai interrupted her. Qin Lan, wait. Su Bai's tone carried an unprecedented gravity. He was floating beside Xiao Mo, their consciousnesses just disengaged from the resonance. Xiao Mo slowly raised her head, her eyes glowing with deep blue light, staring deeper into the Shinbei rift, as if gazing at an invisible enemy. A tremor from the depths of his soul made Su Bai follow Xiao Mo's gaze. At the same moment, deep in the Pacific Ocean, thousands of kilometers away, in the midst of a massive lighthouse nation carrier fleet, a special strategic nuclear submarine, resembling a deep-sea leviathan, slowly surfaced. On its hull, a huge metal ring was charging, emitting blinding white light. Report, General. Final form of Thunder Spear, charged to 100. Target energy signature locked. The energy burst just now exceeded our highest estimate by 7 times. The target is stabilizing. We cannot allow it to complete its final transformation. In the command room, a man with military stars on his shoulders stared at the red, representing Su Bai and Xiao Mo on the screen, greed and madness flickering in his eyes. Excellent. His cold voice echoed in the command room. Fire. Let the Eastern Dragon tremble beneath our thunder. The celebration for the successful grid connection of the Dragon Kingdom's new generation controlled nuclear fusion energy project Candle Dragon's Heart was being broadcast live from the central control room. On the screen, cheers from millions of viewers filled every corner like a dazzling waterfall of Damaku. Bai Shen, you're amazing. Candle Dragon's Heart energy freedom. Goddess Linger, you've worked hard. This energy scheduling algorithm is a work of art. Captain Qin, you're so cool. Your full-time vigilance gives off major security vibes. Xiao Mo, you've worked hard too. Looks like you've lost some weight, haha. In front of the control console, Zhao Linger's face radiated joy mixed with exhaustion. She had just completed the final data calibration, ensuring that the heart powering the entire nation could operate stably. Rubbing her tired eyes, she smiled at Su Bai beside her and said, finally, we made it. From now on, as long as we follow the plan, there won't be any problems. Su Bai handed her a bottle of warm water and nodded with a smile. You've worked hard. Your algorithm was the cornerstone of this success. He glanced at the live stream interface. Their moment of glory was unfolding. Yet amid this sea of celebration, a strange undercurrent surged without warning. Wait, go check the trending topics. Zhao Linger sabotages power grid. What the hell? Holy crap. Someone's stirring trouble. A single abrupt Danmaku, like a pebble thrown into a lake, instantly stirred 1,000 ripples. Immediately more Danmaku began to pour in and the atmosphere shifted sharply. Don't believe the rumors. It's definitely fake. Clickbait accounts are cashing in again. Report them. Before Zhao Linger could react, Qin Lan beside her darkened her face and quickly operated on her tactical tablet. A few seconds later, a video was projected onto the control room's secondary screen. The footage was dimmed, the location seemingly an old substation. A woman in blue work clothes and a safety helmet whose figure was almost identical to Zhao Linger's. She expertly opened the main electrical panel, gripped a large pair of industrial shears, and without hesitation cut several core wires. Sparks flew, illuminating her turned profile. That face was unmistakably Zhao Ling. After finishing, Zhao Linger calmly turned and disappeared into the shadows. In the lower right corner of the video, a clear timestamp showed it was just half an hour ago. The entire control room fell into dead silence. Zhao Linger's color drained in an instant. Her eyes wide, she stared at the person on the screen who looked exactly like her lips trembling unconsciously. No, it wasn't me. I never went there. I've been here all along. The live stream's Damaku exploded completely. Moments ago it was all praise and now it was drowned by a tsunami of doubt and anger. Is it confirmed? Really her? Impossible. Why would Linger do that? Isn't she the core of the project? You never know what's in someone's heart. Could she be a spy? I'm starting to waver. This video is too clear, it doesn't look fake. Linger, what's going on? Explain. Has she really betrayed us? The dam of trust within mere tens of seconds showed visible cracks. Alarm. Alarm. A piercing siren cut through the stagnant air. Large-scale power outage in the Dragon Kingdom's northern region. No. 3 grid. Multiple areas plunged into darkness. At the control console, Xiao Mo, who had been quietly monitoring the national power grid, let out a pained groan, clutching his head, his face pale. Brother, my electromagnetic network. It's chaotic. The node signals in the north have been forcibly cut off. There are signs of external violent damage. The real-world blow and the online video formed a fatal resonance. Qin Lan's face was icy cold. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, almost leaving afterimages. The surveillance footage at all key nodes of the substation where the northern region No. 3 grid went down has been formatted. The method is very professional. She paused, retrieving the only surviving fragment of footage. The image was blurry, but a familiar figure appeared again. It was still the Zhao Linger in work clothes. Qin Lan took a deep breath, turned off the screen, and shot a sharp gaze at Su Bai. Su Bai, we must investigate this immediately. The authenticity of the video, the accident in the north. This concerns not only Linger's innocence, but also the trust within our entire team. Once trust collapses, Candle Dragon's Heart will waver too. Su Bai didn't look at her. His eyes were fixed on the live stream's Damaku. Those words of doubt, anger, even abuse like sharp daggers. He turned to look at Zhao Linger, who was completely at a loss, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness, repeating over and over, it wasn't me. Really not me. Su Bai slowly stood up. There was no panic on his face, instead a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He walked to the main console and pulled up the live stream's backend data. Trying to destroy us with a double strike of public opinion and reality. Not a bad idea. Pointing at a data source on the screen, he said this video was first released from an anonymous account called Linger Global Fan Support Group, and then within seconds it was detonated across the entire web through hundreds of bot accounts. AI-generated fake video, public opinion manipulation. Pretty slick. His deep gaze swept across the camera as if it could pierce through the screen and meet the eyes of millions. Brothers. His voice through the microphone rang clearly across the entire live stream, carrying an unshakable calm and strength. I know you're confused and angry, but now I need your help. Trust me and trust what we've always been protecting together. He typed a command on the keyboard and a bright red window popped up. Now everyone enter clear command mode. Send the Damaku investigate. In the live stream, use your data streams. Every one of you. and together let's overwhelm this fake video. Expose the rat hiding in the shadows. After a brief silence, the live stream was ignited by an unprecedented force. Investigate. 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 Bai Shun gave the Order Brothers charge. Investigate. We must get to the bottom of this. I trust Bai Shun. Investigate. My Italian cannon is ready. Fire. Millions upon millions of investigate. Damaku like a mighty digital torrent surged into the live stream backend. Su Bai guided this massive data flow, precisely targeting the fake video that was spreading like wildfire. System is performing distributed frame rate analysis based on Damaku data flow, scanning for anomalies. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the clear video on the secondary screen began to show eerie changes. The massive data flow became like a super-powered microscope, and the strongest cleaning agent washing over every pixel of the video. The image began to warp slightly. The originally smooth motions showed faint stutters. Look, the face. Xiao Mo suddenly pointed at the screen and shouted. In the video, the facial contours of Zhao Linger showed extremely subtle jitters and misalignments around the corners of the mouth and eyes, like a mask that didn't fit properly. Then the reflection of the light on the wall behind her also exhibited abnormal refraction that defied physical laws. The AI-generated pseudocode can't withstand this scale of brute force data analysis. Su Bai said coldly, now break. As his words fell, the data torrent formed by the will of millions of viewers reached its peak. The video image flickered violently and tore apart like burning film. Finally, with a zap, the image completely disintegrated and reassembled. The disguise was torn away and the real surveillance footage was exposed to everyone. In the frame, a strange blonde woman wearing the same work clothes as Zhao Linger took advantage of a blind spot and a shift change to quickly cut the wires. Her movements were crisp and efficient. After completing the sabotage, she swiftly shed the work clothes, revealing a black tight combat suit, and disappeared from the camera in a few flashes. That woman was Irene. After a second of silence, the Danmaku erupted like a volcanic explosion. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! It really was AI face swapping. Damn, it's Irene. That temporary technician transferred in. The mole is exposed. I knew Goddess Linger couldn't betray us. Oh my god, Danmaku can be used like this. Using Danmaku to crash the AI-generated video. That's insane. Bai Shun is the eternal god. This is real black tech. Apologize to Linger. Anyone who doubted the goddess, go face the wall. Zhao Linger stared blankly at the screen, and finally tears burst forth. Tears of grievance and release. Su Bai didn't stop. He immediately pulled up the grid's personnel access records. Irene's information was listed, remarked temporary technician from Northern Region Energy Department. Qin Lan. Su Bai's voice was calm and decisive. Target Irene. She shouldn't have gotten far. Detain her immediately. She's not one of us. Roger. Qin Lan was already ready. She led a team of security personnel and rushed like the wind toward the substation's various exits. 5 minutes later, Qin Lan's comm came through. Person intercepted at exit 3. She was about to get into a car to leave. Su Bai switched the live stream view. A drone camera followed Qin Lan's team, transmitting the footage in real time. At the substation exit, Irene was surrounded, but there was no fear on her face. Instead, she wore a mocking sneer as she watched Qin Lan close. And you couldn't have found out. All the evidence has been destroyed by me. Before she could finish, Su Bai's voice rang out through Qin Lan's tactical earpiece, amplified on-site. He held up his phone, the screen showing a cloud sync progress bar. Your AI synthesizer uses the latest Oracle model, right? The performance is indeed impressive. Su Bai's voice was calm yet oppressive, but you might have forgotten to turn off a default setting. All your operations have been syncing to the cloud server in real time. The smile on Irene's face instantly froze. That smug expression, like a frozen lake, cracked inch by inch, ultimately turning into utter shock and disbelief. She finally realized that her meticulously planned scheme, which she believed was flawless, had been completely exposed from the very beginning to something she had never taken seriously. Those millions of eyes and the power they converged into a force capable of overturning everything. Watching Irene's pale face as she was escorted away by the security personnel, the live stream erupted again, filled with the carnival of justice served. Yet Su Bai felt no relief. He looked at the screen showing Irene being taken into the car, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. This game was not the end. There was someone behind her pulling the strings. The harsh fluorescent lights in the interrogation room cast a stark pallor over Eileen's face, twisted into a mocking smile, lending an eerie gloom to the scene. You think capturing me will stop everything? She spoke slowly, her voice dripping with undisguised contempt. How naive. AI forgery technology has permeated every corner of your world like air itself. Every breath you take we monitor, analyze, and mimic. Su Bai stood outside the one-way glass, his expression calm as he watched her, as if appreciating a clumsy monologue. He spoke coolly, his voice transmitted through the intercom into the interrogation room. But you've underestimated the power of live-streaming bullet comments. Eileen's smile froze for a moment, then she laughed even more wildly. Bullet comments. The emotional venting of a rabble. That's merely a torrent of data, we can manipulate it well. Before her words faded in the command center, Yihan's face suddenly turned grim. His fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, countless data streams cascading before his eyes like waterfalls. Found it. He barked, enlarging a complex code structure onto the main screen. Within the encryption layer of Eileen's personal terminal, I've discovered a complete, universal image forgery system. Qinlan immediately leaned in. The system's introductory text on the screen sent chills down the spine. It could not only capture and tamper with any live stream in real time, but also deeply learn the target's voice print expressions and behavioral habits, generating flawless forged images. A bold red line highlighted its ultimate capability: perfectly simulate an S-level authority, Su Bai. She wasn't lying. This thing is already activated. Yihan's voice carried a note of gravity. Su Bai's gaze sharpened as he gave a decisive order: no need to panic. If the enemy wants to use technology to confuse, we'll build a fortress with human hearts. Yihan immediately launched the Bond Firewall plan. Bond Firewall. Qinlan looked puzzled. Yes, Su Bai turned to her, and Yihan a confident glint in his eyes. We're going to establish an unprecedented universal trust network. This network isn't based on code, but on the genuine emotional connection between me and the audience. We'll use the emotional data from all viewers' bullet comments, tipping behavior, and watch time to construct a real-time trust verification system. Yihan's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately grasped Su Bai's intent, his fingers flying faster across the keyboard. Feasible. This idea is brilliant. We can quantify these data as bond value, and the real-time fluctuations of bond value can serve as a unique authentication factor. Only those long-term, deeply engaged viewers will have sufficiently high bond value. An AI can simulate 10,000 new accounts, but it cannot simulate 10,000 accumulated hours of genuine emotion. Qinlan caught on and added, in other words, any critical operation requiring your personal confirmation in the future must be triggered by a group of high bond value users via specific bullet comment commands. This can fundamentally prevent the enemy from using AI to forge false orders from you. Exactly. Execute immediately, Su Bai said decisively. On the very day the Bond Firewall system was initially launched and entered internal testing, a storm swept across the entire network without warning. A video spread like wildfire at viral speed. In the footage, Su Bai stood before the beast-taming core base, his expression solemn, announcing in his iconic steady voice, given the current complex international situation and resource constraints, I have decided to immediately disband the Huaxia beast-taming corps. All beast tamers are to return to cities and the beasts are to be nationalized. The news sent shockwaves across the entire internet. The live stream room was instantly flooded with viewers' bullet comments exploding at an unprecedented density. What's going on? Did I time travel? Disband the beast-taming corps. Has Bai Ji lost his mind? Is this surrender? Wait, brothers, don't you sense something's off? Bai Ji's eyes look a bit vacant, right? That's it. When Bai Ji talks, his eyebrows habitually lift slightly. This video doesn't have that. I've watched over 1,000 hours of his streams, I'm certain. The expression is too stiff. Definitely AI. Damn, that crazy woman Eileen was telling the truth. The fans' doubts spread like a spark igniting a prairie fire. They were Su Bai's most loyal fortress, knowing him even better than he knew himself. Inside the command center, an alarm blared. It's a forged video, spreading virally through tens of thousands of puppet accounts. Yihan reported loudly. Su Bai, however, grew calmer. He walked to the live stream camera, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He didn't rush to explain. Instead, he directly activated the newly launched system. Brothers, don't panic. His voice rang out clear and powerful across the entire network. Now let's initiate the first trust verification. All friends with bond value over 1,000 send Bai Ji is mighty in the bullet comments. The moment the words left his mouth, the direction of the live stream bullet comments changed instantly. Bai Ji is mighty golden bullet comments surged like a torrent, instantly blanketing the entire screen. Simultaneously on the system interface before Yihan, countless gray bullet comments representing AI simulated traffic were instantly identified, filtered, and cleared. Though massive in number, their bond value was nearly zero. The genuine golden bullet comments from high bond value users converged into an unstoppable data force, slamming into the propagation chain of the forged video. Firewall active. Reverse analyzing the forgery source. Yihan shouted excitedly. The next second, all windows across the network playing that forged video began to twist and flicker, violently covered in static and garbled code. Within seconds, the video completely collapsed, revealing its true form. A highly complex AI model running in the background, its controller being the pale-faced Eileen seated in the interrogation room. The truth was laid bare. Damn, it really was AI. I told you. Our Bai Ji would never do something like this. Brothers are awesome. Our bullet comments really can fight. Long live the Universal Trust Network. Su Bai watched the cheering bullet comments on the screen, but the coldness in his eyes deepened. Since you love forging me so much, he said to the camera, as if speaking to an invisible enemy, then let's turn the tables. He immediately arranged a special, fake live stream, during which he deliberately revealed some seemingly plausible tactical loopholes and false action plans. As expected, the enemy's forgery system took the bait, frantically imitating and analyzing the Su Bai in this fake stream, attempting to generate new, more deceptive forged content. Got you. In the command center, Yihan's finger struck the enter key heavily. By analyzing the imitation characteristics of the enemy's AI model, he successfully reverse-tracked and precisely located its back-end server nodes. Qinlan immediately mobilized the intelligence network for matching. An encrypted file was quickly decoded, confirmed. The server node belongs to the Thunder Spear secret project of Lighthouse Nation. This is a dedicated project for infiltrating and dismantling global beast taming systems. Eileen is just one of their operatives stationed in the Dongxia district. So the true enemy was far larger and more hidden than imagined. Excellent. Su Bai started another live stream open to the public. This time behind him stood a massive data screen clearly displaying parts of the enemy's forgery system code and operational logic. Brothers, we just fought an information war and we won. But this is only the beginning. Su Bai's voice was steady and compelling. The enemy tried to erode our trust with false information, but they miscalculated one thing. Each of us is part of this great wall of trust. Now I declare the universal anti-fraud mode officially launched. From this moment, anyone who sees suspicious illogical footage on any platform should immediately send the bullet comment suspicious in my live stream along with the link. We will drown these lurking scum in the vast ocean of people's war. Let's find the next mole together. Roger. Universal anti-fraud. Let's go. My Italian cannon is itching for action. No, my keyboard is itching. Let those bastards from Lighthouse Nation see what real network power is. The enthusiasm of netizens across the country was fully ignited. They transformed into billions of information detectives patrolling every corner of the internet. The effect was immediate. Within just 3 hours of Su Bai's call, 3 local AI forgery incidents were successfully identified and reported, leading security agencies to uncover 2 latent intelligence lines. Once again, bullet comments became the sharpest weapon in the information war. Night fell and the command center was filled with the joy of victory. Su Bai returned to the restroom alone, gazing at the city's brilliant lights outside the window, but his heart felt no relief. Just then his personal terminal vibrated lightly. It wasn't a message from any known contact, but an anonymous email from an encrypted channel. The sender address, a string of meaningless gibberish. Su Bai opened it. The email contained only one sentence, a sentence that seemed to carry an icy chill. You think you've won. The real storm is just beginning. A strange chill crept up Su Bai's spine and settled at the nape of his neck. He abruptly stood up, scanning the room. This public information war seemed to have stirred something deeper. A storm. What was the real storm? His mind uncontrollably flashed back to a scene from a few days ago during training in the suburbs after Xiao Mo was struck by that eerie purple-black lightning bolt. Though his physical data had stabilized, there was always a faint, elusive dissonance in their spiritual link. That lightning bolt, this email, and the Thunder Spear project. Could there be a connection? Su Bai's heart sank heavily. He realized that the calm after the recent storm might be nothing more than an insignificant ripple before the true tsunami. After the storm, the sky did not clear. Instead, it was enveloped in an even more oppressive leaden gray. The atmosphere of the northern frontier base, mirroring the heavens, was stifling and suffocating. Xiao Mo, once a lively and energetic thunder-light Qilin cub who constantly clung to Su Bai, now stood like a silent statue. It lay quietly on the highest platform of the base, its purple-black scales gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the dim sky. No longer transmitting playful thoughts through the bond to Su Bai, nor chasing its own tail, it simply stared, with its translucent blue eyes motionless toward the direction of the departed storm, as if waiting for a long-overdue rendezvous. In the live stream, the concern of billions of viewers surged into a torrent of scrolling comments. What's wrong? Xiao Mo has been like this ever since it was struck by lightning. It breaks my heart. Is there a problem with its evolution? It looks like it's lost its soul. Look at its eyes. That's not the gaze of a cub. It's too profound. Su Bai, do something. If this continues, I feel Xiao Mo will become completely withdrawn. Su Bai's heart was heavier than anyone else's. He could sense that the bond with Xiao Mo remained solid, but on the other end of that channel there was utter silence. The once chattering mental signals had dwindled to faint rhythmic pulses like a machine running a fixed program. He slowly walked over to Xiao Mo, crouched down, and gently stroked its cool dorsal fin. Little one, are you listening? Xiao Mo did not respond, not even a flicker of its eyelids. After a long while, it slowly raised a front paw devoid of any cub-like clumsiness, its movement steady, as if practiced 1,000 times. The paw pierced the cold wind, pointing straight toward the depths of the churning storm clouds in the sky. What is it pointing at? Su Bai followed the direction of the paw, and his foreboding grew stronger. At the same time, inside the base command center, the alarm suddenly became shrill. Report. Electromagnetic fluctuations in the monitored target, Xiao Mo, are showing violent anomalies. Yihan's voice carried a hint of uncontrollable shock. He leaped from his seat, pointing at a waveform graph that had abruptly spiked. This frequency matches the ancient signal we intercepted during the EMP storm. 100% waveform similarity. This is no coincidence, it's a resonance. Qinlan's pale fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, calling up the latest satellite cloud image. A massive, three-dimensional image unfolded in the center of the command center, revealing a terrifying deep purple storm core that had turned and was bearing down on the northern frontier base with unstoppable momentum. The storm core is moving toward us. Wind speed and lightning density are growing geometrically. Estimated frontal contact in 3 hours. Lan's voice was calm, but the slight furrow of her brow betrayed her unease. Su Bai heard all this through the communicator, and as he looked at Xiao Mo's paw pointing at the sky, he suddenly understood. It was not an unconscious gesture. It was an act of welcoming. It seems he said quietly into the communicator the cub's evolution is far from over. Late at night, all was silent. The wind howled like ghostly whispers. Su Bai sat cross-legged not far from Xiao Mo, deciding to take a risk. He closed his eyes, sinking his entire consciousness into the bond, with Xiao Mo forcibly knocking on the sealed door of its mind. The sight before him made his very soul tremble. This was no longer the sunny mental prairie of the past, but a chaotic space, shrouded in endless thunder. A colossal, unimaginable storm vortex dominated the entire sky. Purple-black lightning slithered through it like dragons, and each flash sent out a soul-shaking pulse of energy. And at the center of that vortex, Su Bai vaguely saw a blurred, indescribable silhouette. A grand, ancient, archaic whisper beyond comprehension emanated from that silhouette. Every syllable seemed to recount the mysteries of cosmic creation and destruction. Xiao Mo stood at the edge of the vortex as tiny as a speck of dust. Its body trembled slightly, and its eyes flickered with an eerie purple light, a light that did not belong to it. It stared at the vortex center, murmuring in a dreamlike tone, "It is calling me." Su Bai's heart jolted violently. He forced his own will into a voice. "Who is calling you?" "Xiao Mo, answer me." It. Xiao Mo's consciousness seemed to struggle for a moment. The purple light in its eyes dimmed briefly, but was then swallowed by an even deeper purple. Its voice became hollow and distant. "Is the source the destination?" Just as Su Bai attempted to probe further, a sudden change erupted in the real world. Alert! Energy fluctuations of the divine steel are out of control. Outside the base, the dark, bottomless rift in the divine steel, the energy that had been steadily dispersing, suddenly churned violently, like boiling water. Bolt after bolt of purple-black lightning thicker than a human arm surged from the rift, tearing through the night sky and striking the frozen ground around them. The ground struck by lightning did not leave charred craters, but instead imprinted complex and eerie runes. These runes connected to each other, emitting an ominous purple glow, rapidly forming a massive formation covering several square kilometers. "Quick! Analyze these runes." Yi Han's roar echoed through the command center. The supercomputer's processing power was pushed to its limit, and countless streams of data cascaded across the screens like waterfalls. Minutes later, Yi Han, pale-faced, reached his conclusion: this is no natural phenomenon. The arrangement of these runes has logic and grammatical structure. It's a code of some ancient language. Lan had already connected to the analysis system, and her linguistic talent was pushed to its peak. She compared the data with the sparse records of ancient civilizations in the database, struggling to translate. When the last rune was deciphered, her pupils contracted sharply, and she almost cried out, "It means return to position. Return to position." Who? The answer came in the early hours. The terrible storm core finally arrived over the northern frontier base as promised. In that moment, heaven and earth were completely connected by thick, impenetrable purple thunderclouds. The world lost all sound, leaving only the dull rumble of lightning brewing within the clouds. On the platform, Xiao Mo slowly raised its head. The mysterious patterns on its dorsal fin without warning burst into a dazzling purple light. The light shot into the sky, echoing the storm core above. An invisible resonance field instantly formed, enveloping the entire northern frontier base. Roar! A roar unlike any before erupted from Xiao Mo's throat. The sound was no longer that of a cub. It carried the thunder of 10,000 bolts mingled with a distant resonance from primordial antiquity, as if traversing billions of years to declare its existence. The live stream's barrage froze completely. Everyone was stunned speechless by this miraculous sight. In the sky, the enormous storm vortex seemed to heed the call, contracting violently. All the lightning, all the energy converged into a single point, condensing into a pure, ultimate purple divine bolt. It tore across the sky like a spear of heavenly judgment, striking Xiao Mo's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. Time seemed to stand still. The purple lightning did not harm Xiao Mo. Instead, it merged into its body like liquid mercury. Xiao Mo's body trembled violently. Countless fragmented memories not belonging to this era flashed through its eyes: the birth of stars, the rise of civilizations, wars of gods, the destruction of worlds. Epic scenes one after another finally froze on a figure standing atop the storm, commanding countless bolts of lightning. At that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical prompt echoed in the minds of both Su Bai and all the live stream viewers. Storm core connection successful. Ancient bloodline activated. Do you accept the ancient inheritance of the Lord of Storms? Warning: accepting the inheritance carries a high risk of the individual's consciousness being overwritten by the ancient will. The barrage exploded instantly. Holy crap! Lord of Storms. What kind of divine inheritance is that? No, Su Bai. There's a risk. Xiao Mo might disappear. Accept. You must accept. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Humanity needs greater power. It's over. This isn't evolution. It's possession. Su Bai ignored all the voices. He only stared intently at Xiao Mo, watching the painful struggle in its eyes. He could feel that Xiao Mo's self-awareness amidst the torrent of inheritance was like a candle flame in a gale on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. He took a deep breath and through the last thread of their bond transmitted his purest, most resolute, "Well, little one, don't be afraid. No matter who you want to become, no matter where you want to go, I'll be with you. Make your own choice." This will become the only anchor in Xiao Mo's sea of consciousness. The struggle in Xiao Mo's eyes gradually subsided, and the blue light that belonged to it seemed to regain dominance. It looked at Su Bai, its gaze filled with gratitude and attachment. Yet the next second a sudden change occurred. The blue light flashed once, and was then completely replaced by a deep cosmos-like majestic purple. Xiao Mo slowly and gracefully stood up, every muscle in its body brimming with explosive power. Its size did not change, but its entire aura underwent a earth-shattering transformation, as if a sleeping sovereign had awakened from the long years. It opened its mouth, and a clear, steady metallic tone, yet supremely authoritative ancient voice, resounded in everyone's ears and across the entire sky of the northern frontier. The time of return has come. The Lord of Storms returns. As the words fell, the highest-level red alert of the northern frontier base blared across the sky. Countless blinding searchlight beams converged from all directions, illuminating the platform, as bright as day. Heavy metallic footsteps approached from afar. A special forces unit equipped with the most advanced anti-anomaly weapons had already surrounded the platform. In the communication channel, the familiar voices of Qinlan and Yihan were replaced by a cold, unfamiliar command level 1 alert. Target, Lord of Storms confirmed. Command authority is hereby transferred to the ARC Special Action Group. Su Bai, immediately sever your mental link with the target. Stay where you are and await review. Cold gun barrels from the darkness aimed in unison at him and the returned Lord of Storms. The storm in the sky had not yet subsided, but another storm had quietly descended upon the hearts of men. The interrogation room lights remained as cold and pallid as ever, yet the sneer that had graced Irene's face had frozen solid. On the screen, footage of her own hands severing the wires and swiftly changing outfits to frame someone else played on an endless loop. Every detail meticulously dissected by millions of viewers' eyes and the system's algorithms. And at that moment, colder than the interrogation room was the very air inside the Beast Taming Forces Command Center. The joy of victory had lasted barely 5 minutes before being utterly shattered by a single email. Captain Yihan's expression was grimmer than the firewall he had just breached. He verified the data multiple times over, his fingertips whitening from the force of his grip. Captain Su, the IP address underwent 17 layers of encrypted routing and physical link spoofing, but the ultimate source traces back to our internal backup server. The access level is extremely high. Only core members can reach it. Core members. Qinlan's voice turned sharply piercing. Her peach blossom eyes, usually holding a 3-part smile, now seemed tempered in ice. Those with access to that server, including us, number no more than 15. One sentence plunged the entire command center into dead silence. Comrades who had just been fighting side by side and sharing the fruits of victory now looked at one another, their gazes carrying an indelible trace of scrutiny and suspicion. Zhao Linger subconsciously stepped half a pace backward. She had only just dragged herself out of the mud of false accusation, never expecting that in the blink of an eye a sharper blade, one coming from within, would already be pressed against everyone's back. So, the Thunder Spear operation isn't merely about external infiltration. Su Bai's voice broke the silence. He didn't look at anyone, his gaze remained locked on the main screen, where the live broadcast's bullet comments continued their frenzied scroll. Holy crap, the mole is among us. Incredible. We just caught one undercover agent, and now there's another. Werewolf style? No way, I just started. Stand, this team, don't turn on each other. Brother Su, use your unbeatable bonds to figure this out. You're absolutely right. Su Bai suddenly let out a light laugh, as though responding to the comments or perhaps speaking to himself. Bonds. Those are our greatest weapon. He did not immediately launch an internal investigation, as everyone had expected. That would have played right into the enemy's hands, allowing seeds of suspicion to take root and ultimately unravel the team from within. Instead, he turned with composure and took his seat back before the livestream desk, adjusting his microphone. Brothers, the national anti-fraud campaign was a resounding success. Thank you all. His voice spread across every corner of Dragon Country through the livestream, betraying not a hint of disturbance. However, the enemy is far more cunning than we imagined. They not only forge videos, but also forge commands and data. Therefore, from here on, we will conduct an extreme stress test. The livestream audience erupted in excitement. An extreme stress test. That sounds incredibly advanced. Testing the servers. Brothers, get your keyboards ready and crash it. What scheme is Brother Su cooking up now? I've got my sunflower seeds and soda ready. Su Bai watched the scrolling comments, the corners of his mouth lifting into an expression heavy with meaning. This test is simple. I need everyone's help. From this moment forward, our livestream feed will switch to daily patrol and data monitoring footage from various bases. If you notice any illogical or superfluous operations, I mean any minute irregularity at all, immediately send a bullet comment with anomaly mark along with your reasoning. We will conduct real-time data tracing based on your feedback. He paused, his tone growing grave. This is not a drill. Every single mark could help us unearth the termites lurking within the data stream. Remember, your eyes are our strongest firewall. The extreme stress test commenced now. With Su Bai giving the order, the live stream screen split into dozens of smaller windows broadcasting surveillance footage from beast-taming forces bases across the nation in real time. Some showed logistics personnel hauling energy blocks, others showed researchers calibrating equipment, and still others showed combat personnel drenched in sweat on the training grounds. Inside the command center, Yihan immediately understood Su Bai's intent. This wasn't a simple stress test. It was an unprecedented internal screening with the entire nation's viewership acting as detectives. The mole, as long as he made even the slightest move attempting to interfere, sabotage, or transmit intelligence, could be captured by millions of eyes and flagged in an instant. Qinlan also caught on and immediately issued a low command. Intelligence team, abandon internal investigations and fully cooperate with the livestream. Establish an anomaly mark tracing model and cross-reference all high-value marks with relevant personnel behavior logs. Watching Su Bai's steady back, Xiaoling felt her unease gradually recede. He always had a way of transforming the most dangerous disadvantage into the most unexpected advantage. Minutes ticked by one. The livestream's bullet comments were no longer idle chatter or banter. They had become remarkably professional and focused. Anomaly mark on the logistics department's material allocation form. There's a batch of high-precision sensors destined for the Northern Frontier outpost. But the outpost's primary mission is extreme cold beast taming survival monitoring, which doesn't require sensors of this caliber. Requesting purpose verification. The system rapidly captured, analyzed, and categorized each incoming comment. The first two were soon confirmed as false alarms, either normal fluctuations or individual habits accidentally shifting. But the third, the mark regarding the Northern Frontier sensors, caught Qinlan's attention. Pull up the application records for this batch of materials. Qinlan ordered. Seconds later, the results appeared on the screen. Applicant: Li Wei, Deputy Director of the Logistics Equipment Division. A man with a flawless record, dedicated and diligent, a veteran who had served nearly 10 years in the forces. Pull all his access records and recent communications. Su Bai's voice came through. Yihan's fingers flew across the keyboard, torrents of data flashing across the screen. Soon he locked onto an encrypted outbound message, its timestamp falling right after the material application form was submitted. Though the content could not be decrypted, the message's destination, traced through multiple layers, pointed to a relay server located within Lighthouse Country territory. It's him. At almost the same moment, Qinlan's phone rang. Report. We have detained Li Wei. He has confessed. He claims he was merely following orders. The true commands originated from a handler, whose identity he does not know. His mission this time was to use these high-precision sensors to establish a covert data beacon at the Northern Frontier outpost, providing coordinate guidance for the follow-up operation. Follow-up operation. Su Bai's brows knitted tightly. Inside the command center, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief. The mole had been found. Though the process had been nerve-wracking, the outcome was favorable. All eyes turned towards Su Bai, filled with admiration. With a single live stream, he had resolved a major internal crisis without firing a shot. Yet the gravity on Su Bai's face did not lessen in the slightest. He had a persistent feeling that things were not so simple. Too smooth. Everything was too smooth. From the provocative email to the inspired national spot the difference idea, and finally, to unmasking Li Wei as the seemingly perfect mole. The entire process played out like it was following a scripted performance. He pulled up the anonymous email once more, staring at the words, "The true storm has only just begun," and that creeping sense of unease within him intensified. A pawn willing to expose himself just to plant a data beacon in some godforsaken corner of the Northern Frontier. Was that really the extent of Lighthouse Country's elaborate effort? No, Li Wei was a fake. Or rather, he was merely a disposable smoke screen shoved to the forefront and then discarded. The true mole, the one with access to the core server, the one who could send that provocative email, was still lurking deeper. Sacrificing Li Wei was meant to make them believe the crisis had passed, lowering their guard. So what was his true purpose? And why draw everyone's attention toward the Northern Frontier? Su Bai abruptly rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the massive electronic map before locking onto the vast snow-covered plains at the northernmost tip of Dragon Country. Yihan. His voice carried an urgency unseen before. Redirect all satellite resources and remote detectors toward the Northern Frontier. I want every energy reading and environmental datum. Sky, ground, even 100 meters underground. Immediately. The atmosphere in the command center tightened once more. The team stared at him in bewilderment, unable to understand why he seemed more panicked after capturing the mole than before. Though puzzled, Yihan executed the order without hesitation. Enormous streams of data began flowing in from the Northern Frontier, parameters on the screen dancing wildly. What's the brothers' take on this? What's going on? We caught the mole, so why does Brother Su look like he's witnessing the apocalypse? The Northern Frontier. Besides snow and ice mice, what's there to see? Asking for a friend. Is this the opening act of a new script? Su Bai ignored all questions. His eyes were fixed firmly on the main screen, locked onto a curve that was steadily ascending, representing the concentration of high-energy particles in space. The manner in which that curve climbed violated every physical law he knew, carrying an unsettling, unnatural eeriness that sent chills through his bones. A primal instinctual dread raced up his spine and settled at the base of his skull. That was no winter's cold. It was the soul-deep tremor one feels when facing the unknown, the heavenly verdict itself. He slowly lifted his head and gazed through the command center's porthole toward the distant northern horizon, as though able to pierce through steel and concrete to see that snow-white world beyond. The true storm was about to arrive. The sky over the northern territory hung heavy as spilled ink pressing down upon the snow plains. The dark clouds were not purely black, but tinged with an ominous deep purple. Fierce lightning like silver serpents slashed wildly through the cloud layer, each flash turning heaven and earth an eerie white. The air carried a sharp, acrid scent of high-voltage electrical charge, as if even each breath carried subtle currents that stimulated everyone's nerve endings. The live-stream signal was heavily interfered with, flickering intermittently with static, yet this only added an apocalyptic sense of reality. Su Bai stood at the outermost observation post of the base, letting the biting cold wind whip his combat uniform. His gaze was not fixed on the world-rending storm, but locked tightly on Xiao Mo beside him. The little one was unusually quiet, standing at the edge of the watch platform, its small body facing the fierce wind without the slightest wavering. It tilted its head, its clear sapphire eyes reflecting the wild purple lightning dancing in the sky. The decorative fin patterns on its back were now glowing from within with a faint but steady light, their rhythm subtly syncing with the distant lightning. An unprecedented aura of detachment shrouded Xiao Mo. It no longer seemed like the playful pet that used to cuddle and roll about, but rather an ancient being resonating with the power of heaven and earth. Su Bai's heart tightened. That familiar flutter returned, and he instinctively reached out, wanting to pull the little one back. Xiao Mo, the wind is too strong, come back quickly. Are you listening to me? Xiao Mo did not respond, not even turning its head. Its body leaned slightly forward, as if listening to a call from the deepest part of the storm. A moment later, it slowly raised a scale-covered claw, not pointing at the sky but straight toward the center of the storm vortex, where the lightning was densest and the energy most violent. At the same time, inside the underground command center, the alarm sounded sharp and urgent. Yihan's hands moved so swiftly across the virtual light screen that afterimages seemed to trail behind them, countless complex data streams cascading past like waterfalls. He abruptly stopped, pointing at a violently fluctuating curve on the screen, his expression grave as he spoke to Qinlan beside him. Captain, the electromagnetic fluctuation frequency within Xiao Mo's body has become abnormal. This waveform, I would never mistake it. It matches exactly with that ancient signal we detected last time in the EMP storm restricted zone. Upon hearing this, Qinlan immediately pulled up the real-time weather map of the Northern Territory. After being rendered through data models, the chaotic storm clouds revealed a clear spiral structure. And at the center of that spiral, moving with an unsettling stability straight toward the base. The storm core is approaching us. Estimated arrival in 1 hour and 50 minutes. Qinlan's voice was calm, but her clenched fists betrayed her tension. Yihan, what are you saying? This is no coincidence. Yihan spoke decisively. Captain, this is a premeditated summons with a specific target. The storm is the ritual, and Xiao Mo is the one being called. Su Bai's communicator simultaneously echoed with the command center's voice. Watching Xiao Mo's back still pointing toward the storm, his brows knit tightly together. Summon. Who dares summon his companion? Night deepened, the storm's pressure mounting stronger, shrouding the entire base in an oppressive silence. Su Bai lay in bed, yet tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He could clearly feel it. Through the invisible bond linking them, waves of chaotic yet powerful emotions were flowing, mixed with yearning, confusion, and a hint of reverence. He took a deep breath, focused his spirit, and attempted to sink his consciousness deeper into the connection. The scene before him shifted dramatically. He was no longer in the cramped room, but suspended in an endless void. Directly ahead, an unimaginably vast storm vortex rotated slowly. Purple thunderbolts forming its skeleton, howling winds its flesh and blood. At the vortex's heart, Su Bai could vaguely make out a blurry, indescribable silhouette. A grand ancient will was whispering there, its voice bypassing the ears and speaking directly to the soul. Xiao Mo's figure stood at the vortex's edge, tiny as a grain of dust, yet standing resolutely against the entire storm. In its eyes, Su Bai saw a light he had never witnessed before, ancient and majestic as if bearing eons of history. It is calling. Xiao Mo whispered, its voice carrying a fateful sigh. Su Bai's heart pounded. His consciousness stepped forward, and he shouted, Who? Who is calling you? However, his voice was instantly devoured by the storm's roar, failing to stir even a single ripple. Just as Su Bai attempted to communicate again, a violent tremor suddenly struck from beyond the base perimeter. He tore himself from the mental link, threw off the covers, and rushed to the window. He saw the divine steel, the base's energy core, undergoing a startling transformation. In the cracks that had stabilized, energy churned violently like boiling liquid. Purple-black lightning bolts, several times thicker than before, descended from the sky, not randomly striking, but precisely hammering the frozen earth around the steel. Each impact seared a scorched, twisted rune into the ground. These runes connected with one another, gradually forming a massive and intricate magical formation. Look at the divine steel. Did those lightning bolts grow eyes? Why are they all striking the same place? Is this some kind of painting? No, it's writing. I seem to have seen similar symbols in an ancient text somewhere. Wait, let me think. Inside the command center, Yihan had already captured images of the runes and was frantically cross-referencing them against the database. Minutes later, his face drained of color, his voice trembling slightly. Match found. This is not a natural phenomenon. It is an ancient language code long lost, a language used by gods. Xinlan hurried to his side, looking at the translated results on the screen, her pupils contracting sharply. The ancient formation, composed of countless lightning runes, represented only 2 characters. Return to position. By midnight, the storm core finally reached the skies above the base. The light of heaven and earth was completely devoured, leaving only the oppressive purple-black clouds and the ceaseless lightning within. Xiao Mo, who had remained perfectly still, slowly raised its head. The patterns on its dorsal fins blazed with brilliant light, as bright as daylight, resonating perfectly with the lightning from the storm core above, forming an exquisite harmony. Roar! An unprecedented low growl erupted from deep within Xiao Mo's throat. This was no longer the cry of a young beast, but a sound interwoven with rolling thunder and the echoes of primordial times, filled with supreme majesty and power, as if responding to a promise that spanned eternity. The viewers in the live stream were left trembling, their scalps tingling from that roar. This is it. The prelude to evolution. Evolution. I feel more like. Something is about to emerge. Before the words could finish, the brightest purple lightning bolt in the sky, like a spear cast by the heavens, tore through space, split the eternal night, and with unmatched momentum struck straight for Xiao Mo's forehead. Xiao Mo. Su Bai's eyes widened in terror, and without thinking he lunged forward. However, an invisible wall of energy held him firmly in place, and he could only watch helplessly as the devastating lightning struck Xiao Mo. There was no explosion, no scream of pain. The moment the lightning touched Xiao Mo's forehead, it fractured into countless fine arcs, melting into its body like mercury flowing across the ground. Xiao Mo's body shuddered violently, its eyes tightly shut, countless fragmented visions flashing through its mind. An icebound throne, 10,000 beasts in submission, a towering figure invoking heavenly thunder and earthly fire with a wave of its hand. Those were memories not belonging to this era. Almost simultaneously, a cold mechanical prompt resonated within Su Bai's mind. Ding. Storm core connection established. Target detected, undergoing ancient inheritance transmission. Do you accept? Warning: accepting the inheritance carries the risk of the packed beast, Xiao Mo's consciousness, being overwritten by a higher will. Please choose wisely, host. Overwritten. Su Bai's heart plummeted to his stomach. He understood. This was not evolution, but possession. Yet as he watched Xiao Mo trembling slightly in the lightning, yet revealing a hint of yearning, those words from the consciousness space echoed again. It is calling. Perhaps for it this was not suffering, but a return. Su Bai took a deep breath, his eyes filled with absolute determination. Looking at Xiao Mo before him, and speaking to the system within his own heart, he said word by word, Xiao Mo, wherever you wish to go, I will accompany you. I choose to accept. No matter who you are, no matter what you become, as long as you remain my Xiao Mo, I will walk with you to the very end. As his words fell, the lightning upon Xiao Mo seemed to receive final authorization, suddenly retracting, all flowing into its body. The world fell deathly silent at that moment. The wind ceased, the thunder rested. Xiao Mo slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes were no longer clear and pure sapphire, but had transformed into a deep cosmic blue, as if nebulae swirled within, containing boundless majesty and cold indifference. It slowly turned its head, its gaze passing over Su Bai to fix upon the direction of the distant divine steel. Then it slowly spoke. The voice was no longer a youthful cry, but a proclamation, blending male and female tones, carrying metallic resonance and ancient cadence, every syllable seeming to strike the very laws of the world. The time for return has come. Xiao Mo's gaze finally settled upon Su Bai, and in those deep blue eyes a trace of complex emotion flickered, something even it had not noticed. Storm Lord have returned. Xiao Mo's pupils held a deep blue light that seemed to transform into 2 rotating galaxies as ancient and obscure syllables escaped from her throat. Not any language known to humanity, yet bearing a solemn majesty that shook the very soul, as if transcending eons of time and space to engage in a sacred dialogue with some supreme being. The once subtle patterns on her dorsal fin had now shifted to a profound ocean blue, every line shimmering, with faint light sketching out an expansive star chart. The storm core has fully merged with the host, achieving a resonance rate of 100%. A divine-level evolutionary path now presents itself, Storm Sovereign. Would you accept it? Su Bai's heart pounded fiercely within his chest, and the deep-seated longing and exhilaration echoing through their mental link left him with no hesitation. Accept. The moment the word left his lips, the entire world seemed to fall silent, as if muted, followed immediately by an earth-shattering roar. Centered on Xiao Mo, a visible shockwave exploded outward with fierce winds, gathering all the scattered energy from heaven and earth into a colossal tornado that bridged the sky and ground. Within the storm's heart, silver serpents danced wildly, while thunder crackled and intertwined, producing a deafening roar. All the cameras in the live broadcast room shook violently at that moment, the signal disrupted by static interference, yet the fragmented images only heightened that apocalyptic sense of awe. Holy crap! What's going on? Is the base getting torn apart? This isn't some special effect. My windows are shaking too. What did Sushin create? Look at Xiaomo. It's growing larger. Oh my god, it's absorbing the entire storm. Before countless spectators' horrified eyes, that massive storm ring began to contract, violently surging towards Xiaomo's body. Her body expanded, visibly growing a full size larger, her frame, now more sleek and streamlined, radiating explosive power. Most remarkably, her back, once smooth skin, now slowly revealed scales carved like lapis lazuli, each etched with ancient, intricate totems that radiated a subtle aura of dread, as though a mythic beast had emerged from ages long past. As the final streak of lightning vanished into her body, the storm subsided, and the world fell silent once more. Xiao Mo hovered midair, surrounded by crackling arcs of electricity, each breath seemingly drawing the air around her into motion. Ding! Your beast companion Xiao Mo has successfully completed evolution into Storm Sovereign. Bloodline purification complete, unlocking exclusive abilities, Thunderstorm Domain, Storm Teleportation, and Electromagnetic Pulse Burst. An unprecedented surge of power flooded into Su Bai's mind through their spiritual bond, his mental strength exploding upward like a parched riverbed suddenly overwhelmed by torrential floodwaters. He could now clearly perceive the movement of every wisp of wind and the trajectory of every dust particle within a radius of several kilometers. Little one, how do you feel? Xiao Mo responded with a low dragon's growl. That voice no longer carried the youthful timbre of before, but rather exuded the majestic authority of one who commands the realm. Her azure blue eyes fixed upon an abandoned signal tower in the distance, as if eager to demonstrate her newly acquired power. The very next instant, a blinding bolt of lightning, thicker than a water barrel, tore through the sky without hesitation, striking the tower's peak with unerring precision. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the towering steel structure shattered like it had been struck by a giant's hammer, its upper section melting and crumbling in the terrifying electrical discharge before collapsing into a storm of scrap metal and dust. The entire sequence was swift and decisive, carrying a devastating beauty. In the livestream room, the barrage of comments erupted completely after a brief moment of stunned silence. What just happened? Was I seeing things? A single lightning bolt destroyed that tower in seconds. This isn't ordinary lightning. This must be a space-based weapon. The destructive power is absolutely insane. Storm Sovereign. I get it now. This is a walking natural disaster. Inside the command center, Yihan Qinlan and the others were equally stunned. The instruments before Yihan emitted a rapid series of alarm sounds. Pointing at the waveform on screen that surged sharply then plummeted instantly, his voice trembled slightly. Its neural signal frequency has undergone a qualitative transformation. In that fleeting instant, its range of perception. My god, it seems capable of directly detecting electromagnetic fluctuations from extreme distances like a super radar. Are you saying it can now predict enemy electronic equipment movements in advance, like drone swarms, missiles, or even fleet radar signals? Su Bai, listening through the communicator, nodded and added, it's not just that, it can also guide storms. To verify this terrifying hypothesis and help Xiao Mo quickly become familiar with its new abilities, Su Bai immediately issued the order, initiate emergency exercise, storm target range at maximum level. Upon receiving the command, the hangar doors deep within the base opened and hundreds of drone target aircraft painted with enemy insignia roared into the sky, forming a dense attack formation to simulate an enemy raid. Come on, little one, let everyone see your power. Xiao Mo let out a low growl, lightning flashing in its azure eyes. Thunderstorm Domain. A hum. An invisible ripple radiated outward from her center in an instant. Within a 5-kilometer radius, the sky appeared shrouded in a gray veil. Every flying drone target suddenly lost all its internal indicator lights, and their engines emitted a sizzling electrical noise before coming to an abrupt halt. On the command center's large screen, hundreds of dots representing the drone swarm simultaneously turned gray, the universal symbol for lost connection. All target electronic equipment is disabled. Yihan shouted in disbelief. This is only the beginning, Su Bai said softly. As the drone swarm began to falter and waver like severed kites after losing power, Xiao Mo's figure moved. Storm teleportation. Her form dissolved into a streak of lightning at her original position, vanishing instantly. In half a second, she had appeared at the very center of that massive drone swarm. She appeared as the absolute ruler of that chaotic airspace, surrounded by countless falling metal wreckage. Then she opened her mouth. Electromagnetic pulse burst. A visible blue electromagnetic ring erupted from her mouth, spreading outward at the speed of light in all directions. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an absolute profound silence. Wherever that electromagnetic ring passed, the precision electronic components inside all the drones were completely scorched, and even their metal casings glowed faintly red from the sudden surge of current. Over 100 drones in this moment were completely reduced to scrap iron falling from the sky like rain and crashing onto the distant wastelands, stirring up clouds of dust. From domain activation to total annihilation of the target, less than 3 seconds had passed. Exercise concluded. Qinlan managed to utter these words with difficulty, gazing at the screen, filled with gray signals. The livestream audience had completely lost their minds. 3 seconds. Wiped out an enhanced drone company. Is this beast taming? You call this beast taming? I used to think Su Shun was a genius, but now I think he might be the son of God, and Xiao Mo is God itself. Strategic level. This is absolutely a strategic level power that could change the landscape of war. However, amidst the cheers and amazement, Xiao Mo, which had just accomplished this astonishing feat, suddenly stopped all movement. She slowly descended to the ground, ignoring Su Bai, and abruptly turned her head to gaze toward the distant north. In those azure blue eyes flashed a trace of deeply human confusion and struggle, as though through infinite space she had witnessed something both familiar and agonizing. Su Bai immediately sensed something was wrong. He walked over quickly and gently stroked Xiao Mo's cool scales. Little one, what's wrong? Are you okay? Xiao Mo came to her senses, the confusion in her eyes fading away, but in its place was a deep exhaustion and an almost imperceptible sorrow. Just then a system prompt reappeared before Su Bai's eyes. Warning detected that the host's beast companion has activated unknown fragments of ancient memory during the evolution process. These memory fragments are related to the root information of the storm core. Would you like to consume a large amount of mental energy for in-depth analysis? Su Bai stared at those cold words, and a chill rose from the depths of his heart. The root of the storm core. Ancient memories. Looking into Xiao Mo's eyes that seemed to conceal endless secrets, a question that startled even himself burst from his lips. Little one, who exactly are you? As night fell, the training ground stood empty. Su Bai sat beside Xiao Mo, quietly keeping it company. Xiao Mo seemed to be asleep, breathing steadily, yet beneath those tightly shut eyelids a deep blue light flickered on and off. Each flicker of that light seemed to represent two entirely different wills engaged in a silent confrontation. One was Xiao Mo, the companion who had spent every day and night with Su Bai, sharing an inseparable bond. The other was an ancient, majestic, and utterly unknown presence brimming with endless storms and thunder. Su Bai did not know whether this evolution had awakened the power of a companion or a soul that had slumbered for eternity. He harbored a vague premonition this power, newly acquired and capable of shocking the world, might not be merely a gift but an invitation. An invitation, a blood-red ticket to a grander, more merciless stage. And the curtain was about to rise. In the global livestream, the Abyss Sea Serpent King rampaged across the battlefield like a black bolt of deadly lightning. Its colossal body weaved nimbly between scorched earth and lava, each whip of its tail shattering boulders with ease, while the venomous mist it exhaled forced the beast tamers of other nations to retreat in fear. In just 3 minutes, it had slain 3 giant beasts. On the leaderboard, the Lighthouse Nation sat proudly at the top, its score still climbing frantically. The boiling massive lava pool had become its exclusive fountain of life. No matter how severe the injury, diving into the magma would restore it to perfect health, its aura even more formidable than before. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's command room, the atmosphere was as heavy as steel. This is impossible to fight. Logistics analyst Qinlan stared fixedly at the data screen, her brow deeply furrowed. The Serpent King's venomous mist covers too wide an area. Once Xiao Mo gets close, he'll be continuously weakened. But if he doesn't engage in melee, the long-range atomic breath can be dodged by diving into the lava. It holds the terrain advantage. It's practically invincible. The global livestream chat had already exploded. It's over, the Dragon Kingdom is definitely going to be last. Godzilla can't even touch that snake. Isabel from the Lighthouse Nation knows the rules too well, using the lava pool to heal and farm points. It's like a game exploit. Haha, the 8-headed serpent of the Sakura Nation tried to sneak attack, but got its scales melted by a single venomous mist. Hilarious. This Serpent King is the true king of the battlefield. In the Lighthouse Nation's command room, Isabel stood with arms crossed, a look of undisguised mockery on her face. Through the lens, she seemed to silently taunt Su Bai, see this. This is absolute power gap. Your oversized lizard is nothing but a coward, afraid to even step into the battlefield's center. Amid the uproar and pessimistic voices, however, Su Bai remained remarkably calm. His gaze was not fixed on the Serpent King's frantic movements, but locked onto the lava pool that granted it endless vitality. Deep within his pupils, countless streams of data raced through rapid calculations. Magma. It was fluid, scorching hot, brimming with immense energy. But in essence, it was still molten rock and minerals. And as long as it was matter, it could not completely escape the laws of physics. Qinlan Su Bai suddenly spoke, his voice unervingly steady. Calculate the geomagnetic field strength and mineral composition of the central battlefield area. Huh. Calculating that now. Qinlan was startled, but instinctively activated the equipment to begin analysis. Forget about the snake. Su Bai's voice carried an undeniable resolve. Little one, don't let it touch the magma again. This command, transmitted through the mental link, struck like a thunderclap in Xiao Mo's consciousness. Xiao Emo, who had been held back by Su Bai and forced to circle the battlefield's edge, instantly grasped his master's intent. He no longer suppressed the surging power within him. Lifting his head, he let out a roar that shook the heavens. Roar. This roar was not merely to intimidate, but carried a resonance of a peculiar frequency. Global viewers watched as Godzilla Xiao Emo suddenly plunged his massive body downward, his razor-sharp, skyward-pointing dorsal fins at an incredible angle, driving deep into the hard, scorched ground beneath him. What is he doing? Is he hurting himself? Something's wrong. Look at the air around him. Is it distorting? I feel my scalp tingling like static electricity. The next moment, a strange transformation occurred. Centered on Xiao Emo, an invisible, overwhelming force suddenly erupted. This force was neither wind nor shockwave, but something more primal, more domineering. A magnetic field. The storm-like core within Xiao Emo, akin to a nuclear fusion reactor, now operated at an unprecedented power, resonating intensely with the geomagnetic field of the Abyss Rift. A dull bell-like rumble echoed across the entire battlefield. All metallic objects trembled slightly, and even the live-stream feed flickered with static for a moment. Then a scene that left billions of viewers stunned unfolded. The vast lava pool at the center of the battlefield, the fountain of life, that had been churning and bubbling with sulfur, seemed to hit a pause button. The flowing magma began to cool and solidify from the edges at a visible speed. The blinding red was replaced by deep, dark black. The surging waves turned into jagged black ridges, and a thick, smooth obsidian crust formed on the surface in an instant. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the Abyss Sea Serpent King had just repelled the griffin of the Gallic nation, bearing a few shallow wounds. It flicked its tail habitually, its massive body turning into a dark shadow as it leaped high toward the lava pool, ready to enjoy its warm healing once more. But what awaited it was no longer the soft, boiling magma. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The Serpent King slammed its head onto the newly formed diamond-hard obsidian shell. The immense inertia forced a pained hiss from it, and its entire body, caught off guard by the sudden change, was pinned awkwardly mid-air, dozens of meters above the ground. The entire battlefield fell into dead silence. After a 3-second pause, the chat exploded like a geyser. Holy shit! Magma. Solidified. What kind of godly move is that? Can you change the terrain? What am I seeing? Godzilla turned magma into stone. That's not scientific. Science. Talking about science with the Dragon Kingdom's beast tamers. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, that trainer Su Bai. His target from the start wasn't the Serpent King, but the lava. The smile on Isabel's face completely froze, replaced by a deathly pallor and utter disbelief. She shrieked, impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Hurry. Dive down. Use venom to corrode it. But it was too late. Now it's our turn to counterattack. Su Bai's icy voice echoed in the command room. Xiao Emo yanked his dorsal fins out, sending up a cloud of dust. The blue divine light that had been building in his eyes burst forth, and a terrifying thunderstorm domain expanded around him. Dark clouds gathered rapidly in the sky, and electric snakes danced wildly. Roar! With another roar, a thick electromagnetic pulse beam crashed down, striking the Serpent King, which was pinned to the obsidian slab and unable to move. Zzz. The intense electromagnetic pulse instantly shattered the Serpent King's energy defenses, sending high-voltage electricity through its entire body, plunging it into deep paralysis. Its black scales curled and blackened under the electric light, and it let out a sharp, brief hiss. Its once proud defense dropped to zero in the face of absolute power. In that instant, Xiao Emo moved. His massive body displayed incredible speed, defying its size, as he transformed into a bolt of thunder, crossing hundreds of meters in a heartbeat and leaping high. Under the stunned gaze of countless cameras and viewers, Xiao Mo's metallic, gleaming claws like blades tearing through a canvas pierced precisely through the Serpent King's most vulnerable spot, the 7-inch mark. Puff! Hot blood gushed out, but froze instantly upon contact with the air due to the low-temperature electric arcs. Xiao Emo pressed down with his forelimbs, pinning the still-struggling Serpent King firmly onto the sharp obsidian spike formed from solidified magma. The battlefield froze at that moment into a tableau of violent beauty. Global broadcast: first kill achieved. Abyss Sea Serpent King eliminated. Dragon Kingdom team 1,000 points. Current rank first. National Fortune System: Dragon Kingdom first kill achieved. Significant national fortune boost. Golden Dragon shines brightly. We won. We're number one. Su God is awesome. Xiao Emo is awesome. Who called us cowards? Step forward. This is our Godzilla. Control burst finishing move. So cool. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream room, countless viewers jumped up from their seats, their cheers nearly lifting the roof. Qin and the others hugged tightly in the command room, crying tears of joy. Su Bai slowly exhaled a breath, his tense nerves finally loosening a bit. But when his gaze returned to the pinned Serpent King's corpse in the center of the battlefield, his brow involuntarily furrowed. In the final moment when the system announcement echoed, something seemed to flicker in the Serpent King's huge, lifeless pupils. It was not a final spark of life, but an incongruous, eerie red glow, as if from the depths of hell. It flashed and vanished so fast it could be mistaken for an illusion. Meanwhile, at the farthest edge of the Abyss Rift battlefield, in a corner shrouded by perpetual thick fog, a blurry figure almost indistinguishable from the mist slowly withdrew its gaze from the battlefield center. It seemed to have received some signal, made no pause, and silently turned, disappearing completely into the deeper fog, as if it had never been there. The cheers of the battlefield continued, but an inexplicable chill crept into Su Bai's heart. Nothing seemed to have ended with the Serpent King's death. The mechanical voice of the system announcement had not yet faded completely, and the live streams of hundreds of millions of viewers around the globe had already erupted into a frenzy. High above the Abyss Rift, the golden emblem of the Dragon Kingdom shone with boundless radiance. On the leaderboard, the stark crimson number 1 stung the eyes of every competitor. Holy crap! What just happened? 1 second, just 1 second. The Serpent King was pinned down instantly. Was that an electromagnetic railgun? No, it's the pet skill. It used its own dorsal fin as a cannon barrel. Xiaomo's dad is too amazing. This is our Dragon Kingdom's divine beast. Don't call him that, it's Su Shan. Without Su Shan's command, how could Xiao Mo have landed such a precise strike? Number 1 in points. A royal flush from the start. This wave has completely stunned the Lighthouse Kingdom. Su Bai stood on the scorched rock, the residual heat of the lava seeping through his specially crafted boots. He reached out and gently patted Xiao Mo's rough, arc-laced skin, a confident curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. He raised his eyes, his gaze seeming to pierce through the drone's lens, staring directly at everyone before the screen. Kid, hear that? He chuckled softly. We're here to win the championship. Don't let these small fries steal the spotlight. Xiao Mo let out a low roar in response. The dorsal fin, which had dimmed slightly after its extreme burst, began to glow with azure light once more. The lingering thunderstorm energy in the air seemed to grow denser, revealing its terrifying potential far from being exhausted. However, amidst the jubilant team voice chat, Yihan, who was in charge of data monitoring, suddenly let out a dubious exclamation. Something's off. He frowned deeply, staring intently at an anomalous data stream on the tactical terminal screen. Captain Qinlan, look here. At the exact moment the Serpent King was killed, a hyperfrequency encrypted signal lasting only 0.3 seconds was emitted from the Serpent King's biological core, directed to the Lighthouse Kingdom's battle zone coordinates. Qinlan reacted swiftly, pulling up the relevant data on her own terminal for reverse tracking and decryption. Seconds later, she raised her head with a grim expression. Yihan is right. The signal frequency and encryption method are unlike anything we've seen. But judging from the data structure, this looks more like a remote control feedback command reporting mission failure. Someone was controlling it from behind. Su Bai's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a cold sharpness. He surveyed the hellish lava battlefield that had just witnessed a fierce battle, his eyes growing profound. It seems this is not just a simple beast-taming battlefield. The Lighthouse Kingdom, or rather certain people, have stretched their hands too far. At the same time, in the Lighthouse Kingdom's battle zone on the other side of the rift, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Isabella's beautiful face was now ashen. She clenched her silver teeth and hissed into the communicator, her voice trembling with extreme rage. Useless. A monarch-level beast that underwent abyss modification couldn't even hold out for 3 minutes. Rexa, what exactly are you trying to do? Is this the foolproof plan you promised the council? Beside her, a man shrouded in a black robe slowly raised his head. Beneath the shadow of his hood, his eyes glowed with an ominous crimson light, completely out of place among the anxious and agitated crowd. Facing Isabella's interrogation, he merely let out an ambiguous chuckle. What's the rush, Isabella? His voice was hoarse and calm, as if recounting a trivial matter unrelated to himself. This is only the beginning. As his words faded, his form flickered, as if merging into the shadows, vanishing silently in full view of everyone. Isabella's pupils contracted. A chill ran up her spine. She suddenly realized that the purpose of this mysterious collaborator named Rexa was far more complex and terrifying than she had imagined. Just as the Dragon Kingdom team maintained high alert, analyzing the sudden conspiracy, the entire battlefield began to tremble violently, without warning. Boom! The massive lava pillar that had been pierced through by Xiao Mo and had completely solidified suddenly cracked open, with countless spiderweb-like crimson fissures on its black surface. A surge of energy, fiercer and more scorching than before, erupted from the depths of the earth, as if some unknown force was forcibly awakening the dormant volcanic core. Captain, the geothermal index is skyrocketing exponentially. The lava pool is about to erupt again. Qinlan reported, urgently, staring at the wildly alarming values on her terminal. The ground, which had begun to cool, turned scorching hot once more. The air distorted, and the pungent smell of sulfur grew intense again. They want to be reborn through fire. Su Bai's eyes turned cold as he instantly saw through the enemy's scheme. By detonating the Earth's veins, they want to create greater chaos. Even use this massive geothermal energy to trigger some mutation in the dead Serpent King's remains. In your dreams. He waved his hand decisively and issued an unquestionable command. Xiao Mo, seal it completely. Roar. Xiao Mo seemed to have been waiting for this order. It let out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, and the dormant storm core within its body began spinning at an unprecedented speed. This time it did not leap. Instead, it drove its lightning-glowing dorsal fin like a sword of creation deep into the hard rock beneath its feet. Crackling. With Xiao Mo at the center, endless azure arcs spread like furious dragons in all directions, instantly covering the entire vast lava pool area. This was not an attack, but a more domineering domain control. The second magnetic storm pulsed wider in range and stronger in intensity. The terrifying low-temperature magnetic field forcibly enveloped every inch of the seething land, engaging in a primal confrontation with the scorching energy erupting from below. The clash of ice and fire played a symphony of destruction at the heart of the battlefield. The boiling magma upon contact with the magnetic storm domain was instantly cooled and solidified, crackling and snapping. In just over 10 seconds, the entire turbulent surface of the lava pool was completely sealed by a layer of obsidian barriers several meters thick and smooth as a mirror. The violent force from the Earth's depths was suppressed beneath, unable to disturb the surface any further. Global viewers watched this miraculous scene in stunned silence. My God, what kind of power is this? Forcibly physically cooling a volcano. So tyrannical. It's just unreasonable. The Lighthouse Kingdom wanted to trigger a volcano, but the Dragon Kingdom simply sealed it. The Dragon Kingdom is going for the knockout, completely cutting off the enemy's chance to use the terrain. Xiao Mo's dad is no longer just amazing, he's absurd. This is definitely a mythical creature. Su Bai looked at the battlefield now completely covered in obsidian, confirmed the threat was neutralized, and was about to let the team take a short rest to reassess the strategy. Just then a sharp piercing whistle tore through the sky above the rift. Whoosh. A signal flare blood red shot up from the highest point in the center of the battlefield, exploding in the gloomy sky to form a huge, eerie eye pattern. Then the cold and motionless system announcement echoed once again in everyone's ears and across the world's live streams. Warning: Phase 1 of the battlefield complete. Abyss Gaze activated. Battlefield Phase 2 Chaos Mist is about to commence. All surviving teams and their beasts will be shrouded in mist and randomly teleported to any location on the battlefield. Rule change: within the mist, all team location information is blocked and friend or foe identification systems are disabled. Killing an enemy beast grants double points. Rule change: point acquisition limit removed. As the last words fell, the entire noisy world seemed to hit the mute button. Whether it was Su Bai in the rift or the hundreds of millions of viewers before the screens, the smiles on their faces instantly froze. Double points limit removed. This meant that the hard-won lead they had gained at great cost was now fragile and vulnerable in the face of the new rules. Inside the rift, the wind fell silent. The obsidian ground, forcibly cooled, reflected the eerie light of the blood-red eye in the sky, shrouded in dead silence. A hunting game far bloodier and more chaotic than before was about to unfold. The roar emanating from the depths of the mist was unlike the fury of the previous beasts. It was more like a somber proclamation, filled with the majesty of primeval antiquity. The heavy footsteps, each one seemingly stomping on the hearts of all, caused the clamorous barrage of comments in the live stream to pause for a moment. Then a colossal figure like a mountain tore open a corner of the thick mist, slowly revealing itself before Su Bai and Qinlan. It was an ancient thunder elephant. Its size far surpassed any known colossal beast on the arena, its tusks like curved swords gleaming with a cold metallic light. The most terrifying were the thick chains wrapped around its limbs and torso. They were not ordinary iron, but condensed from pure thunder energy, with purple lightning darting along the chains, emitting crackling bursts. With each step the thunder elephant took, the chains scraped against its gray rock-like skin, stirring visible ripples of electric arcs. What made Qinlan's pupils contract even more were the two blurry projections following closely behind the elephant. One resembled a griffin poised to take flight, the other a coiled giant python. They were entirely composed of translucent energy, yet exuded a danger no less than that of a peak C-rank colossal beast. My God, what kind of monster is this? Peak B rank. With this pressure, I believe it's A rank. That's not the point. The point is the thunder chains on it, and the projections behind it. This is definitely man-made. There's a beast tamer controlling it from behind. We found it. This is an ancient thunder elephant, an extremely rare lightning-type subdragon species. Adults can reach A rank. Although this one is only at peak B rank, its bloodline potential is terrifying. Which freak can contract such a monster? And they even installed a summoning device on it. This is cheating. Barefaced cheating. The barrage in the live stream completely exploded. If the successive counterkills by Su Bai and Xiao Mo earlier were a display of skill and strength, then the appearance of this thunder elephant completely shattered the balance of the competition. Trouble is huge. Qinlan's voice carried a hint of gravity, the tactical terminal on her wrist flashing frantic red alerts. Heat sources, electromagnetic fields, energy fluctuations. All data points to the same conclusion: this thunder elephant's actual combat power is infinitely close to A rank. Although the energy intensity of those two projections is slightly weaker, their movement patterns are highly coordinated, clearly controlled by the main brain. Su Bai said nothing, only narrowing his eyes. He could clearly sense a strong emotion of fear emanating from Xiao Mo. The blue light on Xiao Mo's dorsal fin flickered rapidly, a low, threatening growl rumbling from its throat, its fur bristling slightly, all over entering an unprecedented state of alert. This was a rival worthy of its mettle, even an instinctive reaction to encountering a natural enemy. Their target is us, and it has been from the very beginning. Su Bai's voice was terrifyingly calm. Using the chaotic mist to conceal the thunder elephant's entrance, then locking our position with high-frequency communication, and finally appearing when our points are highest and we are most conspicuous. This is a meticulously planned assassination. Roar. As if responding to Su Bai's judgment, the ancient thunder elephant suddenly raised its trunk, letting out a deafening roar. The sound waves turned into a tangible shockwave mixed with scattered lightning, instantly dispersing the thick mist within 100 meters. The view suddenly opened up, but it also meant they were completely exposed within the enemy's attack range. Xiao Mo Thunder Shield. Su Bai made a prompt decision. Oh. Xiao Mo understood tacitly, its body bursting with brilliant blue light, a spherical shield woven from countless fine electric arcs, instantly expanding, firmly protecting the two humans and the beast within. Almost at the same moment the shield formed, the griffin projection behind the thunder elephant flapped its wings, unleashing a storm of wind blades mixed with energy arrows. Then the giant python projection opened its maw, spewing a cloud of dark green toxic mist, attempting to corrode the shield's energy structure. Bang, bang, bang. The dense attack struck the thunder shield, creating ripples as lightning clashed with wind blades and toxic mist, emitting harsh crackling sounds. The shield trembled violently, and Xiao Mo let out a pained grunt. Clearly the cost of maintaining the shield was enormous. Do you see that? Su Bai is being suppressed. That shield won't hold for long. This is unfair. Who is the opponent's beast tamer? Have the guts to step out, don't hide behind like a coward. I found a possibility. The top student of the Imperial Beast Taming Academy, Thunder Emperor Sikong Yao's ace pet, is an ancient thunder elephant. And he excels at multi-summoning and tactical linking. Sikong Yao, the monster known as the #1 of the new generation. How could he participate in a competition of this level? Dimensional reduction strike. This is definitely a dimensional reduction strike. Shouldn't the organizers do something? The information from the barrage made the situation clearer and more desperate. The opponent was a long-established genius whose strength was far beyond the reach of these contestants. We can't just defend passively, Qinlan said quickly. The thunder elephant itself hasn't moved yet, it's accumulating energy. Those two thunder chains are problematic. They're not restraints, they're more like charging the elephant. We must find the hidden beast tamer before it finishes charging. Su Bai agreed deeply. While directing Xiao Mo to barely maintain the shield, he expanded his mental perception to its limit, trying to capture the hidden enemy within the chaotic energy field. However, the mist seemed to be the opponent's best barrier. No matter how he probed, he could only perceive the thunder elephant's energy core as domineering as a blazing sun and the energy nodes of the two projections, nothing else. The opponent's concealment technique was even more sophisticated than the stealth-specialized colossal beasts they had encountered before. Found him? Qinlan asked anxiously. Su Bai shook his head, his gaze locked onto the ancient thunder elephant, slowly raising its front hoof. On the elephant's tusks, dazzling electric light was gathering, forming an extremely unstable high-energy thunderball. A sense of crisis prickled like needles on his back. Since I can't find you, I'll force you out. Su Bai slapped Xiao Mo's back, issuing an order that surprised everyone. Xiao Mo abandoned defense, maximum power, used thunder cannon on the elephant's head. Oh. Xiao Mo was stunned, seeming not to understand why they should abandon the only protection at such a moment. Execute the order. Su Bai's tone brooked no argument. The live stream instantly erupted in uproar. Are you crazy? Remove the shield. Is this a suicide attack? No. Su Bai is no fool. He must have his own plan. I get it. The thunder elephant is now a fixed target and is charging up. This is the best time to attack. Use attack instead of defense to interrupt its casting. Xiao Mo's trust in Su Bai surpassed its instinctive fear. It roared, instantly dispelling the thunder shield, and converged all its energy into its mouth. A blue thunderball, more dazzling and violent than any before, rapidly formed the air, distorting from the intense compression of energy. Just as Xiao Mo abandoned defense, the griffin and python attacks came again. Without the shield's protection, Qinlan only had time to deploy her own emergency energy barrier, but it was a drop in the bucket. At the critical moment, Su Bai blocked in front of Qinlan. The seemingly ordinary combat suit on him suddenly glowed, faintly, runes flowing forcibly, withstanding most of the residual shock. Even so, he was shaken, blood surging, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. At that very moment, Xiao Mo's attack completed. A thick blue thunder pillar, like a divine punishment, tearing through the air with world-destroying force, fiercely blasted toward the ancient thunder elephant's head. However, facing this fatal strike, the ancient thunder elephant's cold eyes showed no ripple at all. It simply pushed the fully charged thunderball slowly off its tusks. An even more bizarre scene occurred. The thunder chains wrapped around the elephant suddenly blazed up, their brilliance even surpassing Xiao Mo's thunder cannon. Countless ancient and complex runes emerged on the chains, flowing and reconfiguring like living things. An energy fluctuation far more terrifying and profound than the elephant itself suddenly erupted from the elephant as its center. Qinlan's tactical terminal let out an extremely piercing shriek. All data on the screen instantly replaced by chaotic static, leaving only a blood-red warning flickering wildly. She exclaimed in shock, "No, that's not a charging device. It's a resonance altar. It's summoning something." Su Bai's heart also sank to the bottom at this moment. He felt the entire energy field of the Rift Valley violently oscillating with the runes on the chains, as if some intangible existence was responding to this call across space. In the air, a low and eerie hum began to sound. A piercing system alarm abruptly exploded in Su Bai's mind, sharp as a steel needle. Warning: high-energy resonance fluctuation detected. Its intensity is rapidly escalating. In the center of the battlefield, the mountain-sized thunder elephant suddenly lifted its front hoof and let out a deafening roar to the sky. With its movement, 4 thick, dark purple lightning chains pierced through the void, precisely connecting and locking its limbs. The other ends of the chains vanished into distorted spatial ripples, as if connected to an unknown plane. The next second, the void behind the thunder elephant rippled violently, and 2 distinct blurry projections slowly emerged amidst the interweaving of lightning and energy. One was a divine bird bathed in blazing flames, its gorgeous tail feathers trailing sparks, exactly the form of a flame phoenix. The other shimmered with cold, hard metallic luster, swift and lethal, and formed the silhouette of a giant mechanical mantis. Damn, this thing can summon a twin body. Su Bai frowned, his heart sinking. He had anticipated the enemy would have a backup plan, but never expected such a troublesome and outrageous combination. A summoned beast summoning another summoned beast. This had already exceeded the cognitive scope of most tamers. Holy crap, what the hell is this? One summon with 2. Buy 1 get 2 free. That thunder elephant is a summoned beast, and what it summoned is also a summoned beast. A summoned beast, summoned beast. Are they nesting dolls? The lighthouse country has gone mad. This technique is unheard of, using a summoned beast as an unstable summoning array. 3 legendary level giant beasts. How can we fight this? Sushin, hold on. The barrage in the live stream exploded instantly, shock and worry almost overflowing the screen. Just then, a familiar voice, cold and tinged with heavy sarcasm, pierced through the clamor of the battlefield and reached Su Bai's ears clearly. Su Bai, do you think you're invincible? Su Bai jerked his head up, his gaze crossing the chaotic battlefield and locking onto the enemy's command platform. There, a woman in a black tight combat suit stood by the railing, the night wind stirring her neat short hair, a cold smile curving at the corners of her lips. Gu Qingyao. That name flashed through Su Bai's mind, bringing a hint of complex emotions. She had been in the same cohort as him, hailed as the most promising genius tamer with the potential to surpass him, yet she disappeared after graduation. Now they meet again, but she stands on the enemy's side, defecting to the lighthouse country. The pride and purity she once possessed were long gone, replaced by a chilling coldness and ruthlessness. What I bring is not just summoned beast you've never seen before, Gu Qingyao's voice echoed across the battlefield through the loudspeaker, but also a future you can never contend with. Beside her, a mysterious man completely shrouded in a black robe. Lei Sa slowly raised his right hand, clad in a black glove. At almost the same instant, the distant thunder elephant projection also lifted its front hoof, emitting a low roar perfectly synchronized with his gesture. Clearly, this terrifying thunder elephant was under this man's direct control. Gu Qingyao. It's her. I remember her, the pride of the Dragon Kingdom Academy. She actually betrayed the country. Damn, is this woman crazy? Becoming a dog for the lighthouse country. Did she forget who raised her? Who is that black-robed figure? Feels so strong, the thunder elephant is completely his puppet. This is trouble. Not only do we have a powerful enemy, but also a traitor who knows our secrets is commanding. The audience's anger and worry intertwined, but the battlefield situation allowed no distraction. As Lei Sa's hand gesture fell, a 3-line suppression unfolded instantly. The thunder elephant, as the main attacker, took heavy steps, each one causing the earth to tremble violently. Its massive trunk, like a thunder whip, swept across with immense force, suppressing Xiao Mo's movements from the front. High in the sky, the flame phoenix projection let out a clear cry, flapped its wings, and a rain of fire fell like meteors, forming a net of flames, with no blind spots, completely sealing off all of Xiao Mo's evasive and maneuvering space. At the same time, the mechanical mantis's figure turned into streaks of silver lightning on the ground, using its unparalleled speed to launch surprise attacks. Every time it appeared, it precisely aimed at the weak points of Xiao Mo's defense, its sharp blade feet producing piercing sounds as it attempted to cut and harass. Sky, ground, and front. 3 giant beasts with completely different attributes and attack methods formed a perfect joint pincer attack, instantly forcing Xiao Mo into unprecedented passivity. In an instant, several black scorch marks and bone-deep scratches appeared on the huge dragon body, leaving it struggling to survive in the narrow space under the 3-way assault. Little one, watch the sky. Right flank defense. Commander Qinlan's anxious voice came through the channel, sounding sharp with urgency. Xiao Mo let out a reluctant roar, struggling to defend. Its tail swept and repelled a sneak attack from the mechanical mantis, but then it had to immediately retract to dodge the phoenix's fire rain, and then withstand the thunder elephant's frontal charge, retreating step by step its defense line precarious. This can't go on. Su Bai took a deep breath and abruptly closed his eyes. At this moment he shut out all external distractions, pouring out his full spiritual power like a tide, fully activating the deepest level of consciousness link with Xiaomo. Whoosh! In an instant the world spun. Countless combat data, enemy attack trajectories, energy flow directions, the contraction and pain of every muscle in Xiaomo's body. All of it flooded into his mind in an instant like a torrent of information. It was a tremendous burden, but Su Bai endured the sting in his brain and quickly processed the information. When he opened his eyes again, a deep blue electric light flashed and vanished in his gaze. His vision had perfectly merged with Xiaomo's. "Little one, follow my commands." His voice sounded directly in Xiaomo's soul through the spiritual link, calm, steady, with unshakable confidence. Xiaomo, who was being harassed by the fire rain, shuddered abruptly, its chaotic eyes instantly becoming clear and resolute. Its massive body, with an agility completely disproportionate to its size, leaped sideways under Su Bai's precise command, narrowly avoiding the new wave of fire rain by a hair's breadth. Before the mechanical mantis could seize the opportunity to attack during its landing recovery, Xiaomo, following Su Bai's instructions, made a move that no one expected. It actually drove the row of sharp dorsal fins on its back like a row of swords fiercely into the ground beneath it. Boom! The hard ground was plowed into a deep trench. Using its dorsal fins as a fulcrum and conductor, Xiaomo madly surged its lightning energy, instantly forming a huge thunderous shield on its side. Clang! The silver lightning transformed from the mechanical mantis exactly collided with the shield. A piercing metallic clash rang out, and its indestructible blade feet were actually bounced back by the huge recoil force, causing its body to pause briefly in midair. Now, without any pause, the moment Su Bai's thought of attack was issued, the energy already accumulated in Xiaomo's mouth exploded. A blazing energy beam condensed to the extreme, carrying an aura of destruction, burst from Xiaomo's mouth, tearing through the sky. It did not target the nearby mechanical mantis nor the phoenix in the sky, but precisely struck the distant thunder elephant's chest. Roar! The thunder elephant let out a pained cry, the powerful impact of the heat beam causing its massive body to stagger. More importantly, the thick lightning chain connecting its left front leg under the direct impact of the heat beam emitted a strained crack and shattered. Holy crap! Divine prediction. What kind of move is this? It's Sushin commanding. Absolutely. Xiaomo's actions are completely different now, calm, efficient, deadly. So cool. Using dorsal fins stuck in the ground as a fulcrum and defense, rebounding the mantis's attack, then a heat beam to break the thunder elephant's summoning chain. This combo is smooth as flowing water. Just as the live stream was buzzing with excitement over this ultimate counterattack, an even more thrilling notification sound rang in Su Bai's mind. Ding! Detected that the host and pet beast have achieved perfect synergy under extreme pressure. Bond level has broken through to intermediate, unlocking a new feature, synergistic evolution. Synergistic evolution. In the state of bond link, the host can temporarily share and use some of the pet beast skills with power determined by the host's own energy. Su Bai was ecstatic internally. This was a godsend opportunity. Great chance. He immediately chose to share Xiaomo's heat beam skill on the system panel. A scorching and wild energy instantly surged from his link, with Xiaomo flooding into his limbs and finally converging between his palms. Under the astonished gaze of Gu Qingyao and Lei Sa on the command platform, Su Bai pushed his hands forward, palms aimed at the sky. A blue heat beam, much smaller in scale than Xiaomo's, but more condensed and pure, shot out like an arrow, piercing the darkness. Target the phoenix projection in the sky that was continuously raining fire. The small heat beam was unimaginably fast, and the phoenix projection couldn't even dodge before being precisely pierced through the center. Screech! The phoenix let out a mournful cry. The flame energy composing its body began to flicker violently and unstably, finally exploding in the air into brilliant sparks, dissipating completely. In an instant, two of the three-line suppression were broken. The thunder elephant let out a painful roar due to the broken chain and its own injury, its offensive clearly weakening. The mechanical mantis also faltered in its attack due to the loss of air support, appearing hesitant. The scales of victory seemed to be tipping wildly towards Su Bai and his team in that moment. For the first time, the cold smile on Gu Qingyao's face froze. Beside her, the black-robed man, Lei Sa's hand, which had been steadily raised, also stiffened for a moment. However, in this brief silence, the stiffness on Gu Qingyao's face quickly faded, replaced by an even more eerie and cold smile, as if everything before her was within her expectations, even making her more excited. This is only the beginning. Her voice was not loud, but it clearly reached every corner of the battlefield, carrying a chilling madness. The true war has only just begun. As her words fell, her figure began to blur, slowly retreating into the surging dense fog that had risen at the edge of the battlefield, as if she had never been there, leaving only that meaningful sentence echoing in the silent sky above the battlefield. The silence of the abyss rift lasted less than 10 seconds before it was shattered by Yi Han's hurried breaths. On the tactical terminal, the signal representing that eerie red light appeared and vanished in just 0 7 seconds, yet it seared into the hearts of every Longwa team member like a red-hot branding iron. Any luck? Did you track it? Su Bai's voice was low as he soothed the visibly weary Xiao Mo beside him while fixing his gaze on Yihan. Xiao Mo's dorsal fin had already retracted from the obsidian ground, its dull scales revealing the immense energy drained by the second suppression. Now it gently nuzzled Su Bai's palm, letting out a plaintive growl. Little one, you've worked hard. Quick, give it some good food to replenish. What was that red light, just now? Special effects. An official stunt. Doesn't seem like it. Look at Yishin's expression. He looks like he's seen a ghost. I recorded the screen. Playing it in slow motion at 100x, that beam seemed to shoot from the shadows at the edge of the battlefield, an angle none of the official broadcast cameras could capture. Yihan's face turned extremely grim. He slammed his fist hard on the console and muttered a curse, gone, completely gone. The signal appeared out of nowhere and vanished just as suddenly as if it had never existed. Their counter-tracking technology is at least 2 levels above ours. He projected the intercepted instant data stream onto the translucent light screen before the 3 of them, which displayed cascading gibberish and a sharp pulse waveform. All I can analyze is that this beam contains an extremely high energy level, and its nature is decomposition and recombination. It's not mere destruction, it's more like extracting something from the Serpent King's corpse in a way we cannot comprehend. Extract. Qinlan walked over to the charred remains of the Serpent King, crouched down, and carefully picked up a pinch of ash with her gloved hand. The ash disintegrated instantly at her fingertips, unable to maintain even the most basic particle structure. The energy residue is very peculiar. It has the properties of annihilation, yet also a trace of forced spatial traction. What they took is likely some kind of core from the Serpent King's body. Su Bai's eyes turned cold as he connected all the clues, so the encrypted signal transmitted by the Serpent King before its death was its last words to this group, or rather, coordinates. No, Yihan shook his head. The signal sent by the Serpent King before its death was more like a key. And the group that just retrieved the item was using that key to unlock a lock. They knew all along that the Serpent King would die here. In fact, its frenzy and the upheaval of the earth vein energy might have been part of their plan. This deduction caused even the livestream chat to pause momentarily. Wait, let me sort this out. So there's a mysterious organization that first orchestrated a huge plot, detonated the lava pool in this area, and forced the Serpent King to go berserk. Then they predicted that a team would come to kill the Serpent King, so they waited nearby, and after our Longwood team fought hard and finished it, they came out to loot the loot. Holy shit, that's too insidious. They're treating us like free laborers. The more I think, the more terrified I am. This is no longer within the realm of competition. A third-party force is interfering with the entire battlefield of the gods. What are the organizers doing? Aren't they going to intervene? How can we continue competing like this? Intervene. They can't even track the signal. How can they intervene? This group is like ghosts. They've treated us as tools to clean up the battlefield. Su Bai sneered, his voice dripping with bone-chilling coldness. He gently patted Xiao Mo's head and soothed. Little one, remember this scent. Next time you smell it, don't hold back. Tear them apart. Xiao Mo let out a low growl, its nostrils flaring, as if truly memorizing the faint, eerie energy residue in the air. Qinlan stood up, her expression grave as she looked around. The situation is worse than we thought. This group of ghosts is not only technologically advanced, but also has a far deeper understanding of the battlefield than we do. They can precisely utilize earth vein energy and even predict our movements. This suggests that they may have been lurking here for a long time, even before the competition began. This possibility weighed heavily on the 3 of them. What they faced might not just be competitors from other nations, but also a mysterious enemy lurking in the shadows, toying with everyone. Who were they? What was their purpose? And what was that thing taken from the Serpent King's corpse? Mysteries loomed over the Longwood team like dark clouds, the joy of their recent victory vanishing, replaced by an unprecedented sense of crisis. Su Bai took a deep breath and broke the silence. No matter who they are, if they want to use us as pawns, they'd better see if their own lives are tough enough. Yihan, pack and encrypt all related data, mark it as highest threat level. Qinlan, replan our alert and search range, and treat this ghost unit as the primary hypothetical enemy. His voice was not loud, but exceptionally steady, quickly stabilizing the wavering morale. Just then a soft white light suddenly illuminated the entire battlefield space from sky to ground. The light seemed to possess the power to purify everything, sweeping away the lingering smoke, the smell of sulfur, and the violent energy factors remaining in the air. Even the electromagnetic barrier formed by Xiao Mo's second seal slowly dissipated in the white light. The world seemed to be reset. It's here. It's here. Stage settlement. Every battlefield settlement is so shocking. The light affects, the budget is burning. Finally over. This match had my heart pounding, more thrilling than a roller coaster. No, I haven't seen enough of Su Bai's boss moves yet. Don't worry, those ahead, the big one is coming. After the settlement, the next round opponents will be announced. Accompanying the white light was the system prompt, voice cold, majestic, and devoid of any emotion, echoing throughout the entire battlefield of the gods. The current stage has ended. Battlefield settlement in progress. Points rankings and battle damage data are being uploaded to the global leaderboard. Battlefield environment resetting. The chaos mist will be cleared shortly. Su Bai, Yihan, and Qinlan simultaneously looked up at the sky. They knew that the brief respite was over and greater challenges were about to come. That mysterious third party was certainly a major threat, but for now, they had to face the enemies within the rules. Before countless live screens around the world, all viewers held their breath waiting anxiously. The system prompt sounded again, each word striking everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. The chaos mist has been cleared. The next stage, survival battle mode, is now starting. Opponent matchmaking system activated. Generating opponent list based on current points, ranking, zone performance, and comprehensive combat power. On the live broadcast screen of the global challenge, 3 massive golden characters hovered above the battlefield map, each name representing an insurmountable peak. Dragon Kingdom contestants, Su Bai, Qinlan. First opponent, Sacred Empire, Isabella von Augustus. Second opponent, New Federation, Rexa, Iron Fist, Ames. Third opponent, Sky Capital, Gu Qingyao. As the list froze, billions of viewers worldwide fell into deathly silence, and then a torrent of barrage comments flooded the screen like a tsunami. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Am I seeing things? Isabella, Rexa, Gu Qingyao. All 3 monsters are here. Is this the finals? How did they end up in a death group in the second round? The Deep Sea Empress of the Sacred Empire, the Mechanical Overlord of the New Federation, the Ice Phoenix Maiden of the Sky Capital. Any one of them is a strong contender for the championship, and now they're teaming up. Rigged. This is definitely rigged. The Dragon Kingdom is being targeted by 3 major powers. This is too unfair. It's over, it's over. Su Shun is going to fall this time. This isn't even a fair fight. Stop arguing. Look at Su Shun's expression. The camera cut to Su Bai's face. Instead of any tension or anger, a playful curve curled at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes burned with unprecedented fighting spirit. Just in time, Su Bai's voice rang clear through the microphone. Today I'll beat you all until you realize you're not invincible in your own domains. The moment he finished, the crowd erupted. Arrogant. So arrogant. I love it. Su Shun is still the same. Life and death don't matter, just fight. Anyone can brag. How can he fight against 3 top-tier gods? With that little Godzilla that hasn't fully grown yet. The battle horn needed no blowing. The instant Su Bai's words fell, 3 distinct energy waves erupted from 3 directions simultaneously. On the east side of the battlefield, seawater surged, and a deep-sea serpent king, larger than before with toxic green liquid flowing between its scales, burst from the water. Isabella stood atop the serpent king, her golden hair flowing in the sea breeze. She raised her staff, and a dark green halo spread out, sending thick clouds of poison fog racing towards Su Bai's high ground, attempting to blur vision and block perception. On the west side, the earth trembled with heavy vibrations. A 10-meter-tall, 6-legged mechanical crab strutted forward, its metallic shell gleaming with cold silver light sparks dancing at its joints. Rexa sat inside the cockpit atop the crab's head, a cold, confident smile of an engineer on his face. Visible nanomachines flowed continuously over the crab's armor, repairing the micro-wear caused by its movement, signifying its nearly invincible self-repair capability. Directly above, the sky suddenly darkened, and a bone-chilling wind howled down. An ice frost griffin with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters circled in the air, each feather carved like a crystal. Gu Qingyao, dressed in white, like a celestial being, stood on the griffin's back. Her eyes were cold, and in her hand an ice crystal sword pointed downward, her overwhelming aerial dominance freezing the entire battlefield. Sea, land, and air, a 3-dimensional attack formation took shape instantly. They want to use a 3-sided pincer, leveraging their pet's traits to compress our movement space to the extreme, then wear us down to death. Qinlan's words came rapid-fire, sweat beading on her brow as she quickly analyzed the desperate situation. See that? This is the tactical acumen of top-tier players. They don't give you any chance for a one-on-one fight. Poison fog blocks vision, crab attacks head-on, griffin dominates the air. This combination is virtually unstoppable. How can Su Bai break it? Xiao Mo is strong, but it's only one. It can't be everywhere. The audience's worries were precisely the core of the 3 opponents' tactics. They intended to crush the Dragon Kingdom's brightest rising star, with absolute superiority, fair and square. Yet Su Bai merely glanced calmly at Xiao Mo beside him, and gave an order that baffled everyone. Kid, ignore them. Just discharge some electricity first. Ayo! Xiao Mo tilted its head in confusion, but obediently leaped onto the highest rock nearby. The next second it roared to the sky. The blue patterns on its dorsal fin lit up one by one, and blinding lightning shot up, then cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly illuminating the entire battlefield, shrouded in poison fog and shadow. This was not an attack, but a random area discharge. What the hell is this? Using random skills to clear minions. It's useless. That amount of electricity is just a tickle for the 3 big ones. Wait. Look at Rex's mechanical crab. The barrage alert drew everyone's focus. The wild electric current didn't dissipate. Instead, it was drawn by something reacting with the poison fog and water vapor from Isabella and the Serpent King, forming a brief but massive electrostatic field. As the largest metal conductor on the field, Rex's mechanical crab instantly became the target of all the arcs. Zotzap! Countless tiny electric snakes coiled around the crab's silver shell. Though not enough to cause substantial damage, they severely disrupted the delicate circuits and nanomachines inside. The once fluid movements became sluggish and stuttering like a rusted machine. In the new Federation Command Center, Rex's face changed for the first time. Damn it. He's not randomly discharging. He's using Isabella's poison fog and water vapor to alter the environment, intentionally setting a trap for me. Holy crap. He can play like that. This is the sort of physics. I get it. The poison fog and water vapor increase air humidity, greatly enhancing electrical conductivity. The mechanical crab becomes a natural lightning rod. How is his mind wired to come up with such a solution in such a short time? Just as everyone was stunned by Su Bai's tactical genius, his real killing move was only beginning. Now strike. At the command, Xiao Mo, already poised, let out a thunderous roar. Its massive body turned into a blue-black lightning bolt, ignoring the ice griffin above and the deep-sea serpent king in the distance, and charged straight toward the temporarily paralyzed mechanical crab. No way. Rexa roared forcibly, overloading the energy core to restore the crab's movement. But it was too late. Xiao Mo opened its massive jaws, and a searing white-hot beam 100 times more concentrated than the earlier lightning shot, like a divine spear, precisely striking the nearly invisible heat vent on the crab's chest. Boom! The beam pierced through layers of armor, directly detonating the energy core inside. Accompanied by the sickening sound of twisting metal, the war machine, representing the pinnacle of new Federation technology, exploded into a heap of smoking scrap metal. One-shot kill. Having struck, Xiao Mo didn't pause. It spun around to face the ice griffin, diving from above, spewing frost breath. Instead of dodging, Xiao Mo gathered lightning on its dorsal fin, again forming a high-speed rotating thunder shield. Bang! The freezing breath, powerful enough to turn steel to ice, struck the shield, but was repelled by the violent rotational force, scattering wildly and leaving patches of frost on the ground. Gu Qingyao's cool face showed surprise for the first time. Her delicate brows furrowed. Its defense mechanism is stronger than in our last encounter. It can even deflect elemental attacks. One round, and the mechanical overlord is destroyed. My god, is this the Xiao Mo I know? Offense and defense in one with superior intelligence. Su Shun is awesome, piercing voice. Qin Lan supports Su Shun attacks. This teamwork is flawless. Within mere tens of seconds, the situation reversed dramatically. The three-way pincer, a sure-kill formation, was torn open by Su Bai. Seeing his ally destroyed and his aerial suppression failing, Isabella was completely enraged. A hint of madness flashed in her emerald eyes. You think that's enough to win? Drown in the fear of the abyss. Poison fog, full coverage. The deep-sea serpent king let out a piercing shriek, opened its gaping maw, and spewed toxic gas, 10 times more concentrated than before, like a volcanic eruption determined to turn the entire area into a lifeless zone. However, Xiao Mo was already ready. Planting its feet firmly on the ground, all the blue patterns on its dorsal fin lit up to maximum intensity, and an unprecedented surge of energy erupted from within. Storm core activate. Su Bai commanded. Xiao Mo roared to the sky, and a visible blue pillar of light shot up from its back, stirring the clouds. Centered on it, a fierce whirlwind suddenly formed and rapidly expanded its force, so strong it lifted gravel from the ground. The overwhelming poison fog, as soon as it approached, was completely sucked into the terrifying cyclone, then hurled thousands of meters into the sky, utterly dispelled. Sunlight poured down once more, illuminating the battlefield and the faces of everyone, all bearing expressions of disbelief. What kind of monster is this? It can control the weather too. A creature that simultaneously masters lightning, heat beams, force field shields, and storm domains. This is unscientific. I take back what I said earlier. Su Shen isn't arrogant. He really has the strength to back it up. The entire arena was stunned. The mechanical crab was reduced to scrap metal. Rexa, pale-faced, activated his escape pod. The ice griffin's wings were damaged, and Gu Qingyao, despite her unwilling gaze, fled in panic to the high sky. Isabella's poison fog was completely neutralized, and only the deep-sea serpent king under Xiao Mo's oppressive aura retreated trembling. Victory seemed within reach. Just as Su Bai prepared to order the final blow to finish the Serpent King, and in the battle, a cold, hollow whisper, belonging to no one, suddenly and without warning echoed directly in the depths of his mind. You cannot stop them. Su Bai's pupils contracted sharply. Almost at the same time, the deep-sea Serpent King, which had been cowering, began to tremble violently. Then strange dark red lights seeped from the gaps between its scales without warning, as if something far older and more terrifying was struggling to break free from within its body, slowly awakening. The blinding light slowly dissipated, the scorching air mixed with a pungent odor of burnt remains pervading the entire arena. In the stands, the once boiling roar of the crowd had fallen into an eerie silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, incredulously gazing at the massive, smoke-emitting blackened crater in the center of the field. At the very center of the crater, the once arrogant Serpent King was now nothing but a pinch of ash drifting away with the wind. At the edge of the crater, the pet beast named Xiao Mo was panting slightly. Lightning flickered across its massive body, the energy of the storm core not yet fully subsided, but the fierceness in its eyes had faded, replaced by a look of dependence toward the young man not far away. Holy shit. That's one shot. One shot. Bro, you call that earth-shattering strike one shot? That's fucking purification. It's a send-off. I'm stunned. When that red light went berserk, I thought Su Shun would crash, but the Serpent King got crushed at super speed. What's that blue light shield? New skill. Never seen it before. Trapped the mutated Serpent King inside and killed it. So insane. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. That's a consciousness link sharing skill. Su Shun materialized his newly unlocked skill directly for Xiao Mo. This level of operation is simply impossible for a human. Su Bai stood still, his face slightly pale, a sign of excessive mental energy consumption. Forcing the materialization of a skill he had not yet fully mastered, the electromagnetic barrier, and maintaining its high-intensity operation was also a tremendous burden for him. He gently patted Xiao Mo, which had transmitted a feeling of exhaustion through the consciousness link, signaling that it had done well. Dangerous energy entity eliminated. Warning: calamity factor residue detected. Please evacuate this area immediately. The cold system announcement echoed throughout the venue, breaking the momentary silence and officially declaring the end of this thrilling battle. Medical staff and arena workers began cautiously entering the field, preparing for subsequent cleanup and inspection. The crowd in the stands finally breathed a sigh of relief. The relief of surviving a calamity and the shock of Su Bai's overwhelming power made them burst into thunderous applause and cheers once again. Su Shun, the eternal god. So strong. This is the future of our Longxia. However, amidst this fervent atmosphere, Su Bai still knitted his brows, his eyes sharp as a knife, without any joy of victory. Qinlan beside him quickly operated the tactical terminal on her wrist, countless data streams flashing across the screen. Report: the concentration of calamity factor residue in the field is rapidly decreasing below the danger threshold. Xiao Mo's electromagnetic barrier provided a perfect isolation effect, preventing any spread. Yihan also let out a long sigh, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and said with lingering fear, "That scared me to death. I thought we were all going to be assimilated by that damn thing. Su Bai, you bastard, you always play so dangerously. But anyway, it's finally over. Let's get out of here quickly, this place is too eerie." Su Bai slowly shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the ashes. His voice was not loud, but clearly reached the ears of his two companions. "Evacuate? No, we've only just lifted the curtain." "What?" Yihan was stunned. "Prologue. What does Su Shun mean? The boss is already defeated, and it's still a prologue. Is there a second form? No way, no way. The Serpent King has been turned to ash. I feel a chill down my spine." Su Shun's expression is so serious. Is it possible that Su Shun is not referring to this battle, but to the calamity factor itself? The one above is correct. Don't forget, Qinlan analyzed that this was an experiment. The livestream comments had precisely hit upon what Su Bai was thinking. He turned around, looked at the bewildered Yihan and the thoughtful Qinlan, and analyzed calmly. "Don't you understand yet? From beginning to end, that Serpent King was just a container, a carrier." He raised a finger and traced a circle in the air as if outlining the electromagnetic barrier. Their goal was not to win this match, nor even to kill us. They just wanted to test the maximum efficiency of the calamity factors, rewriting, and contamination under the most elite pet battle environment. Qinlan's face instantly turned grave. "You mean, what we just fought with all our might was just an experimental sample they threw out?" "That's right." Su Bai nodded. "And it was a very successful experimental sample. It proved that the calamity factor can instantly corrode and strengthen a monarch-level pet beast, and even complete a reversal in a near-death state. If we hadn't happened to have the means to counter it, this field would now probably be a new calamity nest." These words, like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguished the joy in Yihan's heart. He finally realized the gravity of the problem. They had won a battle, but the mysterious organization hidden behind the scenes had obtained a perfect set of experimental data. Then, what will they do next? Yihan's voice was dry. Su Bai took a deep breath, his gaze becoming deeper. "If I'm not mistaken, they will proceed to the next step, dissemination. The core of this calamity factor, I suspect, is not purely biological energy. It's more like an information virus." Information virus. A glint of insight flashed in Qinlan's eyes, and she immediately understood Su Bai's meaning. "Yes," Su Bai affirmed. "It rewrites organisms just like a virus program rewrites a computer system. And information can be recorded and transmitted. That final red light, that violent energy collision, it was like a forced broadcast." With his words, the livestream comments also began to show division and panic. Information virus. What kind of sci-fi concept is this? Can such a thing exist in a beast-taming world? Terrifying to think about. If it's really an information virus, the transmission route is too scary. Wait, forced broadcast. That explosion just now, all the broadcast cameras were aimed at it. The entire league is watching. No way. Can watching the live stream also get infected? Don't scare me. Probably not. Energy and information are two different things, right? Don't scare yourselves. Just as the comments were still heatedly discussing, Yihan, who had been frantically typing at his portable data console, suddenly froze. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, motionless as if struck by a paralysis spell. The dancing data streams on the screen seemed to have turned into a string of ferocious symbols in his eyes. What's wrong, Yihan? Qinlan was the first to notice his abnormality. Yihan did not answer, his lips trembled slightly, and his face rapidly drained of color, turning deathly pale. Beads of sweat as big as beans dripped from his forehead, falling onto the keyboard with a soft pat. Yihan. Su Bai also frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. No. Impossible. Yihan made a choking sound in his throat, as if something had gripped his throat. He suddenly lifted his head. Disaster. He cried out, his voice even drowning out the noisy crowd in the venue. The moment that red light burst out, its energy signature was identified as a unique high-frequency, encrypted data stream. It wasn't just an energy explosion, it was broadcasting information. Yihan's arms trembled violently, and he pointed at a transmission path diagram on the screen that had just been decoded. His pupils contracted to pinprick size. It hijacked the League's official broadcast signal, just now right under our noses. That red light signal, representing the core code of the calamity factor, has been transmitted through the network to all other war zones currently holding matches. Yihan's voice, sharpened by urgency, echoed through the Xia Kingdom team's communication channel like a taut string. Damn it, the red light released by the Serpent King earlier has been transmitted to other war zones through the global live broadcast. As his words trailed off, countless red alerts flickered wildly on the virtual data screen before Qinlan, forming a dazzling waterfall of crimson. Her fingers flew like lightning as she swiftly retrieved core data, her face instantly turning pale. It's not just a signal intrusion. It's like a data virus with life characteristics already embedded deep into the back end of every nation's beast taming system. So they want to use this live broadcast to plant the seeds of the calamity factor into the systems of all participating countries. Su Bai's face darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He instantly understood Fusang's sinister intent. This was no longer a mere competition, but a conspiracy targeting the entire world. He gritted his teeth, his voice cold as ice. Then we'll strike at the root. Holy shit. A global virus. Fusang is playing that big. Is this a competition or a world war? Are they insane? It's over. Our country's beast taming system won't be contaminated, right? Don't panic, bro. Trust the country. But what the hell is this calamity factor? Just looking at it feels ominous. Sushin means to cut off the source right here. Just as global viewers were plunged into panic and discussion over the sudden turn of events at the other end of the battlefield, on the edge of the abyssal rift, space was torn apart by an invisible force. A colossal blood-red teleportation portal slowly opened its interior, an abyss of vermilion chaos, as if connecting to some ancient and malevolent hell. Then a massive serpentine head wreathed in devastating lightning emerged, first with crimson flames burning in its pupils. Next a second, third. A total of 8 ferocious heads emerged in succession, each exuding a suffocating pressure. An 8-headed giant serpent covered in dark purple scales and over 100 meters in length crawled out of the portal with an earth-shattering aura. Every bolt of lightning on its body tore through the air with a crackling hiss, and its mere presence threw the entire battlefield's magnetic field into chaos. Fusang's trump card has arrived. Han Qing's solemn voice came through the communication channel, his intelligence system evidently running at full speed. This is their top-secret S-class strategic weapon, the Thunder 8-headed serpent final form. Intelligence indicates it's fused with the remnant soul of the ancient divine beast Yamada no Orochi, powered by the calamity factor as its core energy source. Faced with such a terrifying beast, every member of the Xia Kingdom team felt unprecedented pressure. Yet Su Bai merely sneered. He gently patted the enormous head of Xiao Mo beside him, his tone as calm as if giving an ordinary instruction. Kid, get ready to ignite. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Yamada no Orochi. Is that a mythical creature come to life? The pressure is so intense my legs are weak even through the screen. How can they fight this? Fused with the divine beast remnant soul and the calamity factor, Fusang has truly lost their humanity. Wait, what did Sushin just say? Ignite. Ignite what? Kid. He calls Godzilla kid. Ha, only Sushin can stay this calm at a time like this. At that moment, a slender figure stood atop the central head of the Thunder 8-headed serpent final form. Shinla Qiandai, adorned in an elaborate sacrificial robe, wore a look of morbid fanaticism. She spread her arms and chanted in an ancient, obscure tongue. With my body, I offer my heart, call forth thunder and fire to burn the world, summon the final form to ascend as a god. As she chanted, she performed a deed that horrified viewers worldwide. She suddenly thrust out her right hand, fingers curled into claws, and without hesitation tore open the clothing and skin on her chest. Amid a mess of blood and flesh, she forcibly ripped out a still-beating heart. Blood streamed down her arm, yet she seemed to feel no pain, her face filled only with endless devotion and madness. She raised the vibrant heart high and cast it into the gaping maw of the serpent beneath her. Boom! The instant the heart entered its belly, the Thunder 8-headed serpent final form seemed infused with boundless energy, instantly entering an overclocked evolution state. All 8 heads roared in unison, the shockwaves visible to the naked eye. The lightning on its body shifted from purple to a devastating crimson, fully merging with the ominous calamity red light. The temperature of the entire battlefield plummeted by over a dozen degrees, the air itself congealing and trembling from the extreme energy. This madwoman. She actually sacrificed her own heart. Qinlan stared at the bloody, grotesque scene on the screen, exclaiming in shock, her stomach churning. A lunatic. An absolute lunatic. I'm gonna puke. What kind of cult ritual is this? So disgusting. Has Fusang stooped to this level of desperation just to win? This has gone beyond the scope of competition. But, look at that 8-headed serpent. Its energy readings are off the charts. Completely off the charts. This is a huge problem. After the sacrifice, can Xiao Mo withstand it? In its overclocked state, the final form's ferocity erupted fully. One of its serpent heads locked onto Xiao Mo, its jaws opening wide, unleashing a thunderfire heat, ray several times thicker than the previous Serpent King's. The crimson beam seemed to pierce heaven and earth, instantly vaporizing the ground along its path, leaving a bottomless trench of molten rock. Xiao Mo let out a low growl, not daring to slack off, and spat out its own strongest heat ray. The two destructive forces clashed violently in midair, producing a deafening roar. Yet the final form's thunderfire heat ray proved far more powerful, pushing Xiao Mo's blue beam back step by step. Ultimately, the residual energy of the thunderfire beam struck Xiao Mo, sending its massive body sliding back dozens of meters, its hard dorsal fins scraping against the ground and leaving a long trail of blinding sparks. Now, strike. Su Bai had been waiting for this moment. He let out a fierce shout. It turned out everything was within his calculations. Earlier, before the battle began, he had noticed that Fusang's giant beast had the ability to replicate and learn its opponent's skills. So he deliberately guided Xiao Mo to use a weakened version of the heat ray, low in energy, as a probing attack, luring the final form into replicating and analyzing the skill. And at the very moment the final form devoted all its computing power to replication, Su Bai, through his telepathic link with Xiao Mo, stealthily infused a wisp of azure flame into the beast's body, mixed within the residual energy of the heat ray unnoticed. That wisp of flame was the special energy he had risked his life to collect from the core of the Earth Vein in the previous S-rank dungeon, the Obsidian Dungeon. The Earth Vein Karma Fire. This fire burns everything, targeting energy cores specifically. Now at Su Bai's command, the dormant Earth Vein Karma Fire erupted within the final form. The azure flames seemed alive, spreading madly from the core energy center of the final form to every limb and extremity. Roar! The final form let out a scream of ultimate agony, its 8 heads thrashing wildly. It couldn't understand why this strange blue fire had suddenly ignited inside its own body. Lightning began to spiral out of control, lashing across its own form, while the red light of the calamity factor started to backlash, violently clashing with the azure karma fire. At that moment, a cold mechanical system announcement echoed across the entire battlefield and simultaneously reached every corner of the global broadcast. Ding! Detected that the Fusang War Zone giant beast, Thunder 8-headed serpent final form, has lost control due to abnormal energy fusion, triggering the National Fortune Deprivation Clause. Initiating final sanction procedure. The system announcement struck like a death knell. The energy inside the final form went into complete rampage. The burning of the Earth Vein Karma Fire combined with the backlash of the calamity factor turned it into a highly unstable massive bomb. Its body began to swell visibly, with deep crimson cracks splitting across its skin, revealing destructive energy light from within. No, run. Shinla Qindai, standing on the serpent's head and already near death from the sacrifice, finally let out a scream of terror and despair. But it was too late. The next second the final form exploded. A thunderfire storm engulfed the entire area, expanding wildly from the epicenter. The blast's power even surpassed that of a small nuclear weapon, leveling the entire Fusang War Zone. Yet Su Bai, the instigator, had already ordered Xiao Mo to leap to a distant high ground the moment the explosion occurred. Xiao Mo's enormous dorsal fin suddenly spread out, forming a massive shield of thunderous energy, steadfastly blocking the earth-shattering shockwave for the entire Xia Kingdom team. The aftermath of the explosion had yet to dissipate, and the whole world seemed to fall silent. The island where the Fusang War Zone stood had become a charred land of death. On the electronic maps of all viewing platforms, the signal that representing the Fusang War Zone flickered violently a few times before extinguishing, completely turning into a patch of gray. That was the symbol of a nation's fortune crumbling utterly. Self-destructed. The final form self-destructed. LMEO Fusang played themselves this time. The National Fortune Deprivation Clause. So that mechanism exists. Su Shun's brilliant move directly triggered the system sanction. The map signal for Fusang Island went out. Does that mean Fusang is done for? Dude had not just done for, they're already cold. National Fortune zeroed out direct elimination. As the smoke slowly cleared, Su Bai stood on the edge of the high ground, looking down at the devastated scene below, completely unharmed. The live camera happened to focus on him. He faced the lens, a confident and flamboyant smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Brothers, in the next round we continue to slay the gods. His words spread across the globe via the live broadcast, igniting the blood of countless Xia Kingdom viewers. Yet more chilling than the cataclysmic explosion and Su Bai's bold declaration was the cold, merciless system prompt that resounded in the minds of every beast tamer worldwide. That was the true beginning of judgment. Upon the ruins, Kamaya Chiyo's final roar was devoured by the flames. The soul core which had condensed all her obsession and spirit was shattered by Xiaomo's thunderous tail strike along with her last hope of resurrecting the Ba Qi remains turning into swirling black dust that scattered through the scorching air. Xiaomo did not hesitate. Su Bai's command was as absolute as a law. The giant tail covered in storm-scale armor smashed down with precision and ruthlessness accompanied by a sonic boom that tore through the air. The soul core shattered like a fragile glass bead. The tainted energy within instantly ignited everything around, forming a small dark red mushroom cloud. Kamaya Chiyo stood frozen, her charred face frozen in an expression of extreme madness and despair. She watched helplessly as the last flame faded, murmuring an ancient deity's name under her breath. Her body could no longer support itself, crumbling like a weathered statue piece by piece until it dissolved into a wisp of unwilling smoke, vanishing into the burning air. The live stream seemed to freeze for a moment, then the barrage exploded like a volcanic eruption. System, notice your friend Fusang Chief Breeder has gone offline. Please accept our condolences. Condolences my ass. Pop the champagne, brothers. I'm setting off firecrackers on my balcony right now. Screaming Xiaomo's tail strike was so cool it gave me chills. See that? This is what happens when you provoke our Dragon Kingdom. Even your ashes are scattered. What was that heart? It looked sinister. Thank goodness it was crushed, or who knows what kind of monster would have been resurrected. So satisfying from head to toe. Tipping now. Add an extra chicken leg for Xiaomo. Annual Battlefield Champion. Too small a title. This is an epic battle. Should be in textbooks. A tsunami of comments and a blizzard of tips pushed the stream's popularity to an unprecedented peak. Yihan looked at the server data that was about to burn up, his face a mix of ecstasy and exhaustion. Su Bai, the data. The data is completely stable now. Fusang Warzone's national fortune is 0. The system shows their territory map is dimming and all resource points are invalid. Qin Lan let out a long sigh, her tense nerves finally relaxing. She gazed at Su Bai's tall figure, a light of admiration flickering in her eyes. This man could always create miracles that overturned everything at the most critical moment. Su Bai turned slowly, facing the drone camera. The coldness on his face gradually melted, replaced by a bright, confident smile. He cleared his throat, picked up the communicator, and his voice spread through the live stream to every corner of the Dragon Kingdom. Brothers and sisters of the Dragon Kingdom. Did you see that? His voice was powerful and infectious. No miracles, no luck. This is absolute power. This is the victory of our Dragon Kingdom. Those who invade our land will be punished no matter how far. Today we not only win, but we also make them unable to find even a server backup. As soon as the words fell, the golden phantom that had stripped the national fortune suddenly burst into intense light, and a solemn system announcement echoed across the battlefield. Ding! Final verdict. Fusang Warzone's national fortune has been completely stripped. Dragon Kingdom Warzone has successfully absorbed 30 of its national fortune. All Dragon Kingdom citizens will receive a minor permanent physical enhancement. Dragon Kingdom Warzone rank rises. Holy shit. I feel warm all over. It seems my strength has really increased a bit. A nationwide enhancement. What a feat. Long live Su Shun. This time the whole country benefits from Su Shun's glory. I declare from today on, Su Bai is my one and only idol. The entire nation was boiling. This was no longer a simple victory, but a national fortune dividend benefiting everyone. Countless people rushed into the streets, embracing in celebration. The name of the Dragon Kingdom resounded through the heavens that night. Yet in the midst of this frenzy, Su Bai's smile slowly froze. He did not look at the wildly scrolling comments, nor did he acknowledge Yihan and Qin Lan's excited congratulations. His gaze was fixed on Xiaomo, who had just achieved an unparalleled feat. The battle was over, but Xiaomo's condition was very wrong. Its massive body still stood tall, but the storm blue light and red lotus dark glow covering its surface did not fade. Instead, they clashed and flickered violently like two incompatible dyes. The originally smooth energy circulation became chaotic, emitting visible ripples of energy that uncontrollably spread outwards, scorching the ground with black marks. Roar! Xiaomo let out a low growl, but there was no majesty in it, only suppressed pain. Its huge dragon head drooped slightly, as if desperately resisting an indescribable tearing sensation within. Su Bai, what's wrong? Qin Lan was the first to notice his abnormality. Following his gaze, she also saw Xiaomo's strangeness. Is Xiaomo exhausted from overuse of energy? No, that's not it. Yihan immediately pulled up a new data panel. His face turned even more serious than when the server had crashed. Its energy readings haven't calmed down. Instead, they're rising geometrically in a completely illogical manner. All vital signs are fluctuating wildly. This has exceeded the limits of what a living being can endure. Its body is about to be torn apart by this power. Su Bai did not answer. He slowly walked toward Xiaomo, each step heavy. As a beast tamer, he could feel something more intuitive than data, a deep resonance from the soul. He could clearly hear two ancient and powerful wills awakening and colliding within Xiao Mo's bloodline. One was the storm sovereign evolved from its own bloodline, and the other was a presence forcibly activated through the abnormal energy fusion, deeper, more blazing, and more ferocious. It was the power of the Red Lotus, but not just the Red Lotus. Su Bai reached out to touch Xiao Mo's scales comfortingly as he always did, but the moment his fingertips were about to make contact, a scorching wave of air pushed him back. He saw that on the center of Xiao Mo's forehead the red lotus mark that had been barely visible was now extremely clear, even beginning to emit an eerie blood-colored light. This power isn't entirely its own. Su Bai murmured, his voice laced with unprecedented gravity and confusion. The jubilant background noise still echoed in his ears, the joy of victory not yet faded, but a new unknown shadow had quietly descended upon everyone's hearts. Su Bai looked up, staring intently at Xiao Mo's eyes, which were gradually being invaded by bloodlust. A thought that made even him tremble rose in his mind. What exactly was sleeping in its bloodline? The core energy of the terminus body's self-destruction, like an invisible galaxy, was greedily devoured by Xiao Mo. The embers of the battlefield had not yet cooled, and a new storm was already brewing within its body. The row of ferocious bone fins on Xiao Mo's back began to emit a buzzing high-frequency vibration. Each fin was like a tuning fork tuned to the extreme, and a piercing teeth-grating whine spread through the air. Immediately, a dark red glow ignited from the base of the bone fins, rapidly spreading along the intricate patterns like magma, illuminating its originally pitch-black scales, as if they were red-hot branding irons. Qinlan's tactical visor data refreshed wildly, eventually overloading completely after a series of garbled codes, emitting a faint smell of burning. She took off the visor in shock, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Its energy reaction is climbing exponentially. This is not simple recovery. It is breaking through. Su Bai stood on a patch of shattered ruins, a knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Feeling the torrent of power, both wild and pure, transmitted through the spiritual link, he said calmly, "It seems that the final gift of the terminus body was precisely the spark that ignited the divine flame for it. The destructive power of Crimson Lotus and the violent power of Storm have finally found a resonance point. A brand new key is being forged by it." Roar. A suppressed roar rolled out from Xiao Mo's throat, no longer the immature roar of before, but carrying a terrifying heat and majesty like molten stone. Its pupils completely turned into burning crimson gold, like two miniature suns. The next moment, overwhelming Crimson Lotus flame burst forth from its body, completely enveloping its colossal frame hundreds of meters tall. The flame was not static. It formed a huge vortex with countless fine silver arcs leaping and exploding at the edges of the fiery vortex, emitting crisp, crackling sounds. Wow. Wow. What form is this? Is it a scion transformation? I was worried about the cub getting hurt, but it seems it's just overeating and evolving. The special effects. The budget is burning. No, the entire atmosphere is burning. The lightning attribute of Storm Dominator and the flame attribute of Crimson Lotus form. Are they merging? I'm not good at physics. Is this reasonable? Upstairs, do you talk science with a giant beast? Did you get something wrong? It's cool, that's all. Amid the gasps of billions of viewers in the global livestream, a cold system prompt sounded in Su Bai's mind. Ding. Detected that the characteristics of Crimson Lotus form and Storm Dominator within individual Xiao Mo have achieved perfect resonance. Fusion successful. Unlocked new skill. Overlimit Radiant Heat Ray Thunder Flame. The moment the system voice fell as if receiving an order, Xiao Mo in the flame vortex suddenly raised its head and opened its mouth large enough to swallow a mountain peak. This time what gathered in its mouth was no longer pure crimson or blue, but an extremely unstable chaotic light between gold and purple. The energy converged with extreme speed, not giving anyone time to react. Boom! A beam of terrifying light over 30 meters in diameter with a core of blazing Crimson Lotus and an outer layer of violent thunder soared into the sky in an unmatched manner. It instantly pierced through the cloud layer thinned by the battle, tore through the ionosphere high above, and the massive energy aftermath formed a giant purple-red arc spanning the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters, lingering for a long time, as if the sky had been slashed open with a hideous wound. At the temporary command post 100 miles away, Yihan was staring intently at the energy beam on the main screen that was almost burning through the camera. The data pad in his hand was scorching hot from overload, but he was unaware of it, only muttering subconsciously, "The instantaneous peak energy of this strike is already incalculable. If it were fired horizontally, it could probably easily split a medium-sized mountain range in two and completely vitrify the cross-section." His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears through the communicator, bringing a deathly silence. "What did I say? It's cool, that's all. Now I declare it's ridiculously cool." One shot pierced the atmosphere. "I understand Master Ye's analysis. It means that from now on, whoever messes with us, we'll melt the mountain at their doorstep. This is no longer a tactical weapon, it's strategic. A mobile natural disaster. The Dragon Kingdom's giant beast is so terrifying." At that moment, Han Qing's serious and powerful voice cut in through the encrypted channel. "Su Bai, well done. The threat of the terminus body has been eliminated. You have bought precious time for the Dragon Kingdom and the whole world. But don't relax. The real test is only beginning. Su Bai withdrew his gaze from the sky and raised an eyebrow. Oh. So soon a new mission? No mission, it's war. Han Qing's voice was heavy as iron. The annual giant beast battlefield will officially open 3 days later at the godforsaken land in the Central Pacific. The giant beasts and controllers of the national representative teams have already set off to the assembly point. Who are our opponents? Su Bai asked with a tone of nonchalant curiosity. The main threat comes from the Lighthouse Nation. Han Qing's voice grew more somber. This time they have deployed their greatest masterpiece, codenamed Mecha Titan. According to top-secret intelligence, that thing is a war machine built from the skeleton of a fallen S-class giant beast fused with the most advanced nuclear fusion and artificial intelligence technology. Its strength is unfathomable. What about Fusong? Su Bai pressed, maintaining vigilance toward the country that had just been heavily damaged by Xiaomo. Although they suffered heavy losses on their homeland, their foundation is not limited to that. Tianzhou and Shuzhua are only the overt forces. Their hidden cards have not been revealed yet, but it is certain that they will never give up this opportunity. A trace of worry was evident in Han Qing's words. Just as Su Bai was pondering, a new prompt suddenly popped up on his system interface. Ding! Detected that the bond value between the host and the giant beast Xiaomo has exceeded 9,000 points. The giant beast breeding contract function has been upgraded. It can add an additional 3 official breeders. Official breeders will establish a primary mental link with the giant beast, share some sensory and status information, and assist the host in fine-tuned operations. Su Bai's heart stirred. He turned to look at Qin Lan and Yi Han beside him. Qin Lan was gazing at Xiaomo with an infatuated expression, while Yi Han was frantically replacing a new data recorder, trying to capture every detail of Xiaomo's evolution. You too, Su Bai said, his voice not loud, but enough to snap both of them back to reality. Do you want to understand this guy in a different way, more deeply? Qin Lan and Yi Han exchanged a glance, seeing both confusion and anticipation in each other's eyes. Without much explanation, Su Bai summoned a translucent virtual contract interface and pushed it in front of them. Sign it, and you will no longer be just observers and data analysts, but its true partners. Ready? Qin Lan, without any hesitation, stretched out her finger and signed her name on the virtual screen. Yi Han, after a brief thought, nodded firmly and completed the signing. The moment the contract took effect, both of their bodies trembled. A warm, vast consciousness stream carrying a hint of laziness and intimacy flooded into their minds. It was an unprecedented experience, as if their spirits had been connected to a vast network, and the terminal of that network was the giant beast that stood towering between heaven and earth. Oh my! Qin Lan exclaimed in excitement. I can feel it. I can feel its joy, its power. It's like my own arm. Although I can't directly control it, I can clearly perceive its existence and state. Yi Han adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses filled with a fervent thirst for knowledge. Incredible. This mental link is more precise than any sensor. I can vaguely perceive the paths of energy circulation in its body, the force of each heartbeat. Massive amounts of data. This is a miracle of biology. What's going on? What happened to Goddess Qin Lan and Master Yi? What just happened? Are they signing a contract? What kind of contract has such good benefits that they're so excited? Master Su is expanding his harem. No, expanding his team. One is responsible for emotional link and tactical support, the other for data analysis and status monitoring, and Master Su is the central controller. This is the perfect iron triangle team. Seeing the initial formation of the new team, Su Bai nodded with satisfaction. He turned around, facing the drone camera again. Behind him, Xiaomo was slowly withdrawing its flames, revealing a new posture along with the thunderflame scar that spanned the sky. Brothers, his voice spread through the live stream across the entire Dragon Kingdom and every corner of the world. That was just an appetizer. We won a round, but the real war is only just beginning. His gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping across the camera, as if it could penetrate the screen and see the potential opponents. 3 days from now, the annual giant beast battlefield. We will step onto that stage in our strongest form. Let the whole world see what a true king of giant beasts is. As his words fell, the live stream's barrage exploded instantly, igniting unprecedented passion. Charge. Master Su is mighty. The cub is invincible. 3 days. I can't wait. I'm taking annual leave to watch the live stream. Defeat the Mecha Titan. Let them know who's the boss. Cub, go win the world first. Mommy will send you rockets. When the Dragon Kingdom marches, nothing grows. Those who offend the Dragon Kingdom, even if far away, must be punished. Amid this fervent atmosphere, like a roaring sea, Su Bai smiled slightly at the camera and was about to signal to stop the livestream. However, a sudden change occurred. Xiaomo, which had been quiet all along, suddenly raised its head without warning and let out an earth-shattering roar at the sky. This roar was different from any before. It carried no anger, no provocation, but was more like an ancient and primitive declaration, a call that transcended time and dimensions. As the roar spread, the entire sky seemed to respond to its will. The heavenly scar left by the over-limit radiant heat ray thunderflame lit up again and rapidly expanded. Endless crimson lotus flame poured out from that crack, dyeing the entire sky into a heart-stopping blood-red color, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The livestream image began to shake violently at this moment, and the signal became extremely unstable. What's going on? The smile on Su Bai's face vanished, instantly replaced by unprecedented gravity. Through the faint link just established, he felt the violent fluctuation of Xiao Mo's emotions, a complex mix of excitement, alertness, and longing. It was not demonstrating but responding. At the last moment before the signal was about to cut off through the blurry lens of the high-altitude drone, the audience vaguely saw that at the end of the horizon in different directions several faint, but equally terrifying auras soared into the sky. One was an extreme cold aura that seemed to freeze everything, one was a shadow twisted like an abyss, and another was a golden pillar with a smell of metal and sulfur. Although they were distant, they echoed with Xiao Mo's crimson lotus canopy. Su Bai's pupils suddenly contracted. He instantly understood something. This upcoming annual giant beast battlefield was far more complex than what Han Qing had described, even more than what the whole world had imagined. This was not just a proxy war between nations. It was more like a grand gathering convened by the sleeping ancient gods awakened by Xiao Mo's breakthrough. And the so-called godforsaken land Central Plaza would be their altar. On the central plaza of the annual finals, 12 colossal beasts stood in imposing array like titans stepping out of myth. They were the incarnations of the national fortunes of 12 superpowers, the ultimate fusion of technology and mystery. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the mechanical titan Terminator, representing the Lighthouse Nation, stepped forward, its 100-meter-tall silver-gray metal body casting a vast shadow that seemed to chill the air of the entire plaza. Its electronic eyes glowing with a crimson light swept across the crowd and finally locked onto the relatively petite, black beast of the Dragon Nation, Xiao Mo. Holy crap! Is this the Lighthouse Nation's trump card? The pressure is overwhelming. It's like a walking sky fortress. We're doomed. Our Dragon Nation's Godzilla is cool, but the size difference is too huge. How can we fight? Don't panic. Trust Su Shun. He never lets us down. Go Su Bai. Go Xiao Mo. The uproar from the stands and the scrolling bullet comments did not affect Su Bai in the control room at all. Through the one-way glass, he looked at the Cold War machine and curled his lips into a chilly arc. And this dares to call itself a god. He scoffed softly, then issued a command through the mental link to his companion beside him. Kid, give him a show. Standing beside him, Xiao Mo, the jet-black beast with sword-like dorsal fins and flowing veins of molten dark red, seemed to understand its master's teasing. It raised its head and let out a low roar, not loud, yet carrying a barbaric majesty that caused a barely perceptible glitch in the engine roar of the mechanical titan. Battle begins. The cold system voice rang through the heavens. At the start of the match, the Lighthouse Nation's mechanical titan did not hesitate. The core in its chest blazed, and an invisible EMP pulse instantly swept across the entire plaza. ZZZT. All the electronic screens in the plaza went black instantly, and even the backup equipment in each nation's control room began flickering wildly, alarms blaring one after another. EMP. The Lighthouse Nation fights dirty, launching a map-wide attack from the start. Damn, our auxiliary systems must be down too. Now we're blind. Can Su Shin still command? The Lighthouse Nation commander wore a confident smile. In his view, the Dragon Nation team, deprived of modern electronic assistance, was like a tiger with its fangs pulled. No matter how strong their beast, it could only attack blindly by instinct and would eventually be whittled down by the Terminator's precise firepower. However, the chaotic scene he expected from the Dragon Nation's beast did not appear. Xiao Mo stood still, as if the EMP shockwave that could cripple a city was nothing but a gentle breeze. Its crimson pupils locked onto the mechanical titan. Deep in its throat, blinding lightning and blazing red flames began to intertwine and compress. Roar! The next second, a beam of thunder fire as thick as a pillar tore through the air, carrying a terrifying heat that could incinerate everything, and smashed into the mechanical titan. The Lighthouse Nation commander's pupils shrank. He shouted urgently, "Activate the phase shield." Now, a hexagonal energy shield of pale blue instantly expanded before the mechanical titan. But the seemingly indestructible shield was pierced like paper the moment it touched the thunderfire beam. The beam, undiminished, struck precisely the left chest armor of the mechanical titan. Amid the screech of twisting metal, the thick armor, made of special alloys and capable of withstanding a nuclear blast, melted like butter under a hot iron, revealing the complex circuitry inside sparking with electricity. Ding. Weak point hit. Feedback mental power 3. A faint warm current flowed into Su Bai's mind. He felt a jolt of energy, and his already keen perception was instantly elevated to another level. The flow of energy in the surrounding air, the subtle prediction of the opponent's movements, and even the emotional fluctuations of his teammates all became unprecedentedly clear. Holy crap. A one-shot defense break. EMP immune. What kind of biofield is that? Is Xiao Mo a magical creature? That damage. A single blast opened a hole in the Terminator. Awesome. The Lighthouse Nation commander's face is green. Report. Left chest power system damage 30. Energy transmission delayed. The pilot of the mechanical titan reported in panic. Worthless, the Lighthouse Nation commander cursed, forcing calm. Activate heat decoys and full salvo. Suppress it. Analyze its attack pattern. In an instant, countless missiles trailing long plumes of flame rained down on Xiao Mo. In the control room, the ever-silent Qin Lan adjusted her tactical glasses. Countless streams of data flashed across the lenses. She spoke rapidly. Report. Based on the energy feedback from that strike, I've locked onto the enemy's core location. Its core cooling system has a 5.3-second energy cycle gap, during which it cannot activate maximum power phase shield. Almost simultaneously, Yihan, sitting on the other side with his fingers dancing like blurs across a virtual keyboard, looked up with a confident spark in his eyes. Captain, I've ripped a hole in its main firewall. Give me 3 seconds, and I can implant a latency virus at the moment its core cools, extending the gap by another 2 seconds. A glint of light flashed in Su Bai's eyes, and a clear tactic took shape in his mind. Good, he ordered firmly. Qin Lan, direct Xiao Mo to evade and stall until its next core cooling. Yihan, prepare to act. Understood. On the battlefield facing the rain of missiles, Xiao Mo did not tough it out again. Its movements became incredibly agile, its massive body weaving through the explosions with a nimbleness that defied its size. Every twist, every sidestep perfectly dodged the densest fire nets like a master dancer. This was the optimal evasive route calculated by Qin Lan based on vast computations perfectly transmitted to Xiao Mo through the mental link. This footwork, so smooth. Can a beast really move like that? The Dragon Nation team's coordination is flawless. Analysis, command, execution, flowing like water. Yi Shun is amazing. Is he about to hack the Matrix again? Seeing that fire suppression was ineffective and instead draining the mechanical titan's energy, the Lighthouse Nation commander grew impatient and ordered the shoulder particle cannons to charge for a devastating strike. Now, Qin Lan's voice rang out sharply. Its core is entering cooling. Leave it to me. Yihan shouted, his eyes widening as countless code streams surged from his fingertips into the system. On the distant mechanical titan, the particle cannon mouth that was gathering energy flickered violently, and the entire machine's movements stuttered visibly, as if the film had skipped frames. Success. I bought us 7 seconds. Yihan's forehead beaded with sweat. To ordinary eyes, this brief stutter might seem insignificant, but in Su Bai's eyes it was a fatal opening that could decide life and death. Xiao Mo. Su Bai's roar through the mental link carried boundless killing intent. Now, give it the final blow. Xiao Mo's response was an earth-shattering roar. It stopped evading, leaped up abruptly, its massive body like a black mountain charging straight at the mechanical titan. In the moment of the leap, the sword-like fins on its back blazed with blinding lightning, instantly weaving into a huge thunder shield that blocked all the remaining scattered fire. At the same time, its razor-sharp claws ignited with blazing crimson hellfire. That was no ordinary flame. It was a scarlet inferno that seemed to burn even souls. Where it passed, even space groaned under the unbearable burden. No, stop it, the Lighthouse Nation commander screamed in despair. But it was too late. With Yihan's induced stutter and Qin Lan's precise calculations, Xiao Mo's charge perfectly seized that fleeting moment. Thud! The claw wreathed in hellfire pierced unhindered into the wound, melted by the thunderfire beam on the mechanical titan's chest, grabbing the energy core inside that was just restarting. It's over, Su Bai said softly. Xiao Mo opened its massive maw and at zero range poured the accumulated thunderfire beam directly into the mechanical titan's core. There was no violent explosion, only a moment of absolute silence. Then a blinding white light beyond description burst from the mechanical titan's chest, instantly engulfing its 100-meter-tall body. A raging storm of energy swept across the entire plaza, peeling up the ground. When the light faded, the once arrogant mechanical titan, Terminator, had been reduced to scattered metal debris, flying through the air, leaving only a huge molten crater as proof of its existence. The entire venue was silent for a full 3 seconds, then erupted into deafening cheers and screams, the sound wave almost lifting the roof of the arena. Slaying a god. This is a true god slaying. Mom is asking me why I'm kneeling while watching. So cool. Xiao Mo. Su Shun. This is the real Godzilla. This is our Dragon Nation's guardian deity. Where is the Lighthouse Nation's face now? They were so arrogant, now they're a pile of parts. So funny. The cold system announcement at that moment sounded like heavenly music. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation for winning the first round. Dragon Nation, national fortune rating upgraded to S level. In the control room, Su Bai let out a long breath, walked forward and hugged Xiao Mo's virtual projection on the console affectionately. He turned to face the live camera, raised his right hand high and clenched his fist. Brothers. His voice was broadcast across the globe. This is just the beginning. We must win the annual championship. Amid the roaring cheers, no one noticed a figure in a trench coat and hooded cloak standing up from an inconspicuous corner of the audience and walking away. Mingling with the excited crowd, leaving, he moved against the flow, looking out of place. Passing through the noisy corridor to a deserted corner, he slowly raised his head, revealing a cold, shadowed profile. He stared at Su Bai's triumphant figure on the screen and whispered in a voice only he could hear, icy and low. So. He has already grown to this level. The Dragon Nation cannot be left alone. A gust of wind lifted the hem of his coat, revealing a badge pinned to his chest. It was a badge with a broken red sun as its base crossed by two samurai swords, the emblem of the Fusang remnants. The system's cold announcement still echoed through the underground space as the national fortune symbol of Fusang on the electronic map was extinguished, completely turning into a lifeless gray. Before the joy of victory could spread in everyone's hearts, a sudden cataclysm seized the breath of all. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground beneath their feet did not tremble. Instead, it emitted a teeth-grinding sound of cracking. The entire core area of the third underground level, this military fortress built of reinforced concrete, began to disintegrate like a cookie crushed by an invisible giant hand. Warning: structural integrity below 10%. Imminent total collapse. Qinlan's tactical terminal blared a piercing alarm. Her face changed, and she immediately shouted, "Retreat! Hurry!" However, it was already too late. Su Bai reacted the fastest. He grabbed Qinlan, who was closest to him, and with a sudden burst of strength from his feet, tried to leap toward the passage they had come from. But the ground beneath him instantly turned to dust. An overwhelming sensation of weightlessness hit them, and the entire area along with them plunged into an endless abyss. "Xiaomo!" Su Bai roared in the gale. "Roar!" Xiaomo understood instantly. Its massive body suddenly stretched out mid-fall, its four claws extending sharp electric light, and firmly grasped the only rock wall that could provide leverage. With a screech, 4 deep grooves were carved into the rock wall, and the descent slowed. Its long tail coiled around, wrapping Su Bai and Qinlan securely in midair. The camera in the live room spun wildly with a violent shaking. After a brief dead silence, the barrage exploded. Holy crap! Holy crap! What's going on? Did they demolish the load-bearing wall? No way, wasn't the mission complete? Why is there more? Stay calm. Su God, Xiaomo, don't let anything happen. This shaking is too extreme, and it doesn't feel like a simple collapse, more like crustal movement. The system announcement just now only said the calamity factor was cleared, not that the instance was over. Smoke and dust filled the air, and rubble fell like rain from above. The lightning on Xiaomo's dorsal fin formed a barrier blocking all debris. After a full half-minute, the violent shaking gradually subsided. When the view gradually cleared, everyone gasped. They were now hanging at the edge of a massive, bottomless chasm. The original third underground level had completely vanished, replaced by a ferocious subterranean canyon over 100 meters wide. Looking down, there was pure light-devouring darkness, as if leading straight to the Earth's core. A breath more ancient and desolate than the remains of the terminal entity rose slowly from the depths of the chasm, carrying a suffocating pressure. What is this? Qinlan's voice trembled with shock. She quickly activated the scanning device, but the screen showed only chaotic snow and gibberish. No, the energy field here is too bizarre. 1,000 times stronger than the previous electromagnetic interference. All equipment has failed. Command center, can you hear me? Su Bai tried to contact Yihan, but the communicator only emitted static. Their connection to the outside world was completely severed by this chasm. Although the live broadcast signal was also interfered with, the high-performance relay drone, using backup lines, stubbornly transmitted blurry images to the outside. Hundreds of millions of viewers around the world held their breath, staring intently at that deep darkness. My God! Fusang has this thing hidden underground. This depth must be at least several thousand meters, right? This isn't man-made. No wonder Fusang's ley lines are so active. Turns out they built it on a volcano. No, this aura feels more terrifying than a volcano. Look at Su God's expression. He doesn't seem panicked at all. Nonsense, what's the use of panicking? Su God is skilled and bold. Su Bai was indeed not flustered. He just frowned, staring at the darkness below. As a beast tamer whose soul was linked to his beast, he could sense that power more directly than Qinlan's instruments. It was a power, slumbering, imprisoned, originating from the primordial chaos. The so-called calamity factor of the terminal entity was like a stream compared to this ocean. Little one, can you sense what's down there? Su Bai asked softly. Xiaomo let out a low whine from its throat, its golden vertical pupils rarely showing a hint of seriousness and curiosity. It opened its mouth toward the depths, and a small ball of thunderflame shot out like a bright meteor falling into the abyss. The fireball cut through the darkness, illuminating its trajectory. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. The fireball's light shrank in everyone's view, yet showed no sign of hitting the bottom. Just as everyone thought the chasm was bottomless, the falling fireball seemed to strike an invisible wall, and its light suddenly spread outward in all directions. In that instant, the live camera captured an unforgettable scene. By the spreading light of the thunderflame fireball, the depths of the chasm were briefly illuminated. It was not rock walls nor an underground cave. It was a skeleton of a colossal beast beyond description. Even just the tip of the iceberg that was illuminated was enough to dwarf humanity's grandest structures. It was a rib like a majestic mountain range, its surface smooth as jade, yet exuding a metallic texture. And on that enormous rib were coiled pitch-black chains, each thicker than a train carriage forged from an unknown metal. The chains were deeply embedded in the bone, with their other ends extending into deeper, darker, unknown regions, as if to pin this long-dead ancient beast along with its soul to the depths of the earth for eternity. The light lasted only 2 seconds before it died out, and the abyss returned to darkness. But that fleeting image had been etched into everyone's minds, and through the live broadcast, it was clearly displayed before the whole world. In the command center, Yihan and Hanqing abruptly stood up from their seats, their faces full of disbelief. Su Bai and Qinlan hung in midair silent, but their hearts were churning with tumultuous waves. The barrage in the live room, after 3 seconds of collective silence, exploded across the screen with an unprecedented, almost insane density. What did I see? Bones. Bones that big. That's not a bone. That's a mountain. A mountain made of bones. And chains. Did you see those chains? Who could use such huge chains to lock up a monster? This isn't over. The terminal entity was just a guard. Is there an ancient sealed boss down there? I get it. I fully understand. Fusang's national fortune isn't about technology at all. Their foundation is this thing sealed beneath their land. They tried to steal the power of this thing, but they messed up and created the terminal entity. Oh my god, this is too much information. So the final battle we thought was just the end of a tutorial quest. Stop, my scalp is tingling. What should Su God and the others do now? Should they leave, or go down to have a look? The cold wind from the abyss howled upward, fluttering Su Bai's clothes. He slowly exhaled, breaking the dead silence. So this is the true secret of Fusang. His voice was calm, yet carried an irrepressible excitement and battle intent. They weren't stealing ley line energy, they were scraping the surface of this skeleton. Qinlan couldn't help but shiver at those words, then understood Su Bai's meaning. That so-called energy core might have been just a negligible trace of energy leaked from this massive skeleton. Just then Xiao Mo, who had been silent, suddenly let out a low but powerful roar toward the depths. There was no fear in that sound. Instead, it was filled with the unique challenge and pride of an apex predator discovering a peer or even a stronger being. Su Bai sensed Xiao Mo's emotions. He looked down at the bottomless chasm, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth, revealing a wild grin. Retreat. Are you kidding? A feast never before seen was just beginning. Xiao Mo roared skyward, a blazing beam of fused thunder and flame, like a divine spear of judgment, precisely struck the suspended dark red crystal core at the center of the altar. A terrifying energy impact instantly scorched the surrounding air, distorting it, while the entire underground ruin trembled violently, with rubble cascading down. In the livestream, bullet comments surged like a breached flood, instantly drowning the screen. Holy crap, that blast, I call it Skyburn. This destructive power could level a mountain in one shot, right? So cool, Xiao Mo. We won. The millennium-old scheme of the Fusang people shattered by our single cannon. Dragon Kingdom Guardian Beast mighty. Yet in the midst of the battlefield, Su Bai showed no sign of relaxation. His eyes locked onto the doomed seed enveloped by the thunder flame beam, his brows tightly furrowed. Just as everyone thought the dust had settled, the bizarre scene unfolded. The crystal core, instead of shattering under the sustained high-temperature, high-energy barrage, began greedily absorbing the thunder flame energy like a sponge plunged into water. The dull red glow on its surface grew increasingly eerie, its volume expanding visibly, and even twisted lightning patterns similar to those on Xiao Mo emerged on its surface. Something's wrong. Qinlan's voice turned sharp with alarm. Through the newly established mental link, she could clearly sense Xiao Mo's power draining away, along with a greedy, satisfied fullness emanating from the crystal core. Su Bai, it's absorbing Xiao Mo's attack. It's replicating our energy pattern. What's happening? Why didn't it explode but grew bigger? What the heck is this thing, a power bank? Can it absorb damage? Oh no, the Fusang people must have set up a countermeasure on this thing. Streamer, stop. If you keep attacking, you'll feed it full. This is unscientific. Has the law of conservation of energy been thrown to the dogs? Panic spread through the live stream, and even Hanqing in the rear command center issued an urgent warning. Su Bai, cease attack. Data shows the Doom Seed's energy level is rising geometrically. It's using your attacks to complete its final hatching. Yet facing everyone's shouts and protests, a cold smile curved at the corner of Su Bai's mouth. Instead of ordering a halt, he issued an even more insane command to Xiao Mo through the mental link. Keep going, Xiao Mo. Increase power. Pour it all in. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. It wants to eat, so let it feast. I want to see if its belly is bigger than our energy reserves. Are you insane? Qinlan exclaimed. No, I'm not. Su Bai's voice was eerily calm. As he ordered Xiao Mo to sustain the output, he quickly spoke to Qinlan and Yihan. Do you think I'm just blindly attacking it? Feel carefully. Through Xiao Mo, guide the energy that's been absorbed and then dissipated, not letting it vanish into the air, but injecting it into the earth vein beneath our feet. At these words, Qinlan and Yihan shuddered. They immediately concentrated, sharing Xiao Mo's senses, and indeed detected that after the energy struck the crystal core, it wasn't completely absorbed. A significant portion was transformed, twisted, and dissipated outward. Under Su Bai's guidance, Xiao Mo used a peculiar resonance frequency to skillfully press this dissipated energy deep into the rock layers below. The entire Orochi sacrificial ground was built upon a ley line energy node. Now it acted like a giant funnel, channeling the energy that the Doom Seed couldn't instantly digest continuously into the deep earth. What kind of tactic is this? I don't understand, but I'm deeply impressed. Does the streamer mean using the enemy's food to water our own fields? Holy crap. On the surface it's fighting a boss, but in reality it's charging the earth. I get it. The streamer is on the 5th floor, and we're in the basement. Xiaomo's thunderflame beam, like an eternal pillar of starlight, relentlessly hammered the doomed seed. The crystal core had expanded to an utterly terrifying size, nearly filling the entire sky above the altar. The red light on its surface pulsed like breathing, each throb causing the entire space to tremble. Xiaomo was also under immense strain. Its massive body trembled slightly, a low growl rumbling from deep in its throat. As newly appointed official caretakers Qinlan and Yi Han felt the same. Qinlan's face turned pale. She could sense Xiaomo's mental fatigue and endurance. Yi Han, drenched in sweat, was frantically analyzing the flow and saturation of the ley line energy, rapidly reporting data. Ley line energy threshold reached 95%. Almost at the limit. Su Bai. Just then, within the doomed seed in the energy core pushed to its extreme, a wisp of azure flame silently ignited without warning. The flame, initially only the size of a bean, radiated a terrifying aura that could purify all karmic hindrances. It was the earth vein karma fire that Xiao Mo had stirred up and left deep in this land during its earlier battle with the Yamada no Orochi. Su Bai had been guiding energy into the ley line not just to handle excess power, but to awaken and feed the time bomb he had planted long ago. So that's it. Yi Han realized in a flash, his eyes bursting with incredulous joy. Thunder flames searing from without, karma fire striking from within. You planned from the start, never to destroy it from the outside. Earth vein karma fire. I remember now that blue fire from before. Holy crap. A masterstroke. Did the streamer calculate this from the previous battle? This isn't just tactics, it's art. Using the enemy's power to ignite the bomb you planted. This is a chain of schemes. Fusang people, I thought I was on the 1st floor, but you're in the stratosphere. The azure earth vein karma fire, as if doused with the most potent accelerant, spread wildly inside the doomed seed. The two utterly different extreme energies collided, triggering the most terrifying chain reaction. A crisp cracking sound emerged, eerily distinct amidst the thunderflame's roar. Deep cracks like a spiderweb rapidly spread across the doomed seed. The next second, its frenzied expansion halted abruptly. Now, Xiao Mo, fall back. Su Bai bellowed. Xiao Mo instantly cut off the energy output and retreated swiftly. Without the external energy suppressing it, the destructive force within spiraled out of control. The doomed seed contracted inward, then in a dead silence exploded. No earth-shattering roar, only a pure blinding white light that consumed all sight and sound. An indescribable energy storm swept outward from the altar in all directions. The entire millennium-old ruin was destroyed in an instant. The massive dome shattered and countless tons of rock rained down. Moved, Su Bai roared, grabbing Qinlan and Yi Han beside him. Xiao Mo swiftly turned, using its steel-like body to shield them from most of the impact and falling rocks. Yet amid this cataclysmic destruction, an even more incredible anomaly occurred. The energy released by the exploding doomed seed was not chaotic destruction, but streams of pure primal force imbued with an ancient primeval aura. This force, like birds returning to their nests, surged madly toward the nearest, most compatible life form, Xiao Mo. The crimson lotus mark on Xiao Mo's body, originally just a totem, now seemed to come alive, blooming with a resplendent blood-red radiance. The dorsal fins on its back vibrated at high speed, emitting not a simple hum, but a high-frequency oscillation imbued with a peculiar rhythm that seemed to resonate with heaven and earth. Its energy is boiling. Yi Han shouted in alarm, looking at the instrument readings that instantly maxed out. The entire ruin was collapsing completely, the ground splitting into a bottomless chasm. Yet at the center of this apocalyptic scene, a dazzling golden light burst upward from the abyss. The pillar of light was as massive as a mountain, holy and majestic, instantly piercing through layer upon layer of rock, tearing through the collapsing ruin's dome, and soaring unimpeded into the sky. Above, the clouds churned into a giant vortex with the golden light piercing its heart. Then a vague grand phantom slowly materialized in the heavens, like an ancient god looking down upon all beings. A vast majestic voice, indistinguishable in gender, transcending the boundaries of space and time, echoed clearly in the minds of Su Bai, Qinlan, and Yi Han, and even through the live stream in the ears of hundreds of millions of viewers simultaneously. The gears of fate have turned. The path to the Crimson Lotus Summit has opened. As the words faded, the phantom and the golden light vanished together, leaving only the lingering vortex of clouds in the sky. The collapse of the underground ruin continued, but everyone had stopped staring blankly at the hole torn open by the golden light, their faces etched with shock and bewilderment. For the first time, a look of grim uncertainty appeared on Su Bai's face. The livestream's bullet comments, after a 10-second dead silence, erupted with unprecedented frenzy. What? Was that just now? I heard that voice too. It wasn't a hallucination. Definitely not. Gears of Fate. Crimson Lotus Summit. What the hell kind of divine operation is this? I was just watching a monster fighting livestream. This has gone beyond the realm of science. This is mythology. We are witnessing mythology. Wait. Crimson Lotus. Xiao Mo's mark is the Crimson Lotus, isn't it? Don't end it. Please, I'm willing to pay. I'm willing to trade 10 years of my love life for the next second of the story. The moment the live broadcast signal was cut, the screens of over 1 billion people worldwide plunged into a deadly pitch blackness. 3 seconds of darkness felt like an eternity. When the white character's Destiny chapter opening appeared, and then faded away, major social media platforms and forums were instantly inundated by a tsunami of discussions. What the hell? It cut off. At the most critical moment. It's not a cut, it's officially severed. Did you see those characters just now? Destiny chapter. What Destiny's Child? What did I miss? Was there some anomaly around Sovereign Su just now? I recorded it. Enlarge and slow it down 100 times. When that golden codex closed at the end, there seemed to be a barely audible sound, but the broadcast couldn't pick it up at all. There's definitely an inside story. This is no longer an inside story, this is a myth descending. A nation just wiped off the map like that. My legs are still weak. Fusang is gone. Was its national fortune absorbed by the Dragon Kingdom? What level of existence are Sovereign Su and his beast now? Stop discussing, I just want to know when the next broadcast will be. Hurry up, I'm willing to pay. I'd trade 10 years of singlehood for 1 minute of the sequel. The global frenzy and speculation did not reach the epicenter of the event. High above the heavens, the tome of destiny thick enough to crush a deity was slowly closing page by page after pronouncing Fusang's final judgment. The golden radiance was no longer blinding, but became restrained and profound, as if it had absorbed the causality of the entire world. Child of destiny, your journey has only just begun. The vast ancient voice seemed to be branded directly into Su Bai's soul, crystal clear, yet untraceable. He snapped back to reality, his sharp gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The projections of Qinlan and Hanqing, along with all the Dragon Kingdom warriors around, still bore the ecstasy of victory and the shock of that earth-shattering strike on their faces. Not a single person showed any sign of having heard something unusual. This voice was meant for him alone. Su Bai, are you all right? Qinlan was the first to notice his peculiar state, walking over quickly, with concern and reverence mingled in her eyes. Just now, you froze for a moment. Su Bai slowly shook his head, suppressing the tumultuous waves in his heart, and reached out to gently stroke Xiao Mo beside him. By now Xiao Mo was no longer the lava giant wreathed in crimson lotus flames. After the evolution, its size hadn't grown larger, but had slightly contracted. Its scales had shifted from flamboyant red gold to a more subdued obsidian-like texture with a faint dark red luster. The molten crown on its dorsal fin had also extinguished, transforming into rows of sharp, jet-black crystal spikes. Only when its emotions fluctuated would magma-like patterns flow within them. The final judgment just now had nearly drained the power that had surged within it moments earlier. Now it was affectionately rubbing its massive head against Su Bai's arm, emitting a satisfied, yet weary purr from its throat, like a giant cat seeking comfort from its master. I'm fine. Su Bai's voice was a bit hoarse. He looked up at the golden codex that was about to close completely, his gaze complex. I'm just wondering, what exactly have we unleashed? The joy of victory was real, but it was accompanied by an unprecedented weight. He was no longer simply a beast tamer fighting for the Dragon Kingdom and himself. When the title Child of Destiny was uttered, he felt as if an invisible hand had lifted him from the chessboard and placed him on a higher, much more dangerous position. Hanqing's holographic projection also stabilized. His expression was serious. The phrase, greater challenges, in the supreme directive clearly carried meaning. Su Bai, Qinlan, you did well. But as you've sensed, the significance of this event has transcended the conflicts between nations. The appearance of the Codex of Destiny itself is a signal. What signal? Qinlan pressed. Hanqing took a deep breath as if weighing his words. A signal that the old order is collapsing and a new era's rules are about to be established. Fusang is merely the first sacrifice to be liquidated by the new rules. And you, or rather Su Bai and your beast, have become the key that executed this liquidation and ushered in the new era. Just as his words faded, the Codex of Destiny in the sky let out a thunderous rumble and closed completely. There was no earth-shattering sound, no explosion of energy. It simply closed like an ordinary book. Then the massive golden codex began to turn transparent, its radiance rapidly dimming, as if it were about to dissolve into the heavens and earth. Countless satellites and magical detection devices from major powers that had been spying on this location through special channels recorded this final scene. Report. The target's energy reaction is decaying exponentially. The codex is phasing out. It's about to disappear completely. Quick, record all spatial parameters. This might be our only chance to understand rule-level power. Inside the command centers of major nations, tense shouts filled the air. They had just witnessed the annihilation of a nation, and now they were witnessing the retreat of this power. Whether out of fear or greed, everyone wanted to glean a trace of its mystery. Su Bai, Qinlan, and Xiao Mo stood silently gazing up at this scene. They were the closest spectators. Just as the last golden particle of the Codex of Destiny was about to vanish, a sudden anomaly occurred. The void where the Codex had disappeared did not restore itself to the blue sky. Instead, it was as if an invisible eraser had forcefully rubbed it away, leaving behind an extremely abrupt, twisted spatial scar. The scar displayed an eerie gray-white color, and the surrounding light was bent irregularly around it, like a shattered mirror reflecting countless fragmented misaligned clouds and sky. Faint heart-shaking traces of chaotic energy were seeping out from that scar, and wherever they passed the air emitted a faint sizzling sound, as if corroded by strong acid. What is that? Qinlan cried out in shock, her hair standing on end. As a spatial ability user, she felt the terror contained within that scar more than anyone else. It was not a simple spatial rift, but a wound. A wound left by the forcible tearing of the world's rules, unable to heal. Xiao Mo, who had been lying quietly, suddenly let out a low roar, its dark red scales instantly lighting up with magma-like patterns as it entered a highly alert combat stance. It sensed a threat more pure than any enemy before. Su Bai's pupils contracted sharply. He stared at the increasingly prominent spatial scar, and the heavy feeling in his heart finally found its source. He understood. The appearance and judgment of the Codex of Destiny came at a cost. It had obliterated Fusang with thunderous force, but it had also left behind an indelible scar on this world, a scar leading to the unknown. So, Su Bai murmured, his voice so low that only he could hear it. This is the true meaning of the journey has only just begun. To wield the power of destiny is to bear the consequences of destiny. And this scar torn across the sky is the first consequence they must face. At the moment the Destiny Codex completely shattered, it was as if the underlying code of the entire world was siphoned away for a second. The golden light particles scattered in the air were the sole proof of its existence, slowly dissipating like fireflies on a summer night, carrying an unreal dreamlike sensation. Xiao Mo's massive body hovered above the ruins with fine arcs of electricity still faintly dancing on its dorsal fin, emitting a faint crackling echo. The devastating thunderflame heat ray from moments ago had nearly exhausted all its stored energy. Now it was gasping heavily, spewing hot sulfurous air from its nostrils. Yihan withdrew his gaze from the golden light particles, his brows furrowed. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting lines of rapidly scrolling virtual data streams. That intervention of power, just now. It was far more than a simple system-level upgrade, his voice low and grave. The data model shows it was an intervention of will from a dimension far beyond our cognition. It wasn't amending the rules, that was promulgating celestial decrees. Su Bai's heart tightened. Yihan's words sent a chill down his spine. Are you saying there is a person watching us from behind the scenes? A higher-level existence? He subconsciously turned his head and looked at the drone camera hovering beside him, as if trying to meet the gaze of that unknown existence through the small lens. Brothers, his voice echoed through the livestream to every corner of Longhua, and to the countless people around the world peeking at their screens. We may have just solved a big problem, but it seems we've stirred up an even bigger one. The livestream comments exploded instantly. Holy shit. So Yi Shun means the disappearance of the Destiny Codex just now was because some super big shot intervened. Promulgating celestial decrees. That term sounds terrifying. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Will we be caught in the crossfire? Kid, don't be afraid. Who cares about any high-dimensional will? If they dare to harm Longhua, we'll even slaughter gods for you. Calm down, this is beyond science. Feels like myth is invading reality. I don't care. The kid protected us. Whoever is the enemy will fight them. Just as everyone's minds were stirred, an unprecedented mechanical notification tone rang simultaneously in the minds of Su Bai, Qinlan, and Yihan. That voice was no longer the cold, emotionless electronic synthesis of before, but carried a solemnity and majesty that seemed to originate from the ancient void. Ding. Destiny contract has been forcibly activated. The host has obtained a new authority, National Fortune Arbiter. Qinlan reacted the fastest. She immediately began operating on the virtual panel before her, and a brand new interface with a dark gold border popped up. National Fortune Arbiter Authority. She murmured the description on the interface, her expression growing more serious. The core ability of this authority is to actively trigger the National Fortune Deprivation Clause and launch a National Fortune-level strike against any war zone. Su Bai's eyes narrowed. Conditions. Such authority cannot be without limits. There are Qinlan pointed to 3 bright red locked clauses on the interface. 3 prerequisites must be met to activate it. First, the target war zone must hold clear, irreconcilable hostility toward Longhua and have already taken substantive harmful actions. Second, we must possess core evidence of the target war zone endangering global security. Third, we need to obtain recognition from over 50% of the world's attention. Yihan instantly understood the key point. The first condition, Fusang has already satisfied it. The third condition, through the livestream we can almost always achieve it now. The most critical is the second core evidence. Su Bai curled his lips into a cold arc. Staring at the permanent storm clouds over Fusang war zone formed by the spatial collapse, his voice carried a piercing chill. It seems the victory just now was not the end, but a brand new beginning. The game rules have become more interesting. National Fortune Arbiter. Holy cow, that name is so domineering. Actively deprive National Fortune. Doesn't that mean we can take the initiative from now on? The 3 conditions are so harsh, especially the core evidence. How do we find it? LOL, hasn't Fusang done enough evil? Just look around, and you'll find plenty. Don't celebrate too early. The higher the authority, the greater the responsibility, and it also means future enemies will be stronger. Just as they were about to tally their gains and evacuate from this forbidden zone, Yihan, who had been staring intently at the data stream, suddenly let out a cry. Wait! I've captured a very faint data afterimage. His hands turned into a blur of motion on the virtual keyboard with complex decryption code cascading down the screen like a waterfall. The signal source is heavily encrypted and has been fragmented by the energy shockwave of the Destiny Codex's collapse. It's the last encrypted signal sent by Fusang's main server before its complete destruction. A few seconds later, the decryption was complete. When Yihan saw the short line of text displayed on the screen, his face instantly turned pale. The content is the backup coordinates of the final seed. He lifted his head abruptly to look at Su Bai. They separated and backed up the data and core substance of the final seed and hid it overseas. With these words, the air seemed to freeze. The final seed was the root of all calamity plans in the Fusang War Zone, their ultimate trump card to pollute the world and achieve scorched earth symbiosis. Everyone had thought that with the destruction of the Destiny Codex, this malignant tumor had been completely eradicated. They actually had such a backup plan. Su Bai's gaze turned icy cold in an instant, his killing intent spreading without concealment. He called Xiao Mo down from the air and swung himself onto its broad back. Kid, let's go. His voice was resolute and decisive. We must find it before anyone, including that so-called high-dimensional will, reacts and then crush it completely. Send me the coordinates. Qinlan immediately returned to the aircraft and activated the global navigation system. The aircraft roared as it lifted off, and the livestream switched to a high-altitude bird's-eye view. Below was the devastated land and still unsettled spatial rifts, while their target lay across the vast, boundless Pacific Ocean. Standing on Xiao Mo's back facing the fierce high-altitude winds, Su Bai said solemnly into the camera, "Brothers, the battle just now only cleared the surface tumor. Now we are going to do something truly great. Cross the ocean and completely sever Fusang's last hope. This is not just for Longhua, but for the entire world." His words were highly inflammatory, instantly igniting the passion of every viewer. Holy shit, there's more. So thrilling. Chase. We must chase. Uproot the evil. Kid, don't be afraid, we're all here. Let's spam the donations and fill up the kids' feeding points. Donated Energy Core X10. Kid, use it freely, we'll pull more if you need. Locate Fusang's minions. Don't let any of them escape. In an instant, donations flooded into the live stream like a breached dam, with various high-level feeding items crazily scrolling across the screen. On Su Bai's personal panel, the feeding points representing resources soared at a visible rate, quickly breaking astronomical numbers. This fervent will condensed from hundreds of millions of viewers seemed to transform into a tangible force empowering them. The aircraft and Xiao Mo turned into two streaks of light, traversing the vast Pacific at supersonic speed. Clouds rolled above the sea, and below lay the deep blue, unknown waters. Hours later, Qinlan's voice rang through the communication channel. "We've arrived. Right here." The aircraft decelerated sharply, hovering above an isolated island that was not even marked on any map. The island was densely vegetated, looking like any ordinary uninhabited island in the Pacific, but the radar scan Qinlan brought up revealed its anomaly. 300 meters underground, a massive energy reaction shielded by a special force field has been confirmed. Without waiting for Su Bai's order, Xiao Mo, who had been pinned up the whole way, let out an excited roar. It dove sharply from high altitude, and just before impact, a thunderflame heat ray combining lightning and extreme heat blasted from its mouth. Boom! Amid the deafening roar, the earth trembled violently. The hard rock and soil were as fragile as tofu before the thunderflame heat ray instantly vaporized and melted through. A bottomless vertical channel with edges glowing red with molten lava appeared. Just as the channel was formed, a piercing system alarm sounded again. Ding! Warning! High concentration of calamity factor detected. Energy level calamity level. Host is advised to immediately perform highest level cleansing operation. Su Bai stood at the edge of the channel, feeling the nauseating evil aura surging from the depths. Instead of fear, a sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Kid, hear that? Even the system says we need to work. He gently patted Xiao Mo's neck. This time let's make it clean and swift. With that, he leaped without hesitation into the deep darkness. The drone followed closely, broadcasting the thrilling first-person view in real time. Amid the dizziness of rapid descent, the live stream flickered between darkness and the red glow of lava. The 300-meter distance passed in an instant. At the end of the channel, the space opened up. It was a huge man-made metal chamber with walls engraved with incomprehensible eerie runes. In the center of the chamber, there was no complex equipment as imagined, nor any guards. Only a head-sized eerie crystal glowing with a dim purple light silently floating in midair. The crystal's surface shimmered with flowing colors, as if it imprisoned a condensed nebula within. But what was most horrifying was that the nebula was slowly writhing and gathering, eventually forming a vague, blurry outline of a human face on the crystal surface. That face had no features, yet it gave the illusion of gazing at the intruders. A faint, almost ethereal whisper, as if resonating directly in the soul, seeped out from the crystal. At that moment, the live stream signal flickered violently, filled with snow, and then, with a pop, it went completely dark. The screens of hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide went black instantly. After a brief silence, the comments spiraled out of control, flooding the dark screen at an unprecedented frantic speed. It cut off. Holy shit. At the most critical moment. What was that thing? Was that a face on the crystal? I think I heard a sound like someone talking, but I can't make it out. Is this thing alive? Hurry up and restore the signal. I'm dying of anxiety. Kid, are you okay? 30 seconds after the live broadcast signal was cut, the picture finally returned to the anxious wait of billions of viewers. In the dim underground chamber, the only source of light came from a bizarre crystal suspended in midair. It was a deep, ethereal blue, its light flowing like ripples of water, casting shadows on the solemn faces of 4 people and a beast. On the crystal's surface, a blurred human face flickered in and out of existence, as if a trapped soul was screaming in silence. Yihan quickly set up a portable terminal. A complex stream of data flashed across the screen. His expression changed slightly as he lowered his voice. This is bad. The thing is continuously emitting a high-frequency pulse we've never recorded before. The frequency and intensity are steadily rising. I suspect this might be the source of the calamity factor. What kind of place is this? A cyber crystal coffin. That face gave me chills. The source of the calamity factor. So if we destroy it, the S-rank restricted zone will be solved. You're too naive. Didn't you see the expression on Qinlan's face? Things are definitely not that simple. As the comments suggested, Qinlan's brows were tightly furrowed. Her spiritual energy probed the surroundings like invisible tendrils, and she decisively ordered the energy field is extremely unstable. Any direct physical contact could trigger catastrophic consequences. Yihan tried to remotely hack its energy structure. Su Bai, have Xiao Mo fall back. Let's create a safe distance first. However, the order came too late. For Xiao Mo, a ferocious beast born from calamity and raised in battle, the aura emanating from the crystal was both a deadly threat and an irresistible temptation. Instead of retreating, it stepped forward, its powerful limbs sinking deep into the rocky ground, a low growl rumbling in its throat. Streams of scorching scarlet light gathered in its mouth, condensing into a heat ray orb about to be unleashed. Xiao Mo, don't be impulsive. Listen to Sister Qin. It's over, this little guy is going berserk. Classic ADC flashing into the team fight. Su Bai, control your child. Xiao Mo, come back. Su Bai shouted. Just as he was about to forcefully command Xiao Mo to stop its attack, a sudden change occurred. The azure crystal seemed provoked by Xiao Mo's hostility. It trembled violently in midair, emitting a piercing screech that could tear eardrums. The sound did not travel through the air, but directly assaulted the spiritual level. A vague, chaotic, and violent wave of desperate consciousness, like an invisible giant hammer, bypassed everyone and slammed straight into Su Bai's mind. Everything before his eyes was instantly swallowed by darkness. Su Bai felt his consciousness being forcibly dragged out of his body by an irresistible force, pulled into a shattered illusion. He saw endless cities reduced to ruined skyscrapers like broken bones. He saw colossal beasts, mountains in size, roaring in the flames, each breath spewing destructive magma. The sky was an eternal bloody red, the earth flowing with black blood. Despair, madness, destruction, all negative emotions surged like a tidal wave, threatening to drown his sanity. Then a deep, ancient, emotionless voice echoed from the center of the illusion, like an immutable truth. The end is not yet come. The calamity shall return. Oh. Su Bai woke with a start, gasping violently. His body staggered backward, uncontrollably caught by the quick-reacting Qinlan. His face was as pale as paper, beads of cold sweat covering his forehead, as if he had just escaped from a drowning abyss. Su Bai, are you all right? Qinlan's voice carried a hint of urgency. I'm fine. Su Bai shook his head, trying to dispel the lingering horror in his mind, but the crimson sky and the low proclamation were branded into his soul. What happened to Baishan? What just happened? He was attacked. It was a spiritual attack. Look at his eyes. That's real fear. What was that sound? My earphones almost exploded. Can the official give an explanation? Did only I hear that the end has not yet come, the calamity shall return? What does it mean? Damn, you're not alone. I heard it too, thought it was an illusion. Just as the livestream audience was plunged into panic and speculation, the system interface, visible only to Su Bai, forcefully popped up before his eyes. Warning: high concentration calamity consciousness fragment detected. System function activated. Attempt to seal this consciousness fragment. Options: yes, no. Su Bai stared at the virtual screen, biting his lip until he tasted the blood from the wound. What choice do I have? He silently chose yes. Command confirmed. Consciousness sealing program initiated. Beginning extraction of calamity consciousness fluctuation. The moment the command was issued, a strange suction force emanated from within Su Bai, instantly transferred to Xiao Mo through their bond. Xiao Mo's black dorsal fin-like spine suddenly lit up with a series of azure light patterns, as if echoing the crystal. The heat ray orb in its mouth did not fire. Instead, it slowly dissipated, replaced by a more primal, more powerful force awakening within its body. Visible strands of black mist began to be forcibly extracted from the azure crystal, like writhing venomous snakes, flowing endlessly toward Xiao Mo. Look! Yihan pointed at his terminal screen, exclaiming, the crystal's pulse frequency is dropping sharply. Something is absorbing its energy. Qinlan's gaze was fixed on Xiao Mo. Her spiritual perception allowed her to detect deeper changes. It's not just energy. Xiao Mo's spiritual fluctuations are synchronizing with the crystal. It's devouring the consciousness of that thing. Whoa, the system. Bai Shen's golden finger is here, sealing a calamity consciousness. What kind of godly move is this? Turning the boss into an EXP pack. Look at Xiao Mo. It's glowing. What are those black mists? They feel so evil. Sister Qin found the key. Is Xiao Mo evolving? Or is it gambling its life? If this succeeds, Xiao Mo will soar. The sealing process went smoother than expected with the progress bar on the system interface steadily climbing. 10, 30, 60. As the black mist was continuously extracted, the azure crystal's light grew dimmer, and the human face on its surface became increasingly distorted and agonized. However, just as the progress bar reached 80, another accident occurred. The dying crystal erupted with one final blinding light, and the entire chamber shook violently, as if hit by a magnitude 10 earthquake. A crack split the crystal's surface and a solid shadow shot out like lightning, carrying a nauseating aura of malice and madness targeting the core of the spiritual link, Su Bai. This shadow moved with blinding speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Watch out. In the critical moment, the team's synergy reached its peak. Electromagnetic interference. Yihan roared, his hands flying across the terminal, instantly deploying an invisible electromagnetic barrier in front of Su Bai. Almost simultaneously, Qinlan's chillingly calm command rang out: Xiao Mo heat, ray maximum power, suppress it. Receiving the order, Xiao Mo seemed to awaken an instinct, letting out a deafening roar. Instead of forming an orb, it opened its mouth directly, and a destruction ray several times thicker than before and nearly white-hot tore through the air, striking the shadow with precision. Crackle. The shadow was briefly halted by the electromagnetic barrier, then struck head-on by the incoming ray. It let out an inhuman, piercing shriek, forced backward by the powerful energy, crashing back into the crystal. Although the attack was successfully intercepted, a small portion of the shadow's spiritual impact had escaped the defense before being repelled, slamming hard into Su Bai's consciousness. Su Bai was hit as if by a hammer, his body shuddering violently as he staggered back several steps, finally falling to one knee, a trail of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Holy shit. What was that thing? That scared me. That was too fast. Yi Shun is awesome. Sister Qin's command is divine. This cooperation was flawless. Bai Shun is injured. He's bleeding. This is serious. Hold on. Only 20 left. Don't let it all go to waste. Su Bai's vision was blurry, his mind buzzing, but he still stared fixedly at the last segment of the progress bar on the system interface. Sealed backlash, mental shock. Sealing program continuing. 90, 95, 100. Seal complete. When the system prompt sounded, all light on the azure crystal was extinguished. With a crisp crack, it shattered in midair, turning into fine dust that drifted down. Only a golden light the size of a grain of rice emerged from the dust, turning into a streak of light that precisely embedded itself in a Xiao Mo's forehead. On Xiao Mo's forehead, a primitive and majestic golden rune flashed, and then disappeared beneath the skin. Ding. Your tamed beast, Calamity Shadow Xiao Mo, has successfully fused the Calamity consciousness fragment. Special template Calamity mark has been activated. Unlocked exclusive ability Calamity's Wrath passive active. A series of system prompts scrolled before Su Bai's eyes. He took a deep breath, wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, and slowly rose from the ground. Though his face was still pale, his eyes burned with an extraordinary brightness. He walked over to Xiao Mo, who was still feeling its new power, and affectionately patted its big head. Then he turned to the drone camera, grinning a tired yet arrogant and unyielding smile. Kid, we've stumbled upon a huge treasure this time. He paused, his gaze piercing through the camera, as if declaring to some unknown existence, next someone is going to be in trouble. The live broadcast cut off at Su Bai's impactful smile. The signal officially terminated, the screen plunging into darkness, leaving only the billions of viewers in the chat room boiling with excitement. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the highest command center of the Longwa Beastmaster Bureau, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. A document marked with the highest top-secret classification was urgently dispatched to key departments. The document contained only one line: the NCED has been confirmed and initially secured by Longwa. Hostile forces have reacted violently. The global strategic situation is about to shift dramatically. Activate the Great Wall contingency. At the temporary camp just outside the restricted zone, Su Bai was undergoing medical checks. The special encrypted communicator on his wrist, which he never removed, suddenly vibrated imperceptibly. He moved away from the others and lit up the screen. It was an encrypted message with an unknown, untraceable source. The message was simple, but it made Su Bai's pupils contract sharply. The end is not the end, but the beginning. The signature line sent an even greater shock through his mind. Fate, Arbiter No. 001. The air in the command room seemed to freeze. The urgent report brought by Han Qin crashed into the placid surface like a boulder, sending 1,000 ripples through the stillness. Fusang, the Lantern Nation, and the Polar Bear, 3 nations of immense weight in the global landscape, had chosen this very moment to join forces and apply pressure. Xin Lan's exquisite face was veiled in frost. Her fingertips tapped lightly on the cold metal tabletop, producing a steady muffled rhythm. The seed of eternity. What they truly desire is to use this pretext to force us to reveal the core secrets of the calamity factor, or even lure us into deploying it, so they can reap the spoils without lifting a finger. Her analysis struck the nail on the head, instantly piercing the filthy political machinations behind the joint statement. Su Bai leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, a contemptuous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Reap the spoils. I'm afraid they haven't even figured out what the bait is. They want to see calamity. Fine. Let them open their eyes wide and see what true calamity really looks like. His voice was low, yet it carried an arrogance and confidence that made everyone present's heart skip a beat. Before his words faded, a cerulean light screen visible only to Su Bai abruptly unfolded before him. The familiar emotionless system prompt echoed in his mind. Severe provocation against the sovereignty of the Dragon Kingdom detected. Special clause of the National Fortune System, National Fortune Deprivation, has been activated. Target locked Fusang. Submit application for deprivation of Fusang's national fortune. The icy text radiated a chilling majesty. This was no longer a simple dungeon task. It was a final judgment directly linked to the fate of a nation. Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai's will moved, and the choice was confirmed. Application submitted. Precondition for national fortune deprivation triggered. Enter the designated dungeon realm of calamity and complete 3 challenges to officially initiate the deprivation process. Challenge 1. Eliminate the pollution source guardians on the periphery of the realm of calamity. Challenge 2. Penetrate the core area, locate and destroy the calamity incubation nest. Challenge 3. Before the dungeon closes, kill or expel all contestants from other nations who enter the dungeon. Xin Lan keenly caught the subtle shift in Su Bai's gaze as she lowered her voice and asked, "Did the system make a move?" Su Bai nodded and shared the task information with the core members of the command room. Xin Lan's brows instantly knitted. She pointed at the words, "Realm of Calamity," on the light screen and said solemnly, "This place is no ordinary ground." Yihan, standing nearby, immediately operated on the tactical tablet. Moments later, a map and data marked as top secret were projected onto the main screen. Report: intelligence on Realm of Calamity has been retrieved. The area is located at the center of the original Antarctic continent, coordinates XXX. Before the cataclysm, it was a top-tier scientific research restricted zone jointly established by multiple nations, codenamed Prometheus, primarily studying geothermal energy and unknown particles. After the cataclysm, the area completely lost contact with the outside world, becoming one of the most dangerous locations on the planet with the highest and most active concentration of the calamity factor. Yihan paused, then added, "According to satellite energy spectrum analysis, the spatial structure there is extremely unstable. Conventional physical laws are severely distorted within it. Any probe that enters will be eroded and assimilated by the powerful calamity energy within a short time." Just then, Xiao Mo, who had been quietly lying at Su Bai's feet, suddenly had several cerulean patterns on its dorsal fin glow and tremble slightly. A low guttural rumble came from its throat, as if it both yearned for and instinctively warily regarded the place displayed on the screen. Su Bai sensed Xiao Mo's emotions. He bent down, rubbed its smooth head, and his eyes blazed with battle intent. "Feel it, kitty. There's something good there. Looks like you and I have to take a trip." He straightened up, looked around at everyone, and finally fixed his gaze on Xin Lan. "Prepare yourselves. This time we're not just fighting, we're going to make the whole world remember." With that, he directly activated the livestream function on his personal terminal. No announcement, no rehearsal. A livestream room with a blunt, straightforward title instantly appeared on the Dragon Kingdom's official platform, Su Bai National War, Let's Do This. Within seconds, the viewer count soared from 0 to tens of millions, and it was still growing at a terrifying rate. The entire Dragon Kingdom's internet was ablaze. Brothers, sisters, men, and women of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Bai's voice broadcast into millions of homes, his face wearing its usual easygoing look, but his eyes were sharper than ever. "Just now those shorties from Fusang, together with the Lantern Nation and the Polar Bear, tried to steal our spoils and force us to hand over the seed of eternity." He paused, his tone turning icy. "I don't know what the seed of eternity is. I only know it's the fruit of victory that our Dragon Kingdom earned with blood and lives. They want it. Fine. They can trade their lives for it. Now the system has given us a chance to directly bring the war to their doorstep. A chance to grind their national fortune under our boots. This isn't some damn dungeon, it's a real bloody war." Su Bai pointed at Xiao Mo at his feet. Xiao Mo understood and lifted its head, letting out a threatening roar. "Fusang wants to see calamity. Then let's show them. Want to see the kid blast their so-called elite contestants and ambitions into the sky with a single calamity's wrath. Holy shit, this is how it starts. National war. Did I hear that right? Fuck them. Su Shun is mighty. I've been holding back against these bastards for too long. Kid, charge. Charge hard for daddy. Bite Fusang's national fortune to pieces. What is the seed of eternity? Doesn't matter. If Su Shun says it's ours, then it's ours. Whoever tries to take it, we fight them. My instant noodles are ready, beer is chilled, just waiting for Su Shun to start the show. Donations go. Feed Su Shun the best gear. The one above your vision is too small. Not gear, it's nukes. It's starships. Throw it all, damn it. Money is no issue. The barrage swept like a tidal wave the screen, almost completely covered with words like charge, fight, and blast. At the same time, a torrent of donations and energy feed points like countless radiant rivers converged from all directions and poured into Su Bai's system account. Almost instantly, Su Bai received a system prompt. Feed points have reached the threshold. Initiate a new evolution for Calamity Source, Xiao Mo. Yes. In that instant, a visible storm of energy materialized in the command room, violently swirling toward Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo's body was enveloped in a deep cerulean cocoon of light, its form changing at a startling speed. On the surface of the cocoon, countless mysterious runes flickered in and out of view. Finally, all the light converged sharply toward its back. Crack! The cocoon shattered, and the new Xiao Mo appeared before everyone. Its body was not larger, but more refined and elongated, its scales gleaming like obsidian. The most striking change was the blue patterns on its dorsal fin. They were no longer simple lines, but had transformed into 3 clusters of blue flames that burned silently like ghost fire. In its eyes, the shadow of a vague and ancient mark of calamity flashed briefly. Calamity Source, Xiao Mo, evolution complete. Skill Calamity's Wrath enhanced effect deals an additional 50 true damage to all targets classified as calamity beings. Su Bai bared his teeth in a grin, revealing a row of white teeth, the smile saturated with danger. Kid gears updated. Time to head out. 10 minutes later, the Dragon Kingdom's most advanced Lingxiao class aerospace assault craft slowly ascended with a deafening roar. Its futuristic streamlined fuselage under the gaze of countless citizens pierced the clouds and sped toward the southern horizon. Inside the cabin, Su Bai was resting with his eyes closed while Qin Lan and Yi Han conducted final tactical simulations. Just as the craft entered the stratosphere and prepared for a spatial jump, Han Qing's encrypted communicator suddenly rang. He answered, and his complexion turned extremely grave within seconds. He strode quickly to Su Bai's side, bent down, and said in a hurried whisper audible only to the two of them, "Su Bai, I just received a secret intelligence report from inside the polar bear territory." Only one sentence. Su Bai opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning. Han Qing took a deep breath and repeated word for word, "They are also in Antarctica, ready to welcome the calamity." Welcome. Su Bai keenly seized on this strangely worded term. Not confront, not study, but welcome. He turned his head to look out the window. The craft was hurtling toward a continent covered in eternal ice. On the distant horizon, a massive polar storm visible to the naked eye and seemingly capable of devouring heaven and earth was slowly taking shape, like a silent ancient beast waiting for the arrival of intruders. A storm far more complex and dangerous than they had imagined was clearly already waiting for them. The biting cold wind, like countless sharp knives, scraped against the alloy shell of the Zhulong, producing a grating sound. The aircraft shook violently, finally breaking through the blinding polar storm. The scene before them opened up, but it was more terrifying than the storm itself. The sky displayed an eerie leaden gray with rolling dark clouds like thick ink pressing heavily upon people's hearts. On the ground, not a trace of snow's whiteness remained. Instead, twisted, shattered dark debris covered everything. These remnants varied in shape. Some were enormous as mountains, others grotesquely deformed, all once formidable mutated creatures now reduced to the backdrop of this land. A sharp alarm sounded in the cockpit. Yi Han stared intently at the rapidly rising red data on the screen, his expression grave. "Commander, the concentration of calamity factors in the surrounding environment has reached critical levels, eroding conventional matter. According to the highest safety protocol, it is recommended to wear level 4 biohazard suits immediately." Su Bai's eyes gleamed as he swept his gaze across the dead hellish vista outside the window, yet a confident smile curved at the corner of his lips. He gently patted the massive scale-covered head of Xiao Mo beside him and waved his hand. "No need. With the cub around, we're not afraid of such a small scene." Xiao Mo seemed to understand, letting out a low rumble from its throat. An invisible force field radiated outward from it, instantly expelling every wisp of calamity aura that had seeped into the Zhulong. The alarm ceased abruptly. Yi Han looked at the now normal monitoring data as the Zhulong slowly descended to the edge of the calamity domain. Just a few kilometers ahead, 3 colossal beings had already taken their positions, forming a tense triangular standoff. To the west was the Mountain Lord from the Lighthouse Federation, a gargantuan gorilla clad in rocky armor radiating a heavy and savage aura. To the east was the 8-headed flame demon of the Fusang Empire, its 8 heads hideous and terrifying, spewing flames from its mouths. To the north was the Frost Titan of the Polar Bear Alliance, exuding an aura of extreme cold. The 3 giant beasts, as if by unspoken agreement, turned their suspicious gazes toward the uninvited guest, the Black Dragon, and the tiny yet undeniable Zhulong on its back. The originally stable 3-way standoff instantly collapsed due to Xiao Mo's forceful intervention. Just as everyone was tense to the breaking point, the central colossal ruin suddenly emitted a low rumble. The runes on its surface lit up one after another, light flowing and converging at the top of the ruin, projecting a black pillar of light that pierced the sky. Then with a grating creak, the gate of the ruin slowly opened. A surge of calamity aura thousands of times denser than the outside poured out like a breached dam. But this was not the end. As the gate fully opened, a shadow composed entirely of darkness slowly rose from the ground. It had no fixed form, sometimes condensing into a ferocious beast, sometimes dispersing into a twisted black mist, as if it were the embodiment of all negative emotions and energy. A bone-chilling cold and despair instantly enveloped every living being present. S-Class Calamity Creature Codename, Yun. Yihan's voice carried a faint tremor, warning detecting a high-intensity mental pollution field. It can directly devour spirit and energy. Yun seemed indifferent to these insignificant intruders. It merely let out a low, inhuman roar. The roar produced no physical impact, but like an invisible needle it stabbed fiercely into the minds of all creatures. The nearest giant beast, the 8-headed flame demon, a Fusong, bore the brunt. The ferocity in its 8 eyes was instantly replaced by boundless terror. Its massive body trembled violently, and black tears of blood streamed from all 8 pairs of eyes. The next second it let out a most piercing scream, suffered a mental collapse on the spot, and crashed to the ground, completely losing its combat capability. Such was the terror of a single roar. As everyone was gripped by panic, Xiao Mo's eyes, which had held a hint of disdain, suddenly turned icy cold. Between its forehead, the long-dormant calamity mark suddenly burst into an eerie black-red glow. Without hesitation, Xiao Mo opened its massive maw and unleashed a jet-black heat ray, condensed to the extreme as if it could devour light, wrapped in pure will of destruction, charging straight at Yun. Facing this sudden attack, the shifting darkness of Yun also differentiated into a dense dark energy, meeting it head-on. The jet-black heat ray collided with the entropic void. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a chilling zone of annihilation forming between them. Space seemed to be erased by an invisible force. Everything quietly faded away. The two forces corroded and neutralized each other, locked in a stalemate. At that moment, a cold system notification sounded in Su Bai's mind. Ding! Your contracted beast MO has released Wrath of Calamity for the first time. Skill proficiency 10. Triggering feedback mechanism, your mental resistance permanently 10. A cool stream of energy instantly spread through Su Bai's body, eventually merging into his sea of consciousness. The drowsiness and oppression caused by Yun's roar vanished without a trace. His mind became unprecedentedly clear, and even his thoughts raced faster. A surge of fighting spirit rose from the depths of his heart, dispelling all fear. Well done, cub. Su Bai shouted, immediately taking command. Qinlan, steer the Zhulong to the left flank and maintain a safe distance. Charge the 3rd thermal cannon and be ready to support. Yihan, monitor the energy fluctuations of Yun in real time and find its core weakness. Hanqin, contact the rear headquarters immediately. Transmit the data here in real time and request orbital lock-on from the East China Fleet's space-based weapon. Once we have an opportunity, hit it hard. The orders were clear and swiftly executed. The entire team operated efficiently. After doing all this, Su Bai took a deep breath and pressed the master switch on the livestream interface. His voice reached every corner of Dragon Country and the world through the airwaves. Brothers and compatriots of Dragon Country, you see this? This is an S-Class Calamity. It is strong, unimaginably strong. But we have no way back. Today, right here in front of the whole world, we must defeat this thing together. I need your strength. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire livestream room exploded like a powder keg. Countless tips and offerings converged into a golden river of data, crossing mountains and seas, flowing into the energy conversion system of the Zhulong, and then through the contract, pouring endlessly into Xiao Mo's body. Roar! Amid the colossal energy storm, Xiao Mo's body began to visibly grow. Between the gaps of its pitch-black scales, more and more strange crimson lotus patterns emerged. A terrifying aura of blending destruction and rebirth shot into the sky. Even the clouds above were pushed aside into a massive whirlpool by the force. Xiao Mo had entered a new combat form, Calamity Red Lotus. In this form, its power, speed, and energy intensity were all enhanced. Its battle with Yun instantly escalated. Every claw strike tore space, and every dragon breath melted the ground. The originally balanced situation was completely broken. The shifting darkness of Yun began to flicker under the violent assault, emitting agonized shrieks. The scales of victory were tipping toward humanity. The Mountain Lord and the Frost Titan, terrified by this clash of titans, had retreated far away, watching from a distance and daring not to intervene. Now, Yihan's voice rang in the communication channel. Its energy core is fluctuating violently, and its defenses are at their lowest. Cub, finish it. Su Bai gave the final order. Xiao Mo understood. All the red lotus marks on its body blazed to their maximum, gathering all energy into its mouth, brewing the final earth-shattering strike. A sphere of energy 10 times larger than the previous jet-black heat ray containing the flames of Red Lotus was rapidly forming. It seemed that Yun was about to be utterly annihilated in this blow. However, just a moment before the energy sphere was to be released, the main body of the nearly defeated Yun suddenly trembled, splitting off a smaller, more condensed shadow from its massive form. This shadow showed no intention to fight. It moved at a speed surpassing physical laws like a black lightning bolt, ignoring all obstacles, and charged straight toward the core of the giant ruin behind whose gate stood open. At the same time, a faint yet clear whisper as if from the depths of the underworld resonated in everyone's hearts: calamity will return. The afterimage of Ying Mingyuan, like a silent ink-black lightning bolt, tore through the millennium-old stillness deep within the ruins, charging straight into the profound darkness. It was not corporeal. Its movements bore a bizarre phase blur, sometimes penetrating fractured metal walls, sometimes gliding along the surfaces of energy conduits, leaving not a trace. Chase. Xiao Emo, don't let it escape. Su Bai's voice came through the comm channel, calm and decisive. Beside him, Qin Lan's brows were tightly knitted, her eyes fixed on the rapidly scrolling energy readings on her tactical tablet. Something's wrong, Su Bai. Its escape route isn't random. At every node it passes, the calamity energy concentration in the surrounding space is skyrocketing exponentially. It's not fleeing, but seems to be performing some kind of ritual, using itself as a key to activate the energy resonance of the entire ruins. The livestream barrage was instantly ignited by Qin Lan's analysis. Holy crap, that's a thing. Isn't this monster brainless? What energy resonance? The scholarly elder sister Qin Lan is giving a live lesson, but I'm too dumb to understand. In simple terms, this shadow is a mobile Wi-Fi hotspot setting up signal stations one by one throughout the ruins. The guy above is spot on, so what's the endgame? Global free Wi-Fi. Dream on. It's obviously a death signal from the Calamity brand. Su Bai let out a cold snort, his eyes gleaming with icy sharpness. No matter what it wants, as long as we dismantle the bomb before it explodes. Kid, show it some color. Xiao Emo, receiving the command, her petite form, suspended in midair, suddenly erupted with a terrifying pressure that belied her size. Her purple-golden pupils locked onto the receding shadow as she opened her tiny mouth, and a beam of thunderflame combining destructive lightning and cremating fire shot forth abruptly. The scorching beam was not a straight-line attack. Under Xiao Mo's precise control, it became like a raging thunderflame dragon, plowing a wide channel along the shadow's trajectory. The indestructible alloy walls before the heat ray were like butter under a hot knife, instantly melted through and vaporized, emitting piercing screams. The originally labyrinthine ruin structure was forcibly blasted into a shortcut straight to the core. Follow me. Yihan bellowed, shoving the joystick forward. The specially designed hovercraft's engines roared at full throttle, following closely behind the channel torn open by the thunderflame beam, racing toward the unknown abyss. Passing through the last layer of protective doors that had been melted into orange-red liquid, the view suddenly opened up. They arrived at a magnificent space beyond words. This place seemed to be the heart of the entire ruins. The dome soared out of sight. Countless thick energy cables, like giant pythons, converged from all directions, ultimately connecting to the center. At the end of all those cables suspended a massive black crystal over 50 meters in diameter. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, yet within it seemed to contain a profound universe. Countless streams of light composed of pure data surged through it, colliding and recombining. Each flow exuded a heart-stopping aura of calamity. The moment the afterimage of Ying Mingyuan arrived here, it turned into a stream of light and vanished into the black crystal without causing a ripple, like a drop of water merging into the ocean. The hovercraft slowly docked at a platform on the edge. As everyone stepped off, they were all awestruck by the scene before them. Good heavens! What the hell is this thing? A planet's core. This oppressive feeling, even through the screen, I can barely breathe. So this is the so-called seed. No, look at those data streams. Those are not naturally formed energy patterns. Yihan's voice was filled with uncontrollable shock. Pointing at the crystal, he almost shouted, "This is not a seed. This is a server. A central server for calamity factors built with technology we cannot comprehend." Qin Lan quickly pulled up an analyzer. The needle swung wildly, ultimately pointing to a despairing conclusion. Yihan is right. It's processing and distributing commands in real time. The source of the abnormal activity of calamity creatures we detected globally. It's this. It's controlling the movements and evolution of all calamity creatures worldwide. This conclusion made everyone gasp. They thought they were just chasing a powerful enemy, but they had unwittingly stumbled into the enemy's headquarters. In Su Bai's mind, the cold system prompt sounded at the right moment. Warning detected: a highly concentrated calamity source, Calamity Nexus. System analysis: this nexus is the core node of the current planet's calamity network with uniqueness. Mission issued: attempt to take over or destroy the Calamity Nexus. Take over. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, then revealed a ruthless smile. No time for slow research. Kid, it likes absorbing energy, doesn't it? Then let it eat its fill. He issued the command without hesitation: go take a bite out of it. Take a bite. That's awesome. White God is always so straightforward, I love it. But this is a server. Is physical attack effective? For Xiao Emo, what can't be solved by taking a bite? If there is, take 2 bites. I have a feeling this won't be so simple. Xiao Emo understood immediately and opened her tiny mouth again. This time she gathered even greater power. The thunderflame beam was more than twice as thick as before, striking the surface of the black crystal with a world-destroying force. However, the expected explosion did not occur. The thunder flame beam capable of melting anything upon contacting the crystal vanished like a clay ox sinking into the sea, silently absorbed without a trace. Not even a ripple appeared on the crystal's surface. The next moment a sudden change occurred. The entire massive black crystal blazed to life as if an ancient evil god awakened from slumber had opened its eyes. A calamity wave, formless yet omnipresent, erupted from the crystal and swept through the entire ruins. This wave was not a physical impact, but a terrifying force that struck directly at the mind and soul. The first to be affected was Xiao Mo, who was closest to the calamity force. Her body trembled violently in midair. Deep within her purple-golden pupils, a pure, ominous black light appeared without warning and rapidly spread. A painful, stifled roar escaped her throat. The sound was no longer her own, but identical to the screech of the previous Aing Mingyuan. No! Qinlan screamed. On her tactical tablet's vital signs monitor, the curve representing Xiao Mo was twisting wildly, collapsing into a completely alien, aberrant waveform. It's mental erosion. The Nexus is corrupting her in reverse. It wants to turn Xiao Mo into its puppet. Activate all band strong jamming signals. Hurry! Yihan's face turned pale. His hands became a blur over the console. We must break the resonance between them, or Xiao Mo will completely mutate into a new calamity creature. The piercing interference waves emitted from the hovercraft were like a gentle breeze over a mountain, unable to shake the overwhelming calamity resonance. Su Bai's pupils contracted sharply. His heart felt as if it were being squeezed by an invisible hand. He could clearly feel that the spiritual link between him and Xiao Mo was being forcibly invaded by a cold, chaotic, malevolent force. It felt like his own child was being dragged into the abyss by a demon. Kid, hang on. Su Bai gritted his molars, his eyes bloodshot. I'll save you. He abandoned all defenses, pouring all his consciousness into the spiritual link with Xiao Mo. At that moment, the system interface flashed an urgent crimson warning. Warning: the contracted beast Xiao Mo is undergoing forced assimilation by the Calamity Nexus. Detected deep resonance of the Calamity mark between master and contracted beast. Activating passive protocol. Plan generated. Activate hidden protocol. Calamity Wrath. Perform reverse sealing. Reverse sealing. Su Bai endured the tsunami of mental shock in his mind. The screams, despair, and curses of countless dying beings seemed to tear his soul apart. He pushed the intensity of his consciousness link to the absolute limit without reservation, launching a fierce assault against the erosion force. Get out! As if responding to his roar, the mysterious mark on Xiao Mo's forehead, which had been faintly visible, suddenly burst into a brilliant golden light. The golden light, like a sacred sword, engaged in a fierce battle with the black light in her eyes. One black, one gold. Two opposing forces clashed violently within Xiao Mo's small body, causing her to emit a most agonizing cry. With the reinforcement of Su Bai's will, the golden light one step by step began to suppress the black light in reverse, and followed the invisible link upstream, stabbing fiercely into the massive black crystal. Boom, crack! A crisp sound like glass shattering echoed in the depths of everyone's soul. On the surface of the massive black crystal, a tiny crack appeared. Then the crack spread like a spiderweb, covering the entire crystal in mere seconds. The sealing force of Calamity Wrath, forcibly injected, became the final straw that broke it. Finally, under everyone's gaze, this central server, that served as the core of the global Calamity network, exploded completely with a dull, thunderous roar. Countless data streams scattered like fireworks, then annihilated in an instant. The Calamity wave that had shrouded the entire ruins dissipated as well. The black light faded from Xiao Mo's eyes. She fell weakly from the air, and Su Bai dashed forward to catch her steadily in his arms. However, without the support of the Nexus, the entire ruins. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. On the holographic screen, Han Qing's usually composed face couldn't hide a hint of exhaustion and urgency. His voice, transmitted through an encrypted line with static interference, was nevertheless clear and struck everyone's heart. Urgent bulletin: calamity factors have erupted simultaneously in multiple regions across the globe. Coastal areas of countries such as Fusang Dengta and Beijixing have all reported colossal beast mutation phenomena, with scale and intensity far exceeding expectations. Qinlan's brows instantly tightened. With a swipe of her fingertip across the console, she called up the world's calamity factor concentration distribution map. Around the deep red area representing Jiuzhou Island, countless new red dots were igniting and spreading at an alarming rate, like a rapidly expanding spider web about to devour the entire blue planet. She murmured to herself, a hint of confusion and self-reproach in her voice. How could this happen? We clearly destroyed the core of the calamity domain, which should have severed the source. Why does it feel like we stirred up a hornet's nest, accelerating its global spread? Because that wasn't the source at all. It was just a valve. Su Bai's voice was as cold as ice. He stood with arms crossed, leaning against the wall, his sharp eyes scanning the alarming red dots on the screen. When we shut one valve, the pressure bursts out through other preset outlets. They, or rather it, had been waiting for this moment all along. Our desperate struggle in the dungeon was nothing more than pressing the global activation switch for them. His words weighed heavily on everyone present. So that brutal battle was merely the prelude to a far greater catastrophe. Just then a pale blue system interface silently appeared before everyone's eyes, and a cold mechanical voice echoed in their minds. Global announcement: large-scale prerequisite quest calamity domain has been completed. Worldview system updating. Update complete. New phase: main quest calamity purge has been activated. On the interface, 3 new tasks shimmered, radiating an ominous golden light. Task 1: globally slay 50 mutated colossal beasts, rated calamity class. Task 2: collect 100 high-purity calamity cores. Task 3: assist regional forces in suppressing the global average calamity factor concentration to below the 5 safety line. Global level quests. Shinlong looked at the task descriptions and took a deep breath. This is no longer just dungeon raiding. It's a war that the entire world must face together. War. Su Bai let out a cold laugh. He walked straight to the live streaming equipment and skillfully activated the global channel. No, it's survival in the apocalypse. We need to wake everyone up. The fantasy is over. The moment the live stream began, the long-waiting audience flooded in like a tidal wave, and comments exploded instantly. Su Bai wasted no words. With a solemn expression, he spoke to the camera. Brothers, can you hear me? Just moments ago, calamity factors have spread across the globe. You'll soon see on the news the same monsters we encountered in the dungeon have appeared all over the world. I repeat, this is not a drill, nor is it some new holographic game. The battles ahead are no longer dungeons viewed through a screen. They are real survival fights happening right beside us. He paused, then turned his gaze to Xiao Mo, who was already in her combat suit. His voice gained a hint of warmth. Kid, are you ready? Our next stop is the entire world. We need to purge those damned calamity beasts everywhere and show those who think they can reap the benefits that if they dare to bring the war to our doorstep, they must be prepared to be eradicated root and branch. The comments erupted. Holy shit. Global catastrophe. Even movies wouldn't dare to script this. Charge Kid. Dragon Nation's guardian deity requests to fight. Got it. Big Boss Su Bai means World War Physical Edition has begun. Don't mention it. I've already cleared out the instant noodles at the supermarket downstairs. Where can I buy mental resistance potions? Online waiting urgent. Nuke. We need to drop nukes. Blow it all to hell. Calm down there. Didn't you hear the boss? This is a purge, not mutual destruction. Our target is the calamity beasts. Amid the torrent of comments, their first destination was locked, Fusang Jiuzhou Island. The calamity factor concentration there was the highest on the planet, like the eye of a storm. A colossal beast codenamed Ba Chi Calamity Shadow had fully mutated, becoming a terrifying source of calamity. Boom! The Molan mecha like a black meteor tore through the dark red sky and slammed heavily onto the desolate ground of Jiuzhou Island. The immense impact raised clouds of dust, and the surrounding building debris was pulverized by the shockwave. Just as Xiao Mo steadied herself in the cockpit, a piercing alarm blared across the sky. Warning! High-energy reactions approaching. Directions 3 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Shinlan's calm and rapid voice came through the communication channel. Before she finished speaking, 3 massive dark figures lunged from different directions. They resembled giant lizards covered in black-purple carapace, muscles bulging, their compound eyes blazing with madness and brutality. Thick calamity aura emanated from them, nearly solidifying the air. Xiao Mo feigned on the left flank to draw frontal fire. Yihan analyzed the armor weak point of the monster on the right. Everyone maintain a triangular formation. Don't get split up. Shinlan's commands were clear and precise, instantly stabilizing the battle situation. Roger. The right calamity beast has a regular energy fluctuation at its abdominal core with a 3-second exposure window after each attack. Yihan's voice followed immediately. Su Bai watched the 3 ferocious calamity beasts on the main screen, clenched his fists, and shouted through the public channel, Kid, don't hold back. Take them down. Let the whole world see what the Dragon Nation is made of. Roar. Xiao Mo responded with a resounding dragon's cry. Facing a 3-sided pincer attack, she not only did not retreat, but the dim calamity mark on her chest suddenly blazed with unprecedented brilliance. The Molan mecha's eyes shifted from blue to an eerie crimson, and countless black patterns spread across its surface like living organisms. It suddenly opened its massive maw and spewed a scorching thunderflame heat ray. Unlike before, this golden beam was laced with wisps of ominous black flames, as if capable of incinerating everything. The calamity beast charging from the front had no time to react, and was instantly struck by this black flame beam of destruction. No scream, no struggle. Its massive body disintegrated visibly within the beam, then completely evaporated into thin air, leaving not even a trace of ash. System notification: skill feedback. Host's mental resistance permanently increased by 20. One-shot instant kill. The livestream comments paused for a moment, then erupted with even more fervor. Vaporized. Vaporized. Holy crap. What kind of power is this? Can calamity energy be used like this? Kid, my superhuman. Xiao Mo's aura did not diminish after killing a calamity beast. Instead, the power within her seemed to find an outlet, becoming even more wild and refined. She lashed out with her dragon tail, striking the left calamity beast precisely at its waist, severing it in half with immense force. Then, with a high-speed maneuver, she appeared beneath the last calamity beast, and thrust her claws upward, hitting exactly the exposed window Yihan had mentioned. Schlopped. The claws sank deep. With a mournful cry, the third calamity beast's life force rapidly faded. 3 fist-sized calamity cores emitting ominous purple light emerged from the monster corpses, then were drawn by an invisible force and automatically flew into the Molen mecha storage compartment. The battle ended in just 1 minute. Clean, decisive, overwhelmingly destructive. Qinlan looked at the normalized data and breathed a sigh of relief. Well done, Xiao Mo. The calamity factor concentration has dropped slightly. We're preparing to evacuate to the next target. However, just as the Molen mecha was about to lift off, a sudden change occurred. The entire ground began to tremble violently, without warning, far more intense than any previous tremor. An unfathomably deep, giant chasm radiated from beneath their feet, spreading wildly in all directions. Deep within the chasm, it was not magma or darkness, but a calamity energy, so pure, it was chilling. The thick waves soared into the sky, churning the dark red heavens into a massive vortex. Everyone felt an unprecedented suffocating pressure emanating from the depths of the earth, as if an ancient god that had slumbered for 10,000 years was about to awaken. Qinlan's face turned pale in an instant. What is this? The calamity index is off the charts. Under everyone's horrified gaze, a colossal shadow large enough to blot out the sky was slowly emerging from the abyssal rift. It had no fixed form, as if it were condensed from the purest malice and despair. An ancient hoarse voice, as if from the depths of the 9 hells, bypassed all physical barriers and echoed directly in everyone's mind, laced with mockery and boundless coldness. You cannot escape. The black mist surged and contracted, eventually coalescing into a chilling silhouette upon the ruins. It was no longer a vague shadow, but the complete form of Ying Mingyuan, like a deity emerging from the deepest nightmares, its aura of calamity nearly freezing the air itself. Its voice was unlike anything mortal, with a metallic, grating quality, an ancient reverberation echoing in the depths of every soul. You have accepted the calamity mark finality container. This is your destiny. You cannot escape. Su Bai's eyes were icy, devoid of fear. He placed his hand on Xiao Mo's rough skin, conveying his will and determination. He gave a cold snort, not loud, but firm, with undeniable resolve. Who is whose container? We'll have to fight to find out. Before the words faded, Xiao Mo understood. It raised its head and let out an earth-shaking roar, gathering the long-accumulated energy in its throat. The next second, a blue-purple heat ray fusing blazing fire and thunder tore through the dim sky and blasted toward Ying Mingyuan with world-destroying might. Damn, it's coming. Xiao Mo's thunder flame beam. Kill it. What bullshit container? My Xiao Mo is an invincible Godzilla. This shot is so powerful, feels stronger than any before. Something's wrong. Look at that shadow. In the instant the livestream comments exploded, a horrifying scene unfolded. Facing the attack that could level mountains, Ying Mingyuan merely raised a claw formed of pure darkness and casually swiped forward. There was no earth-shattering collision, no violent explosion of energy. Xiao Mo's thunder flame beam, like a shaft of light plunging into an abyss, was easily swallowed and dissolved by that darkness, leaving not even a ripple. Ying Mingyuan let out a low, mocking growl. The aura of calamity grew denser, beginning to erode toward Xiao Mo in reverse. Just then, the system's cold and urgent alarm sounded in Su Bai's mind. Warning. Detected high-intensity resonance between the finality container and the calamity origin. Resonance rate is skyrocketing. System judgment: current state extremely dangerous. The container risks being completely assimilated by the calamity origin. Providing optimal solution: attempt to fuse the calamity mark and convert it into host-controllable power. Su Bai frowned, burning with rage. Fuse? You call that optimal? Do you want my kid to turn into a mindless calamity beast? The system replied without emotion, only displaying a crimson blinking countdown on the interface. Warning: resonance has reached the critical point. Forced fusion will be triggered in 10 seconds to preserve container viability. 10. 9. The cold number struck like a death knell. In the distance, Qinlan's face turned pale. She could see that Xiao Mo was in trouble. Ominous black tendrils were seeping into its once lively blue eyes. She shouted with all her might, Su Bai, you have to stop it. Xiao Mo is losing control. Forced fusion. What is this system doing? Betraying us. Damn, that's like forcing poison as an antidote. Countdown. It's over. What do we do now? Don't believe the system's crap, Xiao Bai. There must be another way. Su Bai certainly didn't believe it. He would never gamble Xiao Mo's future. As the countdown rapidly dwindled, he made a decision that bordered on madness. He focused his eyes, abandoned all external defenses, concentrated all his mental energy into a single point, and issued a command to the system in his mind. Activate consciousness link. Target Xiao Mo's mental space. Force execution. Wong. A powerful mental backlash struck instantly. Su Bai felt as if a heavy hammer had smashed into his brain. His vision went black and blood trickled from his nose. But his will was as firm as a rock. The next moment his vision spun wildly. The entire world turned into a stream of colorful data, forcibly dragging his consciousness into a chaotic and violent space. This was